In a world shrouded in darkness, betrayal cuts deeper than any blade. Qian Fong, a man who once sacrificed everything for his sister, finds himself stabbed in the back by the very people he trusted most. But fate is not done with him. Cast back in time, he rises again, stronger, colder, and more ruthless than ever before. With unimaginable power in his grasp, he transforms into a god-level assassin, a shadow that strikes terror into those who once deceived him. Mercy is gone, weakness is gone, only revenge remains. The story begins in a scene of devastation. The battlefield is littered with the grotesque corpses of monstrous creatures, their twisted forms scattered like broken toys. Standing amidst this carnage is a young girl, clutching a dagger that glows with a poisonous aura, an artifact from a dark world. She turns to Qian Fong with a dangerous smirk, her voice laced with both admiration and disdain. "You really are something special." But Qian Fong is barely able to stand. He lies blood-soaked atop the carcass of a behemoth he has just slain, his breath ragged, his body trembling from exhaustion. His little sister watches him with cold eyes. Though she acknowledges his victory, surviving the ruins of ancient gods, and slaying a horde of monsters despite a limited lifespan of only 100 years, she is not here to celebrate him. Instead, her gaze sharpens. She reveals her true intent, to claim the artifact he fought so hard to secure, the fabled Eye of Judgment. Through the haze of blood and pain, Qian Fong locks eyes with her, rage boiling in his voice. "Why, sister? Why betray me now when I need you most?" Her reply is merciless. "You're not my brother, Qian Fong. You're just an adopted child. I owe you nothing." The words strike harder than any blade. The girl he had loved, protected, and sacrificed everything for now, discards him as if their bond was a lie, and then another figure steps forward, blonde, calm, and mocking. It is Songfi, the man Qian Fong once considered an ally. "She's right," Songfi sneers. "You were never family. You were nothing but a tool. Your love for her was just a weapon we used to get what we wanted." The truth crashes down like thunder. Every sacrifice, every battle, every promise. It had all been part of their cruel game. His sister wields the Soul Reaper dagger, forged with one purpose, to drain his life force completely. Their betrayal is absolute. Memories flash before Qian Fong's eyes. The day their parents died, the vow he made to protect her, the endless battles fought for her survival. Yet now she dares to call him a burden. "You tried to control me," she says coldly. "You dictated my every move, pretending it was for my good. I'm free now with the Eye of Judgment. We don't need you anymore." The rejection shatters what remains of his spirit. His body trembles with disbelief and rage. Before he can act, Songfi lunges forward. His blade flashes like lightning, severing Qian Fong's neck in a single brutal strike. Pain engulfs him, darkness swallowing his world. As life slips away, Qian Fong's final thoughts return to the world itself. A world forever altered by the gods' game. A forgotten trial that began in the year 2025. Humanity's existence had been rewritten. Life became a currency, death a cost. Monsters roamed the land, and those brave enough to play could extract power at the price of their own lifespan. The survivors became living gods. Qian Fong had endured it all. He had climbed to the very top, conquered the ruins of the ancient gods, and seized the Eye of Judgment. Yet in the end, he had been nothing more than a pawn, his life consumed by betrayal. With his last breath, he makes a vow. If given another chance, he will never again sacrifice for others. No more chains of loyalty, no more selflessness. This time, he will live only for himself. And then everything changes. Qian Fong's eyes snap open. He finds himself in bed, alive, unharmed. Confused, he grabs his phone and his heart stops. The date is 2025, the very day the gods' game first began. Reborn 9 years into the past, he stares out the window at a world blissfully unaware of the storm to come. But he knows, he remembers, and this time he will not be anyone's pawn. This time Qian Fong will carve his destiny with blood. The silence of Qian Fong's morning was shattered when his little sister stormed into the room, her face flushed with rage. "Why haven't you answered my calls?" she demanded. But Qian Fong didn't react. His gaze remained steady as he calmly sipped his coffee, her anger washing over him like meaningless noise. Frustrated, she kicked over a trash bin, her voice rising in fury. Yet he only watched with cold detachment, his thoughts drifting back to the day everything had changed in his past life, the day the gods' game began, the day he had argued with her about Songfi. To Qian Fong, Songfi was no idol but a fraud, a manipulative predator hiding behind a polished facade. But to his sister, he was everything. Blinded by devotion, she refused to see the truth. In an attempt to protect her, Qian Fong had forbidden her from associating with him, believing he was shielding her from ruin. But instead of gratitude, all he received were accusations. She claimed he was controlling her life, dictating her every decision. What he thought was protection had only built a chasm between them. Now standing before him, her tirade grew sharper. "This is your fault," she spat. "Songfi dropped in the rankings because of you. You didn't give me the money to support him, did you? If you had just helped, everything would have been fine." Her words pierced him like daggers, each syllable dripping with venom. The entitlement, the anger, it was unbearable. For years he had endured, patient and understanding, but not today. In a swift, cold motion, Qian Fong rose and struck. A sharp slap echoed across the room, the force sending her stumbling back, wide-eyed with shock. Tears welled in her eyes as her trembling hands clutched her stinging cheek. "How could you?" she whispered, her voice breaking. "How could you hit me?" Qian Fong's eyes hardened, a glint of menace hidden beneath his calm tone. "I don't have time to argue with you, but if you keep screaming, I will silence you. Do you understand?" He reached into his pocket and pulled out a golden credit card, the last relic of their parents' legacy. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it at her feet. The metallic clink echoed louder than her sobs. "This card holds every coin our parents left you. I've never touched a cent of it, despite everything I've endured. Now it's yours. Spend it however you want. But hear me. Well, from this moment onward, I no longer consider you my sister." Without another glance, he turned and walked out. The slam of the door cut through her weeping, but he never looked back. Inside his own room, the weight of his decision bore down on him. He remembered everything he had sacrificed in his past life, hidden treasures he ignored, powerful opportunities he abandoned, all for her safety. He had lived as her shield, her guardian. But now, for the first time, he felt something new: freedom. No more chains, no more obligations. From this day forward, she would survive on her own. His gaze fell to the sleeping pills in his hand, the key to entering the gods' game once more. This time, he would not hold back. Every secret he had learned, every victory and every sacrifice from his previous life would now serve as his arsenal. And Songfei, the idol who had been the root of his downfall, would pay. "I will kill you, Songfei," he swore. "You will regret everything." The scene shifted. Qin Feng now stood in a grand otherworldly hall, the hall of profession selection. It was here that players chose their paths in the gods' game, decisions that would shape their destinies forever. In his past life, he had been nervous, uncertain, and burdened by the weight of choice. He had selected the warrior class, driven by his desire to protect. But now, there was no one left to protect. Speed, mobility, lethal precision, these were what he sought. Without hesitation, he reached for the mirror before him. The glass was cold under his fingertips. Instantly, a brilliant blue light engulfed him as a system window materialized in front of his eyes. A notification rang out. The Eye of Judgment, the artifact he had once claimed, had already been bound to him. It pulsed with power, activating on its own. A low hum resonated as a colossal otherworldly eye manifested behind him, its gaze overwhelming, omniscient. Another message appeared, its words glowing with authority. The attributes of the eye were revealed: might of judgment, and its passive ability, might. And so his second life in the gods' game truly began. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile as the truth sank in. The Eye of Judgment pulsed within him, its power surging like a tide, making him feel as if he stood at the edge of something monumental. Could it be that the artifact had chosen him once more, that its bond with him had endured even through his rebirth? Perhaps it was the eye itself that had pulled him back from death, granting him a second chance to rewrite his destiny. But before his thoughts could spiral further, a dark aura began to seep into his body. The system chimed in, congratulations. He had unlocked a hidden profession. Shadows enveloped him, consuming his form, and when the aura finally dispersed, he stood transformed. His once black hair now shone an ashen white, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. The system declared his new identity, Shadow Deity. It was not just an assassin class, it was a deity's mantle, a secret path far superior to the warrior class he had once chosen. Qin Feng clenched his fists, absorbing the revelation. This was fate, a rare and coveted power placed into his hands alone. His smile deepened as his fingers brushed against his face. Against all odds, he had risen again, and this time the world would tremble before him. The system revealed the gifts of the Eye of Judgment, the authority of judgment, a primordial force that defied the very laws of reality. He could not yet wield its full might without divinity, but even its passive effect gave him an advantage no other player could match. His destiny had only just begun. In his past life, humanity had not even learned of such powers until the 7th year of the gods' game, when a single survivor stumbled into the land of order and revealed the existence of transcendent forces, but no one had ever been able to claim them. Now, at the dawn of his journey, Qin Feng already possessed the original authority itself, an ability to nullify rules, to bend reality at will. For the first time, his ambitions shifted. Revenge alone was no longer enough. His true path lay beyond. If he could break free of the gods' game, reach the land of order, and seize divinity, he would unlock the full potential of judgment. With it, he could reshape existence itself. The air around him hummed with his awakening, but before he could dwell further, a system prompt appeared. He needed to choose a code name. For a long moment, he stood still, then the answer came naturally. Shadow. A name born from the darkness he now commanded, fitting and prophetic. The system accepted it. A suffocating aura gathered around him as its voice echoed in his mind. You are about to enter the game world, Earth abandoned by gods. The grim truth unfurled. In this world, players would slay monsters to harvest tradable life, yet death came at a steep price. Half of both tradable and non-tradable life would be ripped away upon falling. The stakes were merciless. The scene shifted. Qin Feng now stood in Shelltown, the beginner's village. It was a fragile sanctuary where monsters could not intrude and players were forbidden from harming one another. Around him, confusion spread like wildfire. Fresh players stumbled about, their faces pale and frantic, whispering in disbelief. Many had simply gone to sleep in their homes, only to awaken trapped in this nightmare. But while others panicked, Qin Feng remained composed. His sharp gaze cut through the chaos. He knew what lay ahead. The strong would rise, shaping this new world with their power and ambition. If he wanted to survive, he had to move fast, always one step ahead. As he walked through the village, all eyes followed him. His custom attire and the dark aura clinging to him marked him apart from the rest. Whispers spread quickly. One assassin-type player dared to eye the dagger at his side, but froze under the suffocating weight of his presence. This was no ordinary aura. It demanded fear, demanded respect. And just as Qin Feng reached the edge of the village, a group of shaken players stumbled into sight. Their pale faces and hesitant steps told a chilling truth. Death in the game was not permanent. Death was not permanent in this world. Instead of vanishing forever, players who fell were dragged back to Shelltown. Their bodies were spared, but at a heavy cost, half of their lifespan stripped away. A group of 4 stumbled back through the village gates. 3 men and 1 woman. Frustration radiated from them. Their most recent battle had been against a lowly level 1 creeper monster, yet the result was utter humiliation. One man snarled, his pride shattered. We couldn't even take it down. 1 bite and I lost half my life. Another groaned, clutching his chest. We barely scratched it. That thing is too strong. The third man remained silent, trembling violently. His body was broken, his spirit even more so. All eyes turned to the blonde-haired woman who led them, seeking direction, but before she could answer, her gaze fell on a lone figure nearby, Qinfang. Qinfang studied her in return. Unlike the others, she carried a long bow, a weapon far too rare to belong to a common player. His sharp eyes narrowed, a hidden profession. She was no ordinary adventurer. Sensing an opportunity, the woman stepped forward. "We could team up," she suggested carefully. "The monsters are too strong for one person to handle. We've already faced one. We failed, yes, but we learned. Together, we can help each other." Qinfang's lips twitched with amusement, though he kept his face composed. To him, their only real experience was dying. "I prefer to work alone," he replied calmly, his tone polite but unyielding. Her expression faltered, and the men behind her muttered in disbelief. How arrogant was this man? 4 of them could not defeat a single monster yet. He claimed he would walk alone. But the blonde woman did not back down. Her curiosity sharpened. Who was he, really? Determined, she opened her status window and glanced at his name, Shadow. She scoffed softly, assuming it was mere arrogance. Still, a nagging instinct told her he was hiding something far more significant. She turned to her team, lowering her voice. "We'll follow him, watch him, see what he knows." A sly grin touched her lips. "Let's see if he rises or falls." Qinfang strode toward the edge of Shelltown, his figure steady and unhurried. The group shadowed him at a distance, ducking behind trees and rocks, their eyes never leaving his back. The blonde muttered under her breath, frustration leaking into her words. "This world abandoned by gods. None of us understand why we're here. I thought I was ready, but this is something else." Her eyes hardened as she remembered the battle. The very first monster outside the village had torn them apart like insects. Its single bite had nearly ended them. It was proof that this game was merciless. Her companions, however, were not focused on the past. Their gazes clung to Qinfang. One of the men, an assassin like him, whispered uneasily. "His dagger, it's different, shorter than mine, but deadly. I can feel it. That thing could kill in an instant. And look at the way he moves, faster than us, sharper. His reflexes aren't normal." The woman narrowed her eyes, observing Qinfang's attire and his poise. He knew something valuable, perhaps a secret that could tip the scales in their favor. She prepared to close the distance when suddenly, Qinfang stopped. His head turned slightly, his gaze sweeping across the landscape with uncanny precision. A chill ran down her spine. Had he noticed them? And then it happened. The air around him rippled. Without sound or warning, his form simply dissolved. One moment he was there, the next, gone, as though he had never existed. The group froze, their breaths caught. The assassin was first to recover, his voice trembling. "That was stealth, but not the kind we know. Ordinary stealth conceals. This erased him from existence." The blonde's hands tightened into fists, her heart hammering, but her voice was steady when she spoke. "We can't follow him now. It's pointless. We need to regroup, head back to Shelltown, and rethink everything. These monsters are too dangerous. We've already lost half our lifespan from just one death." Her team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her words pressing down on them. They turned back toward Shelltown, while somewhere beyond, Shadow moved freely, unseen and unstoppable. The men nodded reluctantly, one of them muttering, "Maybe there are treasure chests in the town, or NPCs with useful information. There has to be a way to get stronger without throwing our lives away." As they debated, the system's voice echoed coldly across the air, revealing the truth behind the skill Qinfang had just used. Latent image. It was a stealth ability that rendered him invisible to both allies and enemies alike. The first strike after breaking this invisibility would carry devastating force. And with invisibility mastery, his duration doubled, his stealth level improved, and his advantage widened. But there was more. The cooldown began the moment he activated the skill, meaning he could vanish again in mere seconds. It was not just stealth, it was dominance. Qinfang reappeared a short distance away, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His shadow class had gifted him an enhanced stealth that no ordinary assassin could dream of wielding this early in the game. No monster, no player would sense him until it was too late. Behind him, the blonde woman's group still clung to the false safety of Shelltown. To Qinfang, they were naive fools. The village offered no shortcuts, no hidden treasures. It was a sanctuary for the weak, a place for the unprepared to delay their inevitable deaths. His focus was clear: survival, power, ascendancy, nothing else mattered. The exhilaration of his brief invisibility lingered, feeding his determination. Though short-lived, it gave him a taste of the advantage he now possessed, one he could call upon again and again. A glowing screen appeared before his eyes, revealing his current status. Codename Shadow. Profession, Shadow Deity. Hidden Assassin Class. Level 1. Non-tradable lifespan, 75 years. Tradable lifespan, 0 years. Attributes: Strength, 10+3. Constitution, 10+3. Agility, 10+8. Spirit, 10+5. The system clarified. Every player began with 10 points in each attribute. Bonus points were granted by their profession. In his past life as a warrior, Qinfang's bonuses had been modest. Strength and constitution, useful but limited. Now as Shadow, his agility surged with an additional 8 points. From the very beginning, he was faster than almost anyone. A new prompt appeared: 5 free points to allocate. Most players, desperate for power, poured their bonuses into strength or spirit. But Qinfang thought differently. Power meant nothing if you were too slow to strike. In this world, a single monster attack could be fatal. Survival was about speed, about control. He allocated all 5 points to agility. His total shot to 13, and immediately he felt the difference. Faster, sharper, deadlier, a hunter forged in the shadows. That was when he heard it. A guttural sound, raw and unnatural, slithered through the air. His sharpened senses snapped toward the source. Emerging from the darkness was a grotesque figure, the level 1 creeper. The system marked its rank: normal. Its twisted body twitched with hunger, its pale eyes glowing with malice. This was the very same monster that had butchered the blonde woman's party. The wounds from their futile battle still marred its flesh, faint scars of their desperate resistance. Yet the beast remained strong, relentless, its hunger only sharpened. With a snarl, the creature lunged. Chenfang's body moved instinctively, sidestepping with effortless grace. His speed turned combat into art, every motion precise, fluid, controlled. Agility wasn't just about evasion, it was mastery of the battlefield. The creeper's reputation was infamous. When it devoured a player, it absorbed their lifespan, feeding its growth. Each kill made it stronger, more evolved, more dangerous. Chenfang's gaze flicked over its body, noting every scar left behind by the previous fight. They had tried valiantly, they had failed, and now the monster was his. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his short sword. Darkness coiled around him, a spectral aura that pulsed with deadly energy. His eyes glowed red as he reactivated latent image. In a blink, he was gone. The monster's head jerked violently, its senses straining to find him. It snarled, thrashing, but the shadow had already vanished from its sight. Then he struck. Chenfang emerged from the void like a phantom, descending with lethal precision. His blade cut through the air, a perfect strike to break stealth. The boosted attack carried the devastating power of latent image, and the system confirmed it instantly. Damage dealt, 174. The creeper let out one final screech before its body collapsed, dissolving into a burst of energy that scattered into the night. Chenfang stood tall in the silence, his blade dripping with shadows. One strike, one kill. The hunt had just begun. Chenfo gained 10 experience points, but even he could not hide his astonishment. The sheer magnitude of the damage left him stunned. He had expected a strong strike, yet the result far exceeded anything he had imagined. The system quickly explained. The backstab skill had amplified the effect. When striking from behind or outside an enemy's vision, the damage doubled. This single mechanic turns Chenfo into a lethal predator, swift, efficient, and utterly deadly. As the realization sank in, memories from his past life resurfaced. He remembered the endless battles he had endured as a warrior, grueling, exhausting fights where even a critical hit barely dealt 40 points of damage. Each encounter had been a war of attrition, each creeper an insurmountable obstacle, leaving him battered and drained. But that was the past. This time, things were different. This time, he fought for himself. The rewards came swiftly. The system informed him that he had gained 3 days of tradable life, along with 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable life. Crushing the creeper's energy within his hand, Chenfo savored the surge of power. Yet the rewards were far from over. Another system prompt appeared. The Authority of Judgment had been activated. Chenfo was congratulated for unlocking a rare and extraordinary talent, Infinite Evolution. This ability granted evolution points each time he slew monsters in solo mode. These points could upgrade his skills, and every 24 hours he would automatically receive 5 points. Even more astounding, solo boss kills would yield 100% of the evolution points. Currently, he already had 5 points available. A thought struck him. Could infinite evolution allow the upgrading of skills themselves? In his past life, such a concept was unheard of. No matter what gear or skill books dropped, they remained fixed and unchanging. But this talent defied the very laws of the game. It hinted at limitless growth. His curiosity burned. Without hesitation, he selected 2 of his skills, Backstab and Shadow, for evolution. 4 points were consumed and the upgrade succeeded. His Shadow profession advanced to Bronze tier. Now he could stay in stealth for 12 to 16 seconds, fully invisible even while attacking. His first strike out of stealth increased in power from 60 to 80, and its cooldown dropped from 28 to 26 seconds. Meanwhile, Backstab evolved from poor to normal quality. Its passive effect now granted a 15% boost when striking from behind or outside an enemy's vision, up from 10%. The enhancements were staggering. Latent image stealth now lasted 16 seconds, and with mastery of invisibility, it doubled to 32. This meant he could remain in near perpetual stealth, enough to kill even a healthy creeper with a single blow. Reflecting, Chenfo realized how drastically this would have changed his earlier battle. What once had taken everything from him would now end in seconds. His strength and strategic potential had just reached new heights. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. You? Kill a monster solo? Don't make me laugh. Chenfo turned to see a muscular man standing proudly beside a girl. The girl, enamored by his build, addressed him as Ganji, praising his strength. With a body like yours, she said admiringly, you could probably defeat at least 10 monsters at once. Gangzi laughed arrogantly, patting his chest. Don't worry, with me here, you have nothing to fear. But Chenfo's sharp eyes caught movement above. A massive, spider-like creature hung from the branches, silently waiting. Neither Gangzi nor the girl noticed the imminent threat. Still smirking, Gangzi turned back to Chenfo. Why don't you join us? I'll protect you, he offered mockingly, clearly entertained by the thought of Chenfo struggling alone. But Chenfo did not answer. He had already recognized the monster, a nurse, a level 1 bronze rarity creature. He activated latent image, vanishing into invisibility. The girl gasped, pointing at the empty spot. Where did he go? Gangzi scoffed. Intimidated by my strength, of course. In that instant, the monstrous spider dropped from above, accompanied by a smaller one. Both crashed down mercilessly, crushing Ganji and the girl beneath them. The system identified the creatures: Elant, the nurse, a level 1 bronze rarity boss, and a baby spider, a common level 1 monster. Hidden in the shadows, still cloaked in invisibility, Chenfo watched the carnage unfold, his expression cold and detached. The nurse, with 1,600 health points, was far beyond what any novice could hope to handle. Its swarm of smaller spiders only made it deadlier, overwhelming even seasoned players. But for Chenfang, this was the perfect chance to test his newly evolved skills. Without hesitation, he lunged at the towering creature, breaking stealth with a decisive strike. His blade cut deep into the nurse's body, forcing a screech of agony as dark blood sprayed across the ground. The monster retaliated instantly, thrashing wildly to crush him, but Qinfeng was already moving. With a fluid motion, he slid beneath its legs, narrowly escaping the massive swing. Another notification appeared before his eyes. 338 points of damage inflicted. A powerful blow, yet nowhere near enough to fell the beast. Almost immediately, another alert followed. 9 points of damage taken. A scratch at best, but it reminded him of his fragile 130 health points. A direct confrontation would mean certain death. And yet exhilaration coursed through him. To inflict more than 300 damage in a single strike, such power was intoxicating. The nurse's fury boiled over, its monstrous frame thrashed in all directions, a storm of legs and fangs, determined to strike its unseen foe. Qinfeng knew these monsters were not mindless. They adapted, retaliated, and learned. This fight had only just begun. With the baby spider poised to attack, a reckless charge was out of the question. But Qinfeng was no fool. As the nurse began weaving its web to retreat, he spotted his opportunity. A well-aimed stone, hurled with precision, slammed into the creature's abdomen, tearing open a gaping wound. 299 points of damage. Qinfeng's lips curled into a grin. The system registered thrown rocks as legitimate attacks, and combined with his stealth multiplier, they carried the weight of deadly blows. He unleashed another stone. 279 points of damage. Each strike chipped away at the monster's immense health. Slowly, methodically, he wore it down. Then, a thunderous announcement echoed across Shelltown. The system proclaimed that a player named Shadow had slain the nurse, a bronze-ranked monster, becoming the first to reach level 2. The message reverberated through the starter village, sending ripples of shock among its players. Disbelief spread like wildfire. Countless novices had perished at the nurse's hands. How could anyone defeat it alone? Some whispered of exploits. Others stared silently at the leaderboard. Only one name stood there: Shadow. Among the stunned was the blonde girl from earlier. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even common monsters had been too much for her team, and yet Shadow had toppled a bronze-ranked boss. Could the system have made a mistake? Gangzi, the muscular man who had boasted so arrogantly, stood frozen. A single realization struck him. Could that hooded figure they had mocked be Shadow? Back in the shadows, Qinfeng reveled in his triumph. The system chimed once more. 300 experience points earned, level 2 achieved, 2 evolution points gained, Shelltown leaderboard unlocked, and 1 reputation point awarded. As the nurse's corpse disintegrated into a burst of energy, he reflected briefly on the fight. With the boss defeated, the smaller spiders scattered. He regretted not killing them earlier for the extra experience, but the victory outweighed the loss. Then came his rewards: 46 days of tradable life, the bronze tier skillbook Hand of Avarice, a corrosion dagger that increased attack power by 35 and agility by 4, and 2 more evolution points. Intrigued, he focused on the new skill, Hand of Avarice, an assassin-exclusive ability with a 20% chance to extract additional loot from slain monsters. The only requirement, level 1 or higher. Qinfeng's eyes widened. A bronze-ranked boss had dropped something this rare? His thoughts immediately drifted back to his past life, to a player called God of Sin. Despite lacking in combat prowess, that man had risen to fame solely because of this very skill. His wealth and influence had grown so vast that he commanded his own personal guard. A sudden realization sent a thrill down Qinfeng's spine. If Hand of Avarice had a 20% success rate, then what would happen if it was enhanced with infinite evolution? The scene shifts back to the real world, where students are making their way to school. Among them is Qinfeng's younger sister, walking beside her friend. The friend urges her to call her brother and apologize, reminding her that they had skipped an important exam the previous day just to secretly support Songfi. He must be furious with you, the friend says. But the younger sister shakes her head, refusing. I didn't do anything wrong, she insists. It was his interference that made us miss Songfi Sip's century time. If anyone should apologize, it's Seps him. Her friend tries to reason with her, reminding her of how good Qinfeng had always been to her. With a sigh, she even admits that she envies her for having such a caring brother. But the younger sister snaps coldly, cutting her off. Stop meddling. He's not even my real brother. I already have a brother, Songfi. As they arrive at school, the two notice a commotion in their classroom. A group of students has gathered around a desk, whispering in panic. Curious, the younger sister and her friend move closer, only to see something terrifying. Jiang Wei is slumped over his desk, his body slowly fading away, as if his very existence is being erased. The room falls into stunned silence. One girl, alarmed, shouts, "What Sip's happening to Jiang Wei?" Another student, eyes wide with confusion, quickly responds. A few moments ago, Jiang Wei just said he wanted to take a nap, then he started disappearing, like he was vanishing into thin air. Murmurs spread through the classroom like wildfire. Whispers grow louder. Jiang Wei wasn't the only one. Social media is already flooded with similar reports from around the world. People are falling asleep and never waking up, their bodies turning translucent, caught between two worlds. No one can explain why it is happening, and fear begins to tighten its grip on the students. One girl, panic rising in her chest, fumbles for her phone. "I need to call my parents," she says urgently, her voice trembling. "We have to warn them. You should call your brother too." But Qinfeng's younger sister clenches her jaw, her eyes cold. "I'm not calling him," she spits bitterly. "I don't care. He's the one who caused all of this in the first place. He interfered with everything. If anyone should apologize, it's him. I hate him. Honestly, the world would be better off without him." The situation spirals out of control, both in reality and as Qinfeng knows all too well inside the game world. Meanwhile, in the game, Qinfeng's focus sharpens on the newly upgraded Hand of Avarice skill. A system notification confirms its evolution from a bronze-level ability to a gold-tier skill. His luck skyrockets. The success rate for obtaining extra loot jumps from 20% to a staggering 70%. Another notification follows. He has not only mastered the Hand of Avarice, but also gained 2 evolution points and an astonishing 46 days of transferable life. The windfall is overwhelming. Qinfang's eyes gleam with excitement. He is now just 1 point away from maxing out the skill, which would guarantee a 100% success rate on loot drops. The thought alone sends adrenaline rushing through him. He activates latent image, slipping into invisibility, his mind racing. By now the entire world must know about the strange disappearances, people falling asleep and vanishing, fear spreading like wildfire. And with that fear will come desperation, an inevitable flood of new players entering the game. Qinfang knows he must stay ahead. His priority is clear: secure stronger equipment before the rest catch up. A notification confirms that he has successfully equipped a corroded dagger, a bronze tier weapon that boosts his attack power by 34 and increases his agility by 4. He smirks. Soon the world will realize the truth, that skills and equipment from the game can be transferred into reality. When that day comes, chaos will erupt. People will fight to claim the strongest loot and the most powerful abilities. But for now, Qinfang has time. He knows extraction is a slow process. Reaching level 10 and amassing enough transferable life is essential. Killing ordinary monsters won't be enough. He must hunt stronger, more dangerous bosses. Suddenly, the sound of battle echoes through the distance. Steel clashing, cries of pain, the chaos of combat. Qinfang moves swiftly to the edge of a cliff, peering down. Below, a group of players is locked in combat with a runner, a level 2 bronze tier monster. Its speed and ferocity overwhelm them as it dodges their every strike. Qinfang narrows his eyes. He hadn't expected to find this group here, but the rumors appear true. Among them is Wang Mang. When Wang Mang first entered the Gods game, he had reportedly assembled a team of 6 players, each with a hidden profession. The runner is formidable, but Wang Mang and his team are anything but ordinary. With a commanding gesture, Wang Mang activates his Holy Barrier skill. A golden shield envelops him, deflecting the runner's frenzied assault. Qinfang observes intently. Wang Mang's hidden profession, Sacred Shield Warrior, grants him double the attributes of a normal warrior, along with a rare invincibility skill. Then, a red-haired mage steps forward, chanting. A blazing fireball erupts from his hands and slams into the runner. The explosion rocks the battlefield, but the damage is minimal, barely 70 points. The battle has only just begun. Qinfang quickly recognized the red-haired mage. She was a prophet mage, a hidden class that doubled a mage's spell damage and unlocked the devastating prophetic fireball ability. His eyes then shifted to the others. Among them was a sharp-eyed archer, wielding a long bow, capable of firing continuous arrows at twice the speed and power of a standard archer. And beside him stood an oracle priest, whose healing abilities were double that of an ordinary priest. Unlike common healers, this priest began with a powerful group healing skill, giving their team immense support. Despite their advantages, the runner proved far too fast. It evaded their strikes with ease, darting in and out with terrifying speed. Then, in a sudden burst of power, the monster shattered Wang Mang's holy barrier with a single blow, sending him crashing backward. The archer growled in frustration. "It's impossible to land a shot at that speed," he complained. The priest, calm and focused, began casting healing spells to stabilize the team. Wang Mang, resolute even under pressure, barked out orders. "Keep attacking. I'll tank. The priest will heal. We'll get him eventually." From his perch above, Qinfang smirked. In theory, Wang Mang's strategy made sense, but the longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of drawing other enemies. And as if on cue, the shadows shifted, and new horrors emerged. Contaminators. Level 2 monsters, their bodies covered in thick, dark brown sludge. Unlike the runner, these abominations specialized in ranged attacks. Their sudden appearance turned the battlefield chaotic. Wang Mang's expression darkened as he realized the danger. One of his teammates swung a massive sword at them, but to everyone's shock, the attack barely scratched their defenses, only 33 points of damage. Qinfang's cold gaze never wavered. The fight was about to take a deadly turn. The contaminators retaliated, spewing foul, sticky goo from their mouths. The stench was unbearable, the slime immobilizing the players where they stood. Their movement speed dropped to 0 as panic spread through their ranks. The red-haired mage screamed for help, running frantically as another contaminator chased her down. And that was when Qinfang made his move. In a blur, he vanished from the hilltop. A heartbeat later, the contaminator pursuing the mage was cleaved apart in a single strike. Its body dissolved instantly into loot. The battlefield froze. The impossible had just happened. A contaminator slain in one blow. The mage's voice trembled. "Is someone helping us?" The swordsman gaped in disbelief. Even a level 1 tracker monster required coordinated strikes to bring down. Yet this was a level 2 contaminator destroyed in an instant. Before they could recover, another contaminator fell. A swift strike delivered a devastating 441 points of damage. The team's shock deepened. The swordsman turned to the mage, whispering, "Lizzie, did you see the attacker?" She shook her head, confused. "No, I didn't see anyone." But Wang Mang, steady as ever, regained his composure. "Stay focused. Whoever steps helping us is still out there, but we can lose sight of the real threat. The runner is still alive." Unseen, Qinfang perched silently in a tree, cloaked by latent image, studying their every move. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before him. Victory confirmed. He had slain the contaminators, earning 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, and a new skill book, Poison Dart. Alongside it came 8 days of transferable life. Qinfang grinned. Poison Dart was perfect for his assassin playstyle, designed for mid to long-range combat, inflicting continuous damage over time. He wasted no time. A flash of light confirmed its evolution. The skill had upgraded from normal to silver rank. Its stats were impressive: a 14-meter range, a base attack of 120 points, and the ability to poison targets, dealing 50% damage every second for 5 seconds. With only a 5-second cooldown, it was deadly efficient. His smirk widened. With this, he could kill enemies before they even realized what struck them. Back on the battlefield, Wang Mang's situation grew worse. The runner tore through his defenses, claws ripping deep into his side. Blood poured from his wounds as his shield clattered to the ground. His teammates screamed in horror, while the priest tried desperately to heal him. But with the runner's talons still lodged in his body, the magic failed to take effect. Agony twisted Wang Mang's face as he forced out one final order: flee now. But before anyone could move, a blur cut through the air. A projectile struck the runner square in the face, exploding on impact. The damage reading glowed across the battlefield: 845 points. The runner reeled back, its health bar sliced nearly in half from a single strike. The tide of battle had shifted, yet the players still had no idea who their mysterious savior truly was. Wang Mang's teammates stood frozen in disbelief as the runner's health plummeted. The monster convulsed violently, blood gushing from its wound. With one final agonizing wail, it released Wang Mang's battered body, sending him crashing to the ground. Desperate to survive, Wang Mang clawed at the dirt, trying to crawl away, but the monster's shrieks only grew louder. Its health drained rapidly, 324 points per second, until finally, the beast collapsed. Its body crumpled to the earth, consumed by the relentless poison damage. Before Qinfeng, a system screen materialized. His strike alone had accounted for more than 90% of the runner-cep's total health, securing the loot rights entirely for himself. The notification was clear: bronze level boss slain. 600 experience points earned. A second prompt followed, congratulating him for reaching level 3. His rewards were 2 evolution points and 55 days of transferable life. Standing tall, radiating an aura of effortless dominance, Qinfeng assessed the battle's outcome. He hadn't expected the poison dart's continuous damage to synergize so perfectly with his break invisibility skill and assassin mechanics. The realization struck him like lightning. By combining his stealth with endless poison volleys, he could remain unseen indefinitely, an unstoppable phantom whittling enemies down until no monster could stand against him. Meanwhile, Wang Mang, pale and trembling, watched as the runner's body dissolved into loot before his eyes. The pain of being impaled had felt disturbingly real, blurring the line between game and reality. But before he could even approach the glowing rewards, the loot vanished, claimed in an instant by someone he couldn't even see. Struggling to his feet, Wang Mang lowered his head. "I may not know who saved us," he admitted, voice filled with gratitude, "but I am thankful." From the shadows, Qinfeng Sit's voice echoed coldly. "You shouldn't Set be so trusting, especially in a wilderness like this." Wang Mang nodded, humbled by the unseen warrior Sip's words. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder. I won't Sit disturb you while you check your loot. My name is Wang Mang. If you ever need help in the future, don't Sit hesitate to ask." His surviving teammates clung to one another, relieved to have survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, Qinfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the loot orb glowing in his palm. The Hand of Avarice had proven to be his greatest asset yet, its rewards exceeding every expectation. Wang Mang had shown both resolve and leadership, and beyond that, he carried influence. His ties to the Dao organization made him a man of connections and wealth. A calculating thought crossed Qinfeng's mind. To maximize his growth, he needed more than power alone. He needed a stable sales channel, a way to offload gear he didn't need, stockpile transferable life, and accelerate his path to dominance. Without hesitation, he activated Hand of Avarice on the loot. A system notification appeared at once. Skill successful. 3 evolution points. 55 days transferable life. Bronze tier item acquired, running leather leggings. The item's stats glimmered before his eyes: physical defense boosted by 9 points, elemental resistance enhanced by 5 points, and cooldown speed reduced by 15%. Requirements: level 2, a threshold he had already surpassed. Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. His inventory brimmed with equipment across multiple classes, an enviable haul by anyone's standards. Once his backpack reached capacity, he would return to Shelltown, trade the excess, and convert it into more transferable life. His pace of growth was already far beyond what it had been in his past life. A dark smile curved his lips. If things continued this way, Songfei would never see the strike coming. But elsewhere, the scene shifted. A struggling group of players fought desperately against waves of runners and contaminators. Their formation collapsed as monsters surged from every direction. One of them, voice breaking with fear, urged his comrades to flee. But it was already too late. A towering monstrosity emerged from the darkness, its grotesque form radiating menace. Before the players could even scream, parts of its body shot outward like arrows, piercing them with unrelenting speed. One after another they fell, wiped out in the blink of an eye. Their lives extinguished, their hope erased. Moments later, the players reappeared in Shelltown, their respawn a harsh reminder of their failure. Frustration boiled over as curses filled the air, each of them lamenting the unfairness of this world. Monsters always seemed to appear in relentless packs, and worse, when their health ran low, they would flee, showing an intelligence far more terrifying than anyone had expected. One player raised the pressing concern: "How are we supposed to leave the game when we can still even reach level 3? Another grimly explained the harsh truth: "The only way to exit is by reaching level 3. Until then we Set trapped." A third added his warning, recounting a chilling tale. A group of 40 players had once accidentally summoned a boss monster known as the Damned. With a single devastating skill, it had wiped out 30 of them instantly. Elsewhere, the blonde girl and her team had also respawned in Shelltown. Fear and despair were etched into their faces. If they couldn't reach level 3, they would remain trapped forever. Clenching her fists, the blonde girl voiced a terrifying realization. This isn't just a game, we entered it after falling asleep, which means only our consciousness is here. If we don't escape soon, our real bodies will die from starvation. Her words sent a chill through her team. The assassin in her group added nervously, "We've already died 3 times, we have less than 10 years of tradable life left." But before he could continue, she cut him off. "No, dying again is an option." Just then, the Shelltown leaderboard flashed before them, displaying the current player rankings. Their eyes widened in shock. At the very top stood the mysterious shadow figure, Chin Fong, already at level 3. Below him were Wang Mang and Balala, still struggling at level 1. The blonde girl's mind raced. How is he leveling up so fast? He must know something we don't. Determination flared in her eyes as she made a bold decision. "Spread the word. If Shadow Guy can help us escape by reaching level 3, I'll pay him 10 million in cash when we return to the real world." Her smirk carried confidence. No one can refuse an offer that lucrative. Back in the game world, Chin Fong was already cutting down contaminators with ease, his poison dart skill striking with deadly precision. Another system notification confirmed his latest kill, a level 2 contaminator, granting him 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. Without hesitation, he chose to evolve his most valuable ability. A confirmation screen appeared, deducting 5 evolution points. Hand of Avarice had ascended from Platinum tier to Jade tier. The system explained its upgrades. Loot gain had increased from 110% to 160%, and now there was even a 20% chance that the rarity of items could rise by 1 tier. Chin Fong's eyes gleamed with excitement. A skill that could increase loot rarity was priceless. If this trend continued, it could grow into something beyond imagination. But then, his attention shifted. In the distance, an ominous presence stirred. A towering, grotesque figure loomed, the same entity players had whispered about with fear, the Damned. Recognition was instant. The system identified it as a bronze-level boss. Its monstrous frame radiated oppressive power as it devoured the glowing blue remnants of fallen players. Chin Fong's sharp gaze noted every detail. The beast was feeding, evolving into a silver-level boss. Judging by the number of remnants, it had already killed at least 40 players. Yet Chin Fong didn't panic. His inventory was full, leaving him no space to store more loot. This was a problem, but also an opportunity. The monster's evolution would take time, giving him the chance to return to Shelltown, offload his gear, and come back prepared. Marking the location carefully on his map, he made his decision. Activating his elite shadow skill, Chin Fong melted into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. The hunt was far from over. This was only the beginning. In a small town on the edge of the region, the townspeople buzzed with excitement. Rumors flew. Someone was willing to pay 10 million to have Dark Shadow guide them to level 3. The danger was real. Dying repeatedly reduced a player's lifespan, and while the wealthy were finding ways to survive, ordinary people felt they had no chance. Suddenly, Chin Fang appeared before the crowd. The system panel materialized in front of him, and he announced, "I am selling equipment and skills. The shop will be open for 10 minutes. First come, first served." The spectators were stunned to see him selling items. "Who is this? When did he appear?" Someone whispered. Chin Fang wore 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment and had 2 more listed for sale. Had he defeated a bronze-grade boss? A player at the back squinted. "Look at his name, Dark Shadow. Is that the top-ranked player on the leaderboard?" Another player wondered why they could not see his face clearly. Chin Fang had activated the face covering feature. Since a player's in-game appearance matched their real-life face, many preferred to hide their identity. "So mysterious," murmured a red-haired girl as she inspected an item. "How much for the ice chisel technique?" asked Jin Gong, offering an exorbitant price, 100 days of transferable lifespan. The red-haired girl, whom Chin Fang recognized as Grey Rose 11th on the Seashell Town leaderboard, pleaded, 100 days is too much. "Can you lower it?" Chin Fang explained plainly, the common-grade ice chisel technique greatly speeds a mage's leveling. In the early stages, 100 days is already a bargain. The red-haired girl turned to her teammates. "Can I use cash?" she asked. "If you have cash, you can buy lifespan from others and trade it to me," Chin Fang suggested. "If no one bids higher, I'll hold it for you." She asked the team to wait while she consulted them. In team chat, Baldy replied gratefully, "Thanks to your guidance we reached level 2 so quickly. I have no objections." The cloaked man nodded in agreement. "Me too. With the ice chisel technique, our leveling will speed up. Let's focus on reaching level 3. "Okay," the red-haired girl said. "Transfer the 100 days of transferable lifespan to me. I will pay you cash after we return to reality." She sent the lifespan and the system confirmed, "You have sold Ice Spike Skillbook. You have received 100 days of transferable lifespan." Chin Fang's balance rose. His transferable lifespan increased from 268 days to 368 days. Jen Li cheered inwardly. She had finally found Dark Shadow. Jen Li then laid down a condition. "Dark Shadow, I will give you a chance. Guide me to level 3, and I will pay you 10 million in cash when we return to reality." Nearby players exchanged astonished glances. The rumor about 10 million was true, 10 million for a single guide. Chin Fang recognized her. So it is Jiang Li, he thought. In a past life, she had led a criminal organization until it was destroyed by the authorities. She boasted often, "My father is chairman of Dajiang Enterprise. Do not worry about payment." He had seen her use cash to buy transferable lifespan, and to coerce others into slavery. Those who disobeyed sometimes paid with their lives in reality. Chin Fang did not want to be entangled with someone like her. Zhang Li pressed her advantage. Dark Shadow, you may be strong in the game, but follow me and I will make you rich. Cars, houses, beauties, you can have it all. Her voice turned sharp when he refused. If you refuse, do not interfere with my business. Cash will be worthless. Transferable lifespan will be the only currency. Qinfang's answer was cold and decisive. Say one more word and I will kill you until your lifespan runs out. The killing intent in his voice was palpable. Players nearby backed away instinctively. Zhang Li's subordinates scurried to pull her away. Let us go, she snapped, huffing with suppressed anger. The system confirmed another sale. You have sold Mysterious Light Cloak bronze grade. You have received 19 days of transferable lifespan. Qinfang's total climbed from 527 days to 546 days. Relieved, Qinfang closed his shop. All right, sold out. Closing shop, he told himself. He felt stronger now, ready to confront the curse wielder. He kept his plans secret. At this stage, no one knew that transferable lifespan could be used to withdraw skills into reality, or that the divine artifact game threatened the order of the real world. Around him, players admired Dark Shadow. So cool, someone said. Qinfang did not care about their praise. The real-world status symbols that others flaunted would soon be meaningless. Only personal strength mattered to him. Zhang Li seethed. That Dark Shadow not only rejected my offer but dared threaten me. When I get back to reality, I will drag him out and deal with him, she vowed. As she and her group retreated, Li Jun, also known as Lao Mao, stepped from an alley and introduced himself. Hello Sister Lizzie, I'm Li Jun. I'm currently level 2 and know some leveling tips. If you want, I can guide you to level up. Does that 10 million offer still stand? The question floated in the air, but Qinfang had already turned his attention elsewhere. He had closed the shop, counted his gains, and prepared for the next move. The game had become more than a contest. It was a battlefield where lifespan, power, and survival intertwined, and only those who understood that truth would stand a chance. Zhang Li's curiosity about Li Jun was palpable. Tips? What tips? She asked, eyeing him closely. Li Jun, however, smirked. I wouldn't tell anyone else, but since it's Sister Li, I'll make an exception, he said, leaning slightly forward. He briefly explained, to level up quickly in the current situation, put all 5 of your initial attribute points into agility. That way, our maximum running speed will be enough to outrun the golem walkers. Do you understand? Zhang Li was stunned as the information sank in. Her anger melted instantly. So that's how it's supposed to be played, she murmured. Damn it, I already put all 5 points into strength. You're actually quite capable. Alright, lead me to level up. Never mind, luckily I met someone who knows what's going on. She made a deal with Li Jun but added a caveat. You stir not as strong as Dark Shadow. I can pay you 5 million. Is that acceptable? Li Jun nodded without hesitation. Lead me to level 3, and I will pay you cash when we return to reality. No problem. Meanwhile, Qinfang had taken a vantage point in a tree, observing the curse wielder. Its energy was immense, confirming his suspicions. The boss had advanced to silver grade. Gray mist enveloped its entire body as it continued leveling up. Qinfang had already prepared poison darts. It would take 7 to 8 hours for it to go from silver to gold. I'm too lazy to wait, he muttered, decisively throwing a series of poison darts. Stealth strike. The curse wielder's power dropped rapidly. 219, 219. Qinfang analyzed carefully. A silver grade boss had 2 to 3 times the health of a bronze grade boss. Laughing quietly, he noted that the boss concentrated its power into a magic orb. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But Qinfang was calm. Just 2 or 3 more poison darts, and it's over. The curse wielder attacked the tree Qinfang stood on, but it was too fast to hit him. As a magic-type boss, most of its skills had wide area effects with extreme damage. Qinfang threw a dart and immediately retreated, barely escaping its range. Any hit in his current state would have been fatal. Noting the boss's power focus atop its head, Qinfang reminded himself, I have to wait for the Shadow Mel skill to cool down and strike when the boss is exhausted. He calculated a safe retreat and vanished from sight, leaving the curse wielder confused. This was the moment. The poison darts had drained its energy. Stealth strike again, 659 weakness points. The boss screamed in pain, crawling across the ground. Everything was going according to Qinfang's plan. The curse wielder's health plummeted as it attempted to flee. Qinfang smiled. This was far more efficient than struggling blindly. He channeled all his strength into the final attack. The system confirmed. You have killed the silver grade curse wielder. You have received 1,800 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. You have received 4 evolution points. You have received 124 days of transferable lifespan. Qinfang Sip's efforts had paid off. 2 levels gained at once, 4 additional evolution points, and an extra skill, Greedy Hand. The system messaged, successfully activated Greedy Hand skill. One of your loot items has been upgraded from silver to gold grade. Qinfang watched in awe. The silver grade boss had dropped 7 or 8 items, but his inventory only had 10 slots. I can't keep going back to clear out my inventory after every boss fight. That would be a waste of time. I hope this boss drops a space ring or something, he mused. Meanwhile, back in the town, Jin Li's excitement had peaked. She finally survived the ordeal and returned safely. Fringe-haired players like her were grateful to Wang Mang, acknowledging that thanks to his guidance, they had leveled up to 3 smoothly and made it back to town without incident. The game was no longer just about luck. Strategy, preparation, and keen observation determined who would survive and thrive, and Qinfang, as always, was at the very center of it all. Jin Li nodded in agreement. That is right, Brother Wang Mang is too strong, she said modestly, though she quickly added, this is the result of everyone's joint effort. Yet a curl of disappointment tugged at her lips. Boo-hoo. It is a pity I did not get to befriend that boss. It must be because I was covered in mud. The big shot thought I was dirty and did not want to befriend me. A nearby player teased her. Maybe if you had been wearing the new equipment that dropped, the big shot would have accepted your friend request. The crowd watched eagerly as the leaderboard updated. First place, Dark Shadow, Assassin, level 5. Second place, Wong Mang, Warrior, level 3. Third place, Balalala, Warrior, level 3. Dark Shadow had vaulted to level 5. Shock rippled through the players. What? From level 3 to level 5 directly? Did he kill some super boss? Someone whispered. I saw the big shot selling equipment 10 minutes ago. He leveled up 2 levels so quickly. One admirer spoke boldly. My sister is 18 this year. I wonder if the big shot will take a fancy to her. If so, I will benefit too. Maybe I will get carried to level up. Another scoffed. Even 10 million is not enough to catch his eye. Wang Mang's subordinates were furious. Damn it, we are still stuck at level 3 while he jumps to level 5. How are we supposed to survive? Wang Mang, though thoughtful, quieted them. Let us not say too much for now. Let us return to reality first and inform our relatives and friends about the situation in the Divine Artifact game. He worried aloud that their loved ones might be in danger. The world itself might tilt toward chaos. His teammates agreed, and they logged out. Wang Mang awoke, head spinning. His teammate shouted with relief. Look, Brother Wang is awake. Tell the captain. Brother Wang is awake. The crew cut man rushed over. Brother Wang, how do you feel? Are you okay? Everyone panicked when you fainted. They described his semi-transparent state in the game and blamed themselves for not keeping watch. Wang Mang, still shaken, ordered, quick, gather everyone immediately. Something big has happened. At the police station, the report replayed, they had formed a team of hidden classes, been nearly wiped out, and were saved by a player nicknamed Dark Shadow. When Wang Mang reached level 3, Dark Shadow leapt straight to level 5. The officials in the room were stunned. If he skipped 2 levels in a row and is already level 5, would he not be the global leader? How did he do it? Maybe he killed another boss. Before Wang Mang could answer, a colleague interjected. According to your timeline, Dark Shadow reached level 3 an hour ago. Why has he not returned to reality yet? Does he have no one to inform? Wang Mang had little information, and could only close his eyes in helplessness. At that moment, Anu, sitting nearby, pointed toward the sky and offered a thought. Could Dark Shadow be a transmigrator? In novels, transmigrators are often orphans who rise quickly. Laughter and rebukes followed. Do not joke. This is serious. A man scolded her gently. I told you not to read too many novels. A calm analyst in the room began to piece the facts together. The reports from those who returned matched Wang Mang's account. There were new studies showing that some elderly people died immediately after falling asleep. After comparing testimonies, a terrifying conclusion emerged. Players who died repeatedly in the Divine Artifact game suffered lifespan reduction in reality. In other words, when lifespan dropped inside the game, it had fatal consequences outside. Fear and superstition spread. One timid voice called it a supernatural event beyond comprehension, but the conference could not afford superstition. This was potentially an invasion by an unknown force. In the emergency meeting, urgent voices decided to act. Higher authorities issued a directive to establish vanguard teams in every region to explore the Divine Artifact game and to share all findings. The aim was to assemble a professional force quickly. This is an event that affects the entire world, a senior officer warned. Other countries are studying this game as well. If we fall behind, we will lose our advantage in the international race. Therefore, at any cost, we must collect as much information as possible. A command followed. You are appointed captain of Team 1. The newly chosen captain rose and replied loudly. Yes, Wang will be deputy captain. You two may choose your teammates, the officer concluded. The room hummed with urgency. Faces were pale, voices tight with fear, but resolve had set in. The game was no longer a pastime. It had become a global crisis. Those chosen to step forward now carried not only their own lives, but the fragile safety of others. Wang Mang calmly accepted the orders. Yes, he replied, his expression steady. The man overseeing the operation considered Wang Mang's report carefully. From the way he described Dark Shadow, this extraordinary player did not seem malicious. We can attempt to approach him, the man thought. Appointing Anu Yu as captain was deliberate. She was best suited to investigate Dark Shadow's identity. He addressed the group seriously. I hope you can determine his real identity, and if possible, establish a cooperative relationship with Dark Shadow to collect information for the government. He then turned to the others in the room. Your primary task now is to maintain social stability. Understand? The team nodded in unison, and the man dismissed them with a loud, dismissed. Not long after, under the warm glow of a late afternoon sunset, a high school in the bustling capital came into view. Inside one classroom, 3 female students whispered among themselves. Zheng Wei remarked, people in the same area appear in the same newbie town if they sleep at the same time. Really? Another asked. I have to go home. I need to bring my parents into the game. They sip never played before. I sip I'm afraid they won sit adapt. Donset put yourself in danger, the first advised. We can level up first, then go back to support our parents later. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu sat quietly, staring at her phone. Unlike her friends, she was silent, but her mind raced. Xinfang hadn't reacted, not even apologized, and her pride bristled. She remembered throwing things in anger before, and how Xinfang had always coaxed her. Today though, he had not only ignored her tantrum but had struck her, leaving a painful bandage on her cheek. Her thoughts turned to the concert she had skipped class to attend. Xinfang is a jerk. If you don't apologize 1,000 times, I will never forgive you. She fumed, her eyes flashing. Despite her anger, excitement returned. She remembered Sunfly at the concert, dancing under the crowd's cheer. His cocky, pouting face appeared in her mind, and her admiration melted into longing. "I miss you so much," she whispered to herself. Then realization struck. If sleeping meant entering the game, brother Sunfly must have entered too. Her cheeks flushed, and she covered her face in excitement. "If I enter the game, I can find him." Determined, she removed her uniform. She knew that Dark Shadow had leveled to 3 so quickly. He must be an expert, and she needed his guidance. Elsewhere, Zhong Wei was with friends when his phone pinged. A message from Qin Xiaoyu appeared. "Great God Zhong Wei, any guidance for a newbie?" Grinning mischievously, he thought, "Even a proud goddess like her is asking me for guidance. This is a God-given opportunity." He quickly replied, "Xiaoyu, you've asked the right person. Here's a secret. When you enter the game, put all your initial attribute points into agility. Otherwise, you'll be killed by monsters." Xiaoyu asked, "What if I stim a mage? Do I still need agility?" "Absolutely," Zhong Wei explained. "Agility is not useless for mages. It increases casting speed, which is crucial in the early stages." Xiao Yu continued to worry. "Even with agility, I still can beat them. Boo-hoo." Zhong Wei, noticing her concern, reassured her. "Don't worry. Once someone in the town reaches level 5, the teleportation array activates. You can form a team and level up first. When the teleport opens, I still find you and guide you." Xiao Yu's excitement surged. She clenched her hands, hugged her pillow, and thought, "These simps are still useful. I entered and found someone to carry me to level up. Himph, Qinfeng, I gave you a chance. Now I stem going into the game right away. Don't think about me relying on you." In the game world, Qinfeng knelt before burning flames, holding aloft a gold-plated ring radiating light. The system panel appeared. Gold curse ring. Usable for all classes. All attributes. 8. Dark elemental resistance plus 26. Weakness damage ratio 0.1. Equipment requirement, level 4. Qinfeng's excitement surged. Each attribute added 8 points, equivalent to 32 attribute points, far more than others could achieve by reaching level 3. The ring also boosted dark elemental resistance, invaluable against magical creatures, and increased the default weakness damage ratio from 1.5 to 1.6. Qinfeng grinned. Not bad at all. The discovery of the gold curse ring marked another step in his rapid progression, solidifying his advantage in the game and drawing him ever closer to the mysteries and challenges that awaited. Suddenly, Qinfeng's attention was drawn to another detail. The system panel materialized once more, displaying a new skill. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Assassin skill. Dashes in one direction up to 15 meters. Enters stealth state for 5 seconds. Strikes 3 times all enemies along the way. Cooldown, 1210.43 seconds. Level requirement, level 4. Slash range, 2.1 meters. Each slash adds 100 attack power. 100% considered a sneak attack, but cannot trigger weakness damage. Qinfeng knelt on the ground under the pouring rain as dazzling rays of light radiated around him. This was a powerful mobile area of effect skill with stealth capabilities, a perfect skill to learn immediately. Not long after, Qinfeng turned his attention to upgrading his abilities further. He had a few remaining evolution points and decided to enhance Greedy Hand first. The system panel quickly updated. 8 evolution points were consumed, leaving 4 remaining. Greedy Hand, Emerald, Diamond, Assassin skill. Can be used on monster corpses. 160%, 220% chance of receiving an additional loot item. Additional loot item has a 20%-40% chance to increase in quality by 1 level. As expected, this meant that killing monsters would yield far more loot than before. Even one monster could now provide multiple valuable drops. With the remaining 4 evolution points, Qinfeng upgraded Instant Shadow Slash to level 3. The system confirmed the upgrade, consuming 3 points and leaving 1. The skill now scaled with rank. Silver 15 M-, Stealth 5S, 3 slashes, plus 100 attack per slash. Gold, Axen meter dash, Stealth 6 second 4 slashes, 150 attack per slash. Platinum einen 20 meter dash, Stealth 7 sekunden, 5 slashes, 200 attack per slash. Streams of light green energy spread around Qinfeng in the sky. The cooldown remained unchanged, but he didn't mind. Instant Shadow Slash alone granted near infinite stealth and mobility. He was about to focus on other skills when a soft sound came from behind. Turning, he saw monsters charging forward. Calm as ever, Qinfeng prepared to test his newly upgraded skill. Level 4 Great Shiba Golem Walker appeared. Perfect timing, he thought. He unleashed Instant Shadow Slash. The slash is visible even through the rain. The system quickly updated. Level 4 Great Shiba Golem Walker. Defeated. 80 experience points received. 5 days of transferable lifespan received. Qinfeng surveyed the battlefield, satisfied. The speed of monster kills had increased dramatically. Poison darts now seemed inefficient by comparison. Fewer attacks meant fewer risks. Standing amidst the thick darkness, his eyes were razor sharp. Currently, Qinfeng's transferable lifespan had reached 618 days. To withdraw skills and equipment into reality, he needed at least 2.5 years, or 900 days. He resolved to make a trip back to sell his inventory items, ensuring he met the minimum requirements. Once he reached level 10, he could bring his equipment and skills into the real world. As he lingered in the rain, a voice nearby caught his attention. "Congratulations, miss, on leveling up to level 3. Can you fulfill your promise now?" Nearby, a group of strangers discussed the deal. Among them, a girl stood with her back to Qinfeng. Don't worry, she said. Our Dajang group has no shortage of money. Let's log out to reality. Here's my phone number. Contact me directly. Sell me all your transferable lifespan. I'll pay 10,000 per day. A man walking with them laughed. No problem. I said it before. Dark Shadow is truly blind. He doesn't instead even care about a big shot like her. We stealth meet in reality later. Beneath the calm exterior, everyone was motivated by self-interest. Lifespan could always be farmed again. The real goal was converting in-game power into real-world money. Meanwhile, in an ancient town with towering buildings, a cloaked figure raised a hand, gathering energy. The teleportation formation reactivated, and the system confirmed. Teleportation formation in Seashell Town activated. Reputation points, +1. 1 free teleport per day. Additional teleports consume transferable lifespan. Qinfeng analyzed the situation carefully. Teleportation formations in starting towns were two-way. One side alone was useless. Someone from the paired town had to reach level 5 to activate the return. He recalled that Song Fei hailed from Firefly Town in his previous life, and set a reminder to track the activation. Yet for now, teleportation was secondary. His primary goal remained level 10 and entering the continent forsaken by the gods, where the true challenges of the divine artifact game awaited. An ancient castle and verdant lands materialized in his mind's eye, the threshold of the game's real beginning. Qinfeng sat down on the ground, deep in thought. At that moment the system panel popped up again, and the mat in front of him began to glow intensely. A message appeared. Cheap sale of equipment and skills for only 10 minutes. First come, first served. The crowd around him erupted in excitement. Damn, the big shot has appeared again, someone shouted. The big shot has finally arrived. Isef prepared 150 days of lifespan, just waiting to buy his goods. Qinfeng observed calmly. Last time the big shot had sold the ice chisel technique, which had helped Grey Rose climb to the top 2 of the leaderboard. This time, there might even be a skill book. 4 mages around him were already reacting to the sale. One of them shouted, "Wow, a skill book," but it turned out to be a silver-grade battle shout for warriors. A man quickly purchased the scroll. The system panel confirmed. Transaction successful. Received 300 days of transferable lifespan. Many players hesitated. 300 days of lifespan for a skill scroll, is it worth it? Someone asked. Experienced players quickly calculated warriors equipped with this skill could double their monster farming speed. In less than 2 days, the invested lifespan could be farmed back. Yet such wise buyers were few, quickly drowned out by the crowd clamoring for the remaining items. Qinfeng watched the system panel as the sale progressed. Within a minute, all items were sold, earning a total of 650 days of transferable lifespan, bringing his total to 2,174 days. Still, it was not enough. To withdraw all levels, attributes, professions, equipment, and skills from the divine artifact game into reality, he needed more. The crowd noticed Qinfeng had stopped trading. Some cried, while others begged, "Boo-hoo, I didn't have time to buy anything. Big Shot, will you sell here again next time?" At that moment, a girl blocked his path. "Big Shot, I have a treasure. Do you want it?" In her hand was a space ring, a rare storage item with 12 slots that didn't occupy backpack or equipment space. Each player could carry a maximum of 3 storage backpacks. Qinfeng Sif's eyes widened in surprise. Such an item was extremely rare, and few had it this early in the game. Approaching her, he asked, "How much for it?" The girl smiled gently. "I don't need your lifespan. I just want to be friends. Also, I want to invite you to team up to hunt a boss." Qinfeng had no reason to refuse. Within moments the system confirmed, player Hybel NDC has accepted your friend request. He walked away from the crowd with her. Curious, he asked, "What boss?" The girl looked up. "A gold-grade boss." "And its name?" he pressed. The girl hesitated. "It sits too far away to see clearly. It sits on a rotten, tattered ship in the swamp." Qinfeng's suspicion flared. A rotten ship with magical light. Could it be the Gold Ghost ship? A special rare boss that could appear at any level, dropping highly valuable items. Guilds often waged full-scale wars to claim it. Finding it in the starting town meant it was likely level 5, the easiest level for an initial kill. Qinfeng glanced at the girl and felt a rising excitement. To have a rare boss appear so early, for her to drop a space ring, and for her to be part of Wang Mang's team, it all seemed too fortuitous. He looked at her and asked, "How did you discover this gold boss?" The girl seemed to remember, lifting her head. "After dinner I logged in early to follow the captains to level up. They were so slow, so I went for a walk to cool off, and accidentally found this gold-grade boss under a cliff." Qinfeng's eyes gleamed. Fate had just handed him an opportunity too perfect to ignore. Having reached this point, Qinfeng's doubts vanished. The pieces in his mind finally formed a complete picture. In his previous life, rumors circulated that within Wang Mang's team, there was a member with the lucky koi carp physique, someone who could stumble upon rare bosses, treasure chests, dungeons and shrines simply by wandering around. Back then, Qinfeng had dismissed it as a smokescreen by the game authorities to hide information. Now he realized it was true, and it was her. So engrossed in his thoughts, Qinfeng did not notice the little girl Sip's eyes widening in alarm at his intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, Big Shot, why are you looking at me like that?" Qinfeng replied awkwardly, "It sets nothing." The two walked side by side, oblivious to a figure who had been secretly watching them. That person immediately ran back to his gang, where a member was still boasting, "Remember that year I was the Sand Table Overlord and conquered the entire Sand City with my brothers time and time again. Brothers, follow me, I guarantee a good life." The watcher rushed up, breathless. "Boss, that kid just left the town with a girl." The gang member turned and laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha ha. He seems inexperienced. He can set even level up properly without taking a girl along. Brothers, follow me. Meanwhile, Qinfang strolled with the girl. I can help fight the boss, he said softly. But if the boss drops equipment or skill books that you can use, you get them. Everything else belongs to me. How seps that? She looked puzzled. Ah, what about Captain Wang Mang? Qinfang replied indifferently, your team has all kinds of professions. If it doesn't set drop equipment for assassins, then I set be fighting the boss for free. The girl decided it was an ass worth arguing and went along. Then she hesitantly asked, but, can I make a small request? Qinfang answered coldly, speak. Her face flushed. If the boss drops equipment for Captain Wang Mang, can you lower the selling price a little when selling it back to him? Qinfang considered it trivial and agreed without hesitation. No problem. The girl added, okay, we sell set off when Captain Wang Mang is online. And where are we going now? She asked, curiosity flickering in her eyes. We're going to that gold boss, Qinfang replied casually. Her face turned pale. Big shot. You stir an assassin and can hide, but I can withstand even a few hits. Qinfang walked calmly. I sipped him enough by myself, you just stay in a safe place and watch. The girl trembled, still unsure if she believed him. Kill a gold boss alone? Even knowing he was strong, it sounded arrogant. Suddenly Qinfang vanished, leaving only tendrils of shadowy light in his place. The girl Sip's voice trembled. Big shot, where did you go? Not far off. The earlier hooligans watched from behind trees, laughing. Boss, that dark shadow disappeared. Haha, he must have abandoned her in the wilderness. They charged toward the girl with ill intent. Go, we will take her back, play with her a bit, and then decide. Follow me and you will have a good life. Look, the beauty is coming. But before they could act, Qinfang reappeared, a blurry silhouette surrounded by black tendrils that blocked the moonlight. The hooligan screamed. Ah! Qinfang's expression was icy. Without a word, he unleashed his ultimate skill. Instant shadow slash. Blood splattered across the forest. Before they could comprehend what was happening, the hooligans had fallen, leaving the system to notify Qinfang. You have killed 5 players, receiving a total of 12 days of transferable lifespan. Clicking his tongue in disdain, Qinfang muttered, too poor. It steps like killing 2 small monsters. The girl, wide-eyed, asked cautiously, hey, big shot, where did you just go? Qinfang replied slowly, there were a few people following us. I sent them back to town. She relaxed, thinking he had attended to some private matter. That's Sip's right, big shot. With your stealth skills, going anywhere must be convenient. Qinfang was momentarily dazed by her words but quickly refocused. Now lead the way to the boss you mentioned, he said, turning toward their next destination. The scene cut to a neighborhood on the outskirts, where adventure and danger awaited. Xiao Yu appeared, a mysterious magic circle glowing beneath her feet. She blinked in surprise as she stepped into the new area. Wow, it feels so real. I can even feel the texture under my feet, she whispered to herself. Clutching her magic staff tightly, she added with satisfaction. Great, I've got the hidden profession, Life Priestess. It must be powerful. Now I can definitely be worthy of Brother Song Fi. I wonder how is Brother Song Fi doing? Does he know the secret about the initial attribute points? Her face darkened with worry for a moment. It's okay, I have a hidden profession now. Plus, Jiang Wei is willing to guide me to level up. Qinfang, you can just live and die. I won't care about you anymore, she muttered under her breath. Looking up at the leaderboard, she examined the rankings. Leaderboard nickname, level. 1st, Dark Shadow, level 6. 2nd, Grey Rose, level 5. 3rd, Bala Lane, level 5. Wow, the top player is already level 6? Her expression twisted in disbelief. Jiang Wei was only level 3, yet here was Dark Shadow, boasting a level far beyond him. This Dark Shadow, he really is the big shot. If I can stick close to him, I'll level up faster than Jiang Wei. But, where can I find him? Meanwhile, Wang Mangsted's group was growing anxious. Damn it, we can set contact Su and Yao, one of them complained. Wang Mang scratched his head. We don't have much time. Does anyone have ideas? A young man sighed. Without a nanny we can hunt monsters properly. Another suggested, we stare not big shots like Dark Shadow. I suggest we find another helper and then reform the team. At that moment, Xiao Yu approached from behind, greeting them with a friendly smile. Hello everyone, do you need help? I'm a hidden profession, Life Priestess, she offered. Elsewhere, Qinfang and Jin Li stood atop a cliff, observing the scene below. Qinfang Sip's gaze was sharp as he spoke quietly. It really is the gold ghost ship. Turning into an aura, he instructed Jin Li, you wait here, hide well and be careful. I'll go deal with the boss. Okay, big shot. Be careful, Jin Li replied. Qinfang descended, but before long, the system notified him. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has become a turbulent zone. Lifespan consumption is multiplied by 100. Qinfang frowned slightly. Time rate multiplied by 100, 15 minutes. Here consumes 1 day of lifespan. Still manageable for a temporary area. He focused on the target. Level 5 gold ghost ship. Quality special gold. Remaining existence, 45 minutes, 25 seconds. He exhaled in relief. Enough time to kill it. Qinfang's attack began. Instant shadow slash, blue sword strikes appeared in rapid succession, slicing through the boss's health. 549, 549. Rushing forward, he launched Poison Dart Extreme at the ghostly bell on the bow, the ship Sip's weak point. 621. Observing carefully, he considered the challenges ahead. Many players do not know the real weak point. It is the ghost bell, not the skeleton or hall. Attacking the weak point triggers control over the surrounding water, sending deadly water columns at high speed. Only agile warriors with silver-grade equipment could survive. After the area attack, the boss summons 12 rotten water ghosts, each as strong as a silver-grade boss. Every 3 minutes, additional heavenly rotten water ghosts appear, threatening a total team wipe. Qinfeng, remaining in stealth, analyzed his angle and prepared for a decisive strike. Instant Shadow 123, 1052, 1201, 1033. The 12 water ghosts were eliminated in one swift move. Jin Li, observing from above, could only gape. This is the big shot. Dark Shadow, too strong, coming and going unpredictably. The boss has already lost a third of its health. Amid the chaos, Qinfeng muttered something incomprehensible. Little hey, I am going to die later. Jin Li, flustered, asked, What? Why? Big shot, you have the upper hand. Qinfeng replied vaguely, Isn't said it you who is Little Hay? Jin Li panicked. Big shot, my name is Hebulin Disi. It sounds like a dog sip's name. Qinfeng smirked. Got it, Little Hay. The sound of footsteps suddenly came to a halt. At the edge of the cliff, the leader of the group cursed under his breath. Damn it, how careless of me. I Sep slain dragons and conquered the city of Shabahi countless times. Yet now, I Sep being outsmarted by a mere brat Sip's tricks. Just then, one of his followers came running, panting heavily. Boss, I found that girl. She Sep standing right at the cliff ahead. That brat Dark Shadow is fighting the boss alone below. The leader Sip's eyes narrowed in anger. This time I still call in every one of my brothers. I refuse to believe that I can kill him. Down below, Qinfeng was still lost in his train of thought. The fourth form, he muttered, rushing forward as streams of black mist coiled around his body. This one Sip's the most dangerous. On the ghost ship, the boss lifted its transmission rod high. The ship's health had dropped to half. Suddenly, it emitted a soul wave that spread across an enormous area, its shockwave freezing anything within range for 5 whole seconds. I can't dodge this one, Jin Li gasped, her face turning pale as she covered her mouth in horror. In the next instant, Shen Fang was caught by the wave. His body froze, and his thoughts were cut off completely. Then he was swallowed whole. A system message flashed before him. You have died. You have lost 326 years of non-transferable strong life. You have lost 1,087 days of transferable lifespan. On the cliff, the group burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, so this idiot was supposed to be a big shot? He really thought he could solo a gold tier boss? What a joke. Eagerly, they rushed down toward the ghost ship. Wow, look at that. The Dark Shadow dropped such a huge lifespan orb. That Sips at least a few hundred days Sips worth. Let Sips grab it, brothers. The boss only has half its health left. Finish it off, and we still take all the loot. They laughed greedily. This dead rich fool got what he deserved. Today, I shall be the dog that bites the tycoon. But as they charged in, everything went wrong. In a blink, they were hurled back to their starting point. Damn it, the leader yelled. Why is this boss so strong? How did that Dark Shadow even bring it down to half health? Is he possessed or something? Another player shouted in frustration. That's ridiculous. The moment we enter the swamp, the boss sends a huge water column that knocks us all away. There are small monsters everywhere. How are we supposed to fight like this? The leader gritted his teeth. Our losses are too heavy, but no, go back again. I refuse to believe we can take it down. Meanwhile, Shen Fang had just revived. He called out to Jin Li from afar. I set him back, Lil. Why are there so many lifespan orbs here? Jin Li pointed excitedly. Big shot, you came back so fast. A group of people just rushed in shouting like maniacs, but the boss Sip's water attack swept them all away in seconds. Qin Fang smirked to himself. So that Sip's what happened. They really don't know their limits. He recalled how, in his previous life, he too had suffered greatly at the hands of this same gold ghost ship. This time, however, he observed calmly from a distance, analyzing every move. The ghost ship only uses that body freezing skill once, he thought. As long as I bring its health below half, it becomes much easier to handle. The tricky part is that once it hit below that threshold, it may teleport away and reappear far off, making it hard to finish off completely. Even with this knowledge, a trace of worry lingered. Still, he raised his poison dart and aimed carefully at the bell hanging from the ship's mast. The dart struck true. The boss instantly roared in fury, locking its gaze on Shen Fang before unleashing another deadly skill. But this time, Shen Fang was ready. He ducked low, dodging the attack in one fluid motion, then surged forward with incredible speed. I've already learned the pattern of your movements, he said coldly. Instant shadow slash. High above, the group had returned to the cliff, watching the battle unfold. Boss, look, that guy really is fighting the boss alone, one of them exclaimed. The leader Sip's eyes glinted with greed. Good, we still wait for the right moment, then kill them all and take everything. On the other side, Jin Li spotted the group and scowled. Those idiots again, they Sipped are just here to ruin everything. The big shot is about to kill the boss. I once did let them steal the credit. With determination, she gripped her magic scepter tightly and chanted. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking the group directly. A stunned silence followed. What the hell? Who hit us? One of them shouted. It's that mage over there, another pointed out. The leader Sep's fury exploded. You damn little girl, you dare attack me. Kill her. Jin Li's body trembled as fear overtook her. Ah! Help! She screamed, turning to flee while the furious group chased after her. Stop! I'll kill you myself, the leader roared. From behind a nearby tree, two mysterious figures watched the chaos unfold in silence. Down below, the battle neared its end. Shen Fang. breathing heavily, whispered, "Finally, it sets almost over. This gold ghost ship may only be level 5, but soloing it is still no easy task. My damage output is too low. It took too long and drew too much attention." As he looked up, he noticed movement. A group was gathering at the cliff again, while another lingered near the swamp sip's edge. He narrowed his eyes, so they steer waiting for me to finish off the boss, planning to swoop in and steal my loot. Just then, the boss let out one last ghastly wail before sinking beneath the black waters. The system message echoed in his ears. "You have killed the gold-grade ghost ship. You have received 4,800 experience points." The system's notification echoed across the battlefield. "Congratulations on leveling up to level 8. You have received 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan." Shen Fang watched the notifications fade away, a faint chill settling in his heart. He muttered coldly, "Too bad, Shadowmel. You calculated wrong." Another notification appeared, this time broadcast to the entire server. Player said, "Dark Shadow Sit from Seashell Town is the first in the entire server to slay a gold-grade boss. Reward 3 reputation points." The moment that message appeared, chaos erupted in every starting town. "What? A gold boss first kill?" Someone shouted. "Who the hell is Dark Shadow? That sip's insane." "Seashell Town? Which country's territory is that?" another asked. A player laughed in disbelief. "If the first gold boss kill came from Seashell Town, then the player must be from our great Han nation. He sets probably some elite powerhouse." Wang Mang, who had previously reported Dark Shadow Sip's progress, stared in shock. "I just reported that he managed to solo a bronze-grade boss. How long has it even been? And now he Sips killed a gold boss. The difference between people is terrifying." Nearby, Xiao silently clenched her fists, thinking to herself, "This Dark Shadow is incredible. If he carried me through the game, I could meet Brother Songfi in no time." Meanwhile, where the gold ghost ship had fallen, dozens of brilliant gems glittered across the ground. Hidden behind a tree, a man chuckled to himself. "Ha ha ha, that boss dropped a mountain of loot. And look, he Sips not even picking it up. He must be wary of us." He turned to his team. "Aguang, use your skill. Drag him out. The boss Sit's loot belongs to us." "Yes, boss." Aguang drew his bow, the string creaking as he aimed directly at Shen Fang's position. The arrow shimmered with ethereal light before transforming into a spirit bird that took flight. "Soul Eagle Perception," he shouted. The eagle soared forward, searching the swamp below, but before it could locate its target, Shen Fang sensed the aura closing in. "So it's that hunter again," he muttered, activating his stealth. "I didn't expect him to have learned anti-stealth so quickly. No wonder he's confident enough to ambush me. Unfortunately for him, my darkness profession grants an extra level of stealth. His level 1 detection won't see through it." Moments later, Aguang frowned. "Boss, there sits no one there. I think he ran off after spotting us." The leader scoffed. Good. At least he knows what Sep's best for him. Everyone move in and secure the loot. Don't Sep get careless. Stay alert. The loot will unlock in 5 minutes. Then it's Sep's ours." But just as they advanced, a dark mist began to spread around them. From within the haze, graceful sword slashes flashed like lightning, clean, precise, and deadly. One by one, the players dropped without even realizing what had hit them. When the last body fell, Shen Fang appeared silently behind them, his blade still glowing faintly. He exhaled slowly. "Himph. Now it sits quiet again." He looked around. "Wait. Where did that girl Little Hay run off to? Forget it. I shall find her later." He then began collecting all the gems scattered across the ground. The evolution points he had gained from the boss were enough to enhance one of his core skills. "Evolve Greedy Hand first," he muttered. "Then I still loot the rest." The system chimed again. "See, Greedy Handstead has evolved. Skill upgraded to Diamond Epic Assassin class. Effect 220%, 300% chance of obtaining an additional loot item. Additional item guaranteed to increase in quality by 1 grade." Shen Fang Sip's eyes gleamed with excitement. "A 100% quality increase? That Sip's broken. If I stack all my life orbs at once, I can make them explode with rewards." He activated the skill, and the system instantly flooded with messages. "You have received 7 evolution points. You have received 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. You have gained 216 days of transferable lifespan. You have received a special drop item, Ghost Fire Bell. You have received a special drop item, Ghost Fire Bell." Shen Fang glanced at his inventory and froze for a moment. 2 Ghost Fire Bells at once. He examined their attributes. Ghost Fire Bell, special item. Passive, Soul Absorption. Killing monsters increases lifespan drops by 20%. When 2 bells are equipped, effects are doubled. Active, Soul Shock. Shakes enemies within 100 meters, immobilizing them for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 521 seconds. A grin crept onto his face. "This is perfect. It doesn't set even occupy an equipment slot. 2 bells in 1 bag slot, too convenient." Just then, a distant cry pierced the swamp. Big shot, save me." It was Jin Li Sep's voice. Shen Fang's cyst expression shifted. "Little Hay?" He turned sharply, scanning the area. "Little Hay, where are you?" Her panicked voice came again, trembling and desperate. "Dawn Set, come near me. Dawn Set, ah." He looked toward the cliffside, where her voice echoed. The group that had survived earlier had cornered Jin Li there. The leader sneered. "Still resisting, huh? Yusef got nowhere to run. Be good and follow us. We still make sure you enjoy it." Jin Li turned back, glaring at them defiantly. The cliff behind her dropped into misty darkness. She smiled bitterly. "You want me? Fine, come and get me." Without hesitation, she stepped back and jumped. Rain blurred her figure as she fell. The sound of her body hitting the ground below was sharp and final. The leader froze, stunned. She actually jumped. He sighed, shaking his head. This girl Sep's got a fierce temper. Moments later, Shen Fang received a message. Big shot. Jin Li Sip's voice came weakly. You don't have to save me anymore. I already died and respawned in the town. Oh, that hurt so much. Luckily, all of our team Sip's transferable lifespan is stored on Captain Wang Mang Sip's body. Hearing that, Shen Fang finally relaxed. Good. Stay in the town for now. I'll bring you something when I return. Jin Li Sep's tone brightened instantly. Yes, thank you, Big Shot. Shen Fang allowed himself a small smile before glancing at the stormy horizon. This world is only going to get tougher, he murmured, but so will I. After the long and grueling battle, Shen Fang, known to others as Dark Shadow, finally returned to Seashell Town. His steps were light, his expression calm, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. Phew, this time the harvest is huge, he murmured, pulling up his system interface. Transferable lifespan, 3,115 days, and 21 additional evolution points. He paused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Alright then, let's continue evolving Greedy Hand. The system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Greedy Hand has reached epic level. To continue evolving, 10 times the usual evolution points are required. Do you wish to spend 210 evolution points to proceed? Shen Fang stared at the message for a while, frowning slightly. 210 points? That sip's not easy. The higher the level, the heavier the cost. Forget it, strength first. He closed the window and refocused. Let's increase my damage skills. The higher the output, the faster the boss dies, and the better the loot. He channeled his points, and the system began to ring repeatedly. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points. Remaining 13. Senstant Shadow Sip upgraded to Platinum tier. Emerald Diamond Rush Cyst unlocked. The new skill data scrolled before his eyes. Rush in a straight line covering a range of 21 to 27 meters. Enter stealth for up to 9 seconds. Strike all enemies along the path with 5 to 7 consecutive slashes. Cooldown, around 10 seconds. Each slash inflicts 200 to 300 damage points. Slash width up to 4 meters. He smiled slightly. Now that Sip's power. The system continued to chime. You have consumed 2, 3, and 5 evolution points. Remaining 3. New passive unlocked. Back attack enhancement. Bronze, silver, gold. Increases backstab damage by 15 to 30%. A golden glow surged around him, and Shen Fang's body radiated energy. He flexed his fingers, satisfied. Perfect. After 2 evolutions, instant shadow slash has nearly doubled in strength. Even without stealth, one strike hits 3,000 damage, and if I combine stealth with a back attack, 6 to 7,000 per burst. The rain outside still poured heavily as he walked through the streets, lost in thought. Gold-grade bosses usually drop 2 to 4 pieces of silver gear, sometimes 1 piece of gold if lucky. But thanks to Greedy Hand, I got 11 pieces of gold equipment, and a platinum skill scroll. Not bad at all. He smirked. And 3 of them are perfect for my assassin build. Then he summoned his newest weapon, Ghost Ship Twin Blades, Platinum tier assassin gear. He inspected its stats. Attack plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, armor penetration plus 17%, required level 5. Unique effect, each normal attack strikes twice. He twirled the blades experimentally, their silver edges gleaming under the lantern light. The effect isn't set extreme, but the base power is insane. With agility and speed boosts like these, my casting time shortens and attack recovery improves. Even the armor penetration sets top tier. One by one, his equipment upgraded automatically. Ghostfire leather armor gold tier, physical defense, plus 25, fire resistance plus 50, damage block plus 14, HP plus 419, required level 5. Shen Fang chuckled. I never invested in constitution when leveling. My health step's barely 350, yet this armor alone gives me 419 extra HP. At this point, most players can even scratch my defense. He toggled his appearance settings, making his armor vanish beneath his black assassin attire. Good. Keep my defensive gear hidden. Let them underestimate me. No one can tell my strength just by looking, unless they check the detailed game info. The final item shimmered in his hand, a skill scroll. Gold tier assassin skill, Shadow Blur, passive plus 15% evasion rate. Successful evasion nullifies all incoming damage. He blinked in surprise. Finally, a proper survival skill for assassins. Though in the original game, this was useless. Evasion was nearly impossible to stack. Raising it meant sacrificing other stats. A risky trade-off. But then, his lips curved into a confident smile. I'm different. I can evolve infinitely. I still raise my evasion without sacrificing anything else. A perfect win-win. He absorbed the scroll, feeling his power surge again. The air around him pulsed faintly as raindrops hissed against the heat of his aura. Alright, he muttered. Time to head back. I sell the warrior priest and archer gear to Wang Mang. 10% discount should do. Even if they sep or broke, he can owe me. His expression softened. And I owe this progress to Little Hay. Without her luck, I wouldn't have found that level 5 gold ghost ship. She really is my lucky koi. But just as he passed beneath a large oak tree, familiar figures appeared in the rain. A group of players, mud-splattered, faces pale, stood frozen. Shen Fang Sip's eyes narrowed. Oh, that group again. Their leader Seth's face turned ghostly white. It's Dark Shadow. Run, quick, someone screamed. Shenfang smirked faintly as the rain intensified. Too late. Qinfang moved like a dark wind, his blades gleaming coldly in the rain. Don't block me, you idiots, he barked, charging forward. The terrified group scattered in chaos, like ants whose nest had been kicked apart. Ah, Donstedt, leave me behind. Damn it, Donstedt, come here, save me. Their screams echoed, but Qinfang only sneered, his voice low and sharp. Within moments, one by one, they fell beneath his slashes. The leader tried to flee, stumbling and desperate, but Qinfang appeared before him in an instant. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Spare me, big brother. Big shot. Father, don't kill me, he begged, trembling. Qinfang Sip's eyes were cold. He leaned close and said each word slowly. When you hurt others, did you ever think about your own outcome? Before the man could respond, Qinfang's blade ended him. A system notification rang out. You have killed too many players. Status, level 1 slaughterer. Upon death, 75% of current lifespan will be lost. Qinfang remained calm. It's Sep's fine. I have the ghost fire bell. Even if I die, I 1 set lose lifespan. Not long after, he returned to town. His arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. It's Set's dark shadow, someone shouted. Damn it, he sits back. Wait, why doesn't he have any good equipment? Another asked. Laughter erupted. Haha, I told you, he must have exploited a bug to solo that gold boss. Bet he didn't get any real loot. But before the mockery could spread further, one man stepped forward. Please wait, big brother Dark Shadow. It was Shan Xiao holding a book in his hands. It was our fault earlier. This is the assassin skill book we purchased with our lifespan. Please accept it and forget what happened. The system chimed again. Ordinary Bombard, assassin skill, single attack causes plus 20 damage and stuns the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown 22 seconds. Qinfang's eyes lit up. A control skill, he murmured, taking the book before leaving without another word. The men behind glared after him. We were killed, and now we had to give him a skill book? This is humiliating. Yeah, since when did we have to bow our heads like this? Shan Xiao raised his hand to silence them. His expression darkened. You fools don't get it. This Dark Shadow is leveling up far too quickly. That means he has a secret. If we find him in real life and lock him up, we can make him gather lifespan for us. The others exchanged looks, then quickly flattered him. As expected of young Master Shan, brilliant plan. He smirked. Later, have the family send a woman, make her get close to him. From his voice, he sits clearly not from the gaming circle, probably just some poor guy. Send a professional beauty. I don't believe he once fall for it. Meanwhile, Qinfang had already reached Jin Lek. Come here, little He, he called. Time to trade. I have something for you. Jin Lek ran over, eyes sparkling. Wow, thank you, big shot. But my name Sip's not little He, it Sip's DYZ Jinli. She lifted her staff, excitement overflowing. Ah, this is incredible. My damage has increased several times, and my mana recovery has doubled. Big shot. I really appreciate it. Qinfang smiled faintly. No need to thank me, just keeping my promise. Now hand me the space ring. Oh right. Jinli hurriedly returned it, then hesitated, cheeks turning red. By the way, big shot, when I was running through the forest, I found a cave. It looks like the entrance to a ruin. Are you interested? Qinfang's eyes narrowed. A ruin, he thought quickly. First the gold ghost ship, now this. Making friends with this girl wasn't a bad move after all. If he hadn't given her those gold items, she might never have shared this secret. He muttered under his breath, sincerity brings opportunity. With the space ring now holding 27 slots, his storage was finally complete. Jinli nodded, but the captains went to pick up a new priest. They won't be back soon. Here, I've marked the ruin's entrance on the map. Behind a bush there's a stone. I moved it and hid inside, but before I could go far, I heard ghosts screaming. I got scared and ran. That's when those guys caught me. Qinfang Sep's expression sharpened. I see. I sell check the ruins now. When I return, I sell trade with Wang Mang Sep's group. Before Jinli could reply, he vanished, transforming into a streak of black wind. Big shot, she whispered, watching him disappear. As he flew through the rain, Qinfang's mind raced. I was planning to train until level 10, but this ruin changes everything. The ruins near beginner towns come in 3 types: grave holes, cursed ruins, and shrines of faith. No matter which one it is, even the weakest monsters are bronze or silver tier. That means piles of lifespan and evolution points waiting for me. A faint smirk curved his lips. The hunt was far from over. In the dark, dense forest, a hidden door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase descending into the underground. Qinfang carefully stepped down each stair, his eyes adjusting to the dim light as he muttered to himself. In the beginner towns, there are mainly 3 types of ruins: grave holes, cursed ruins, and belief shrines. He moved deeper into the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. Grave holes are nothing special, he whispered. They sit filled with hordes of monsters and clearing them is extremely difficult. But at the end, there sits usually a gold-grade boss waiting. Under the faint flicker of the torches, Qinfang's tone grew quieter. The monsters in cursed ruins, they were once humans, cursed by ancient or evil gods. Some went mad, some turned into twisted ghosts after death. And as for belief shrines, they're home to devout followers of those same gods. The maps there are intricate, full of traps and secrets. Soon he stopped before an ancient stone doorway engraved with strange runes. He studied it closely, murmuring, if you clear this kind of shrine, you can obtain rare items, sometimes even skill books. His eyes drifted to the carvings on the walls, tracing the worn patterns. Wait, these drawings, they look familiar. His expression stiffened. This is the belief shrine of the ancient god of judgment. As distant screams echoed through the passage, Qinfeng pressed forward. So its origin is connected to the Eye of Judgment on my body, he realized grimly. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the same dungeon, thick fog rolled through another corridor. Wang Mang stood at the front, his shield raised high against a blast of force. Above them, a monstrous climber swooped down, slamming its claws into the ground. The impact sent Wang Mang flying backward. Heal, buff health, buff health. Someone shouted frantically. Xiao Yu stood frozen at the rear, panic flickering across her face. What should I do? She stammered. The climber attacked again, its shriek echoing through the hall. Damn it, it's coming again. Use your skills. Another voice yelled, but Xiao Yu dropped her scepter and crouched down, covering her head. I'm scared, she cried. Outside, the heavy rain poured endlessly, turning the world gray. When the battle was finally over, Wang Mang's team returned to camp with grim expressions. Seeing them, Jin Li waved cheerfully. Captain, why are you back so soon? Shadow Big Brother hasn't returned yet. Didn't you go to buy equipment? A teammate slammed his fist against the ground in frustration. We lost because of her. I've never met anyone so useless. She doesn't know how to dodge or use her skills, he shouted, glaring at Xiao Yu. Jin Li quickly stepped forward to defend her. Hey, don't set be so harsh. She sets new. Everyone dies once or twice when they steps starting out. But the angry player refused to calm down. Dies didn't die once. She died 3 times in less than an hour, he barked. Jin Li blinked, then grinned. Then let me join you next time. I got 2 rare drops from a top player. With me around you definitely one set die again. Wang Mang finally sighed. Alright, enough arguing. Diz Sep's suggestion isn't set bad. With her help, things might go smoother this time. And who knows, maybe we still even run into the dark big shot. At the back, Xiao Yu lowered her head. Sorry, I'll try harder next time, she mumbled. But deep down, resentment simmered in her heart. Weaklings, blaming me for everything. If it weren't for that so-called dark big shot, I wouldn't even be stuck with you fools. Back inside the shrine, Qinfeng quietly stepped through a half-broken doorway. Screams echoed through the pitch-black chamber. 2 corpses lay in the center of the hall, their mouths moving endlessly as if still alive. A system prompt flashed before his eyes. Ancient God's Devout Believer, the Judged One, level 10, silver quality. Qinfeng frowned. He unsheathed his weapon and unleashed Shadow Slash. The dark blade carved through the air, and he vanished into stealth, circling behind his enemies. Even with a sneak attack, I only managed to cut half their health. As expected of level 10 silver bosses, his eyes narrowed. Their combined vitality is even greater than that of the Gold Ghost ship boss. Suddenly, the believers turned and knelt toward him. Qinfeng froze. They sit her kneeling, but I stepped still in stealth. Could it be they sensed the divine artifact? The Eye of Judgment on me. He stepped closer. Do you understand me? Lead me. The believers didn't respond. Their cracked voices only made guttural sounds. Qinfeng Sith's gaze hardened. Their minds are gone. They Seth been completely eroded. Now they Seth are nothing but beasts that drain human life. Without warning, the believers' eyes flared open. They lunged at him with shrill screams. Grah. Their twisted forms rushed forward like mad beasts, filling the hall with chaos. From afar, a voice shouted, "Careful, monsters incoming." Panic spread. They scepter 2 silver bosses. We couldn't set handle one, now there steps another. Run, run. The team scattered in fear as the shadow of despair loomed over them, and the girl with the covered face slowly vanished into the darkness. Qinfeng silently watched as the girl's body dissolved into nothingness, her figure fading completely into the darkness. His expression remained calm, but his mind stirred. So that group must have been the same team as the girl who bought the cursed scroll from me. Her name was Grey Rose, wasn't it? He exhaled softly, amused. I didn't expect them to reach this ruin too, but with the current gear level of most players, none of them could possibly make it deep inside. Bending down, Qinfeng picked up 3 glowing light orbs that shimmered faintly in his palm. A small grin appeared on his face. Haha, over 100 days worth of transferable lifespan. That girl really was a little rich woman. The empty hall echoed with the faint hum of the lingering energy as Qinfeng searched the surroundings once more. Tease, he muttered, disappointed. Nothing else here? Just 2 small platinum bosses? Still, disappointment quickly turned to focus. Oh well, he said, summoning his blade. Let's Sets finish this. He attacked the 2 kneeling believers in front of him. The system panel flashed before his eyes. You have killed Ancient God's Devout Believer, the Judged One platinum level. Experience gained 4,000. Level up, level 9 achieved. Evolution points gained 4. Transferable lifespan obtained, 188 days. Satisfied, Qinfeng raised his hand and activated his ability, Greedy Hand. A dark aura surged outward, pulling the loot toward him. He couldn't help but smirk. The epic grade Greedy Hand skill is too powerful. 32 evolution points, 154 days of transferable lifespan, 4 gold grade items, and over 10 silver grade ones. As he sifted through the loot, one item caught his attention, a gleaming gold accessory. Item information. Name Believer Sits Chain. Type Gold Accessory Assassin System. Stats, Agility plus 15, Cooldown Speed plus 20%. Requirement, Level 8. Unique effect, summon a platinum level believer to fight by your side. Cooldown 600 seconds. Qinfeng turned the chain over in his hand, admiring its craftsmanship. Not bad at all, he muttered. With this my cooldown times dropped drastically. Shadow Slash from 22.6 seconds to 19.2. Poison Dart from 4.39 to 3.75. Shadow Strike from 10.45 to 8.85. Hunting will become much faster now. He glanced through the rest of the equipment. The rest require level 8 or higher. No one else can use them yet. I store and sell them later. Suddenly, a strange rumbling echoed from behind him. Qinfeng turned sharply, alert. Before his eyes, a small stone pillar slowly rose from the ground, trembling as it locked into place. He narrowed his gaze. As I suspected, to activate the mechanism, every monster in the area had to be eliminated. He approached the pillar, carefully inspecting its carvings. Then noticing faint symbols near the base, he pressed his hand against them. Click. The stone beneath his feet shifted. A faint magic circle illuminated, and Qinfeng steadied his balance. The pillar began to sink slowly, revealing itself to be an ancient elevator. As the stone platform descended, Qinfeng watched the walls slide past in silence. When it finally stopped, he exhaled. Finally arrived. Feels like I went down at least 300 or 400 meters. Before him stretched a massive underground labyrinth, a maze of twisting tunnels and strange symbols carved into the walls. He studied the scene carefully. So there really was a hidden maze under the shrine. There's always a chance for one to appear inside ruins, but it's rare. In my previous life, I explored quite a few of these. His brow furrowed. The maze will be full of traps and mechanisms. As long as someone else takes the lead, it's manageable. But alone, with my current stats, triggering a trap would be fatal. Qinfeng's grip on his chain tightened. Once I activate a mechanism, I'll almost certainly die, he muttered. Then he glanced at the golden chain hanging in his hand, the Believer Sep's chain. Thankfully, I just picked up this item. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and chanted softly. A burst of dark light erupted from the chain, and moments later, a platinum-level believer appeared, silent and obedient. Go, Qinfeng ordered. Explore the road ahead. The believer staggered forward, its footsteps echoing down the corridor. Qinfeng folded his arms, watching carefully. Having a minion scout ahead really makes things easier, but I can't be careless. Better to evolve my evasion skill first. The system window appeared once more. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 + 5 evolution points, 24 remaining. Skill evolved, Ghost Shadow Blur, Gold's Epic. Passive effect, increases evasion by 15%, 75%, when triggered. Evasion nullifies all damage. Then another prompt. You have consumed 13 evolution points, 11 remaining. Skill evolved, Instant Shadow Slash, Diamond Epic. Effect dash in one direction. Range 27, 30 meters, enter stealth for 9-12 seconds, perform 7-9 slashes along the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width, Vierter Januar, 5 meters. Each slash deals 300-500 damage. Qinfeng nodded thoughtfully. 75% evasion, that's already high enough. The remaining points will be perfect for pushing Instant Shadow Slash to the epic level. With his new skills ready, he smirked faintly. The maze ahead might be deadly, but now, he was more prepared than ever. Qinfeng's voice was calm but thoughtful as he analyzed the system in a low tone. From epic to legendary, the evolution cost increases tenfold. The higher the base quality of a skill, the fewer points it takes overall. So if I start with an epic level skill, I can reach the legendary, mythical, even ancient or immortal tiers much faster. He paused, running quick calculations in his mind. For example, an epic skill only needs 1 basic point for the first evolution, but since the target tier is legendary, that single point multiplies by 10. 1 times 10 equals 10 points. His gaze drifted toward the summoned believer ahead of him. That means if I can obtain enough epic grade skills, my path to the top will be far easier. His tone deepened, but if a skill starts from common, it requires 7 evolutions just to reach epic. Multiplying that by 10 later would demand hundreds of points. Still, this method allows me to reach epic level faster and with fewer resources, which means, in the future, every skill I possess will be at least epic. Golden light began to gather in his palm. Qinfeng murmured to himself, I still have 11 evolution points left. That step's enough to enhance my initial skill, Shadow Meld. The system interface shimmered before him. You have consumed 3 + 5 evolution points. Remaining points, 3. Skill, Shadow Meld Silver Gold. Effect enter stealth for 16 to 24 seconds. Normal attacks after breaking stealth deal plus 90% to plus 150% damage. Cooldown 22 seconds. He hesitated for a moment, calculating silently. With a 35% cooldown reduction, the cooldown drops to around 16.3 seconds. Still a bit long, and the post-stealth damage isn't set very high. I still definitely have to replace this skill in the future. Just then, a loud rumble shook the ground beneath his feet. His summoned believer had stepped on a hidden mechanism. The floor cracked, and a massive boulder came crashing down from above. Qinfeng immediately retreated several steps, watching as his believer was crushed beneath the weight. The summon is gone, he muttered. I shall wait for the cooldown and call another. This maze is tricky, full of danger. I shall just have to proceed carefully. Hopefully there steps something worthwhile deeper inside. Meanwhile, above the shrine, silence blanketed the ruined hall. The faint light filtering through cracks in the ceiling illuminated the cold stone floor. A scout peeked cautiously through the crevice of a heavy door. After a moment he whispered, Captain, confirmed. The 2 monsters they sept disappeared. What? Gasped a female mage, gripping her staff tightly. Even the lifespan is gone? Someone must have killed them and taken the loot. Another member quickly added, whoever can take down 2 platinum level bosses that fast. It can only be the Dark Big Shot. The woman frowned deeply. So he set's been here too. That means the dropped lifespan went to him. She snorted softly. Well, at least we didn't set have to die again. But her expression shifted, recalling something. When I arrived earlier, I thought I saw a figure talking to the monsters. That must have been Dark Shadow. Could it be? He has a skill that lets him charm bosses. His strength is terrifying. Back in the depths of the maze, Qinfeng Sit's newly summoned believer was suddenly struck by a poisoned arrow and collapsed. Standing before a massive iron gate, Qinfeng exhaled. I've been exploring for 3 hours. This must be the end point of the maze. He remembered his past life, the endless runs through similar ruins. To reach this far back then, players had to die dozens, even hundreds of times. He raised his hand once more, summoning his platinum believer. The entity appeared again, pale and obedient. Go. Open the door, Qinfeng commanded. The believer staggered forward and slammed its body against the stone gate. It groaned, pushing with all its might, but the door wouldn't budge. Qinfeng frowned. Strange, locked. He stepped forward, pressing his palm against the cold surface. Rumble. The massive door creaked open, sending a cloud of ancient dust into the air. A chilling gust swept through the corridor. The believer entered first. Qinfeng followed cautiously, his hand near his weapon, eyes sharp. At the center of the dim chamber stood a large treasure chest, covered entirely in jagged thorns. Qinfeng's curiosity flickered. A chest covered in thorns, is it sealed? His eyes moved to a faint figure beside it, an unconscious girl, an NPC. He examined her carefully, but found nothing in her system description. This is the first time I've encountered such a mysterious NPC. Before he could think further, the girl's lips moved. She murmured an incantation in an ancient tongue. Golden light swirled around her body, and then she vanished. What? Disappeared? Qinfeng whispered, eyes narrowing. As the last shimmer faded, the thorns binding the chest began to wither and crumble away. One by one, they dissolved into the air, leaving the golden chest untouched. Qinfeng looked at it with a deep, cautious gaze. I can see her data, but she must be connected to the Eye of Judgment. He turned toward the chest, his expression sharp. A golden treasure chest, definitely hiding an epic-grade item, but he crouched slightly, readying himself. It could also be a mimic or a trap. He pointed toward his believer. Open it. The believer trembled but obeyed, slowly lifting the lid. Flash. A brilliant golden light filled the room. Qinfeng squinted, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the object within. His voice trembled. This is... Hovering in the golden glow was a skill book, radiating immense power. Assassin's Divine Skill, Hidden Death Release, Epic Level. Passive effect, weak point damage, plus 100%. Weak point multiplier doubled. For a brief moment, even Qinfeng, the calm calculating hunter, was struck silent. He could feel it in his bones. This wasn't just another drop, this was a turning point. The skill book shone with a faint golden light as Qinfeng's eyes scanned its contents. Cutthroat, he muttered softly. It was an active skill that caused the next attack to inflict continuous bleeding, dealing 100% of that attack's damage every second, for 3 seconds. The cooldown time was 60 seconds. After reading the description carefully, Qinfeng frowned slightly. The passive effect expands the monster SIP's weakness range by double, he analyzed, and the active skill, Cutthroat, that SIP's even more terrifying. He continued, calculating in his mind. If my next attack deals 300 damage, activating this skill will cause the enemy to take an additional 300 damage every second, for 3 seconds. That SEPs a total of 1200 damage, 3 times more than usual. A glint of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Even multiple strikes like Shadow Slash count as one attack for Cutthroat's effect, he realized. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Moreover, it's an epic level skill. I only need 10 evolution points to raise it to the legend level. This harvest is truly incredible. My burst potential has increased several times over. After packing up the loot, Qinfeng prepared to leave. It SEPs all thanks to Little Hai, he murmured. I still have to sell the remaining items to their team. Time to head back. He quickly contacted Jin Li. Little Hai, tell Wang Mang to return to the small town. I still sell him the items. Her reply came instantly. Big shot, have you finished exploring the ruins? Then we still head back right away. Moments later, the scene shifted, and Qinfeng appeared back in the bustling town square. Almost instantly, a crowd surrounded him. It's SEP's Dark Shadow, someone shouted. The crowd pushed closer, cheering and shouting his name. Dark Shadow, Mr. Dark Shadow, can we be friends? Big shot, are you looking for subordinates? I can cheer you on. I stem the chairman of Yanding Group in Xi'an High City, please join our company. Big shot, we came from Yinghua Town, my sister is your biggest fan, she just wants to meet you. Big shot, take us with you, I'll even give you my wife. Another man shouted shamelessly. Qinfeng listened to their chaos for a moment, and immediately understood. So the teleportation gates of other towns have opened, that means I can finally go to Yanghua Town, where Xiong Fi is, he thought. Before anyone could react, his body flickered, and he vanished into thin air. Gone, he disappeared, the crowd gasped. Using stealth, Qinfeng quietly slipped away, leaving the noisy mob behind. The people soon began arguing among themselves. Damn it, it SEP's your fault he left. You stir one to talk. Who told you to introduce your ugly sister to the big shot? Their quarrel quickly turned into a shouting match, but Qinfeng was long gone. He arrived at Jin Li SEP's location. Little Hai, he called softly. She turned, spotting him instantly and signaling to Wang Mang. Captain, the big shot is here. But as Qinfeng's gaze swept across the group, his eyes froze. Standing beside Wang Mang was Zhao Yu. His expression turned curious. How did she end up in Wang Mang's team? He wondered. They might get into trouble because of her. Pushing the thought aside, he composed himself. I have to be more careful. Now that the whole world knows about Dark Shadow, I can set reveal my real identity. In reality, I still can set bring my in-game power with me, and if someone finds out, just one knife could end my life. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu glanced at Qinfeng from a distance, her heart racing. So this is the famous Dark Shadow. He sits far more powerful than I imagined, she thought. Compared to him, Wang Mang and the others are nothing but small fry. If he helps me level up, I could meet Brother Song Fi within days. Qinfeng turned to Wang Mang and handed over several glowing items. These equipment pieces should match your professions, he explained. This set of basic skills will also increase your combat strength. Altogether, they set are worth around 2,200 years of lifespan. Wang Mang's eyes widened in shock. So many? These are platinum and gold level items. I can afford them. Qinfeng smiled faintly. It's fine. Put it on credit. Wang Mang lowered his head, deeply grateful. Thank you. You helped us so much. I don't even know how to repay you. If you ever need anything, just say the word. We do our best to help. Soon after, the team began sharing the items among themselves. The soldier beside Wang Mang exclaimed in excitement. Oh my god, Dark Shadow Big Shot is too generous. I'm using gold equipment already. Another added. My damage tripled after equipping the new skills, and he even let us owe him. He truly trusts us. Just then, Wang Mang hesitated. Wait, why isn't there any equipment for the priest? Zhao Yusep's expression fell. Eh? She blinked in surprise, while another teammate snickered. Chech, so what if there isn't? She lucky enough to tag along for free. Feeling awkward, Xiao Yu approached Qinfeng. Hello Big Shot, I stemmed the priest in Wang Mang's team. May I ask, do you have any gear for me? Suddenly, a notification window appeared before her. C player Xiao Yu Nha wants to befriend you. She froze, startled, but before she could react, Qinfeng glanced at her once, and vanished once again. Where did he go? She whispered, confused. From behind Wang Mang's side. He probably didn't find any priest equipment this time. The soldier from Wang Mang's team sneered coldly. Humph, I'm sure he's just too lazy to answer her, he muttered. Jin Li standing nearby, giggled. The type of person like Dark Shadow, who appears like a dragon showing its head but never its tail, really is cool. Meanwhile, Qinfeng had already left. His thoughts ran quietly as he walked. In my inventory there's a gold scepter for a priest, and even a gold-level skill book, he sighed inwardly. But how could someone like Xiao Yu deserve such precious things? As he moved through the streets, he began to calculate carefully. As my level rises, I'll collect more and more unused equipment and skills. Selling them one by one wastes too much time. Wang Mang's backer is the government. They'll always need gear like this. I can't let Xiao Yu ruin that cooperation. A determined glint crossed his eyes. It seems I'll have to find a proper priest for Wang Mang's team, and then remove her. He took a deep breath. I have to find Xiao quickly, he murmured to himself. Qinfeng's mind drifted to his memories of his previous life. Jiyu Yi Shui, one of the managers of the Zansen Guild, she possessed the hidden priest profession, White Bird Divine Officer, a healer who could also boost buffs and even solo epic level bosses. She had been one of his most powerful teammates. In comparison, he thought bitterly, Xiao Yu is nothing but dead weight. Raising his hand, Qinfeng summoned the door of space. As it opened, another thought struck him. That Sip's right. If I remember correctly, Xiao Su is also in Yinghua Town, the same place as Song Fi. Perfect timing. A grin spread across his face. If I can meet Xiao Su, I'll add her to Wang Mang's team myself. Immediately after, the words moving to Yinghua Towns appeared before him. Without hesitation, Qinfeng stepped through the glowing portal. Yinghua Town. Dust swirled through the air as shouts echoed across the battlefield. Retreat quickly. That silver boss is even halfway dead, a male voice shouted, dying for nothing just to let someone else take the loot, useless. Another man chased after him, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that Song Fi dragged a bunch of girls and stole the boss from me. I swear, if I don't kill that pretty boy today, I won't be satisfied. His companion sneered. I really don't understand how one little celebrity can have so many brainless fans. Qinfeng quietly watched from a distance. So soon there's already talk about Song Fi, he murmured. He began moving silently along the rocky path. Before him stretched the Crying Tomb Valley, a level 5 zone filled with fire phantoms and shackled ghosts. From behind the cliffs, the sounds of battle echoed. Go on, you dare to hit me, go die, someone shouted. A fiery explosion lit up the sky. A fire phantom, its body wreathed in burning chains, clashed against a large group of players. Dodge, quickly dodge, voices cried out in panic. Qinfeng Sip's eyes narrowed. A two-headed fire phantom, a silver boss, but the battlefield looks chaotic. He scanned the scene, dozens of players fighting, spells exploding and blades flashing. Among the chaos, his gaze locked on a single figure. Song Fi, he whispered. Recognition flickered across his face. The opposing team shouted angrily, blood boiling. Song Fi, last time you sneak attacked me and stole my lifespan. Another roared, you think you stare safe hiding behind that mage girl? I've got a spell that restrains magic users, die. Before he could finish his sentence, a staff slammed down on his head. Don't even think about harming him, a girl from Song Fi's group shouted fiercely. The attacker stumbled back, dazed. Qinfeng watched from the side, silently digging through the memories of his past life. Song Fi, the reversal magic god, profession mage. In his previous life, Song Fi had lured countless female fans into choosing the mage profession. He collected all the best equipment and skills for himself, leveling up at a terrifying pace. But that team of mages was unstable. His so-called fans had divided their stat points in strange ways. Some went all in on spirit, becoming fragile glass cannon mages. Others focused on agility, turning into swift harassers. A few poured everything into physique, creating so-called tank mages. Qinfeng even remembered the oddest ones, those who added all their points to strength, turning into combat mages who physically beat enemies with their staffs. Back then, Song Fi's team was unstoppable. They stole lifespan from everyone they met, crushing all opposition. But as time passed, those same female fans began to fall, one after another. When that happened, Song Fi had turned it into a performance. "Girls, you've all worked so hard," he said in a sorrowful tone. "It breaks my heart to see you suffer. I just want peace, a world without violence." The girls, moved by his act, shouted in unison, "Brother Fi, you steer the one who works hardest. Sisters, let's kill this monster for him. Don't let anything hurt our brother Fi." Together, they destroyed the fire phantom, cheering, "Arrogant monster, Song Fi becomes king." Their voices echoed through the valley, shouting their devotion. From the beginning to the end, only for Song Fi, "Brother, fly slowly, we said'll always be with you." But just as their celebration reached its peak, the monster roared one final time and lunged toward Song Fi. At that moment, a pink-haired girl rushed forward and threw herself in front of him, blocking the fatal blow. The pink-haired girl Sip's body began to fade away, her form dissolving into particles of light. Even as her existence slipped away, she smiled faintly and whispered with her last breath, "Brother Fi, always crazy about you." Her words struck the others like a spark. The remaining girls gritted their teeth, their eyes blazing with determination. "Sisters, let's increase our strength. As long as we kill this ugly monster, Brother Fi will rise to the top of the rankings. We must surpass that so-called said dark shadow." In unison, the crowd shouted, "Break the world. Set the scene. We vow to stand shoulder to shoulder with Brother Fei." Lightning tore across the sky and struck down toward the fire phantom. Behind them, Song Fi hid among his group of devoted fans, a sneer curling on his lips. "Finally, about to die," he muttered. "A silver-grade boss is already this hard to kill. Who could ever solo a gold-grade boss? That dark shadow must have used a bug." Frustration twisted his face. "I have so many people helping me, and I sip am only level 7, but that damn dark shadow sip's already level 9. Fine. Once I kill this boss and reach level 8, I shall surpass him. Then I shall become the true leader of this game." But before he could celebrate, a large hand suddenly covered his mouth from behind. In a blur, a blade flashed. Qinfeng stood there, his eyes cold as frost. Instant shadow slash. A crimson arc swept through the air, and blood sprayed across the battlefield. Song Fi's eyes widened, his body collapsing as a stream of blood poured from his throat. For a moment, silence. Then the crowd erupted into panic. "Brother Fi," the girls screamed in disbelief, but Qinfeng had already moved, his figure flickering like a ghost as he struck down the others one after another. Then the system notifications began to ring. "You have killed two-headed fire phantom. Reward 1500 EXP. You have killed player reversal magic god. You have killed player Song Fi meow meow. You have killed player Fi forever. You have killed player Little Fi." The damage numbers flashed violently. 1985, 1990, 2400, 2400, 1879. The onlookers froze. What the hell?" one gasped. "He killed the boss instantly. That one skill did several thousand points of damage." Another stammered, "My damage barely crosses 100, his is 10 times that. Who is this assassin?" Someone finally whispered the name everyone feared. "It steps him, it must be Dark Shadow. Big Shot, the first person in the world to solo kill a gold-grade boss." The leader of a soldier group quickly shouted, "Everyone fall back, leave the boss set's loot to the Big Shot." Others eagerly echoed, "That Sip's right. Dark Shadow only killed Song Fi and his group. They had it coming. It's Sip's justice." A wave of praise followed. "Big Shot is the best. Keep it up, Dark Shadow. We love you, Big Shot." Qinfeng glanced at them irritably, his tone cold. They sit you're just afraid I said you'll kill them next. In my past life, this same crowd would have attacked me already." Back in town, the system rang again. "You have been killed by Dark Shadow. You have lost 1106 days of transferable lifespan. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of non-transferable lifespan." Song Fi stared blankly at the screen. "What? I died? Dark Shadow killed me?" Anger twisted his face. "Why did that bastard come to my town? There are hundreds of towns in Shanghai City. Why mine?" His female fans began respawning one by one, equally confused. "Why are we dead?" one cried. "Why is Brother Fi gone too?" Another pointed at the death log. "It's Stet's Dark Shadow. He killed us all." Song Fi clenched his fists. He must Sip wanted the silver boss for himself. Despicable. He ambushed me when I wasn't even paying attention. Just then, a girl stepped forward eagerly. "Brother Song Fi, can I join your team? I Sip am a shooter. I have a skill, Eagle Eye. It can detect stealth." Before Song Fi could respond, two of his female fans jumped in front of her. "Get lost. Brother Song Fi already said we only need mages. Your monster killing efficiency is too low." The shooter girl trembled. Songfi raised a hand to stop them, his voice dripping with false kindness. Although I said that before, I still believe that love can make up for anything. He took the girl's hand and looked into her eyes. I can feel your passion. Even if you're a shooter, it's fine. Come with us. Let's grow together. Tears welled in her eyes. Brother Fee, I love you. The other girls immediately followed suit. Brother Fee, I stemp an assassin. I can use stealth too. I still make that dark shadow pay. Brother Fei, I know an area control spell. I can freeze him. Songfi smiled warmly and opened his arms. Everyone, we are one big family. As long as you want to join, you are welcome. Come, let's sets stay united forever. The crowd screamed with joy. Brother Fee is so gentle. Following him, I shall never regret it. Soon, the chants began. Dark Shadow is just a cowardly assassin using sneak attacks. He dared to harm Brother Fee. We must make him pay. We shall control him so Brother Fei can kill him himself. Avenge Brother Fee. Kill Dark Shadow. The noise swelled, echoing through the town. Avenge Brother Fei. Kill Dark Shadow. And so a storm was brewing again, one that Qinfang Dark Shadow himself would soon crush under his blade. Two soldiers watched from a distance as chaos unfolded in the town. One of them frowned curiously. What seps all that noise? What seps that celebrity trying to do again? The other snorted. You don't set no? That guy was killed earlier by someone and just respawned. Serves him right. The first soldier looked shocked. What? But he has so many female fans protecting him. How could anyone kill him? His companion smirked. The one who killed him was Dark Shadow. What do you say now? The first soldier Sep's eyes widened. Damn, Dark Shadow Sep's the top player. But he really dared to provoke that lunatic? I swear, those girls following Songfi are all mentally unstable. Meanwhile, Songfi stood proudly surrounded by his adoring fans. He basked in their attention, raising his chin with arrogance. Good, let them all watch. Once I deal with that Dark Shadow, everyone will know who truly reigns supreme. Even if he's strong, what can an assassin do? They're all trash compared to a noble mage like me. Across the battlefield, Qinfang quietly collected loot and evolution points. System notification. You have received 16 evolution points, 217 days of transferable lifespan, silver loot carts 6, and gold loot carts 1. Qinfang immediately opened his skill panel and began upgrading. The system continued. You have spent 10 evolution points, remaining 9 points. Skill evolved, Mercy Relief, Epit Legend. Passive effect, attack weakness 100%. Active effect, the next attack creates a throat cut effect, dealing 150% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 25 seconds. Qinfang studied the text carefully. So this evolution doubles my ability to exploit enemy weaknesses. Almost the entire enemy body becomes a weak point. If my instant shadow slash hits that spot, the damage will multiply several times over. The cooldown's shorter too, 25 seconds instead of 30. I can probably kill a gold level boss now. He analyzed further. From epic to legend costs 10 points. But to go from legend to myth, that'll need 200. The cost scales 100-fold. If that's the pattern, then evolving my greedy hand to the next tier will need over 200 points, and 3,400 more to go beyond that. He nodded to himself. Still, Isep got 9 points left. Might as well use them. System prompt. You have spent 8 evolution points, remaining 1. Skill evolved. Back attack enhancement. Gold platinum. Effect when attacking from behind. Damage increases from 30%. A faint smile formed on his lips as he closed the system panel. A silver boss. A pile of players over 1,400 days of transferable lifespan gained. Not bad. Time to head home. But just as he turned to leave, something cold pressed against his throat. A knife. A woman Set's trembling voice shouted from behind him. Go die, Dark Shadow. Qinfang reacted instantly, his eyes narrowed, body twisting as he dodged the fatal strike. The blade missed by inches. The girl froze, eyes wide. Why did it instead it hit? She stammered, panic flooding her face before she turned to run. Damn it, he Seps using stealth. High above the cliffs, Songfi's fan group gathered with weapons drawn. Go die, you disgusting Dark Shadow. One of them screamed. We still avenge brother Songfi. Seeing them swarm, Qinfang disappeared into stealth once again. But the archer girl sneered. Useless trick. My eagle eye can detect stealth. She knocked an arrow and fired rapidly. A glimmer flashed in the mist. There, he steps right there, she shouted. The group unleashed everything they had. Everyone, use your strongest skills. Don't sit stop until he steps dead. Thousands of glowing arrows filled the sky, raining down mercilessly. A scream cut through the air. Wait, it steps me. An enormous explosion erupted, shaking the ground. Dust and smoke filled the canyon. The archer blinked in shock. Oops. Another girl shrugged. No big deal. She wasn't stat a mage anyway. Probably didn't stat even like Brother Fee that much. Consider this retribution. Fine. Hurry up and release the hawk again. Find Dark Shadow. Understood. Not far away, Qinfang stood in silence, holding a small bell that shimmered faintly in his hand. Item. Ghost Spirit Bell. Effect shocks all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Cooldown. 65 seconds. He flicked the bell lightly. Clink. A wave of eerie energy pulsed out. The group of girls immediately froze in place, eyes wide, bodies stiff like statues. Black mist swirled around Qinfang's feet. He drew his blade. Instant shadow slash. The next moment, the air was filled with the sound of steel cutting through flesh, swift, silent, and merciless. After finishing off his previous targets, Qinfang flew straight toward the location where Songfi was hiding. At that moment, Songfi was trembling as he stared at the group of female fans nearby. What sep's going on? Why did those people suddenly die? Could it be the dark shadow? He muttered in disbelief. No, that can sep be. If he really made a move, he should have shown himself first. Just then, a cold whisper brushed against his ear. Songfi, you stare dead. It was Qinfang. Startled, Songfi instantly conjured a protective barrier. Damn it, magic shield, he shouted. But before he could react further, Qinfang's Van Tinhu Yantong pierced straight through him. Songfi collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing in pain, mouth screaming uncontrollably. Qinfang crouched down beside him, observing calmly. There's stats really a lot of lifespan on this guy, he murmured. By my estimation, he originally had more than 2,000 days of transferable lifespan. Then a realization struck him. He looked toward the women nearby. Wait, these girls don't set have much lifespan left. Could it be all of their lifespan was transferred to Songfi? A faint sigh escaped Qinfang. After all this time, they still think this is just a game. Crazy fans, truly terrifying. What a pity for that non-transferable lifespan. Add it all up, that sep's several hundred years wasted, now fallen cheaply into the hands of monsters. Meanwhile, back in town, Sunfi collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Damn it, I only have 500 days of transferable lifespan left. That damn dark shadow, he cursed. One of his companions asked desperately, didn't Set you use the search skill, why couldn't Set you find him? A female fan answered tearfully, I did, but I only found our assassin sisters. Another doubted, I checked my attribute panel, it shows the stealth level, maybe Dark Shadow Sip's stealth level is higher than ours. Yet another nodded quickly, that Sip's right, my Eagle Eye skill is only level 1, if the enemy Sip's stealth is level 2 or above, I can Sit detect them. Songfi slammed his fist on the ground, furious. Damn it, that shadow comes and goes without a trace. How am I supposed to defend against that? Then in a weaker voice he muttered, but, I didn't even provoke him this time. I already stole a silver boss from him, and he killed me twice. That should be enough, right? He wouldn't chase me all the way here, right? No. Wait, what if he's jealous of my peerless beauty? The group of female fans immediately shouted in unison. For everyone's Sif's safety, we should move to a different leveling area. Wherever Songfi goes, we still follow. Moments later, Qinfang arrived back in town, scanning the area. Strange, where did Songfi's group go? Did they switch towns or log out? He stopped a passerby and asked, hey, do you know where Songfi went? The man flinched instantly, his eyes wide. Ah, you scared me, big brother Dark Shadow. He stammered, then quickly pointed toward a direction. He went that way, you'd better hurry if you want to kill him. But, I have a favor to ask. When you kill Songfi, please spare my girlfriend. Her name is Little Flying Owl. She's a female hunter. Qinfang Sip's tone was cold. I suggest you find a new girlfriend. As he walked away, a thought flashed in his mind. His girlfriend must be that little hunter who discovered my stealth earlier. The passerby begged again. Big brother, please. It took me forever to get a girlfriend. But Qinfang ignored him, activating stealth and disappearing into the shadows. He knew the direction Songfi's group had gone, but not their exact destination. Scanning the whole map would waste too much time. If only I could find Zhu Yishui, he murmured. That would make things easier. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared in his sight. You, also known as Zhu Yisui. Qinfang immediately approached her. Hey beauty, I need your help. You looked wary. You stare at Dark Shadow. Qinfang smiled faintly. It said that your class can search for targets over a large area. Help me find Songfi and I sell you this gold magic staff at a low price. Eustace's eyes sparkled at the sight of the staff. But, how do you know my class can do that? I never told anyone. Qinfang dodged the question smoothly. You don't need to worry about that. So do you want this gold weapon or not? You hesitated, then nodded rapidly. I want it. But, I probably can afford it. 500 days of lifespan, Qinfang said. That Sip's already a discount. Normally it's to be 7 to 800. Eustace's face lit up. Perfect. I have just enough. The system's voice echoed. Transaction successful. Eustace's expression brightened with pure joy. He gold tier magic staff. Qinfang gently tapped her head. Go do your job. Yu rubbed her forehead and smiled shyly. Why does he feel so familiar, even though it's our first meeting? After casting her spell, she looked back at him. Aren't you afraid I'll take the staff and run without helping you? Qinfang replied calmly. Why would you? Don't you hate Songfi? You froze for a moment, surprised. Big brother, you even know that I hate him? Are you someone I know in real life? But your voice doesn't sound familiar. Qinfang only smiled mysteriously. Just do your part. You didn't press further. She released her scouting bird, which soared high into the sky. After a few moments, her eyes lit up. I found him, she exclaimed. The coordinates are 3,866, 9,527. But hurry, by the time you get there, they might have already moved. Her owl circled back and landed, its sharp cry echoing the message. Songfi had been found. Qinfang hurried along the route the bird had given, and left a message for Yishu. Add me as a friend, she must report every time their position changed. Yishu hesitated for a moment. How long must I follow them? She asked. If it takes too long, forget it. Qinfang replied briefly, just a moment, and then vanished deeper into the forest. A short distance in, Qinfang sensed something odd and stopped. Yishu watched him closely and puzzled, asked, why did you stop? Big shot. He pointed to a tree and asked her to check whether any nearby trees looked the same. Obediently, Yishu scanned the area. Okay, wait a bit, she said, then called out, there's one 100 meters ahead, and one 100 meters to the left. Qinfeng approached and pressed his hand against a carved symbol on the nearest trunk. The mark glowed where his palm touched it. Yishu peered over, curious. What is this symbol? She asked. Qinfeng released his grip and answered calmly. Guess. The 3 trees formed a large triangle, and at its center, a faint power gathered and a chest materialized. Yishu gasped with delight. An emerald-level treasure chest, she cried. She stepped closer, amazed. I never expected to meet an ancient god's blessing in a newbie village. What luck, and I can open it. While Qinfeng explained, she tried to memorize the symbols with her exploration ability. If such blessings appeared elsewhere, she wanted to find them again. Qinfeng told her, the blessing of the ancient god can appear anywhere the gods have abandoned. An area usually contains several strange symbols. Activating them all will trigger the blessing. Sometimes it summons an evil monster boss, sometimes a swarm of small monsters, and sometimes a treasure chest or other special reward. Yishu's mind raced. The chest could easily be worth at least 1,000 days of transferable lifespan. In the outside world, she recalled, 1 day of transferable lifespan could cost 1 per 10,000 on the first day and climb to 1 per 50,000 on the second. So the treasure's value was staggering. Qinfeng opened the chest. The system announced, you have opened the emerald-level treasure chest. You have received the emerald-level skill book, Blooming Curse. He frowned at the name, Blooming Curse, and the system supplied its description. Blooming Curse, emerald level, a common skill book usable on the corpse of a player who has been dead for up to 15 seconds, causing a cursed flower to bloom on the corpse. The flower siphons the target's transferable lifespan until it is fully depleted. There is no cooldown. Qinfeng's expression turned cold and calculating. It was a perverted skill indeed. He had heard of it in a previous life. The name fit perfectly. He accepted the skill, and immediately envisioned how to use it. Guard the corpse after killing a player so the cursed flower could drain all transferable lifespan. With this power, he thought, he could make an enemy quit the game, rush to level 10, and then exploit the ability in the real world to ruin them completely. With the skill learned, Qinfeng resumed his search for Songfi. He intended to end Songfi's good days. Elsewhere, a wolf struck by lightning convulsed as fire raced over its fur and collapsed. Songfi and his band of female fans joined forces and finished the beast. Songfi smirked to himself. He had run far, surely Dark Shadow would not follow. After all, he had once stolen a silver boss from Dark Shadow and had been killed twice. That should have been sufficient provocation. He promised himself revenge. When I level up, I will come back for you. You damn Dark Shadow. A fan in Songfi's group pointed ahead. Brother, look, people are fighting that boss. Songfi feigned surprise and stirred the crowd. Oh my god, they look familiar. Could they be fans of New Gi? At the name, his followers erupted in anger. Those disgusting maggots want to help New Gi climb the ranks? Sisters, kill them all. We won't let them affect our brother's climb. The players defending the boss were initially grateful for reinforcements. Hello everyone, the boss is about to die. Let us finish it together. Their hope was cut short when a female fan struck one of them over the head with a stick, pinned him down, and glared with bloodshot eyes. The boy on the team cried out. The mage girl protested. What are you doing? Are you crazy? But before she could explain, 2 arrows pierced her face. The boy screamed a name, Misa, in terror. The female fans shouted battle cries as they descended on the boss and the opposing players. Wear the golden robe. Accompany with fee. Sweep away the bulls. Unify the 4 directions. They attacked with slogans and fervor, chanting lines that spoke of domination, loyalty, and eternal devotion to their leader. The skirmish turned ugly as zeal and envy overtook the battlefield, and the idea of fair competition vanished beneath mob fury. The monster was beaten to a pulp by Songfi Sit's group of frenzied female fans, and together they shouted proudly, "It's all because of Brother Fi." Songfi smirked, putting on his most charming tone. Oh my god, thank you everyone. My dear family, I was almost harmed by those new fans. I didn't expect them to be so vicious. The women, touched by his words, replied in unison, no need to thank us. Across the south, across the north, our hearts will always follow Songfi. But above them, from the treetops, Qinfeng silently watched everything. His gaze was cold, sharp as a blade. In an instant, he vanished. Moments later, the ground trembled, and a panicked scream tore through the clearing. Songfi, one of the girls shouted. Songfi turned pale. Before he could react, a whisper brushed his ear. Dead. Qinfeng's voice was the last thing he heard. In the next second, Songfi's head was cleaved apart, once again killed by Dark Shadow. The female fans froze, their eyes wide in disbelief. Brother, they cried in terror. Qinfeng's faint silhouette shimmered into view, and before they could flee, he activated his newly obtained skill, Blooming Curse. From Songfi's neck sprouted a blood-red flower, its petals glistening like fresh wounds. The women gasped, their mouths agape. What? What is that? Songfi's body twisted in agony as crimson light engulfed him. His veins bulged, his face turned scarlet. That damn Dark Shadow. Are you crazy? Why are you always after me? He shouted through gritted teeth. Is it because I have too many girls around me? Are you jealous? He collapsed to his knees, rage and fear consuming him. Damn it, he followed me all the way to Yinghua Town. Could it be, the girl he likes is one of my fans? Then came the cold mechanical chime of the system. Sys transferable lifespan, decreasing 400, 390, 380, 370. Songfi's eyes widened.
What the hell?
I don't even have 400 days left, and it's still dropping? What's going on? Is this the penalty for dying too many times? His followers were equally horrified. One of them, a fat man with a quacking voice, ran up, shouting frantically, "Brother, you sir done for. That dark shadow just released some kind of skill. There's steps a blood-red flower growing on your corpse. It's sucking something out of you." Songfi's face drained of color. "What? That flower, it's draining my lifespan," he screamed. The system continued updating mercilessly. Said 350, 340, 330. Log out now, Songfi shouted desperately. "If we die again, we lose everything. Log out now, we regroup, get our best gear, and then crush him." The remaining fans followed his command, their cries echoing, "Follow Brother Fi, never retreat." As the last of their figures vanished, Songfi's final thought burned with hatred. "Dark Shadow, you wait. This isn't over. I've trained for 2.5 years to reach this point. You think you can beat me? I'll drown you with money if I have to." Under the blood-red sunset, Qinfeng stood calmly amid the scattered corpses. Around him, crimson spider lilies bloomed where players had fallen. The system flickered with warnings. Due to excessive player killing, your murderer level has increased to tier 4. Upon death, you will lose 96.875% of your current lifespan. But Qinfeng didn't care. "I still have more than 1,000 days left," he muttered. "It's nothing." He glanced down at the wilted bodies. Songfest's group killed plenty of monsters, but now, I can absorb any more. They must logged out. Just then, a white bird with luminous feathers descended gracefully from above. It stopped midair, watching him intently. The creature shimmered and transformed into Yishu. "So you really are the dark shadow at the top of the leaderboard," she said softly. "You terrifying." Qinfeng recognized her instantly. "Yishu," he called, "did Songfi log out?" She nodded. "That Sip's right. He and all his fans are gone." Qinfeng crossed his arms. "Good. From now on, keep an eye out for me. Let me know the moment he logs back in." "Yes, big shot," Yishu agreed, then tilted her head. "So, can I go now?" "Wait," Qinfeng said, reaching into his inventory. "I have something for you." He pulled out a glowing skill book, the gold-level Holy Sword of Judgment. "It steps for the priest system. Do you want it?" Her eyes lit up, excitement sparkling in them. "Want it? Of course I want it." Qinfeng smiled faintly. "Then wait for me in town. I still meet you there." She nodded eagerly. "Yes, I still wait." Before leaving, he added, "This skill is worth 500 days of lifespan, but if you agree to one condition, I still give it to you for half the price." Yishu froze and stepped back quickly. "Enough, big shot. I stemp warning you. I stemp not selling my body." Qinfeng blinked, momentarily thrown off, then scowled. "What are you thinking? I just want you to join my team, as a long-term healer." Her face turned crimson. "Oh, that sips all?" He smirked slightly. "That sips all." And under the fading light, the red spider lilies continued to sway, quiet witnesses to the birth of a ruthless partnership. At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, but if they turn out to be terrible, I'll tell you." Qinfeng smiled faintly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Not bad. They are actually quite strong. Now wait for me to contact them first." The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield. An enormous axe swung downward, smashing into a group of struggling monsters. The blow was so powerful that one monster's head was flattened and rolled to the ground. Wang Mang exhaled sharply, his chest heaving. "Done. Finally killed it." He turned and shouted, "Quick, Xia Yu, remove the poison for me." Xia Yu, delicate and charming, tilted her head innocently. "Huh? Remove the poison, right?" Wang Mang's face was pale, veins bulging on his forehead. "What kind of priest doesn't have a detox skill? Hurry up, I can hold on much longer." Her expression turned nervous, and she pressed her divine staff frantically. Right, watch this." But instead of casting a healing spell, she unleashed purification art. A blinding flash erupted. Wang Mang barely managed to dodge aside before it struck. The attack exploded into a bolt of holy lightning, forcing him to vomit blood in rage. Zhao Yu's face turned red as she stammered. "Oops, sorry, I pressed the wrong skill." Moments later, Wang Mang's strength gave out. He collapsed to the ground as his teammates shouted in panic, "Captain!" Back in town, Wang Mang's expression was dark with frustration. There was only one thought in his mind. He had to replace this incompetent buffer, but finding a hidden class healer wasn't easy. Most of the skilled players were already recruited by other top teams. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was completely unbothered. She sat quietly, browsing through her system interface with pride. "Humph, this game isn't set that hard. I've already reached level 4. At this pace, will meet Brother Songfos soon." Just then, she received a system message from Qinfeng. "Qinfeng, Wang Mang, I found someone hidden class, White Bird Divine Officer, quite strong. Does your team need her?" The message came at the perfect time. Wang Mang had just been looking for a replacement. "Wang Mang, Big Brother said strong, then she must be good. We take her." Qinfeng, "Good. She sips in Yinhua Town. A few players are grinding there. Go level up together." Wang Mang, "Got it. We head there right away. This place is too crowded anyway." After ending the chat, Wang Mang turned to Xiao Yu with a polite smile. "Xiao Yu, there are too many corpse monsters here. We'll start moving to a higher level zone, but since your level sip's still low, it'll be dangerous. We can take you this time." Xiao Yu blinked, forcing a faint smile. "Huh? But I think I can still." Before she could finish, the group exchanged glances and rushed off without another word. "Not good, it's too late. Leave quickly, Xiao. Take care of yourself." Her fists clenched tightly as she glared in the direction they vanished. You bastards, if you wanted to ditch me, just say it. Don't make lame excuses. Imp, I will still go find Big Shot Dark Shadow myself. A short while later, Wang Mang and his two companions arrived in Yinghua town. As soon as they saw Qinfeng, Wang Mang opened his system panel and sent over a payment. System message. You have received 800 days of lifespan. Wang Mang sighed. That sips the remaining lifespan from when I bought the equipment. I still owe you 500 days. When Captain Ann arrives, I still give it to you. Earning lifespan in this game is seriously hard. Yu, standing quietly nearby, overheard the name and muttered to herself, Captain Ann, could it be Ann Yu? Qinfeng simply nodded and began introducing everyone. This is Falling Snow Day. His name sips Wang Mang. Introduce yourselves. Before anyone could respond, a lively voice echoed from a distance. Wang Mang, ISEP arrived. A young woman appeared, her name glowing above her head, Justice Executor. Qinfeng Sip's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. So it really is Anu. Her in-game title was Legendary, the only hidden class longswordsman in existence. In his previous life, she had ranked among the top 20 players in the world, one of the strongest pillars of the Dacia faction, and a nightmare to many foreign guilds. She jogged up with a bright grin and extended her hand eagerly. Big Shot Dark Shadow. Oh my god, I can believe I stump meeting you in person. I stump Anu, such a huge fan. Qinfeng met her gaze, intrigued. So this is the first person in this life who's stronger than me. Anu smiled, eyes gleaming with excitement. Dark Shadow, your growth rate is insane. What's your secret? Are you a transmigrator or reborn? She laughed playfully, half joking yet half curious. Qinfeng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he smirked faintly, because in this world, some secrets were better left unsaid. Qinfeng didn't respond immediately. His mind was a storm of thoughts. In my previous life, Anu wasn't on the same team as Wang Mang. That detail gnawed him. If I remember correctly, she represented Shanghai City. The government used her to buy up vast amounts of transferable lifespan. It made sense. The longswordsman class had incredible survivability. Entrusting lifespan to her meant minimal risk. A smart move for the government. Anu's sharp eyes locked on him, her expression calm but calculating. She didn't bother to hide her intentions. Big Shot, she said with a disarming smile. Whatever rare items you have, sell them to us. We'll take everything. Oh, and by the way, her tone lowered slightly. All of Shanghai's collected lifespan is managed by me, so you probably won't kill me, right? Qinfeng smirked faintly. Of course not. I am not that short-sighted. Cooperation benefits both of us. Anu Sit's grin deepened. I knew you were smart. He studied her carefully, his thoughts circling back to the past. She's probing me with every word. The rumors from his previous life were true. Outwardly innocent and lively, but inwardly shrewd and lightning fast in her decisions. She was the perfect bridge between him and the Dacia government, saving him countless steps. But in the real world, things were spiraling out of control. Across the country, panic spread like wildfire. Players were shouting in disbelief as official announcements filled every screen. Oh my god, did everyone see that? Someone screamed. The government just confirmed it. Lifespan in the Divine Artifact game is real. If it runs out in the game, you die in real life. A blue-haired girl trembled, her phone slipping from her hands. What? That can be true. It's just a game. I transferred all my lifespan to Brother Songfei already. Others clutched their phones in horror. I only have a few years left. I've killed so many players. Every death costs me double now because of the murderer buff. This can be happening. I've died 3 times already. Why is my lifespan dropping this fast? The panic was absolute. One of Songfei Sip's devoted fans sat frozen, unable to look at her game data anymore. Damn it, I was a mage tank, always rushing to the front lines. I killed so many, died even more, and now I only have 1 day of lifespan left. One day, when that Sip's gone, I really die. She shook her head violently. No, I don't believe it. Just then, her phone buzzed with multiple messages. She glanced down, hope flickering in her eyes. Notification, Songfei is buying lifespan. Her face lit up. Brother Songfei, he saved me. Heart pounding, she began preparing immediately. I still wear my Songfei support gear from head to toe, she said feverishly. Yes, even the special Songfei ultra-thin anti-overflow sanitary pads. In a frenzy of idol worship, she dressed in clothes covered with his pictures and rushed out the door, her voice sugary sweet. Brother Songfei, I'm coming to see you at the resort. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu slowly woke up in a pitch-dark room. Phew, did I return to reality? She murmured groggily. The first thing she did was check her account balance, and her face lit up with excitement. Wow. 1 day of lifespan is worth 15,000 now, and I have 200 days. I'm rich. But her joy froze the moment she saw the next notification. Her eyes widened, her body went cold. Breaking news, Songfei has been killed 3 times by Dark Shadow. Her lips trembled. What? Then came the scream. Raw, heartbroken. Oh my god, Songfei was massacred by Dark Shadow? 3 times? She clutched her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Her voice broke into sobs. That idiot said it himself. If your lifespan runs out in the game, you die in real life. He's really going to die. Her whole body shook uncontrollably. Why did Dark Shadow kill Brother Songfei? She looked through the player chat logs. Songfei had been surrounded by dozens of supporters, yet Dark Shadow still managed to kill him 3 times. Terrifying. Unbelievable. Then, new system announcements began flooding in. Official broadcast. Sisters, Brother Songfei needs help. Anyone in Jiang District can sell him your transferable lifespan. Meet him at Dajang Square. He's paying 10,000 per day. Dozens of Songfei's fan groups reposted the same message, calling it the perfect chance to both help their idol and make money. Zhao Yu wiped her tears and stood up abruptly. Brother Songfei is in Dajang Square that sips close to me. She grabbed her bag, eyes burning with desperate resolve. No, I can just sit here and watch him die. I have to help Brother Songfei. Her heart pounded with obsession and devotion. Thanks to those fools, I have more than 200 days of transferable lifespan. That sip's enough to save him. Meanwhile, inside the divine artifact game world, Qinfeng continued hunting monsters. The ground was littered with corpses, glowing red under the dim light. One after another, system notifications flashed before him. System, congratulations, Yusef reached level 10. Constitution +2. Yusef gained 5 free attribute points. Yusef unlocked profession upgrade. First player to reach level 10 in Shanghai City, fame +7. First player to reach level 10 in Daxia Country, fame +4. First player to reach level 10 globally, fame +21. And then came the final message. System announcement, when 7 players reach level 10 in Shanghai City, the teleportation gate to the ruined land of the gods will open. Qinfeng's eyes gleamed as he looked toward the horizon. The world was changing, and this was just the beginning. All across the divine artifact world, players froze as the same string of glowing notifications appeared before their eyes. System global announcement, player Dark Shadow has become the first in the world to reach level 10. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, chaos erupted in every chat channel. Dark Shadow again? The same guy who took the first gold level kill? He seps insane. He seps the first global level 10 already? And he sets from Daxia. Damn it. The disbelief was unanimous. Every region's player base buzzed with frustration, awe, and fear. Even Ice Smith, the only hidden profession player, is still level 8. How the hell did he reach level 10 already? We have 1.5 billion players in Tianzhu, and no one can catch up to him. This Dark Shadow, he sits not human. While the world reacted in shock, the system continued updating based on Qinfeng's progress. System update. Evolution points, spent 13. Remaining 0. Skill enhanced, backstab, platinum tier, Fui. Passive effect, attacks launched from behind deal 50% increased damage. After defeating another monster, Qinfeng stood still, gazing at the endless ocean. The light reflected in his eyes carried no excitement, only calculation. My transferable lifespan is barely more than 7,000 days, still not enough, not safe. He opened his status window. Nickname, Dark Shadow. Profession, Dark Hidden. Level, 10. Non-transferable lifespan, 128 years, 219 days. Transferable lifespan, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Physique, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Fame, 47. His cold eyes reflected only determination. To leave this small beginner's town, 7 players needed to reach level 10 to activate the teleportation formation, the gateway to the ruined land of the gods. The highest level after me is 7, he thought calmly. That means I still have time to wait. Perfect. I can return to reality and handle something first. Without another word, Qinfeng's figure vanished from the beach, dissolving into black mist. When his eyes opened again, he was back in the real world. Just as he sat up, a faint blue glow appeared before him. The divine artifact game interface had followed him out, sending a chilling notification. Consume transferable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world. Qinfeng Sip's lips curved slightly. Yes. The system responded instantly. Select extraction type. Ritz extract profession and level. Murian, extract equipment. Rotting extract skills. Marun extract bloodline, locked. Moreau, extract divinity, locked. Qinfeng Sip's voice was calm, deliberate. Extract profession. You have consumed 1,000 days of transferable lifespan. You have obtained Shadow Meld, hidden profession. Strength 3, Physique 3, Agility 8, Spirit 5. He nodded slightly, feeling the surge of power ripple through his veins. Then he spoke again. Next, extract level. You have consumed 1,002 days of transferable lifespan. Your real-world level has increased to level 3. Strength 4, Physique 4, Agility 14, Spirit 4. A quiet smile crept across his face. Good. Then came the final, and most critical extraction, skills. He recalled the official guide's warning. The higher the skill's rarity, the more lifespan it consumes, and the cost rises exponentially, he murmured. But when he checked the calculation, his expression shifted. So the extraction cost is based on the skill's base quality, not its evolved form. That changed everything. After evolution, Shadow Meld only costs 900 days, and it retains its platinum rating? A sharp laugh escaped him. Perfect. You have consumed 900 days of transferable lifespan to extract the platinum skill Shadow Meld. You have consumed 2,262 days of transferable lifespan to extract the silver skill, Poison Dart, Extreme. A wave of burning energy coursed through his body. He clenched his fists as black smoke curled around his arms, veins bulging with power. Still, 1,292 days of lifespan left, he muttered, exhaling slowly. That sip's enough for now. He looked down at his trembling hands. My physical stats are now double a normal human Sip's. Agility alone has reached 32 points, beyond the limits of human biology. Combine that with stealth and a 14-meter poison dart. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Songfei one stet escape this time. Just then, his phone buzzed with a flood of notifications. He swiped and frowned. Forum post, Songfei is buying lifespan again. Location, Dajang Square. Purpose, revenge against Dark Shadow. Dajang Square, 7 to 8 kilometers from here, Qinfang whispered. At my current speed I can reach it in just over 10 minutes. But before he could move, another message appeared on his phone, a personal text. The sender's name made his expression darken. Hu Kai Bin. Qinfang, Yusef grown bold. You once sit even answer the phone now. You should feel honored that the eldest young lady even noticed you. But you refuse to cooperate, answer immediately, or... The message ended with a single word. Idiot. Qinfang scoffed coldly and blocked the number without hesitation. As he stepped outside, a faint black aura began to swirl around him. Each stride carried a quiet menace, the presence of someone walking above the ordinary, calm, confident, and untouchably dangerous. In the faint reflection of a glass window, the shadow of Dark Shadow moved, silent, lethal, and unstoppable. Qinfang's eyes were cold, his aura exuding a force that made the air around him feel heavy. Soon everyone would come to understand what the divine artifact game truly meant. Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Songfei's devoted fans had completely filled the space. His sweet words had them utterly enchanted, obsessively hanging on to every syllable. Posters and screens all around the stage were plastered with his image, each one showcasing his charming vest and handsome demeanor. Even Zhang Li, standing among the crowd, was captivated, utterly absorbed by him. Every word Songfei spoke dripped with honeyed charm. Brother, I heard you were killed 3 times by Dark Shadow in the divine artifact game. Don't set worry. I sent people to investigate his real identity. Songfei sips soft Theo. Seft betrayed curiosity as he asked, and how far has the investigation gone? A smile spread across her face as she shared the news. Sept sent someone to approach him in Yinhua town. We will offer him a deal he can refuse. Once he comes to the real world for the money, haha. Zhang Li Sip's eyes were filled with infatuation, giving her complete attention to Songfei. Then we still make sure he pays. And you, brother, can vent all your anger. Songfei Sip's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Be sure to let me know when the time comes. He glanced at her with a protective gaze. Sept heard your Shida Jane uses this method to control many players, making them work for free. Hearing him care so attentively, Yang Li smiled softly and dismissed the others as idiots. All of them are greenhorns, she thought, squeezing out only a little lifespan. It's Sep's still better to be with you. So many girls are willing to sacrifice their lifespan, even their lives, for you. Songfei raised his head confidently, exhaling lightly. Humph. Suddenly, a young man pushed through the crowd, ignoring the atmosphere, shouting, Hey, don't sell your lifespan so cheaply. His words drew immediate backlash. Haven't you seen the official announcement? If your lifespan runs out in the game, you still die in real life. You start harming lives. We shall sue you, Songfei. Songfei had anticipated this. Calmly, he stood, his voice soft yet commanding. Cough. Hello friends, I am Songfei. Sept noticed the controversy regarding my purchase of lifespan. Yes, it has caused some social disturbance, and for that I am sincerely apologetic. The crowd of brainless fans erupted in excitement. No need to apologize, you haven't done anything wrong. Tears glistened in Songfei Sep's eyes as he continued, trembling with emotion. I am deeply grateful for everyone's Sep's support. True love should always be positive. I hope everyone pursues their idols rationally, especially in this unique phase of the divine artifact game. Please protect yourselves and contribute to society. The hall fell silent, every ear straining. His words, though false, carried sincerity in their tone. I am also actively cooperating with the government, doing my best in the game. Sept used my personal assets to purchase lifespan to become an outstanding idol worthy of your love. I hope to bring joy, peace, and a better future for everyone. If my actions cause trouble, I sincerely apologize. Below the stage, chaos erupted. Some shouted in outrage, but the majority defended him passionately. You did nothing wrong. How can you be so gentle, my darling? Go away, barbarians. We start helping him willingly. Don't tarnish his sincerity. A confident, proud voice cut through the clamor. It was the short-haired girl, Songfei's most devoted fan. Don't believe those ridiculous rumors. I donated the most lifespan to him. When I logged out, the system warned me my lifespan was less than a day. Yet, here I stand. If you don't have the courage to die for him, you don't deserve to claim love for him. The crowd erupted in agreement, their voices uniting in fervent devotion. Yes, so true. So right, Songfei, I love you. One by one, fans shouted their remaining lifespans. I have 20 days left. I shall give it all to you. I have 17 days. I have 3. Songfei Sep's voice was gentle yet commanding, filled with fake emotion that masked the calculation behind his words. Oh my god, I feel your love. I love you all. The hall trembled with the overwhelming energy of devoted fans, each one willing to sacrifice everything for the idol they adored, the one and only Songfei. The scene on stage had been carefully staged for drama, but no rehearsal could prepare anyone for what happened next. Sept reached out and took the short-haired girl's small hand, his eyes glistening with tears. Especially you, he said, voice trembling. To be loved by someone like you, I'm truly moved. The girl's eyes filled, tears and snot mingled on her face. Ah, Songfei, my darling, just to have you look at me like this. Even if I had to die right now, I would be willing. A single tear rolled down his smiling face, masking the falseness beneath. Then, in an instant, the show's warmth was swallowed by a bolt of lightning. Before Sept could finish his line, the lightning pierced his skull. A second of deadly silence followed. The entire stadium froze, eyes widened in horror. He had no time to utter a final word. He coughed up bright, fresh blood. Black smoke curled from his head. Half of Songfei's brain was charred. He collapsed forward and slumped onto the shoulders of his adoring underlings. Panic spread like wildfire. The short-haired girl's eyes bulged. She staggered backward and fell to the stage, screaming, "Say what is wrong," she cried as she crawled to him, trembling. The crowd below joined her in alarm. The black-clad bodyguards materialized at once, forming a shield around Jiangsu and whisking her through the back exits. "Danger! Protect the young miss and retreat," they barked. Jiang Li's face drained of color. She plunged into the crowd against the flow, mind scrambling. Before anyone could make sense of the carnage, a faint halo had appeared over Songfei's body. The halo vanished into the air, as if collected by an invisible hand. Someone somewhere close by had reached out and taken it. Only a short distance from the car prepared for the young miss. Jiang Li watched in frozen horror as the divine artifact's light struck. The head separated from the neck. The expression of terror was fixed in her eyes. The bodyguards, stunned and panicked, could do nothing but shout orders that felt increasingly hollow. News moved faster than emotion. The forum exploded with updates. Star Songfei dies tragically at Dajiang Plaza. Crazy fan donates entire lifespan in divine artifact game. Dies beside Songfei's corpse. Police investigate supernatural cause. Songfei killed by inexplicable abilities. Shock spread among the fans. Jiang Li wept openly, covering her face. "I still can't believe it. We were at Seth's concert just yesterday." Her friend muttered about throwing knives and invisibility, clutching at scraps of overheard speculation. "Isn't that a divine artifact game ability? Do you think Anying killed Seth? I heard in the game Anying killed him 3 times. Doubt warped into conviction in Jiang Li's mind. How could skills from a game manifest in reality? To kill Songfei instantly, and then invisibly collect his lifespan. Only someone with the assassin's talents could do that. The clues led her to one name. The culprit must be Anying. Hate crystallized into purpose. Her world dimmed. Everything she cherished felt stolen. If Anying could bring game abilities into the real world, then Jiang Li believed she had no choice but to approach him, get close, and stop him, by any means necessary. From that moment forward, her single goal burned clear: to kill Anying. Elsewhere, the man who had taken down 2 influential figures that night remained unbothered. Xinfang, having completed his bloody work, sauntered to a noodle shop to replenish his energy. Even while the divine artifact game drained his life force in the real-world invincible state, hunger persisted. He ate calmly, savoring black bean noodles as if the world outside were still ordinary. A phone buzzed across the table. The message was blunt and petty. "Qinfang, you blocked his number and WeChat. If you do not come back to work, you are fired. You won't get paid this month." The sender was a girl surnamed Yang Xiaoya, someone Qinfang knew from his guild days. She was timid and often bullied, a former member of his TR guild in his previous life. Qinfang shrugged off the threat with a short reply. "Forget about him, don't go to work anymore. Go into the divine artifact game, and develop there." The world had shifted in a single night. On stage, a star lay dead. In the streets, fans mourned and conspiracy theories sprouted. In quiet corners, new vows of revenge were forged, and in the game and in life, people began to wonder whether the boundary between virtual power and physical reality had finally been crossed. Hearing the conversation, Xiaoya quickly joined in, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, Qinfang, have you ever been inside the divine artifact game? I heard it's incredibly difficult. Many people nearly exhaust their entire lifespan just playing it." Qinfang replied calmly, "Any profession works. Just invest in agility, and you sit fine." Xiaoya leaned closer. "I heard lifespan in the game is worth a lot now. Qinfang, how much have you earned?" He shrugged. "Not much. Almost used up." "What? But didn't you buy a house and a car? No wonder you dared to block that fat tiger." She laughed nervously. Qinfang smirked. "Fat tiger? Humph, just a lackey. The real problem is his boss, Tian Shishi." The name stirred something dark in his memory. Tian Shishi, young lady of the Qian Corporation. The company he once worked for had belonged to her family. She never worked a day in her life, spending her time toying with men. He recalled the rumors, her late-night hotel meetings with foreign businessmen, her flashy supercars, her scandalous lifestyle, and now she had set her sights on him. Tian Shishi was known for her obsession with foreign culture. When the Divine Artifact game had first launched, she left Daxia for North America and established the Alice Country Guild, one of the 3 most powerful guilds there. That guild had often clashed with Daxia and his own TR Rebirth Guild. Remembering all this, Qinfang's expression hardened. He had to act before she left the country. If he could eliminate her now, the Alice Country Guild might never rise, and the chaos she brought to the world could be avoided. There were also whispers that her guild co-founders shared more than just a business relationship with her. Once she died, they would inevitably turn on each other. His phone buzzed again. It was Xiao Yu. He picked up. "Qinfang, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you died inside the Divine Artifact game." She screamed over the line. "Anyway, I bought a house myself, so don't bother me anymore." "Oh," he replied flatly. "Anything else?" "Donstedt talked to me again," she snapped. "Donstedt asked where I live, and Donstedt contact me in the future." Qinfang Sip's tone stayed indifferent. "Alright, if there's nothing else, I said'll hang up. I want to break off relations with you," she yelled. "Okay," he replied simply, and ended the call. He stepped outside, watching the setting sun. "I have to get back and continue leveling up," he murmured. "Someone will reach level 10 soon. When that happens, everyone will realize abilities from the game can be used in real life." Under the crimson sky, the city stood silent, unaware of the coming storm that would soon shatter its peace. Elsewhere, a row of elegant European-style buildings shimmered beneath the clear blue heavens. Suyan walked beside Xiao Yu and sighed. Xiao Yu, breaking things off with your brother is too much. Why don't Set you just apologize? I think Set's really angry this time. Xiao Yu turned away, pouting. Apologize? No way. I sold part of my lifespan to the Qian Corporation for 2 million. Su Yan gasped in shock. You sold your lifespan? Xiao Yu smiled proudly. Yes, I bought a house. We can live together, and soon I'll get close to Anying. Who needs Qinfang anymore? As they spoke, a figure appeared ahead, Zhang Yi waiting with a smug grin. Zhao Yu, here sips the assassin skill book you wanted. Don't sit forget what you promised me. I know, she replied sweetly. I will indulge your little desires after I sep done. But in her heart, her thoughts were venomous. You love sick fool, wait until I meet Anying. Who would care about garbage like you? Clutching the skill book, Yao Yu hummed cheerfully on her way back. Wang Dai, I've got an assassin skill book. It's even a control skill. Ask Anying if he needs it. If he does, I'll give it to him, she said over the phone. Her eyes gleamed with scheming purpose. This fool Zhang Wei might actually be useful. This skill book will be my link to Anying. As she walked, her imagination took over. I to approach him, be by his side, heal his wounds, kill enemies for him, level up together. He to begin to trust me, maybe even see me as someone precious. And when I step strong enough, when he no longer has any value to me. Her gaze darkened, voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll gouge out his eyes. I'll avenge Songfei. Just then, her phone buzzed again. A new message appeared from the group chat. This skill is trash. The boss doesn't need it. Sell it yourself. Huh? She muttered, stunned by the rejection. Meanwhile, not far from where Qinfang had passed earlier, chaos erupted. Be careful, move away quickly, someone shouted. Qinfang instinctively hid behind a pillar, quietly observing. A team of players was fighting something monstrous. Damn it, this one's not normal, try to survive first, one of them yelled as they scattered. A massive insect-like creature charged at them, its blade-like limbs slicing through the crowd. Run, it's targeting you. A man raised his shield desperately. Damn it. The shield shattered after only a few hits, splintering into 8 pieces. Qinfang Sip's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the creature. Golden level arthropod, level 8, golden boss. His expression sharpened, a hint of excitement flickering in his gaze. Interesting. If I remember correctly, this boss has level 2 anti-invisibility. In other words, against this monster, Qinfang's invisibility skill was completely useless. The golden arthropod, known as Qi, roared ferociously, waving its massive sword in all directions. Seeing an opening, Qinfang dashed forward with incredible speed. His blade flashed like lightning as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. Damage, 1013, 1013, 1013. He paused for a moment, carefully analyzing the effect. Attacking from outside the enemy's field of vision deals double damage. But if the opponent can see through stealth, the bonus disappears. His brows furrowed. That explains the drop in power. Yet, he had a countermeasure. His legendary skill, Grace of Liberation, magnified the weaknesses in a monster's head and heart by 200%. And within the technique, 9 slashes of Shunying Jian, 3 of those strikes were designed to target weak points. Hitting them meant triple damage, enough to compensate for the lost stealth boost. A confident smile crept across Qinfang's face. Thank you, Jin Li. Truly this legendary skill lives up to its name. And thanks to that girl, Xia, for helping me locate the Faith Temple. Suddenly, another player appeared above the rocky cliffs, exclaiming in disbelief. That stealth damage, terrifying. Just one attack wiped out 1/6 of the golden level boss Sit's health. After a brief pause, Qinfang decided to strike again. He pulled out several throwing knives and launched them with pinpoint precision. They pierced directly into the monster's head. The creature howled in agony. Poisoned throwing knife. Qinfang's eyes gleamed coldly. A silver tier skill. Its damage isn't keeping up anymore. I need to evolve my profession fast to boost stealth potency. But before he could plan further, the golden arthropod suddenly leapt high into the air, lunging toward him with deadly intent. A female mage watching from above shouted in panic. Be careful. Qinfang's gaze hardened, murderous light flashing through his eyes. Qi's crimson blade slashed wildly, forming a storm of death that shredded the air itself. The mage and her teammates hid in a corner, trembling. Damn it, what kind of speed is that? One muttered. Not just speed, look at how he's attacking. It's like he knows exactly when to dodge and counter. Has he fought this boss before? Another whispered. He must have. His movements, it sips as if he practiced this fight hundreds of times. Meanwhile, Qinfang moved with impossible precision. Each dodge, each strike, perfectly timed. In my previous life, he thought, when I fought alongside Zhao Yu, she couldn't even protect herself, let alone heal me. That's why I developed this skill evasion. A warrior doesn't always need to endure blows. Sometimes, survival depends on agility. His eyes burned with intensity as he prepared the final blow. I prove it. Even as an ordinary warrior, I reach the top 100 globally. With one decisive strike, his blade cleaved through the monster's defenses. The golden arthropod shrieked as its massive form crumbled to the ground. The female mage screamed, "Oh my god, the golden boss is escaping." But Qinfang didn't hesitate. He darted forward once more, blade flashing in a final fatal arc. A clean slash, straight across the head. The creature's skull separated from its body, and its massive corpse hit the ground with a deafening thud. A system message appeared before him. You have slain Golden Arthropod level 8, Golden Tier. Rewards, plus 640 EXP. Plus 7 evolution points. Plus 497 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Fang stared at the glowing notifications, a faint smile spreading across his lips. So this is the reward for a golden boss, 7 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. Not bad. But then another shimmering item caught his attention. A skill book dropped onto the ground, radiating platinum light. He picked it up and read the description. Black Light Shield, Platinum Assassin Skill. Effect converts all evasion rate into a damage immune shield. Duration 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Level requirement 8. Conversion rate 20% evasion, 1 layer of damage immunity. After the duration ends or the shield breaks, evasion returns to normal. A wide grin spread across his face. Unbelievable. It dropped a platinum skill book. He quickly combined the details in his mind. If I pair this with the epic skill Shadow Demon Ambiguous, which grants 75% evasion, then Black Light Shield could create 3 layers of complete damage immunity. His grip tightened on the book. With this I can face any boss without shedding a single drop of blood. Qin Fang immediately spent the reward to evolve Black Light Shield to epic rank. The system deducted evolution points, 1 plus 2 plus 3, consuming a total of 6 evolution points. The skill's parameters expanded, the damage-free shield duration scaled through 8, 10, 12 to 14 seconds. The conversion rate changed from every 20% to 15%, then 12%, and finally 10% evasion to shield conversion per tier. The aura around him swelled. With the upgrade he could stack as many as 7 layers of damage-free shield. Like this, I can venture into higher level areas. For a moment he poured nearly all his remaining points into evolving equipment, leaving 22 evolution points. He then prioritized increasing damage per second by improving poisoned throwing knife. That evolution consumed 3 plus 5 plus 8, 16 evolution points in total. After evolution, the skill scale read, White, Silver, Emerald. Effective range reached 1,417 meters. Hit dodge attachment values became 120 and 240 attack points. Poison fragments dealt sustained damage every second equal to 50 to 80% of attack power. The effect could not be resisted. Evolving the skill 3 times more than doubled its damage, and with a cooldown of 5 seconds its sustained DPS rivaled his Xunyang Jian technique. Qin Fang did not stop there. He exchanged for 2 assassin pieces of equipment. The Ring of Agility, Platinum tier, granted agility plus 20, movement speed plus 20%, attack speed plus 20%, and cooldown speed plus 20%. He also acquired heavy red leather gloves, golden level assassin protective gear, with physical defense plus 18, all elemental resistances plus 15, constitution plus 12, and health plus 588. Equipment required level 6. After the upgrades, Qin Fang watched his stats climb. The combination of gear and skills pushed his cooldown speed to 55%. A skill that had originally had a 12-second cooldown, now refreshed in only 7.7 seconds. He gained 52 constitution points, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 horsepower points. He smiled to himself. Not bad. Now I can tank 3 hits from a golden boss without dying. With Black Light Shield layered on top, my survivability increased significantly. The party that had watched the fight now approached, awestruck. Big shot, you actually soloed the boss, they praised. A mage prompted eagerly, are there any skills or items I can buy from you? Qin Fang produced a book with a cool casual air and offered it. If you're a mage, I have this golden skill book, Frost Scatter. It releases up to 10 ice orbs. Fixed price, 800 days. The teammates protested, clicking their tongues. 800 days. That's too expensive. Level 5 golden skill books sell for 400 days. Qin Fang's eyes flickered. He explained, this is a level 7 book. Level 7 deals 40% more damage than level 5. 800 days is fair. The mage nodded without hesitation and purchased it. The system confirmed, Frost Scatter, golden skill book. You have paid 800 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Fang left with a swagger. No boss can threaten me now, he thought, resolved to return to town to spread the news and map out golden and white silver level bosses, so he would always have targets to farm and maximize his growth rate. Just after a few steps, his device buzzed. A message from Wang Mang popped up. Beep beep, big shot. Xiao Yu from our team asked me to contact you. She says she wants to give you a skill book. Qin Fang frowned, unimpressed. Xiao Yu offering me a skill book. Probably a trash green skill. He had already seen public conjecture. Most people suspected Anying of killing Songfei. The rumor that Xiao Yu would offer a gift to Anying made Qin Fang suspicious. He replied curtly that he did not want the gift, and told Wang Mang to tell her to keep it. Wang Mang forwarded the exchange exactly as Qin Fang had worded it. Qin Fang assumed Xiao Yu's overture was calculated. Either she wanted to cling to Anying, or she sought vengeance for Songfei, or perhaps both. He contacted Wang Mang again and instructed him to come to town. Qin Fang had goods he wanted to sell. Then Wang Mang asked the blunt question everyone feared to ask. Big shot, did you kill Songfei? Qin Fang's eyes flashed cold and sharp. Without evasions he replied plainly, yes, I killed him. The admission landed like a stone. Qin Fang paused only a moment, aware that the authorities were already piecing together clues. There were only 2 hours left before more players reached level 10, 2 hours before the reality of game abilities bleeding into the world could no longer be concealed. It was time to see how the Daxia government would react. Consider it a test. He vanished toward Firefly Town, and stepped into the wooden meeting house, where players and traders had already gathered, ready for what the coming storm would bring. As soon as Qin Fang entered the room, Anu stepped forward and asked bluntly, in front of everyone, Big shot, do you admit that you killed Seth? Qin Fang did not flinch. He answered without a single evasion, yes, I killed him. Anu's smile was a practiced mask. We did a full investigation. You are our primary suspect. She continued, steady and clinical. Sunfei and Zhang Li had ill intentions toward you. Daejiang Industries has captured and tortured many players, forcing them to farm the game for points. If you killed those two people, strictly speaking, that could be argued as self-defense. Her words were an attempt at neutralizing outrage, a way to fold him into a temporary alliance. Qinfeng read the room and understood their motive at once. These officials had not unmasked his true identity, so they were offering a pragmatic cooperation, an arrangement built on convenience rather than trust. He remembered how, in his previous life, he had once cooperated with authorities while keeping his hands clean. In this life, however, he had already crossed a harder line by killing Seth and Zhang Li. That act would ripple outward, introducing unpredictable variables into this fragile era shaped by the divine artifact. A bold plan formed in his mind, one that could be called ruthless. He decided to sell all his unused platinum gear. With the government's patronage behind the trade, profession or class mattered little. They would buy everything. Most importantly, the officials had the lifespans and the credit to pay. Wang Mang's voice betrayed his astonishment. Platinum equipment and platinum skills. Did the big shot actually down a platinum boss? It made no sense. There had been no global announcement. Qinfeng fed them half-truths with a casual smile. My luck's been okay. I opened a few treasure chests. A woman standing nearby corroborated the story, claiming she'd seen him open a JDI-level chest with her own eyes. The crowd murmured in envy and disbelief. Someone compared their own hard-earned progress with the effortless windfall Qinfeng described. The gulf between ordinary players and him suddenly felt vast and unbridgeable. Then Qinfeng presented his price list. A platinum skill book for archers, fixed at 2,500 days, a platinum weapon for berserkers, 1,500 days, a platinum skill book for mages, 3,000 days. He bundled a golden skill and equipment combo for 8,000 days, and offered a batch of 25 platinum items at a discounted 16,000 days. Anu, practical and decisive, accepted without haggling. She cleared debts for 2 teammates on the spot, and completed the purchase. The room calculated the scale of the transaction. When traded lifespans exceed 10,000 days, units shifted to years. 60 years equated to roughly 22,000 days, which at current exchange meant a sum worth hundreds of millions in cash. For the Shanghai government, this investment promised strategic gain, better equipped development teams, fewer internal troubles, and a stronger hand in international disputes. Someone finally asked the question everyone feared to ask. Will you join a rescue of players being held by Daejiang Industries? Qinfeng saw the trap. The government was attempting to recruit him, to cleanse his image by making him a public ally. He refused the offer but did not remain silent. In a voice that cut through the murmur, he announced the truth he had been holding back. Yes, I used in-game powers to kill them. Once the divine artifact game reaches level 10, lifespans can be consumed to bring game abilities into the real world. His words landed like a detonator. The declaration was both confession and prophecy. The boundary between virtual power and physical reality was about to collapse. Qinfeng had chosen to make that collapse visible, to force the world, governments, guilds, and ordinary players to reckon with the storm he had already set in motion. Before leaving, Qinfeng turned back to the group one last time. His voice was calm but carried a weight that silenced the room. You all should understand what this means. Time is short. Seize every second you have. Anu Estig's expression shifted as the realization sank in. So that sips it. Daejiang Industries is also purchasing lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and can bring abilities into the real world, our rescue operations will become far more dangerous. Qinfeng gave a faint nod. It's good you understand. I'll be on my way. And just like that he vanished, dissolving into thin air before their eyes. Anu turned to Wang Mang immediately, her tone firm. Wang Mang, we still divide into separate leveling teams. All 6 of us are already at high levels. Fighting together wastes potential. Split up, lead your own groups, and raise everyone's SIP's efficiency. Wang Mang nodded quickly. Understood. Anu continued, addressing the rest. Our first goal, reach level 10, then log out and report everything to the higher-ups. No one objected. The plan was clear, and the urgency was real. Moments later, a system announcement echoed across the server. Set attention. Player Anying has opened a stall again. This time he sits buying, not selling. All players receive the broadcast. Set 30 days of lifespan for the coordinates of a silver boss, 100 days for a golden boss. The message spread like wildfire. Soon a familiar voice called out mockingly, still setting up a stall here. Anying, my young lady said if you agree to help her level up, she'll pay you 300 million and shares from Daejiang Industries. There won't be another offer like this in your lifetime. The crowd began to murmur. Someone from behind shouted, you really haven't Set logged out, huh? You don't Set even know what happened. Any killed Seong Fi and the young lady of Daejiang Industries too. What? The man blurted, stunned. You mean she Set's dead? She Set's gone. Another replied coldly. And you should Seb seen it coming. She tried to capture Innie in real life, planned to enslave him for farming points. She brought this on herself. The man froze, his face darkening as memories flooded back. He had once taken her money, thinking it was an easy deal, but instead he'd been knocked unconscious, locked in a dungeon, and forced to grind for lifespan. Day after day he'd been beaten, starved, and made to lure others into the same trap. Remembering her cruel smile, he muttered bitterly under his breath. That woman deserved what she got. He laughed nervously, but Qinfeng Sep's sharp voice cut through. Looking at how obedient you are, you must Sep helped her capture plenty of players. Haven't Set you? And no, he stammered, shaking his head. I was forced, I swear. He turned to leave, muttering apologies as he hurried off. Qinfeng scoffed. Trash. Then, without another glance, he turned his focus back to his stall. Someone else approached him. I Sef got the coordinates of a silver boss. Trade approved, Qinfeng said simply. 30 days of lifespan. The town remained lively, buzzing with excitement around Qinfeng's presence. Players whispered among themselves as they watched him trade. Look. That Sep's Qian Shishi, one whispered. The real-life young lady of the Qian family. Stay away from her. Sep's rumored to have killed multiple players and drained their lifespan. A moment later, Shishi entered the town, flanked by 2 teammates. Her expression was arrogant, her tone dripping with contempt. This game is set as great as people think. As long as you have money, you can buy equipment, skills, and power, enough to crush anyone you want. Her eyes gleamed with disdain as she cursed under her breath. This damn game even made me miss my flight. I should be in North America right now, enjoying myself with Max. She scanned the Daxia players nearby with disgust. Look at these men, so weak, so boring. Not a single one has any charm. One of her foreign companions, Tony, laughed smugly. Miss Kwan, your taste is impeccable. Of course our men are far superior. Even in that regard, he added with a perverted grin, we stir much stronger. Shishi smirked, her gaze lingering on him. Her arrogance and his vanity blended into a dangerous alliance of greed, lust, and power. But in the shadows of that bustling town, unseen by them both, Qinfeng quietly observed, already calculating his next move. A little later, they returned to the real world, and the excitement followed them. You can experience it yourself, someone said. She nodded repeatedly. Okay, I am really looking forward to it. The conversation soon shifted back to the star, Songfei. Voices bubbled with callous amusement. Hey, I heard that useless Songfei died. I played with him once. It was over in less than a minute. What a waste. Shishi, indulgent and hungry for sensation, flushed at the thought. She had heard the killer's name whispered everywhere. Anying, a Daxia man but ranked #1 globally. The idea that Anying could kill Songfei made ordinary death seem trivial. If he could fell a star, taking down a common player would be easy. Perhaps she thought this was her chance to get close to him. Impulsively, Shishi posted a notice to attract players. Everyone, I am going offline to make a call. Contact Anying. Reward 3,000 days of lifespan. Money might not tempt Anying, but 3,000 days of lifespan could not be refused. For her, killing an ordinary player was a trivial task. She pictured his face, smug and dismissive. Very soon you will have to die. Qinfeng, she thought with vicious satisfaction. Back in the dungeon of gameplay, Zhang Yi stabbed fiercely at a monster's neck, while Xiao Yu threw up a healing spell from afar. Xiao Yu, next time don't buff so extremely. Zhang Yi grumbled weakly. If you'd pushed a little more, I would have met my ancestors. Xiao Yu snapped back, annoyed. What are you being fierce about? You didn't die, did you? She hurried to explain, then glanced at her system status. My hunger level has reached 90%. I have to go eat. She and Suo Yan logged out together. In the real world, Xiao Yu's new room was a mess. She woke up groaning, so hungry. She checked her phone and frowned. Every food vendor had closed. No delivery riders were taking orders. Had everyone run into the divine artifact game? Old memories returned. Qinfeng always cooking for her, making life effortless. She forced herself to be strong. It's just food. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. Come on, you can do it without Qinfeng. You will live better. Meanwhile, by the seaside in a cave, strange noises echoed. A crab-like monster burst out, chased by a violent energy. Qinfeng descended and smashed the creature with one blow. Phew, more than an hour to clear 4 silver bosses. Efficiency is good. He did the math carefully. 4 silver bosses meant a total of 16 evolution points. On average, each silver boss yielded about 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. He checked his gear and stats. All my equipment is golden level or above now, he mused. His cooldown speed had climbed from 55% to 75%. The Xunyang Jian skill that once had a 12-second cooldown now refreshed in only 6.8 seconds. The damage output had soared. Safe outskirts no longer contained silver bosses. Golden level equipment had become the ceiling. He looked at his experience bar in frustration. If I want to upgrade further, I'll have to change jobs. He knew every silver boss had at least level 2 resistance to stealth. I must change jobs quickly to raise stealth to level 3. I still need more than 20,000 experience points. Memories of hard fights from his previous life rose in his mind. Only when stealth reached level 3 or higher could he reduce risk against silver bosses to a tolerable level. In his former life, killing a silver boss required a coordinated team of 20 people. Determined, Qinfeng headed back to town. Contact the government people. I'll sell all the equipment, he decided. His eyes glinted with resolve. He wanted to be first to the silver boss for the initial kill. In another city, a buyer announced a huge trade. Tradable lifespan of 105 years. The buyer called out happily. Goodbye, big shot. Next time sell to us first. Qinfeng answered calmly. From a shadowed corner, a voice called, Hey, you must be Anying, right? I have an assassination mission. Kill someone in real life. The reward is big. Qinfeng ignored it and brushed past. But the man persisted in a panic. Wait, don't go. It's just killing an ordinary person named Qinfeng. I'll give you the address. You already killed Songfei. This will be easy. 3,000 days of tradable lifespan for the job. Qinfeng paused, surprised. Kill Qinfeng, he thought, cool and unshaken. The offer was blunt, laced with greed and disbelief. His path through the town continued, but the first real-world assassination offers were being whispered openly now. A chilling sign that the line between game and reality was rapidly dissolving. Qinfeng thought to himself, calculating quietly, 3,000 days, that is nearly 50 million in current value. Interesting. Who would want him dead? He had never met the man in real life. This middleman was only a messenger. The true employer remained hidden. He considered his past. In his previous life he had offended powerful people, but that had been in the later stages of the Divine Artifact game. To be targeted so early now meant old grudges, predating the game's release. One face floated into his mind, Qian Shishi. Only she had both the motive and the resources to hire an assassin. Yet if the Qian Corporation had truly wanted him dead, they would have acted before the game launched. That meant the hit had another purpose, most likely to get close to Anying. Killing Qinfang, he guessed, was merely convenient. After all, Qinfang had once refused her advances. How amusing, he thought. You come looking for me first? He answered the middleman coolly. Fine, I'll take the job, but transfer half the deposit up front. Also, the timing is decided by me. The man stammered and begged to consult his superiors, then agreed. A notification blinked across Qinfang's interface. Transaction complete. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qinfang smirked inwardly. Deposit secured. Considerate interest. He sent the target's location and information to the hitman. The man confirmed that, given Qinfang's ability, finding the quarry should pose no difficulty. Qinfang glanced at the map, the coordinates matching his current position. He replied coldly, "Stay where you are. I'll handle it." He dismissed the idea that the middleman or his employers were truly exceptional. After all, were they not all, in some sense, tools of Miss Qian? At that moment, a girl called out from the crowd. "Big brother, wait. I heard you're buying boss coordinates. I have the location of a golden boss. Will you buy it?" Qinfang, unfazed, offered a price. 100 days, I'll pay after I see the boss. The girl agreed eagerly and led him north of town. He asked her the boss's name. She replied quickly. As they walked, Qinfang assessed the danger. The boss was rumored to emanate a wide toxic miasma, deadly to anyone trapped inside its radius. He told her, no need for healers, just lead the way. Confident in his evasion and damage, he planned to rush the fight and finish it before the poison could take effect. They entered the cave. The girl pointed ahead. The monster lay before them, shrouded in a strange green smoke that protected it. Qinfang honored his promise and transferred the lifespan. A system notification confirmed. Transaction complete. You have given 100 days of tradable lifespan. Moments before the battle, the girl's voice trembled as she confessed something she could not hide. Brother, there's something I must tell you. This is a trap. Once you start fighting, someone will come to kill you. They told me to block you so they could get close and investigate your real-life identity. She explained with shame. They had equipped anti-stealth props to catch him. Her words felt like a punch. Qinfang remained outwardly calm. Typical, he thought. The girl, trying to unburden her guilt, added that she had been forced into the plan. They threatened me in the real world, she said. I wanted to warn you. I hate them too. Her eyes begged for retribution. Anger flared in him, but he only answered with measured resolve. He had been pushed into a game of lies and old vendettas, and now the pieces were showing themselves. Whether hired by vengeance or by ambition, they would discover soon enough that Qinfang was not an easy mark. Xinfang looked directly at the girl and asked coldly, "Who is the person behind you?" The girl hesitated for a moment, her face pale as she finally whispered the name of the one who had forced her. Dongfang Xian. In the game his ID was Xian Yun. He said that you killed him once, she continued nervously. Xinfang frowned, trying to recall any conflict between them. Dongfang Ainsu. So it sets that guy. After a moment, he remembered, he was the one who competed with me for the Golden Magic Ship boss. Later, he apologized by giving me a skill book. The girl Sip's hands trembled. Sweat rolled down her forehead as she pleaded, "Brother, since you killed Seth, then you can definitely kill him too. Isep told you everything. Please don't Set sell me out. If Dongfang Xian finds out, Isep Don 4. It's Sep's best if you just kill him." Xinfang's eyes turned cold. So Xin Xiao dared to come up with such a foolish plan? He had never heard that name in his past life, which meant that person must have died early. He turned away calmly. Isep going to fight the boss. Killing one more dog on the way, one Sep make a difference. Before leaving, he gave the girl instructions. You just use their plan. Tell Dongfang Den Sep's people to come here. Isep will handle the rest. The girl bit her lip, worried for him. Ah, wait, you still die. Dongfang Xian once brought 3 full teams, 18 people in total to fight this boss, but within 30 seconds they were all wiped out. Still, Xinfang went stealth and began investigating. Poison gas filled the cave. It was intense and unrelenting. Even the strongest players would crumble under such poison damage. They hadn't even managed to bring down 5% of the boss's health. No matter how strong Aang is, the girl murmured, if he Sep's caught in this gas, he shall die for sure. But Xinfang was calm. Let's see how strong this boss really is. He activated his skill, Grace of Liberation. His figure blurred, merging with the air itself. Every strike was precise. Every movement deadly. He triggered multiple effects in succession. Weak point magnification, cutthroat, and Grace of Liberation's wind glide. Within moments, the monster Sip's health plummeted. Damage values flashed across the screen. 2,188, 6,700, 21,189. In less than a minute, more than half the boss's health had been erased. The girl watched in utter disbelief. What is that? One skill did over 80,000 damage? Her eyes widened as she looked at Xinfang with awe. What kind of monster is he? The boss sank slowly beneath the toxic water, disappearing from view. Xinfang, however, was unfazed. He knew that Grace of Liberation had a cooldown of 25 seconds, but with his 75% cooldown acceleration, it would return in just 14 seconds. No need to rush, he muttered. Let Sets wait for Dongfang Xian Sip's people to arrive and die together. Moments later, Shan Chao Sit's subordinates entered the cave, their leader shouting, "Everyone, get ready, enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who blocks us, kill without mercy." Xinfang smirked. So, it's them again. And with Dongfang Xian too, he noticed their plan. The girl Little White Flower was pretending to stop them, but can she really hold them off? He wondered. The girl stood firm behind a glowing shield, a golden level barrier. Xinfang finally understood. Ah, so that Sip's why they chose her. A defense like that at the start of the game is rare. Must Sip come from a golden chest, probably a blessing from a god outside the wilderness map. Without hesitation, Xinfang made his move. In a blur, he tore through Shanqiao's men. His eyes turned golden as he unleashed Curse Blossom. Crimson flowers erupted across the battlefield, devouring the life force of every enemy they touched. The girl cowered beneath her shield, trembling. How terrifying. One skill killed so many people, and those red flowers, what are they? She shivered. Thankfully I didn't listen to Dongfang Xian, or I set to be dead like Seth and the others. When the dust settled, she cautiously called out, Big brother, let's Sets be friends. I said'll even tell you Dongfang Xian Set's real-life location. Xinfang agreed indifferently. Alright. Her tone suddenly changed, soft, suggestive. Big brother, if you ever need special services, you can come to me. I still be free for you, for life. Xinfang's expression remained unreadable, so that's her profession. No wonder she's so enthusiastic. Before he could respond, red smoke began to rise behind her. The system notification rang. You have eliminated Epidemic Spreader, LV.10 Golden. Rewards. Experience points gained. 7 evolution points. 555 days of lifespan tradable. Xinfang Sip's eyes lit up as he saw the glowing orbs of power drifting around him. It took more than a dozen players to earn this much, yet this boss gives even more alone. He sneered. Instead of grinding monsters, these fools love stirring up trouble. They deserve death. Then he noticed something, a new drop shimmering in the air, a skill book, and for the assassin class no less. His heart raced. It's been so long since one dropped for me. He reached out, and the system revealed the details. Skill acquired, Moment of Darkness, Platinum level. Type, Assassin skill. Emits a dark flash from the weapon, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown, 60 seconds, reduced to 34.3 S. Level requirement, 10. Range 20 meters. Duration 10 seconds, varies by target Sip's mental attributes. Xinfang Sip's eyes gleamed, blind, perfect. He immediately learned the new skill. His power, once again, had evolved. Xinfang's confidence surged. With his new Moment of Darkness skill, he realized that even without stealth, as long as the enemy was blinded, he could still trigger double damage. A smirk crossed his face. Perfect. No matter how high a boss Sit's anti-stealth is, it won't affect my efficiency anymore. Then, the system displayed new information. Weapon acquired. Blade of Plague Platinum level. Type. Assassin weapon. Attack, 216. Agility plus 42. Weak point attack. Probability, pu 0.3%. Requirement, level 10. Unique effect. All attacks inflict a toxin that explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. Xinfang couldn't help but grin. Great, another big harvest. He quickly checked his stats. His evolution points had reached 98, nearly enough to upgrade his epic level Greedy Hand to legendary. Just a bit more, he muttered. I still need over 10,000 experience points to upgrade my class. Time to hunt small monsters. As he approached the shore, even the clams and shrimp trembled and scattered in fear. With a flick of his wrist, Xinfang unleashed a flurry of strikes. The weak monsters fell instantly, leaving behind trails of glowing energy. Moments later, the system chimed. Class advancement successful. Spiritual energy detected. Class Anyang Assassin has advanced from Stage 0 to Stage 1. New attributes were unlocked. Strength, 3-9. Constitution, 3-9. Agility, 8-24. Spirit, 15. His control panel flashed with a new set of class passives. Passive 1, Stealth duration doubled. Stealth can now be used while already stealthed. Passive 2, Stealth level increased from +1 to +2. Passive 3, attacks made while outside the enemy's field of vision deal double to triple damage. Xinfang Sip's eyes gleamed in amazement. Incredible. My attributes have tripled, and now, as long as cooldown allows, I can maintain permanent stealth. Attacking from outside the enemy Sep's vision now triples the damage. No wonder this is called the strongest hidden profession. Just then, a global announcement echoed through the system. Attention players, 7 individuals from the Zhanghai City region have reached level 10. The teleportation formation to the abandoned god continent will open in 10 minutes. Qualified players, please prepare. Xinfang checked the leaderboard. It's already 8:30 in the evening. Didn't expect this many players to reach level 10 so soon. The updated rankings appeared. Anying. Grey Rose. Snowy Day. Hake Buluin. Daily Wang Mang. Hei Yu Han. All familiar names. He frowned. In my previous life, this list was filled with foreigners. Seems things are already changing. He smirked slightly. Looks like the equipment and skill books I sold have started to affect the flow of power. I wonder, will the world Sip's orders shift in this lifetime? I sipped them looking forward to it. Meanwhile, in the real world, chaos was unfolding. At a city police station, a group of officers stood in formation. One of them saluted and reported, "Sir, the main members of the Dajiang Industrial Crime Group have been arrested. However, 3 members are still active inside the abandoned god game. Their real bodies are in an unreal state. We can't arrest them physically." The senior officer nodded. Request instructions from above. An older government agent standing nearby gave his order. Inform Anu, tell her to find a way to force those suspects to log out. The officer replied firmly, understood. Two senior officials discussed quietly, good strategy. Even if the criminals are hiding in safe zones, their bodies in reality still need food. Once they get hungry, they still have to log out, and the moment they do, we still capture them. The government team finally relaxed. Thanks to Anicaps' support, this operation went smoothly. We should consider recruiting him to our side. Outside, the streets were eerily silent, not a single soul in sight. Back in the game, the girl from earlier messaged Xinfang with excitement. Boss, I didn't expect you to be such a hero, eliminating evil for the people. I admire you so much. He replied coldly, enough flattery. Speak if there sips something important. She quickly sent him a message. Boss, it sets true. The government has announced the news. The Dajian group was colluding with Song Fi. They plotted to kidnap, imprison, and even kill players. The reason you killed Song Fi and Zhong Li was because you accepted a government commission. Xinfang blinked in disbelief, then sighed. So they said you're whitewashing me, trying to make future cooperation easier. He asked, have you found Dongfang Xian Sip's real location yet? Not yet, the girl replied. He hasn't logged out. Give me a little more time. I still update you the moment I know. Alright, Xinfang said quietly. Other things can wait. The next priority is reaching the abandoned god continent. Steel Thing once again, he approached the teleportation formation in town. Many players were already gathered, but none had activated the portal yet. The system chimed one final time. Teleportation to abandoned god continent initiated. A bright light engulfed Xinfang as he vanished from sight. His next chapter had just begun. Xinfang tightened his grip on his weapon. The time for the real game had finally come. The towns behind him were nothing more than beginner villages, safe zones for novices. The true adventure would begin only on the abandoned god continent. Without a sound, he vanished from sight, his figure dissolving into the air. The surrounding players looked stunned. Where did he go? One of them asked in disbelief. Another scoffed. What Sip's there to ask? Of course, it's Sip's big brother anything Sip's doing. But a more experienced player frowned. That Sip's not right. I have level 2 anti-stealth, and I still can see even his shadow. That means, his stealth level is above 2. A wave of awe swept through them. Meanwhile, Xinfang was teleported by the system to a new location. He wasn't surprised, this had happened in his past life as well. A familiar wind brushed past his face. The Jianghai ruins, he murmured. Just like before, players from each city were teleported to ruins corresponding to their own city when first arriving on the abandoned god continent. The strange thing was that these ruins perfectly mirrored real-world maps. Xinfang Sip's brow furrowed. Why is that? Even in my previous life, no one could solve this mystery. He dashed through the ruins like a shadow in the wind, his senses sharp. Suddenly a beast roared behind him, bursting out of the sand in a frenzy. He immediately activated his stealth again. System notification. You have eliminated the burrower level 11, normal quality. But more monsters appeared, surrounding him from all directions. As they lunged, Xinfang jumped high into the air, his body glowing faintly. Grace of liberation. A storm of energy burst forth. His strikes were precise and deadly, each blow cutting through the monsters before they could even react. When the silence returned, Xinfang observed his surroundings carefully. The abandoned god continent was nothing like the safe beginner towns. There were no sanctuaries here, only ruins, dangers, and monsters lurking everywhere. Still, Xinfang saw opportunity in the chaos. If I can secure a hiding place among these ruins, I can build a base and claim a territory. He knew this terrain better than anyone. In his previous life, the Zashan Guild had established their refuge in the northwest section of the Jianghai ruins. That was where he needed to go. As he approached, the massive shadow of an ancient statue appeared ahead. A towering figure seated amidst the rubble, one hand raised high, holding a torch that caught the fading light of sunset. Dust swirled through the air as the ruin stretched endlessly behind it. At the base of the statue stood 4 figures, gazing up in awe. Is this the land abandoned by the gods? One of them whispered. Another, a girl named Jin Li, looked around, puzzled. Why does this look like the ruins of a modern city? Wait, this place feels familiar. Her eyes widened as she spotted a tall, half-broken tower, still standing proudly in the middle of the desolation. Wait, isn't that the Jiangnan Tower? Someone confirmed. Yes, you stare right. The Jiangnan Tower is still intact. Excitement filled Jin Li Sep's face. I heard that Big Brother Enin has already arrived here. Where is he? Where's Sep's Yishu? The small bird perched on her shoulder, a magical familiar, chirped softly. Nadonstet bother looking for him. He steps in stealth. Before Jin Li could reply, chaos erupted in the distance. Wang Mang, another player, was running desperately, his face pale. 2 massive red monsters burst through the ruins, blocking his escape. A distant voice shouted, "Be careful, monsters incoming." Wang Mang raised his shield just in time, but the monster's claws struck with tremendous force. Damage indicators flashed above him. 498, 512. Nearby, Yur, gripping her glowing staff, warned, "Stay alert. Even the normal monsters here hit harder than silver bosses near the towns." Just then, an arrow streaked across the sky, a bright binding light that wrapped around one of the monsters. A man holding a bow stood at the base of the ruins, his expression calm and focused. "I shall hold them back," he commanded. "Everyone else, attack together. Focus fire." Jin Li nodded and raised her staff. Prophet Sith's great fireball. A blazing sphere of fire formed above her head and exploded upon impact, engulfing the monsters in flames. The explosion shook the ruins, and when the fire subsided, both monsters had turned to ash. Cheers erupted. Woohoo! Monster extermination successful. So great. Wang Mang exhaled in relief and turned to Yuer. Sa, let your owl scout the surroundings. Okay, she replied. Her white owl soared high into the air, circling above the ruined city. Moments later, its voice echoed in their minds. Captain, the situation isn't set good. There are demons everywhere, too many of them. The noise from our battle has drawn others this way. I can locate any safe zone nearby. The archer grimaced. What kind of cursed continent is this? It's just basically a survival game now. Jin Lee Sep's tone turned serious. We need to find Big Brother Anying. He arrived about 10 minutes before us. If we can locate him, we still be safe. The owl continued to scan the horizon. Suddenly, it paused mid-flight. Wait, I see something. There are luminous items scattered along the northwest path. The team exchanged glances. Items, dropped after monsters were killed? Someone asked. That Sep's right. Another confirmed. It must be Big Brother Anying Sep's doing. Look at the number of drops. He probably didn't even bother picking them up because his inventory Sep's already full. They stared in the northwest direction with awe and admiration. If the glowing trail of loot truly marked Xinfang's path, then they knew one thing for certain. The legend of Anying had already begun. After the heated discussions, chaos broke out among the players. They ran frantically through the collapsing ruins, their faces pale as they faced a massive horde of monsters tearing down the surrounding buildings. Be careful, someone shouted desperately. More monsters have appeared. Anu, trying to maintain order, raised his voice above the roaring chaos. Everyone, run in the opposite direction. That side has already been cleared by Anying. It's safe there. Follow the light of the dropped items. We still find him if we head that way. Under the dazzling glow of those scattered lights, a figure holding a staff stood among the ruins. His expression was calm yet commanding. Let Stets move. Everyone stay alert and maintain formation. Don't Stet gets separated. We still fight and retreat together until we reach safety. Understood? The group nodded and moved forward, their weapons drawn. A giant wave of red-skinned monsters with grotesque faces and clawed hands came charging toward them. But before they could close in, a single flash of blue light erupted across the battlefield, slicing through the monsters like paper. Qinfang observed from afar, his sharp eyes analyzing every movement. Even without activating his release skill, his illusion strike was dealing over 20 to 30,000 damage per hit. Killing these creatures was almost effortless. He smirked faintly. A paradise for grinding monsters, he murmured. Standing at the intersection of the desolate streets, Qinfang finally stopped. Here it is, he whispered. The perfect hiding place. He gazed into the distance, explaining the significance of this spot. Beneath these ruins lies a massive underground palace. In my previous life, this place wasn't discovered until much later. That palace has over 1,000 resting chambers and dozens of grand halls. It's the largest refuge in all of Zhanghai. Back then, it became the main base of my guild, the Jin Shen. At the entrance of the underground passage, 2 monsters stood guard, sentinels of the hidden dungeon. Qinfang continued explaining, before being conquered, this place was no different from an underground city. Countless traps, swarms of monsters, and a powerful guardian boss await below. The larger the territory, the stronger its guardian. Without hesitation, he stepped into the spiral path leading deeper underground. His tone remained calm yet confident. In my previous life after forming the Zhan Shen Guild, I brought 18 elite members, 3 full squads, all at level 15 fully equipped. Even then it took everything we had to conquer this palace. He searched the winding paths until he found a deep spiral staircase leading down into the darkness. Strange glowing entities floated across what was known as the Land of Cleansing Souls. With a cold determination in his eyes, Qinfang muttered, "This time, I don't need anyone else. I alone am enough to defeat the guardian boss and claim this place." Before him, 3 grotesque creatures with glowing eyes let out ear-piercing shrieks. Around them, a horde of monsters of various colors prepared to strike. Qinfang gripped his weapon tightly, his aura flaring. Level 12, golden grade, elemental spirits. He analyzed quickly. The monsters lunged, surrounding him from all sides. He raised his blade high. Xunyang Jin. A surge of blue energy burst forth, cutting through the darkness. He spun rapidly, creating streams of blue light that carved through every enemy nearby. Each attack radiated with controlled precision and devastating force. When they stare blinded, he said calmly amidst the chaos, "Every attack I make gains additional damage. Even normal strikes are enough to one-shot these weaklings." Within minutes, the battlefield fell silent. The monsters had been completely annihilated. Qinfang stood in a large hall surrounded by faint yellow energy. 15 monsters in this area cleared, he muttered. But the Land of Cleansing Souls has dozens of these halls, and thousands of chambers. This will be a long campaign. He turned away, already strategizing his next move. Once I finish clearing this entire zone, I still have enough materials to evolve my said greedy hand step skill again. Moments later, he entered a vast room supported by towering stone pillars. The air was thick with power. It was clear he had reached the heart of the palace. "Just a bit more," he said. "Once all the small monsters are gone, the guardian will appear." And as if on cue, the air trembled. A blinding blue light flashed, and a colossal guardian monster materialized before him, its body pulsating with energy. At that very moment, in another part of the ruins, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared within a glowing blue circle. A transparent shield surrounded them as the ground cracked beneath their feet. One of them, a young man, stared around in disbelief. So this is the continent abandoned by the gods. Beside him, a girl frowned, scanning the horizon. Strange, why does this place feel so familiar? Before them stretched a desolate wasteland, a ruined skyline where even the Statue of Liberty lay shattered. Both of them gasped. This isn't set this New York. They turned again, now standing under heavy rain at the edge of another fallen city. The boy looked down from a ruined bridge. Then that must be the ruins of Shangan City. The girl pointed toward a collapsed landmark in the distance. And that looks like London. A realization dawned on them. Could it be, the boy whispered, that every player is teleported to the ruins of their own city? Hearing his question, the girl frowned in thought and added, strange, could it be that the geographical layout of these ruins actually matches the real world? Before they could ponder further, two massive shadows loomed behind them. Their eyes widened in horror as they turned. Two giant monsters were emerging from the darkness. It's not good. Run quickly, the boy shouted. Their screams echoed through the ruined streets as the monstrous creatures rampaged through what was once New York City. Crumbling skyscrapers and shattered roads confirmed what they had feared. This was indeed part of the Shanghai ruins. Elsewhere, Wang Mang sat on a cracked road, surveying the aftermath of a fierce battle. There are no more monsters nearby, he ordered calmly. Everyone, recover your energy here for now. And Wu let out a low whistle and laughed bitterly. No wonder he Seps called the big shot. Anying really is something else. I thought I was strong, but in the end, all I can do is hide behind him. Her words made Wang Mang clear his throat sharply. Captain An Wu, mind your tone, he reminded. She smirked. Oh, did I say something wrong? Jinli, standing beside her, smiled faintly. Well, at least we Set were lucky. If Big Shot hadn't Set cleared this area before us, none of us would Set made it out alive. Her expression grew thoughtful. I do wonder though, if we die here, where will we respawn? Wang Mang crossed his arms and spoke seriously. For now we shouldn't Stet take unnecessary risks. Let Stets wait until everyone reaches level 10 before moving out again. Maybe, and Wu replied curtly, though her attention shifted to Yui, who stood nearby, her eyes glowing faintly as she controlled her scouting owl. The monsters here are dead everywhere, Yui reported. But something's odd, it seems they all stopped at one specific location. It's like Big Shot. Anying disappeared there. And look, so many drops, even golden gear. Her voice trembled with excitement. I really want to go and pick them up. Wang Mang thought for a moment, then nodded. I still contact Anying first. Let's see if he still needs those items. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ruins, Qin Fang was still locked in battle. His blade glowed faintly as he stood surrounded by golden light. Finally, all the ordinary monsters are cleared, he muttered, glancing around the now illuminated dark palace. Over 40 grand halls and thousands of chambers, he continued to himself. Just the regular monsters alone, over 400 slain, 4 green bosses, 2 silver bosses, and more than 80,000 experience gained. He opened his status panel briefly. My evolution index is now at 205 points, only 5 more to evolve greedy hand again. Just then, his interface flickered with a message from Wang Mang. Big brother, are you online? We saw you clearing monsters. Some equipment was left behind. We picked it up. How should we transfer lifespan to you? Qin Fang smirked slightly. So they've arrived too, he replied. Okay, I'll contact you later. There's another batch of gear I'll sell soon. Got it. We'll wait for you at coordinates 89,554, 66,666 in the ruins refuge. Closing the chat, Qin Fang raised his gaze to the towering statue of an angel before him. Sparks of blue electricity crackled around his body. Each step he took sent ripples of lightning through the ground. The guardian boss has appeared, he declared coldly. A surge of energy erupted ahead as a colossal monster materialized, its entire body wrapped in swirling blue lightning. The system interface flickered open, revealing its stats. Purifying Soul Facile. Level 15, Platinum grade. Guardian boss of the Land of Purifying Souls. Defeat it to claim control over this area. Qin Fang Sip's eyes narrowed. Blue arcs of energy danced across his armor. In these city ruins, level 15 is the highest stage, he thought. This creature, Purifying Soul Facile, is the strongest of them all. 750,000 health points, divided into 3 full phases. He clenched his weapon tighter, recalling the memories of his previous life. Its lightning strike back then was so powerful that even a fully equipped golden tier warrior barely survived. But this time, his lips curved into a confident smile. I once Set need to endure it head on anymore. He launched his attack instantly. Shining Zhan. From above, spirals of blue energy rained down, colliding violently against the boss's electric armor. The Purifying Soul Facile roared, counterattacking by conjuring a massive lightning bolt that split into dozens of branching strikes. But Qin Fang was faster. His body flickered like a shadow as he dodged each bolt effortlessly. The ground exploded where he'd stood moments ago. If even one of those hits me, he calculated coolly, I Sep him dead. My current lightning resistance and defense aren't set enough to tank it. His expression hardened. Platinum bosses have accuracy correction. My evasion rate is 75%, enough to dodge most attacks. But with this one, the hit rate must be above 50%. Then his smirk returned. Still, my agility is 182. My full sprint speed exceeds 40 meters per second. As long as I stay sharp, I can dodge every strike before it lands. And with that, Qin Fang surged forward again, his body blazing with blue light as the battle between man and lightning truly began. Qin Fang stood motionless for a moment, his weapon still humming with residual energy. The echoes of the battle with the Purifying Soul still lingered in the air, the crackle of fading lightning illuminating the shattered hall around him. As he caught his breath, a sudden wave of memories from his previous life washed over him. He thought quietly, in my past life I led the entire guild through this exact fight. Back then we barely survived hiding behind the priest Sip's shield and relying on pure luck to pass. But this time, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He raised his weapon high, its blade gleaming with divine energy. This time he muttered, I once said give this boss a single chance. In an instant, Qin Fang launched a flurry of attacks, Grace of Liberation's cutthroat damage combo, followed by the devastating strikes Xunyang Zan and Plaglade, each blow tearing through the boss's armor. The colossal creature howled as its health plummeted by a staggering 250,000 points. But victory was far from over. The boss's body began to radiate violent lightning as it entered its second stage. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed. So it begins, he murmured. Once it reaches this stage, Purifying Soul becomes immortal for a short time. It'll summon lightning orbs endlessly. I must destroy all three before it rages. Or else... He paused, remembering. In my past life my entire guild was annihilated here. Qin Zhao Yuyu gave up, saying she wouldn't continue fighting. I didn't invite her back for the next raid, and without her, I cleared it in one go. Fate is strange. Determined, he drew a handful of poisoned flying knives and hurled them straight at the Purifying Soul. The blades pierced the orbs hovering around the boss, each one detonating in a flash of blue electricity. Qin Fang smirked. Every orb destroyed reverses its energy, dealing massive damage to the boss. Once all three are gone, its Cecil moved to the final phase. Without hesitation, he leaped high into the air, spinning mid-flight as energy surged through his body. A massive blue energy field expanded around him, surrounding the boss. The Purifying Soul's eyes glowed with fury as lightning raged wildly in every direction. From above, the entire battlefield was a storm of crackling blue power. Qin Fang landed with precision. The ground beneath him was a maze of lightning traps. Here it comes, he whispered. Phase 3, the ultimate lightning barrage. He remembered again how in his previous life it took a full set of lightning-resistant gear, plus 4 priest buffs, just to survive. But this time, Qin Fang smiled faintly. No such trouble. Raising his hand, he summoned a spherical black shield around himself. Grace of Liberation's black light barrier. The shield pulsed with dark energy as he lifted off the ground, gliding through the storm. Below, the boss howled in frustration, thrashing within the lightning field. The ground steps a death trap. Qin Fang analyzed calmly. I settle attack from above. His weapon glowed fiercely. He dove down, cutting through the storm like a comet. Blue flames erupted as he landed, his strike shaking the ruins. Moments later, the system steps cold. Mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Player Qin Fang has successfully eliminated the platinum-level boss, Purifying Soul Fissal. Level up, 11. Gained 41 thinking points, 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. Title earned, Master of the Purifying Soul's Land. Qin Fang stood tall, bathed in golden light. His lips curled into a proud smile. Very good, he said to himself. These rewards, they still be useful. But his mind was already racing ahead. He knew this wasn't just a game. Bases like this one, fortified zones in the divine artifact world, could be extracted into reality. Each came with a magic defense barrier, an absolute sanctuary when the real world began to decay. He recalled how, in his past life, the divine artifact game's descent had corroded everything. Nuclear weapons, tanks, even fighter jets. Humanity's greatest tools of war had turned into useless scrap within months. Now, survival depended only on one thing, extracting power from the game itself. He took a deep breath, eyes hardening. This time he whispered, I stealth walk alone. I stealth reach the peak by my own hands. No betrayal, no mistakes. Outside, the world was drenched in heavy rain. Amid the storm, chaos erupted. Monsters were attacking again. A towering beast wielding an enormous axe was tearing through everything in its path. Hey everyone, get out of the way, a player shouted. A terrified voice cried back, save me. But before anyone could react, the axe came crashing down. The girl's body was split in half, instantly killed. The system notification was merciless. You have died. Lost 14 years of non-tradable lifespan. You have died. Lost 2 days of tradable lifespan. The player stared in shock. Again? I died again? Her teammate snapped angrily. You useless support. The boss swung its axe right in front of you. You couldn't even dodge. She shot back furiously. You started the tank. You didn't pull the boss sets aggro and you blame me. Go die. The man glared. How can you pull an AoE attack, you idiot? Without another word, he left the team. And so, another failed battle ended, while above them, the storm raged on, hinting that this was only the beginning of far greater trials yet to come. The rain continued to fall across the ruined city, turning its broken streets into rivers of mud. Amidst the storm, chaos and confusion reigned. Shia Yu, a desperate voice suddenly cried through the comms. The tank ran away. The boss is hitting me, save me. The girl's eyes widened. The next moment, another teammate's death notification flashed across her interface. A bright beam of light fell beside her, a newly revived player materializing after death. It was Su Yan, his face pale with frustration. Xiaoyu, he said anxiously, how about we go back and farm some small monsters first? We still losing too much lifespan. If this keeps up, we still die permanently soon. Xiaoyu hesitated, then nodded. All right, she sighed. Let's go. The two quickly left the area and teleported to another zone. At the same time, the System SIP's global announcement echoed across all servers. Player Anying, Shanghai City. First player to exterminate a platinum boss. Fame plus 10 points. The world chat instantly exploded. Damn it, a platinum boss again. Soloed. one player shouted. This is ridiculous. Hardly anyone Seps even reached the mainland, and he Seps already clearing bosses alone? It Sets that guy, right? Anying? Does anyone even know who he really is? All around, jealousy and disbelief spread through the chat. Even She Yu and Su Yan stopped in their tracks when they saw the notification. A platinum boss. Su Yan muttered in disbelief. I haven't even seen one yet. He soloed it? She Yu clenched her fists. Her heart burned with both fear and anger. Why are these people so foolish? Even a white-silver boss is hard enough to defeat, but that damn Any, he can kill a platinum boss all by himself? Back inside the ancient palace, the same place where the purifying soul had fallen, Qinfeng was calmly consolidating his strength. The victory had pushed him to level 11. From this stage onward, each level up increased all attributes by 4 points, and provided 10 free attribute points to allocate. As long as my agility is high enough, Qinfeng thought, and I combine it with infinite stealth, I can kill bosses without ever getting hit. He smiled faintly when he checked the rewards. So the platinum boss actually gave me 20 evolution points? That Seps enough to evolve the greedy hand again. Without hesitation, he began the process. 210 evolution points used, 15 remaining. Greedy hand upgraded to legendary tier. A bright light surrounded him as the system chimed. New ability unlocked. Increased loot drop rate. Passive enhanced, 100 item slots. Additional reward granted, plus 5 loot parts, plus 100 evolution points. Qinfeng Sip's expression lit up with satisfaction. Perfect. The reward range increased from 3 to 5, and the new storage capacity is incredible. Moments later, the greedy hand appeared before him, its surface now pulsating with golden runes. He examined his new inventory. 2 assassin equipment pieces, 1 assassin skill book, not usable yet, but I store them for now. He turned toward his group of devout believers, spectral followers that gathered loot automatically. Collect everything in the palace, he ordered. They responded in low, eerie tones, bowing before dispersing. Qinfeng then began planning again. I still have 115 evolution points left. Time to strengthen my core skills. The system responded instantly. Skill upgrades applied. Shadow Dive upgraded 3 times to Epic. Stealth time increased, cooldown reduced. Backstab enhancement, upgraded 2 times to Epic. Damage raised from 50 to 75%. Moment of Darkness upgraded to Epic. Creates a black halo causing blindness. Increases range, reduces cooldown. Curse Blossom upgraded 3 times to Legendary. Absorbs a corpse's nutrients within 60 seconds, causing it to vanish. Then came a shocking new feature. Additional effect added. Absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Can absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan orbs in the environment. Qinfeng Sip's eyes widened. Absorb non-tradable lifespan, he whispered. This is a divine skill. He understood its true potential immediately. In high-level areas, especially near raging zones, the rate of lifespan consumption increased exponentially, up to 10,000 times faster. But with this new ability, he could continuously replenish his own. From now on, he thought with a grin, Eastel never have to worry about running out of lifespan again. His achievements quickly caught attention. A female voice chimed in from his communicator, bright and admiring. Congratulations, big brother, on the first platinum boss kill. But Qinfeng Stune remained calm. Is there any new information? Yes, she said eagerly. Dongfang Xian finally logged off. I heard their family is gathering at the Jiangnan restaurant. They said you're buying piles of lifespan to pour into the game to boost their power even further. Qinfeng Sip's eyes gleamed coldly. Very good. The girl, though nervous, added quickly. Big shot, please deal with Dongfang Xian soon. If not, I shall be finished. He turned toward the flickering fire beside him, his shadow stretching across the ancient hall. Don't set worry, he said with quiet confidence. I still handle everything. Steph already got half the stock with me. The 100-slot bag from Greedy Hand truly is domineering. He fastened the bag to his belt and looked out toward the city ruins beyond. Time to meet Wang Mang and sell off the entire shipment. A moment later, under the crimson glow of the burning ruins, Qinfeng stepped forward once more, ready to continue his rise in this chaotic new world. Annie was standing beside Jin Li when her eyes suddenly widened with excitement. Look, Anyang is here, she shouted, her voice filled with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward Qinfeng, calling out playfully, Big shot. But before she could reach him, Qinfeng reacted with lightning speed. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against her head, stopping her in place. Old rules, he said firmly. Then in a calm but commanding tone he announced, the price. Those who don't want to buy, don't have to. I've got more than 30 ordinary and green level items. I'm offering a preferential price for the whole package. 950 days. Wu agreed instantly, not even thinking twice. Not only that, she added cheerfully, I'll throw in some extra tip money too. Fine. Big shot. The total value of everything we picked up before is roughly over 1,000 days combined. Let's make it a clean 2,000 days for the whole deal. Qinfeng Sit's expression softened slightly. All right, he said, pleased with the offer. Now this is the white silver, golden and white gold batch. A total worth of 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. Wu Step's tone grew serious. White gold? She asked, eyes widening. I only have one piece of golden equipment myself. Big shot, you stir truly amazing. Even white gold gear? No wonder Shanghai City has been developing so fast lately. It's all thanks to people like you. Qinfeng replied politely, you are welcome. We are just helping each other. Jin Li, who had been quietly watching, suddenly noticed something and blurted out, hey, why does your bag have so many slots? Chen Fang smiled faintly. Big shot as a doorman, aren't you? Chen Li muttered under his breath. Chen Fang only nodded slightly and replied, your bags are probably full by now, right? He reminded them kindly, then pointed toward the distance. In the middle of the city ruins, there's a stone statue. Beneath it, you'll find stairs leading down. Below that lies a teleportation formation that'll take you back to the starting town. After saying this, Chen Fang turned to leave. If you want to return, remember your first trip back costs 500 days of lifespan. After that, it sips free. Decide for yourselves. I sipped him leaving. Wu watched his retreating back thoughtfully. Based on everything seen, she muttered. Everyone, listen. I told you. He sets a reborn player. How else could he know such hidden information? Wang Mang frowned with disbelief. Captain, don't start that again, he said, shaking his head. But before he could finish, Wu struck a dramatic pose and declared boldly, what do you think, should I try to seduce Ying? Jin Li and Wang Mang stared at her in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Qin Fang continued walking through the shattered ruins. Suddenly the system's mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to extract abilities into the real world? Without hesitation, he selected Extract, Level Synchronization, Professional Advancement Synchronization. A surge of energy enveloped him, and the system spoke again. You have spent 27,000 days of lifespan. Level Synchronization complete. Professional Advancement Synchronization complete. Qin Fang Sip's eyes narrowed with focus. Next, extract skills, he murmured. Last time I only extracted Shadow Dive level 1. This time I shall enhance it and extract even more. Instantly, the space around him vibrated with power as the system listed out the costs. Shadow Dive level 10, 1,946 days. Backstab enhancement, 900 days. Greedy Hand, 1,000 days. Shonying Zan, 3,200 days. Ghost Shadow Blur, 5,366 days. Curse Blossom, 16,900 days. Black Light Shield, 11,313 days. Golden Stealth Boots, 3,600 days. When the synchronization ended, the system announced, the player has 7,480 days of tradable lifespan remaining. But Qin Fang wasn't finished yet. Next is equipment extraction. Confirmed, the system replied. Spending 3,394 days to extract the golden level Believer Sits necklace. He muttered to himself, the Believer Sits necklace not only reduces cooldown time, but the platinum level believer it summons is nearly invincible in reality. He had spent nearly everything, leaving only 486 days of tradable lifespan. But now, his real-world strength almost matched his in-game power. Slowly, his body began to fade from the ruins. Even as his figure vanished, one thought remained crystal clear in his mind. I must earn more lifespan, and next time, achieve complete synchronization. When he reappeared in the real world, Qin Fang sat on the edge of his bed, his expression dark and heavy with killing intent. After taking a deep breath, he began planning his next move. Qian Shi knows my address, he thought grimly. I have to move immediately. Extracting the purifying soul area requires over 1,300 years of lifespan. For now, I shall find a temporary place to stay. With a wave of his hand, a massive invisible force appeared. Greedy Hand. Everything in the room was instantly lifted and packed away, leaving the space spotless. Haha, he chuckled softly. Greedy Hand is really convenient. Everything fits perfectly into the storage space. Then, stepping up to the windowsill, he looked out into the night. Dongfang and Zhongnan Hotel, 50 kilometers from here. He glanced down. He was on the 8th floor, too high for a normal person to jump, but Qin Fang was no normal person. With a quiet exhale, his eyes sharpened. Let that go. In the next instant, his body blurred and he shot downward like a shadow falling from the sky. He could arrive in 10 minutes. Like an arrow loosed from a bow, Qin Fang shot away, so fast he was invisible to the naked eye. At the Xiangnan Hotel, a cluster of Dongfang family elders sat around a heavy table, voices low as they parsed the implications of the new reality abilities and lifespan from the game could now affect the real world. This was not merely a curiosity. It was a revolution, a vast opportunity for the Dongfang clan. Zener had not failed them. He had already laid the groundwork in the game, and his early gains had forged a budding force. Shan Xiao answered his grandfather with measured respect. Grandfather, this is my duty. The old man nodded, satisfied. Zener's growth reassures me, he said. We purchased a large amount of tradable lifespan. All of it will be spent on equipment and skill tomes. He announced the plan without hesitation. The family's core members would be pushed to level 10 as quickly as possible to seize the lead. From that foothold, the family would expand its influence. By developing along two parallel tracks, the in-game advantages and real-world resources, the Dongfang family could become a local overlord, a 10,000-year family, a 10,000-year dynasty, not a dream but an ambition to pursue. Shan Xiao's face darkened for a heartbeat, anger flashing behind his eyes. The old patriarch, half a step toward the grave, still clung to leadership and to the dream of immortality. Shan Xiao thought, I will make him pay. After I reach the top of the leaderboard, I will make Enyang beg for secrets and extract lifespan for me. You will all die. His grandfather turned his gaze to him. What did you arrange about Anung? He asked, removing the trace of resentment as if it were a costume. Shan Xiao replied, calm but controlled. Grandfather, rest assured. I have a reliable agent locating Enong's identity. News will come soon. The orders were precise. Capture Enong alive, make him work for the Dongfang family, and reap the enormous benefits. Outside, at the hotel entrance, 2 armed guards fell silently under Qinfang's hands. Inside the private room, laughter and the clinking of glasses rose as the family toasted their revival. Long live the Dongfang family, they declared, unaware that danger had already arrived. Qinfang paused at the doorway, listening. Guns were present among these people. His recent acquisitions, Ghost Shadow Blur and Blacklight Shield, were powerful but not invincible against firearms, and he had not yet extracted heavy defensive gear. Caution was necessary. He summoned the believer from the necklace, a towering humanoid guardian that resembled a living mummy. If struck in the heart or head, it would die. Otherwise, its durability was exceptional. The believer emitted a terrifying roar, its claws glinting, its long range spewing blue flame. As a white-silver level boss, it could withstand gunfire for a long time. Enter. Leave no one alive, Qinfang ordered. Within a heartbeat, he vanished and reappeared in the hotel lobby. Panic erupted. Guests scattered like leaves before a storm. The guards shouted, "Who are you? Identify yourself." The believer charged, unstoppable, taking advantage of the stunned reactions. Bullets found flesh, eliciting screams, but they did not halt the monster. A clawed hand swept through the crowd. Bodies fell. The believer pierced a man's chest and tore out the life within. He and Xiao recognized the horror too late. This is a monster from the Divine Artifact game, he cried, firing frantically. The lobby became a tableau of terror. The believer leapt toward the grandfather. He cried out for help. Panic surged. He fled, seeking the safety of the game, only to find that escape would not come in time. Sweat poured down his face as he ran, hoping to enter the game and raise his level to 10, extract abilities and safety, then return stronger. The thought cut off short. In the next instant, Qinfang's form flashed before he and Xiao. The world seemed to reverse, his vision filled with blood, not from Qinfang's blade, but because his head had been severed and tossed skyward. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, forming a single name, Ying. Red bingen flowers bloomed across the lobby like a living stain, one even sprouting from he and Xiao's eye. When the petals faded, the system chimed its tally, absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan, and absorbed 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Qinfang's lips curved in the smallest, coldest smile. The night's harvest was astonishing. The fallen bodies drifted in the air for a moment, ghostly. The cursed blossom's aura lingered, having not only cleared the hall of evidence, but drained the lifespans of every victim to the last drop. Qinfang ran the numbers in his head. His non-tradable lifespan now totaled 2,327 years, enough to withstand the dangers of the raging areas he planned to enter later. Voices from outside rose in alarm. Call the police. Shots fired. Casualties in the private room. Security guards stormed the dining hall, only to find a spotless room and no sign of a struggle. They exchanged confused glances. Someone shouted, "This private room is wrecked. But where is everyone? Did anyone see anyone leave?" No one had. Qinfang had already slipped away. Invisible. Strange. Where had the Dongfang family gone? The guards decided to report to the police. Qinfang's eyes remained cold and sharp. His next target was the Chuani group. He strode toward the bright towers of the magic metropolis. The Chuani headquarters had moved to North America before the game's arrival, but the chairman's favorite daughter, Qian Shishi, remained trapped in the city. He had to act quickly before she could flee the country. For now, Qinfang turned aside to a nearby hotel to rest and to enter the game. From Shanghai to the magic metropolis was nearly 300 kilometers. Walking would take 2 or 3 hours, an unacceptable waste of time. He sat on the comfortable bed and considered his next step. He needed a mount. The next moment, Qinfang's vision blurred, and when it cleared, he was once again inside the Divine Artifact game. A mechanical voice greeted him. "Welcome back, player Qinfang." He found himself standing in a dark, narrow corridor, the stone walls damp and ancient. The air was thick with a chill that hinted at danger. From what he could sense, several silver and gold level bosses still roamed the ruins nearby, perfect targets for grinding. But before he could take another step, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Big boss. Big boss. Good news." It was Anu, her voice brimming with excitement. Shia just discovered the entrance to a tomb, but there sits a gold-level vengeful ghost guarding it. We can beat it. Qinfang Sit's eyes narrowed. A tomb? How did she find it? Anu quickly explained, her tone turning sheepish. "On our way back to the starting town, we took a detour to avoid some monsters. While walking, we realized someone was missing, Diashoy. After searching for a while, we found she'd fallen into a pit. But it wasn't an ordinary pit. It led to a special tomb area, one where team chat doesn't even work. We explored a bit and ran into a level 12 gold boss with a giant knife. Luckily, we ran fast enough to escape. We're back in Seashell Town now. Big boss, if you want to go, I'll send the coordinates." Qinfang Sit's expression lit up. Koi Carp really is Koi Carp, he muttered with a wry smile. She just walks around, trips into a hole, and ends up finding a treasure. He knew such hidden tombs, those linked to belief or cursed relics, were extremely rare and randomly generated outside the main map. A discovery like this was a massive opportunity. "Alright," he said firmly. "Send me the coordinates." One more thing," Anu added slyly. "If you pick up anything you don't need, remember to sell it back to us, okay?" Qinfang couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, clever girl. Moments later, he reached the location she sent. Before him was a bottomless well, dark and silent. He peered down and smirked. This well is the entrance? For her to fall into something like this? Yes, Ray truly has a talent for trouble. Without hesitation, he jumped. The system chimed immediately. "You have entered the Tomb of Resentment. Remote communication signal, blocked." As his feet touched the cold stone floor, a pair of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness ahead. A guttural growl echoed through the cavern. "Intruder detected." A hulking figure stepped into view, its body muscular yet twisted, clutching a massive greatsword. Vengeful Ghost, leveled 12, gold tier. Qin Fang assessed the enemy instantly. A physical attacker, high damage, high range. No wonder Anu's group had fled. The equipment and skill books he'd sold them weren't meant for defense. Even Wang Mang, their holy shield warrior, had only around 5,000 HP. Against this boss, one strike would cut that in half. The monster lunged forward, its speed shocking for its size. Qin Fang sidestepped effortlessly. If that hit lands, I sept him dead. With a flick of his wrist, blue flame swords materialized around him. Graceful liberation. Instant shadow slash. The twin techniques struck in perfect harmony, arcs of blue light slicing through the ghost's frame. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Its defense was formidable. The first attack dealt reduced damage, barely 80% of its potential. But Qin Fang's final stroke, the throat cut from graceful liberation, tore clean through its core. For a moment, all was still. Then something was wrong. A twisted arm shot toward him from the shattered corpse, covered in pulsating lumps. Instinct screamed danger. Not good. The monster's remains exploded violently, flesh and bone fragments scattered like shrapnel. Qin Fang flipped backward, activating Phantom Image just in time to avoid the blast. When the smoke cleared, he exhaled sharply. Corpse, explosion. I was careless. The memory of a past life surfaced. He'd seen it before, a boss no one recognized, felled by an eager team. One player had rushed in to loot the drops, only to die instantly when the corpse detonated. Entire teams had been wiped that way, though it usually happened with platinum-level bosses or higher. With a flick of his hand, Qin Fang summoned the greedy hand, a massive ethereal palm that swept the loot into his inventory. The system displayed his rewards. Boss defeated. Gold level Vengeful Ghost. Gained 1,010 days of lifespan. Gained 20 evolution points. Loot. Platinum skill book, Dark Knight ring, Platinum armor of resentment. Additional greedy hand bonus. 6,300 days of lifespan. Excellent, he said with satisfaction. Everything usable dropped. He immediately inspected the Dark Knight ring. A black sword materialized, its swing leaving behind a shimmering after image. Dark Knight ring. Platinum tier. Class. Assassin. Effect infuses weapon with darkness, dealing 500 dark elemental damage in a 5-meter radius. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Requirement level 11. Qin Fang opened his status panel, analyzing the data. So it sets an elemental AoE skill for assassins. My spirit stats higher than my strength anyway, so my magic damage will outscale physical damage. He smirked. Let's sets evolve it. He invested his evolution points, the system counting aloud. 1, +2, +3, points consumed. 36 remaining. Skill evolution successful. Shadow Ring, epic tier. Deals dark elemental damage to all enemies within 12 meters. Additional damage 3,000 points. Cooldown, 5.7 seconds. Requirement, level 11. He studied the numbers, mildly impressed. The attack radius had expanded from 5 to 12 meters, and the damage had multiplied 6-fold. Still, he wasn't overly excited. Its stats decent, he murmured. Not as strong as instant shadow slash and raw damage, but perfect for clearing groups. He compared both in his head. Instant shadow slash was linear, a 5-meter frontal strike. Dark Knight ring, however, was circular and wide-reaching. In crowded fights, it would be devastating. Qin Fang sheathed his blade, eyes gleaming in the tomb's eerie light. This skill will be useful soon, he whispered. Then, the very next moment, Qin Fang equipped the newly acquired armor. The system immediately updated his stats. Armor of Resentment Platinum, Physical Defense plus 55, All Elemental Resistance plus 45, Damage Reduction plus 42, HP plus 777, required level 11. Its special effect, Resentment, increased base damage by 30% when attacked. Qin Fang carefully analyzed the armor. The resentment effect wasn't particularly useful, but its overall defense, resistance, and damage reduction were impressive. It was clearly superior to his current Fire Demon Leather Armor Gold, level 5. Replacing it would make him much more resilient in combat. After confirming everything, Qin Fang smiled with satisfaction. The spoils from this trip were better than expected. In total, there were about 20 remaining items. Selling them all would earn him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. With that thought, he ventured deeper into the dark cave until he stopped before a massive stone gate. So, this must be the entrance to the ancient tomb, he murmured, his voice echoing faintly. Let's hope something valuable awaits inside, preferably a mount. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the game world, a chaotic battle was unfolding. A monstrous creature lunged forward ferociously, striking both Xiao Yu and Chu Yian. Their bodies trembled in pain as glowing red system circles appeared around them, a clear sign that their lifespan was being deducted. Jiang Wei, enraged and battered, let out a furious roar. He turned to Xiao Yu, grabbed her by the collar, and shouted, "Xiao Yu, you useless piece of trash. All looks and no brains. You stir the reason we keep getting wiped out. Ice have got only 2 years of lifespan left, and they stir untradeable." His anger boiled over. He shoved her hard to the ground, his voice filled with venom. "Don said let me see you at school, or you still regret it." Xiao Yu's cry of pain echoed through the air. Ah! Seeing her fall, Chu Yian rushed to her side in worry. "Xiao Yu," she exclaimed. But before she could help, Jiang Wei turned away with a dismissive grunt and disappeared into the distance. Chu Yian helped Xiao Yu sit up and spoke gently. "Xiao Yu, why don't you come with me to my parents' small town? I heard there sits a charity group there that helps people like us, older players or those struggling in the game." But Xiao Yu didn't respond. Her expression hardened, and resentment burned in her eyes. Jiang Wei, you dare humiliate me. You'll pay for this, she thought bitterly. I don't believe no one among those who used to follow me isn't stronger than you. Standing up with determination, she said coldly, Yan Yan, go on without me, and vanished, leaving her friend stunned and calling after her. Ah, Xiao Yu. Later, Xiao Yu woke up in her real-world bedroom, her face twisted with frustration. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and sent a message. Han, can you help me level up? The reply came almost instantly. Of course, 1 level up for 1 night. Let's see how the cold, untouchable campus queen performs in bed. Xiao Yusup's face turned red with anger. You disgusting creep, you think you can touch me, dream on, she typed furiously and blocked him on the spot. Not giving up, she messaged another classmate. Jiang Wu, Isef actually always liked you. I only rejected you because my brother Qinfeng used to control me, but now we Sef broken ties, so maybe we can be together. But Jiang Wu only sneered in his reply. Pathetic, you broke off with your own brother. What makes you think you once said betray me too? Get lost. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth, still not ready to give up. She kept searching for someone, anyone, to help her. Rui Xiao, no one's home. Want to come stay with me and help me level up? She texted another. But once again, rejection came swiftly. Oh please, I set in platinum rank now. I can get any girl I want. You stir not even worth my time. Her anger gave way to desperation. She sent another message. Brother Xiom, I stem so bored. Come to Seashell Town please. I stem waiting for you. The reply was worse than before. Zhao Yu, everyone knows you screwed over Jiang Wei. Don't set test me. I just learned a new skill, Fear Strike. Want me to try it on your stomach twice? Her phone slipped from her trembling hand. Tears welled up in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Damn it. All these men, none of them are reliable when it matters most. Her heart raced as panic set in. I only have 2.5 years of untradeable lifespan left. What am I supposed to do? Then suddenly, a spark of realization lit up her expression. That Sip's right, Qinfeng. Her voice steadied as she whispered. He once said ignore me. He said I'll know what to do. He said he'll help me, he always does. That night, under the glow of city lights and the twinkle of stars, Xiao Yu stood nervously before Qinfeng's apartment door. She took a deep breath, trying to prepare herself. I'll apologize, act sweet, he'll forgive me, he always does. But as she raised her hand to knock, resentment crept back into her thoughts. Why should I apologize? I did nothing wrong. She forced the thought away and whispered to herself. No, I need to lower my head, just for now. I'll pretend to admit my mistakes so he helps me level up. Once my level rises, and my lifespan is safe, I'll cut ties completely. A confident smirk formed on her lips. Yes, that sets the plan. Xiao Yu, you stare a genius. Finally, she knocked on the door and called softly. Qinfeng, open the door. But no matter how many times she called, there was only silence on the other side. Qinfeng, open the door. Xiao Yu's anxious voice echoed through the quiet corridor. Qinfeng, don't sit sleep. Open up, quickly. Qinfeng, I stem back. Her tone grew more desperate with every call, her voice trembling between panic and anger. Qinfeng, can you hear me? Open the door already. Silence. Her irritation flared. Feeling ignored, Xiao Yu's patience snapped. Fine, you asked for it. She growled and kicked the door open with a sharp bang. But the moment she stepped inside, her anger froze into disbelief. The room was empty. The bed, the table, the clothes, everything was gone. It was as if Qinfeng had vanished completely. Heart pounding, Xiao Yu grabbed her phone and quickly dialed his number. But all she heard was a cold, mechanical voice repeating. We are sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. She tried again. Each time, the same message echoed through the empty room. Her voice trembled. Qinfeng, where did you go? The mechanical tone continued to ring, overlapping her own fearful whisper, as if mocking her helplessness. At that very moment, far beneath the ground, deep inside the tomb of resentment, Qinfeng was locked in a deadly battle. The sharp arc of his blade sliced through the darkness, severing the arm of a monstrous creature. A heavy coffin suddenly flew open, releasing a rush of cold air. It's finally over, Qinfeng muttered, breathing hard. He glanced at his experience bar. Isef killed more than 200 small monsters along the way, and even took down a few bronze and platinum bosses. Isef came close to reaching level 12. Turning to his summoned follower, he ordered calmly, open that coffin. The final boss should appear here. Hopefully it sets platinum grade. The believer obeyed and pushed the coffin lid open, but the moment he did, an eerie, pulsating power erupted from within. Roar, the believer cried out, writhing as the energy engulfed him. The system notification appeared instantly. Your platinum level pious believer has been killed. Qinfeng sits, expression hardened. So it sets this thing, the Death Mist Barrier boss. He clenched his weapon, recalling his memories from his past life. This disgusting creature, it has no physical form, completely immune to physical damage. He remembered how, in his previous life, someone had once unleashed this very boss, and chaos followed. It had spread through nearby strongholds like a plague, killing countless players who had no idea how to defend themselves. He narrowed his eyes. If someone gets trapped with this monster, there sits no escape unless your team can dispel its curse, or you have an invincibility skill. Otherwise, it sits certain death. The black mist swirled violently around him. Qinfeng raised his hand and shouted, Dark Night Ring. A circle of dark energy burst from him, revealing the monster's true form hidden within the miasma. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, striking with precision. Moments later, the system's chime echoed through the tomb. You have killed gold-level Death Mist Barrier boss. Qinfeng frowned. Strange. Its strength is clearly above platinum level, yet its SEP's only classified as gold, and the drops are mediocre. He exhaled sharply. Humph. Lucky I learned Dark Knight Ring. Physical attacks wouldn't have worked at all. He raised his hand again, casting another spell. Greedy Hand. A phantom hand reached out, collecting the spoils from the shattered boss. But as he inspected the items, his expression fell. So much effort for just gold-level rewards. Disappointing. Before he could finish his complaint, a sudden system message appeared, one that made his eyes widen in shock. You have obtained a rare item, Mount Spirit Bell. His voice rose with surprise. A mount? Seriously? Excitement surged through him as he held the glowing bell in his hand. It actually dropped a mount. That koi carp sits, luck really works. He quickly opened the system window to read the description. Mount Bell, Spectral Night Howler Gold, level 11. After use, summons a level 11 Spectral Night Howler, capable of assisting in battle and serving as a ride. Level requirement, 11. Qinfeng Sit's eyes gleamed as he read on. Spectral Night Howler, one of the fastest early game mounts. The stats appeared one by one. Strength, 148. Constitution, 155. Agility, 191. Spirit, 135. Experience, shared with owner. Skill, Rapid Run, increases movement speed by 245%. Skill, Night Travel, grants low-level stealth during night. Attacking breaks stealth, boosting first attack damage by 120 points. Skill, Continuous Assault, attacks the same target 3 times, each strike adding 267 physical damage. Skill, Wolf's Howl, increases nearby allies' attack power, defense and elemental resistance. Duration 1,800 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Qinfeng couldn't set help but grin. A mount that fights, runs fast, and even has stealth. Not bad at all. This is a big win. Outside, the tomb's air grew colder, the sky above gray and still. Moments later, the spectral wolf appeared in a swirl of black mist. Qinfeng leaped onto its back. The mount let out a low growl, then dashed forward, moving faster than the wind itself. As they sped through the ruins, Qinfeng's mind was already strategizing. Next step, reach level 15 and stockpile enough lifespan to summon the mount outside the game. Once I log off, I'll head to the Magic Metropolis and deal with Qi and Shishi. That should eliminate future problems. The spectral wolf carried him onward as the world blurred around them. Ahead, the looming walls of Zhanghai Arena came into view, an enormous, multi-level dungeon filled with powerful creatures. Qinfeng Sit's eyes shone with anticipation. This is the perfect place to level up fast. He commanded sharply. There. The spectral wolf leapt over the city walls, landing within the chaotic ruins. Before him stretched a vast battleground filled with monstrous figures. A sharp glint flashed in Qinfeng's eyes as he drew his weapon. Let's begin. In one swift motion, he unleashed instant Shadow Slash, a blinding flurry of attacks cutting through the nearest monsters. All around him, the ground trembled, and towering buildings in the distance began to crumble under the force of the battle that was only just beginning. And Yu stood tall amid the fading mist, her sword gleaming faintly in the dim light. With one final slash, the last of the monsters fell, its body dissolving into particles of light. She exhaled softly, a small smile crossing her face. Great, we won. Behind her, Niang clapped with a grin. As expected of Captain, your damage output is terrifying. Niang, the son of the Shanghai City Bureau Chief, admired her openly, though his thoughts were far from pure admiration. A hidden-class dragon swordsman. She's incredible, he thought, and she's the woman I've decided to make mine. And Yu sheathed her sword and smiled lightly. Still, that gold-level boss was only level 8, and it took us more than 10 minutes to bring it down. I can imagine how Big Boss managed to kill a platinum-level boss alone. Nong scoffed with a smirk. A lowly assassin like him, he probably just hides in stealth and chips away until the boss dies. Nothing impressive. Inside, he sneered. She's talented, sure, but she has no backing. With my family status, she'll be easy to win over. And Yu caught the disdain in his tone and shot back sharply. Is that so? But aren't you a marksman? Shouldn't it be you who can kill bosses easily? Embarrassed, Niang stammered. I stimp an upright person. I don't rely on tricks like that. Trying to change the subject, he added arrogantly. Anyway, I've heard that the player Dark Shadows is dangerous. A murderer in real life. I know a Magic Metropolis officer who's tracking him. He has anti-stealth level 3. He raised his voice, speaking as if addressing an audience. In my opinion, we should set a trap, expose Dark Shadow's identity, and capture him. People like that, only the government should have control over them. Otherwise, tragedies like Sunf and Jiang Li will keep happening. Are we supposed to clean up every time? At those words, and Yu and Wang Ming exchanged a look, then burst out laughing. Their laughter echoed in the ruins, sharp and mocking. Xiaom chuckled. Don you get it? He's not suggesting we fix the situation. He's saying we should fix things for him. That way he can keep his position safe. Wang Ming added dryly, the man who killed the world SEP's first gold-level boss, the first platinum-level boss, and did it alone. You not trying to cooperate with him, you trying to offend him? Has your brain been eaten by worms? The group erupted into teasing. Stop scolding, he's the bureau chief SIP's son, second generation you know. Yeah, And apparently the second generation doesn't set need a brain. Niang Sip's face turned bright red with fury. Damn Dark Shadow, he Sip's just a fragile assassin. Once I get my anti-stealth level up, I still capture him myself. You still see? He pointed at them angrily. When I expose his identity, you still all kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. And you ignored him completely. Wang Ming turned to her and asked curiously, Captain, what did the boss drop? And you replied calmly, a gold priest equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. She frowned slightly, thinking aloud. Still, the big boss can casually sell us gold or even platinum gear. How many bosses has he killed already? Or maybe his talent is treasure hunting. Most of these come from chests, after all. Wang Ming hesitated before speaking again. Captain and you, maybe I sip overthinking, but there's still something worrying me. Speak, she said. Do you know about the Jiangnan hotel case? The entire Dongfang family vanished after a gathering there. He paused, lowering his voice. If Dark Shadow was involved, do we need to clean up for him? We don't really know his nature. What if he Sep's a real killer, even in real life? And Yustip's expression softened slightly. I know about that case. The higher-ups are treating it seriously, and many suspect Dark Shadow Sip's involvement. But so far, there's Sip's no proof. Then, with calm determination, she added, even if he was behind it, I Sip still choose to work with him. Even if the officials refuse to help him clean up the aftermath, I Sip will do it myself. Wang Ming looked shocked. Why? And Yustip's eyes hardened, because everyone wants to win Dark Shadow Sip's favor. Before Wang Ming could respond, a scout ran up, shouting breathlessly, Captain, up ahead, there sits an area that looks like an arena, but all the monsters inside are dead. The ground sits covered with corpses. Another added excitedly, there must be hundreds of monsters. What kind of team could clear this? And Eustace's eyes lit up. Go, let Sets take a look. As they arrived, bright flashes glimmered across the battlefield, loot scattered everywhere. Someone gasped. So many drops. What kind of monsters were these? And Yu surveyed the destruction and said decisively, it must have been the big boss Dark Shadow. Search the area. Maybe he Sep's still nearby. Niang scoffed. And how can you be so sure it Sep's him? And Yu smiled faintly, because he Sep's at the top of the global rankings, our team is ranked right behind him, and we definitely couldn't have done this. So yes, it can only be him. Niang scoffed dismissively. What Sep's so special about that? If I had stealth, I could do it too. It Sept, just take me a little longer. That Sep's all. And Yu ignored his arrogance. Instead, she looked around the monster-filled ruins and spoke softly, her tone respectful yet hopeful. Big boss, are you here? You've killed so many monsters, you must have plenty of equipment and skill books you don't need. Why not sell them to us? The moment her words faded, a cold wind swept past. Nin suddenly froze as a heavy presence appeared behind them. From the shadows, Qin Fang emerged atop his spectral wolf, its eerie blue aura radiating menace. The beast's glowing eyes stared them down, its claws sinking slightly into the stone ground. Meng Yang stumbled back, face pale. Ya you, he gasped in terror. And Yu, however, looked at the figure before her with awe. Big boss, is that a mount? Where did you get it? Qin Fang smiled faintly. Thanks to the coordinates you all provided, I cleared that tomb you mentioned. He then turned to Jinli, and added quietly, thank you very much, eh? Embarrassed, she scratched her head. Haha, no problem. Qin Fang Sip's tone turned firm. Alright, let's Sips trade. Everyone can pick up the items on the ground. Same old rules. And Yu nodded. I understand. If I step not satisfied, I can choose not to buy. Big boss sets prices are always fair. Meanwhile, Niang was still trembling from the shock. Someone nearby chuckled. Hey, did you just wet your pants? Laughter rippled through the group, and Niang's face twisted with humiliation. Damn you, Dark Shadow. Damn that beast. You dared to embarrass me in front of everyone. Just wait. I'll make you pay, he thought bitterly. Once the trade was complete, Qin Fang swiftly mounted the spectral wolf and vanished into the fog. Moments later, a system notification appeared before him. 1. Dark Shadow, level 13. 2. Executing Justice, level 10. 3. Wang Mang, level 10. 4. Lack Cloth Forest Agent, level 10. Tradable lifespan, 245 years. Evolution points, 255. Qin Fang's Sip's eyes gleamed. This time, clearing the ruined arena dropped a gold-level skill book. Not bad. The system's description appeared. Skill, Quiet Stealth, gold level. Effect, enter a motionless stealth state indefinitely. Attacking grants plus 300 stealth break damage. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Requirement, level 13. Qin Fang smirked with satisfaction. Perfect. This will make my stealth nearly absolute, and if I combine it with my invincibility entry in reality, I can completely disappear. He selected Evolve skill, and the system notifications rolled in rapidly. Consuming 11 evolution points. Quiet Stealth, Gold Platinum, Emerald Diamond Epic. Additional stealth damage, 300, 400, 500, 600. Cooldown, 120s, 110s, 100c, 80s, 60s. He nodded. Excellent. Let's evolve a few more. Consuming 34 evolution points. Fierce Poison Dart evolved to Epic. Range, 17 mets, 20 mets. Damage 24 400 per hit. Inflicts Fierce Poison, dealing 100% continuous damage for 5 seconds. Consuming 200 evolution points. Graceful Liberation evolved to Mythic. Weakness Attack Multiplier, 200%. Active effect. Next attack inflicts throat-cutting bleed, dealing 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25 15.9s. Qin Fang Sip's eyes glimmered with confidence. A mythic skill, powerful indeed. Now unless I face a special magic creature, every strike I make will be a weakness hit. He then glanced at a shimmering necklace in his inventory. Platinum Deceit Necklace. Assassin Accessory. Physical attack, plus 45. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Requirement level 30. Unique effect, adds plus 1 to stealth level. Qin Fang smirked. Skills plus equipment. I now have 4 layers of stealth. No one can detect me at this stage. The system continued. Golden Dark Shadow Veil. Assassin equipment. Constitution plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Evasion rate plus 32%. Requirement, level 12. Chen Fang murmured, calculating, with this my total evasion rate reaches 83%, near untouchable. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted ahead. He jerked his head up. What sips that? From behind a collapsed building, a towering metallic figure emerged, the Steel Maiden. Its eyes glowed crimson, its massive blade reflecting firelight. Qin Fang Sip's expression darkened. Steel Maiden, who Sip's unlucky enough to summon that boss. Memories from his past life surfaced. Back then when it appeared in the ruins of Jianghai City, over 1,000 players tried to defeat it. 4,000 died in total. He steadied himself. The Steel Maiden, protector of the Holy Church Sip's second defensive zone. I was going to handle it after dealing with Qian Shishi, but, since it's Sip's here now, I settle end it. Without hesitation, Chen Fang charged forward. The battlefield was chaos. Explosions, screams, and falling debris everywhere. The Steel Maiden swung its colossal blade down, cleaving through a player with a single strike. Blood sprayed across the ruins. Ruzu Kang, another shouted, before he too was sliced apart, his death cry echoing. Watching from a distance, Qin Fang muttered, trying to fight her now, too reckless. Then he paused. A figure was darting skillfully across the battlefield, golden light flickering around his armor. Wait, that's Sep's Chen Wu Ying. Qin Fang Sip's eyes narrowed as old memories surfaced. Chen Wu Ying, hidden class, Holy Temple Knight. In my past life, he and I fought for 9 years without ever settling the score. Treacherous and cunning, always managing to escape at the last second. He recalled more. Back then, the Steel Maiden was claimed by his guild, the Holy Temple Knights. That's Sep's why people used to say, Sema. The West slays gods, the East worships them. Sema. We ruled opposite sides of the Jianghai ruins. Qin Fang Sip's tone hardened. When his guild recruited new members, they promised safety, but took 50% of everyone Sip's lifespan as tax. Most of them were blacklisted slaves under top-level strategy control. He smirked coldly. Perfect timing, Chen Wu Ying. This time, you won Sit escape. All around, the Steel Maiden roared, its blade cutting through both monsters and men, turning the battlefield into a storm of metal and death. Xinfang moved like a shadow, silent and precise. Without warning, he activated his skill, Dark Night Ring. A dark aura erupted around him, sweeping through the nearby players in an instant. System notifications flashed one after another. You have killed player Jie Mo. You have killed player Zhang Fun. You have killed player Xiao Yu. You have killed player Yu. You have killed player Lemma. The air turned cold as bodies fell. Weiming, standing amidst the chaos, shouted in disbelief. What? Who did this? Could it be Dark Shadow? We have no grudges with you. Why are you killing our people? From behind the group, Tinfang appeared, expression calm, voice indifferent. Because he said, I do not eat beef. Before anyone could process his strange reply, Xinfang unleashed another skill, Instant Shadow Slash. The world blurred. When the dust settled, the once crowded area was nothing but a desolate ruin. He didn't stop there. With a flick of his wrist, he invoked another spell, Blooming Curse. Mysteriously, everyone who had just perished began to revive, their bodies reassembling before their own horrified eyes. Weiming clenched his fists in anger. That bastard Dark Shadow. What does not eating beef have to do with us? One of his subordinates, trembling, checked his stats. Boss, our tradable lifespan, it sits 0. Weiming Sit's expression darkened. Damn it. This must be that Dark Shadow Sit's skill. Someone in the back yelled, Guild leader, let Sits gather everyone and kill him again. Weiming snapped, kill him again? Are you tired of living? Fall back. We still go rebuild and regain the lifespan we lost. Among the survivors, Xiao Ya stood trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dark Shadow, why did you target me? My lifespan there's barely any left. A system message rang out. Blooming Curse absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of untradable lifespan from player Xiao Ye. Hearing this, Xinfang Sip's eyes narrowed. A smirk tugged at his lips. So, Qin Xiao Yu was among them, and I only got this much. It seems she Sip's already near her end. Joining the Holy Temple Knight Guild as a black slave, pathetic. You reap what you sow. But before his words faded, a metallic shriek sliced through the air. The Steel Maiden lunged at him, its massive blade cutting through the dust. Blow after blow crashed down, shaking the ground. Xinfang, unflustered, cast Phantom Image, dodging effortlessly. This boss isn't difficult in the early stages, he said casually. The Steel Maiden halted, scanning the smoke-filled space. It sensed something unseen pressing in on it. Sand and dust swirled violently as if the air itself had turned against it. The creature roared in frustration, unable to resist the invisible assault. Xinfang smirked. It only knows how to swing that blade. Predictable. He dashed forward, activating Graceful Liberation. A precise physical strike, followed by a deadly finisher. The final hit, Throat Cut, landed cleanly. Damage numbers flashed in rapid succession. 53, Borv, 53. 36. The Steel Maiden's neck split open as its head rolled aside, metallic blood spraying across the battlefield. Its dying scream echoed through the ruins. Shinfang observed coldly. It's Sep's strong. No wonder it was chosen as a protector. But once its health drops to half, the demon sealed inside will awaken. Then all damage taken will be reflected back to the attacker. He paused, recalling an old rumor. They say there's Sep's a portal inside the demon Sep's stomach. Anyone it devours gets teleported to an unknown place, supposedly the bottom of a volcano. But no one ever proved it true. Maybe just another fantasy from a different game. High above, the spectators watching the battle murmured among themselves. This dark shadow, he's Sep's ruthless. He pushed a platinum-level boss into its second phase with just one skill. Another voice disagreed. Are you sure it was Dark Shadow? This is a platinum boss. You think one player could do that? The first voice insisted. I saw everything from the start. That boss was summoned by the Holy Temple Night Guild. And thus, amidst chaos and disbelief, Shinfang's legend as Dark Shadow grew darker still. Before long, Dark Shadow appeared again, swift, silent, and merciless. Within moments, he annihilated the entire group and unleashed a devastating skill. The boss's health bar plummeted by half in an instant. From the nearby building, players continued their endless chatter, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. Hidden among the shadows, Shinfang observed carefully. His mind was calm but calculating. The Steel Maiden's second stage. It has a weakness, he thought. When it attacks, its counter-attack effect becomes temporarily invalid. That means if I strike precisely during its movement, I can bypass the counter damage. But then, a frown creased his face. However, instant shadow slash, throat cut, plague blade, poison dart, they all deal damage over time. If I use those, the reflection will still trigger. With my current HP, I'd die instantly from my own skills. He looked around, eyes narrowing. The players up there, they had been watching everything from the start. Maybe, he thought, I can use them a little. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the crowd. Move aside, let me see what Sep's happening. The crowd parted instantly. Brother Enwan, you're here, someone called out excitedly. Of course, he's number one, another replied. Reports came in rapidly. Brother Enwan, we've been watching this boss for a while. It only uses a few fixed skills. We've documented them all, one subordinate said. Another added nervously, but after losing half its health, it suddenly stopped moving. Its body began to change. It might be preparing a new attack. Anduin listened carefully, analyzing every word. So, Dark Shadow soloed this boss earlier, he asked. That Sep's right, his subordinate confirmed. After the boss entered its second stage, Dark Shadow vanished completely. Anwan thought for a moment, then ordered, Xiao, activate Red Eye mode, see if Dark Shadow is still nearby. Understood, Xiao replied. Moments later, a small creature, a rabbit with glowing red eyes, hopped down from the upper floor. It circled the Steel Maiden, scanning every inch. After a few seconds, Xiao reported, I can find Dark Shadow Sep's position. He must have already left. Anduin nodded. Even your level 3 anti-stealth can detect him. That confirms it. I don't believe anyone has a level 4 stealth skill. Then, without hesitation, Anduin leapt off the building. His long coat fluttered behind him as he landed gracefully on the ground below. Zia, he commanded calmly, keep observing. If Dark Shadow returns, report immediately. Wait, brother, Jiatu called out, but quickly complied. Understood, brother Anduin. The spectators gasped. Sep's insane? Sep's actually going to solo a platinum-level boss? But another voice chimed in. No, I've seen that guy before. Back in the starting town, he killed a gold-level boss without taking a single hit. Wait, are you saying that Sep's god Anduin? Yes, the number 1 player. His class is Soul Dancer. When he rolls, he gets 100% evasion rate. He used to be a top global streamer in Soul-type games. His reaction speed is unmatched. The Steel Maiden's eyes glowed red as it spotted Anduin. With a roar, it swung its massive blade toward him. The attack came fast, but Anduin was faster. He rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the strike. Ah yeah, he shouted, grinning as he dodged another slash. The Steel Maiden's arm lunged out again, trying to grab him, but Anduin somersaulted backward. Dahoo, he yelled in exhilaration, moving like a dancer under the moonlight. From above, his subordinates cheered. God Anduin is unstoppable. His rolls are flawless. He hasn't even attacked yet, just pure movement. So cool. The number 1 really lives up to his name. But soon, someone noticed something strange. Wait a second. Why does the boss Sep's HP drop every time he dodges? Yeah, and look, there are light slashes appearing across its body. Is the Soul Dancer that powerful? Xiao smirked proudly. Perfect evasion? That Sep's just basic for him. His real strength lies in his counterattacks. Once he dodges successfully, his next strike ignores 50% of the enemy Sep's defense. Watch, she said confidently. This next move will be devastating. On the battlefield, Anwen straightened his blade. Block this if you can, he said coldly. The spectators gasped. Wow, that animation, that Sep's easily a 4-digit damage hit. Anwen smirked, his movements fluid and elegant. His blade danced, each strike blending with the next. Dance under the moon. Blade slide through the cracks. One move, Waba Shadow, rush like a shooting star. His swordsmanship was breathtaking, each motion faster than the last. And then, his final attack. One strike, certain kill. Look, Shatu cried from above, the boss Sep's HP it steps down to 1/3. Anduin twirled his sword, sheathing it with a satisfied smile. This gap of the moon shadow is my swordplay, he said proudly. But before his victory could sink in, the Steel Maiden's body convulsed violently. A series of system alerts flashed across the screen. Counter damage, 1199. Counter damage, 1299. Counter damage, 1299. Anuan's face froze. His HP dropped to 0 in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Brother Anuan, his subordinates cried out in horror. What happened? He dodged everything. Yeah, his skills landed. Why did he still die? Then the realization dawned. The boss's HP had dropped, but not because of Anuan. The damage that finished it wasn't from his blade, it was something else entirely. And somewhere, hidden in the darkness beyond their sight, Dark Shadow smiled. Qinfang, who had remained hidden in stealth, had been silently watching everything unfold from the very beginning. His eyes were calm, yet filled with calculation. He smirked faintly to himself. It's all thanks to this, Anuan is number 1. Because of that show-off, the Steel Maiden had gone berserk, unleashing a storm of attacks in quick succession. Perfect, Qinfang thought. During that chaos, I managed to slip in a few secret strikes of my own. In the end, I'm the one who reduced its HP to 1/3. He couldn't help but evaluate what he had just seen. The Soul Dancer's execution is impressive. His control and timing are top tier, but against the Steel Maiden, his class is simply useless. When he rolls, he can't attack, and when he attacks, he gets countered. Truly tragic. Suddenly the Steel Maiden began to move. Its massive body turned, trembling with violent energy. Qinfang's expression darkened. This is bad. The boss's HP is too low, it's trying to retreat to the Holy Temple for recovery. If it makes it back, it'll return to full health, and all my effort will be wasted. He quickly assessed the situation. The death of the Soul Dancer had terrified the crowd. None dared to attack now. And unless the boss initiated another move, its counterattack state would stay active. Qinfang made his decision. Fine. I'll go all in. He broke out of stealth. I can't let it return to the sanctuary, he muttered coldly. The spectators gasped in shock as his figure appeared. Look, it's Set's Dark Shadow. Wait, so those slashes on the boss earlier were all from him? That Sip's insane. I thought Sunwan's number 1 Sit was the god here, but he was just a clown. Dark Shadow Sit's the real monster. Even Shio, the scout, was stunned. Impossible. My level 3 anti-stealth couldn't Set detect him. Does he actually have level 4 stealth or higher? Meanwhile, someone lurking in the crowd had a different thought. Hey, that Soul Dancer dropped equipment when he died. If I Sip quick, maybe I can snatch it before anyone notices. But before he could take a single step, Qinfang's blade flashed. A single strike to the head, clean and lethal. You want to steal my loot? Not happening. The system chimed immediately. You have obtained. N1 is number 1's tradable lifespan, 612 days. Untradable lifespan, 67 years. Guaiji Juicy is tradable lifespan, 355 days. Untradable lifespan, 20 years. Qinfang chuckled softly. Interesting. So say Anwen is number 1 Sit, still had a lot of lifespan left. That means he probably hasn't died before. I shall spare him for now. No need to use Hakaya's shoe yet. From behind, a chilling metallic cry echoed. The Steel Maiden was still alive, dragging its blade and advancing slowly. Qinfang's expression hardened. I'll have to rely on Blacklight Shield and Instant Shadow Slash to drain its health bit by bit. It's slow but safe. He raised his hand. Blacklight Shield. 10 layers. A dark barrier enveloped him. The Steel Maiden's purple glowing blade came crashing down. Each strike shattered one layer after another. Qinfang seized his moment. Now. He dashed forward, performing his deadly combo, Instant Shadow Slash. 9 consecutive strikes ripped through the air. By the end of it, his shield was down to just 7 layers. He analyzed the rhythm. The last 3 hits landed after its attack cycle ended. Without Blacklight Shield, I'd have died instantly from the counter. The Steel Maiden roared, unleashing another series of furious blows. Purple energy waves exploded around him, engulfing the battlefield. This boss's attack frequency is insane, Qinfang thought as he gritted his teeth. Even with over 80% evasion, all 7 layers of my shield vanished in seconds. If I'd been half a second slower, I'd be done for. Behind him, that same greedy looter tried once more to sneak toward the fallen loot, but before his fingers even brushed the ground, Qinfang's dagger flashed again. System notification, critical hit, headshot. As silence fell, the notifications began to chime one after another. You have killed Platinum level boss, Steel Maiden. Rewards, 48,000 experience points. 120 evolution points. Church Holy Temple access. The spectators erupted in disbelief. He really soloed the boss. Check the rankings. Dark Shadow Sips at the top. Qinfang calmly stretched out his hand and whispered, Mythic Greedy Hand. The system window appeared again, revealing the spoils. Black Flame Ceremony, Assassin-type bone leather armor, emerald grade. Physical defense plus 95. Elemental resistance plus 120. Damage reduction plus 77. Constitution plus 77. Required level 13. Effect, Black Flame Ceremony. When attacking or being attacked, inflicts the Black Flame status on the target. Stacks up to 5 times. Each layer reduces target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Effect reduced on emerald level bosses and above. Qinfang Sit's eyes lit up. One single emerald equipment, and its stats already surpass an entire full set of others. Plus, it carries Black Flame Ceremony, reducing both defense and resistance. It steps even stronger than the one the Soul Purifier dropped. He tightened his grip around the armor, a faint grin crossing his face. The true king of this battlefield isn't Set the one who shines in the spotlight. It's Sep's the one who kills from the shadows. The system continued to chime, its voice calm and precise. Emerald Assassin Intuition. You can partially perceive the shadows of cloaked units. Includes +2 levels of anti-stealth. Level requirement applied. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed, so it's an anti-stealth skill. Perfect. I can upgrade it directly to legendary. The system continued. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points, leaving 97 points. Assassin Intuition. Emerald Diamond Epit Legendary. You can now observe the approximate shape of cloaked units. Anti-stealth levels increased 2, 3, 4, 5. New legendary effect. Discover target's set weaknesses more clearly. Weakness damage +50%. Qin Fang's mind raced. 5 levels of anti-stealth, plus Graceful Liberation's passive. That's a total of 350% weakness damage. I could strike a target's weak point blindfolded if I wanted. Quickly, he made his decision. With 97 evolution points left, he would upgrade Phantom Image first. The system rang out again. You have consumed 80 evolution points, leaving 17. Phantom Image upgraded from Epit Legendary. Base Evasion, 75%, 85%. Successful evasion negates all damage. Level 5 achieved. From afar, Anu appeared, waving energetically. Big boss, big boss. Did anything good drop? Qin Fang looked at her, amused. This girl, is she some sort of hunting dog? Yusef leveled up to 13 overnight, he asked casually. That sits ridiculous. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. Yusef been grinding all night, still not even level 11. Your speed is insane. Anu patted his head lightly. Don Set talk nonsense. It's Set's not about speed, it's Set's skill. Tell me, big boss, am I right? Qin Fang smiled briefly. I Set priced the drops. Take them if you want. She beamed. All right, how much? 45,000 days. Full package deal. Immediately, the system chimed. Transaction completed. Qin Fang continued, noting one more point of interest. Do you know about stealth bases? Anu Sip's eyes lit up. Stealth bases, of course. They Sips are zones without safe areas in the Jianghai ruins. Player groups can occupy them as bases, store supplies, and activate magic barriers in emergencies. Qin Fang nodded. Your knowledge is limited to small bases dropped by gold-level bosses, but the real value is in medium or large stealth bases. The Church Holy Temple base key dropped from the boss just now. This base spans 800 acres. You can discuss its price internally. I will consider your offer. Anu and Wang Ming gasped. 800 acres? That Sip's massive. Enough space for private rooms for all government members of Jianghai. She hesitated slightly. Big boss, there's Stitz one more favor. Several gold-level bosses have gathered in Dark Moon Town. Many people have already died. We stare willing to pay 10 years of lifespan if you eliminate them. Qin Fang's mind calculated instantly. 7 gold-level bosses, even with government forces, can be eliminated easily. But if they revive together and get stronger, that's a different story. He nodded. You have come to ask me, which means there are other unsolvable problems, right? Anu smiled, impressed. As expected, God, you saw through it immediately. We tried killing one separately, it revived, and then all 7 increased their stats, wiping out our team instantly. Qin Fang's interest peaked. Puppets created by the Curse Tablet and the Ancient God Tablet. If so, I cannot miss this. The system rang once more. Transaction completed. You have received 10 years of lifespan. Anu waved happily. Big boss, good luck. Qin Fang replied succinctly. Send me the coordinates privately. I'll head there immediately. As he mounted his pet and soared into the sky, scanning the landscape, he noticed a troubling scene below. A group of children quarreled violently. 3 girls were ganging up on a weaker peer. One, with bangs covering her eyes, slapped Xiao harshly, cursing. You piece of trash. You just joined the guild and already want to seduce the guild leader, she yelled. Qin Fang Sip's sharp eyes observed silently, taking note of every detail. The battlefield was never only about bosses. Sometimes, even the smallest conflicts told a story. Zhao Eustace's face reddened as she cried out in pain. I didn't do anything. Another girl, her braided horns swaying angrily, snapped at the others. Do you think I step blind? Stay away from the guild leader, or I will tear your face apart. The 3 of them cornered Xiao Yuyu, small and defenseless, punishing her without any real evidence. From afar, Qin Fang watched quietly, piecing together the situation. So this is what happened after Qin Xiaoyu joined the Holy Temple Night Guild. Palace intrigue even in a game, he mused. These petty power struggles were rampant in my previous life too, but I used to handle them for Xiaoyu. Now, she'll have to learn for herself. The 3 continued their beating, and Chindu sobbed. Hoo, don't hit me anymore. It hurts too much. I Sip and going to die. Their tormentors only grew more excited.
Eat that little goblin to death.
Who knows how many men she seduced. Qin Fang, unmoved, silently entered his own world. His mind drifted to the massive sculpture at the center of the Jianghai city ruins. Beneath it, a hidden room existed, one that could teleport him back to the starting town. Few people knew of it. He stood before the star-shaped teleportation circle, contemplating. Teleportation isn't free. 500 days for the first time, 1,000 for the second, 2,000 for the third, each time the cost doubles. He understood why. The initial small town would gradually evolve over time. Monsters would become bosses, hidden treasures would appear, and opportunities like the Ancient God Tablet were not to be missed. The system prompted him. Do you want to teleport back to the place abandoned by the gods? Dark Moon Town. Qin Fang's interest peaked. Dark Moon Town, a small town that only appears later. I never encountered it in my previous life. He agreed, and the system deducted 500 days of his lifespan. Teleportation completed. Arriving, he found the town surprisingly lively. Most residents were elderly, yet the young ones were attentive, helping and protecting them. Finally a safe area, Qinfang thought. One old woman spoke to a group of young people. Grandma, we have led you to level up 3 levels as agreed, they explained. We were assigned 72 days of lifespan during the process. You only need to trade that back to us. The old woman Sip's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You still want money? Aren't situ a charity organization? The young man explained patiently. Grandma, we didn't take your money. During the monster battles, lifespan dropped. This portion is just returning to us. Wang Meng chimed in. Yes, unless we party up, you wouldn't get lifespan or experience. We agreed on this at the start. But the old woman became furious. I don't know any agreement. You young people are shameless, asking me for money after helping me for free. Before she could finish, someone grabbed her and dragged her off. The commotion drew attention, and suddenly, Qinfang appeared out of stealth. He intervened decisively, confronting the old woman. After swiftly defeating her, he said calmly, her lifespan is on the ground. Take it yourselves. Wang Meng grinned and shouted, 666. The young man asked shyly, excuse me, which senior helped us? Just a convenience, Qinfang replied vaguely. 72 days, no more, no less. Then he vanished into stealth again, muttering, it's really inconvenient that I can't take action freely in the small town. The 2 young men bowed in gratitude. Thank you, big boss. Watching them, Qinfang pieced together the origins of the Dream Sand River Guild. Originally dedicated to charity, helping the elderly for free, they had gradually grown into a recognized and well-supported guild in Dark Moon Town. Surviving in the land abandoned by the gods, gaining government recognition, strong support, in terms of numbers alone, Dream Sand River is likely the largest guild in China. The 2 young men celebrated quietly, their joy a rare light in the chaotic apocalypse. Meanwhile, under the quiet cover of night, somewhere in the forest, a monster wreaked havoc. Chu Yin and her mother were already engaged, fighting to protect their home. Chu Yen Sep's eyes narrowed as she scanned the area. Now Sep's the time, Mom. Use your skill quickly. Zhao Yu didn't hesitate. Okay, lightning. Strike down. The air crackled as energy surged, and a man joined Chu Yin in attacking the monster. His sword sliced cleanly through the creature, ending the threat. Relief washed over Chu Yen Sip's father. Success, he exclaimed. Chu Yen cheered. Mom and Dad, you two are amazing. Her mother smiled calmly. See, as long as we listen and coordinate, we can handle even small monsters. Her father Sip's curiosity broke the brief calm. Yan, your friend Xiao Yu joined the Holy Temple Night Guild, right? I hear they charge their members high taxes. Chu Yan nodded. Yes. I told her to join the Dream Sand River Guild with us instead. It's a charity guild where people help each other, but she refused. She explained how Xiao Yu preferred the Holy Temple Night Guild, which had already helped her reach level 10. Mrs. Chu interjected thoughtfully. Even if they helped her level up, they still are only treating her as a tool, and their joining contract, 3 years of servitude at a time. Mr. Chu agreed. Yes. If you lack the ability, just handle small monsters at your own pace. Accumulate lifespan and experience gradually. That steps enough. Chu Yan felt a pang of sadness for her friend, but she knew Xiao Yu had a hidden class, making her stronger. She resolved to keep an eye on her. Suddenly, arrows rained from nowhere. The family was caught off guard as the system registered the damage 429 points each strike. The first to fall was Chu Yan's father. Panic set in. The attackers were masked, blindfolded, and led by a man whose face was hidden beneath thick hair. Have you seen my damage? One skill can kill instantly. He boasted. The Dream Sand River Guild. Trash. Who would bother protecting these old people? He moved in front of Chu Yin and her mother. Hand over all the lifespan you have. Chu Yan's resolve hardened. Not a chance, Mom. I'll stop them. Call the guild for help immediately. Her mother nodded, cooperating. The hair-covered man grew impatient. Tired of living? Kill the old woman and leave the young one for me. 2 disciples lunged at Chu Yan and her mother. Chu Yan braced herself, but the first attack missed entirely. The man was stunned. Before he could react, his head was severed cleanly. Qin Fong had intervened. Dad. Dark shadow. He stammered in terror. One by one, the 3 attackers who had bullied Chu Yan's family were defeated by Qin Fong. The system resurrected them afterward, but the experience left them shaken. My tradable lifespan, all gone. The hair-covered man wailed. Even in the murderer state, this can happen. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion illuminated the area. Qin Fong's charm immobilized the assailants, leaving them unable to move. One muttered nonsense, trapped by the overwhelming force. Then, a group stepped forward, holding official papers. We are government hunters, they announced. You have been killing players indiscriminately. Provide your information, or we will erase your lifespan. The hair-covered man's struggle ended as he was apprehended. Red petals swirled around him as the law finally took its course. The night remained quiet once more, with Chu Yan and her family safe, for now, thanks to Qin Fong's timely intervention and the swift arrival of justice. Chu Yan watched Qin Fong vanish into the shadows and quickly said, thank you, Dark Shadow Sen. If it weren't set for you, my mother and I would have been doomed. Qin Fong didn't reply. He simply turned his face slightly, casting a careful glance back. This girl Chu Yan, she's not bad, brave, kind-hearted, completely different from Qin Xiao Yu. I don't know why they became best friends, but it's good they've gone separate ways. Suddenly, a round light rolled to Chu Yan Sep's feet. Mrs. Chu, looking around, frowned. Huh? Where did he go? Chu Yan bent down and picked up the light. This is the lifespan that Dad dropped. Her mother asked softly, "Daughter, why did that person suddenly disappear?" Chu Yan didn't answer, but inside she already guessed. The #1 global ranking, Dark Shadow, he's actually a good person. The night was calm, with the moon illuminating the forest. Several players hunting monsters nearby chatted nervously. They said Dark Shadow would arrive in a few minutes. It's been half an hour. What is he doing? Do you think he can handle those bosses, the ones that can revive? Haha, infinitely reviving bosses. And he actually accepted the challenge. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Fong was stealthily walking right next to them, observing. He reflected on the ancient god tablet's powers. Each tablet could grant an enhancement and a negative attribute to equipment. If lucky, it could even alter a class's characteristics. Tales spoke of top-tier players summoning ancient god illusions, defeating legendary bosses. Some bosses created this way had special mechanics, stealth abilities, or summoning warlocks hiding nearby. That's why players often didn't understand why certain bosses kept killing them. They would revive infinitely. Qin Fong analyzed. When the government activated revival and berserk attributes, it only happened after a single boss was killed. If all are killed at once, it's worth trying. He switched to his believer necklace and summoned the pious believer. Its jade green aura struck the defeated bosses, reducing their points 229, 233, 267, 29, 233, 266, 249. The bosses staggered, dizzy from the attack. Even the believer took damage, but Qin Fong's sharp eyes noted, they're all level 10, about twice as strong as normal gold bosses. I don't need to take damage myself. With precision, Qin Fong struck each boss with his Dark Knight Ring skill. Die. One by one, they fell, cutthroat style, turning to ashes. No rewards, no spoils, only pure elimination. Suddenly, a massive boss with a strange form appeared. Qin Fong's instincts kicked in. Killing all simultaneously was correct. Now the next stage begins. Symbols marked its body. The boss struck first with a novel skill. Ancient God Writing Tai Ti Go Wu Shen Si. Qin Fong studied the symbols carefully. I need to attack the letters in sequence. All the time I spent deciphering the ancient god writing and the ruined strategies is paying off. He struck the corresponding symbols, then attacked other weak points in sequence. The boss cried out, "Ah!" before dissolving into smoke. The ground beneath Qin Fong transformed into water as the boss merged into it and vanished. Something escaped from the boss's body, giving Qin Fong a critical insight. Each monster here must be defeated near its corresponding coffin. I've already seen the ancient god tablet. This is the final stage. The tension tightened as Qin Fong prepared for what lay ahead, knowing that every move from now on could decide victory or defeat. Qin Fong stood amidst the lingering shadows, unwavering, his eyes sharp and firm. Come on, he thought, ready for whatever awaited. The aftermath of the battle was intense. The forest trembled, trees swaying violently. From afar, onlookers were confused. Is that an earthquake? 3 people had intended to track down Qin Fong to take him out, but they noticed the shifting valley. The boss is going berserk. Maybe we should check it out. They trudged forward, expecting a fight, but arrived to see nothing, only a desolate, empty land. Where's the boss? They muttered, staring at the cracked ground. Killed by an earthquake? Meanwhile, Anu quickly signaled everyone to retreat. Everyone, fall back. Dark Shadow has already handled the boss. 2 of the 3 skeptics were unhappy. Wait, we were just wondering if Dark Shadow could handle these 7 bosses, and in barely 10 minutes, they're all dead? We didn't even see him there. Aren't these bosses supposed to revive? How did he do it? Qin Fong on his side was satisfied. The spoils of victory were considerable. He had grown stronger and leveled up to 14. 7 bosses plus the greedy hand had yielded 294 evolution points. And most importantly, the ancient god tablet. He studied it carefully. Curse tablet of the ancient god of calamity. Active use, attach the curse to any equipment. Effect grants random beneficial effects based on the equipment's characteristics and profession, accompanied by a negative effect. He attached it to his Black Flame Ceremony Bone Thorn Leather Armor, an emerald level piece with an effect that reduced target's SIP defense and elemental resistance by 35%. The system notified him. You have attached the Curse of Eudos to the Black Flame Ceremony Bone Thorn Leather Armor. Buff effect, maximum overlapping Black Flame states increased to 15 layers. Debuff effect, base attributes reduced by 31%. Qin Fong analyzed the possibilities. 15 layers of Black Flame, I can reduce a boss's defense and elemental resistance into the negatives, and the negative effect, practically nothing. Next, he generated Golden Light to enhance his strength, and evolved a skill, Instant Shadow Slash, upgraded to Legendary. The system explained, dash rapidly 30-40 meters in one direction, enter stealth for 12-15 seconds. Deal 9 slashes to all enemies along the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Slash width 6 meters. Each slash deals 700 additional damage. New effect. Each slash grants a shield equal to 100% of HP, stacking up to 9 layers lasting 60 seconds. Qin Fong grinned. With 9 successful slashes, my effective HP will increase tenfold. Survival chances skyrocketed. Satisfied, he left the battlefield. At this rate, I can hit level 15 in just 5 hours. Then, it's time for the magic metropolis. Meanwhile, back in the city, the red-orange sunlight painted the streets. At the central monument, the girls who had bullied Xiao Yu earlier were still at it. You cheap thing, beat you to death, you little fox. Qin Fong observed silently, disgusted. These women were vicious. The white-haired girl stretched her back, pretending she'd accomplished something. Aya, I'm so tired. The girl with braided horns complained. My hands are smoking from hitting her. They glanced at Xiao Yu's bruised form on the ground, satisfied. Once they left, Xiao Yu slowly tried to stand, curling up in a corner and crying. It's all Qinfeng's fault. I said break up, and I really meant it. She steadied herself with her wooden cane and muttered, luckily I signed a contract with the Holy Temple Night Guild. 3 years of guaranteed survival. Even if I give 50% of my lifespan, I still have plenty left. I'll develop faster than Xu Yian. Xiao Yu's determination burned quietly amidst her pain, a spark of resolve for the trials yet to come. Xiao Yu roared with all her strength, her voice shaking the sky itself. Wait until I grow stronger. All of you who look down on me will pay. She summoned her holy healing technique, draining all her magic power to restore herself to full health. Gasping and collapsing to the ground, she realized she wasn't fully prepared. Strange, where did it go? Meanwhile, in the Magic Metropolis ruins, the battle against a powerful boss raged on. Young warriors coordinated attacks. A blue glowing power struck first, while a trio of observers lingered behind, assessing the fight. Shishi, her face hidden by a scarf, criticized the fighters. Men from Daxia are weak. 18 of them to take down one boss, pathetic. The black-haired companion disagreed gently. Beloved Can, they stir helping us. Be grateful. Shishi smirked, unconvinced. Too polite. Their damage is pitiful. They can sit even defeat a minor gold boss after all this effort. The battle participants pushed forward, shouting to each other. Quick, give it all. Final blow. But one was immediately killed by another, a smug smirk on the killer's face. The surviving fighters sensed danger. It was the Black Peach Group, a notorious gang of Daxia outcasts and foreign allies. The gang leader, a ghostly voiced girl, sneered at the resistance. You trash, still want to fight? I will slaughter you, Daxia pigs. The black-haired boy struck with devastating force, shattering the earth and sky, purple energy obliterating the opposing group. Satisfied, the girl lowered her purple sword. Daxia is full of trash. Ordinary players cannot compare with us. She turned to her companions, plotting once we reach North America, we self-form a guild for slaughtering Daxia pigs. Good idea, her companion agreed. What shall we call it? Another asked. Alice, she replied calmly. With a snap of her fingers, the guild Alice was born, ready to dominate. Back in town, Anu excitedly reported to Qinfeng, God, the superiors have quoted a price for the hideout. Let's discuss. Qinfeng raised an eyebrow. How much? 1,500, Anu answered quickly. Qinfeng frowned. Too low. Negotiations began, and Anu adjusted, attempting to push it up. Eventually they settled at 2,000, much more reasonable for a hideout that could hold hundreds or thousands. As the sun set, Qinfeng and his escort army marched, fully armed. Anu teased, Dawn set mine dark shadow. He carries too much lifespan, so the superiors sent an escort. Qinfeng's mind raced. The government still underestimates me. Just a few moves and this escort is nothing. A mechanical voice announced, transaction successful. You have lost the hideout key in the church holy hall. Receive 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Qinfeng left satisfied, silently muttering at the escort's protests. Charging 2,000 years for this place? Few would be as generous as me. He proceeded with further transactions, arming himself fully. Consumed 71.25 tradable lifespans, leveled up to 15. 161.75 extracted graceful liberation mythic. 71.12 extracted assassin intuition legendary. 36.35 extracted shadow knight blade epic. 23.71 extracted quiet stealth epic. 34.65 extracted darkest moment epic. 113.89 extracted Mount Bell item. Qinfeng had now fully prepared, armed and ready for the upcoming journey to the Magic Metropolis, his strength and resources unmatched. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Except for the unextracted equipment, the skills and levels had all been completely synchronized. His strength in the real world was now almost equal to what it had been in the game. Suddenly, the system alarm rang sharply. Notification. Your feeling of hunger has reached 90%. Qinfeng sighed and rose. He had not eaten for a long time. It was time to go offline and solve the hunger. In a temporary building hidden deep in the neighborhood, Chunfin was locked inside a special cage, his whole body radiating murderous intent. Two thugs entered. A red-haired man lit a cigarette and announced, Boss, this guy is awake. He approached, swinging a baseball bat in his hand. Hey kid, hand over all the lifespan on your body, or you will suffer the same fate as the people in that hotel. The boss smiled evilly and added, Hey, the apocalypse is wonderful. It lets me kill as much as I want. The red-haired man, seeing Qinfeng staring back, barked. What are you looking at? Quickly hand over the lifespan. Why are you standing there like an idiot, boss? I really want to kill him. When Qinfeng did not respond, the man grew irritable and cursed. Damn it, this guy is scared stupid. Just kill him. Qinfeng laughed loudly. A fiery red current of air swirled around him. He moved with speed and precision and released his finishing technique. Shadow Knight Blade. The old building collapsed. Dust billowed everywhere. When the dust settled, Qinfeng stepped out calmly and set about eating a bowl of noodles to regain his strength. The more power he carried from the game into reality, the greater his body's energy demands. Ordinary food no longer satisfied him the way it used to. While he ate, Qinfeng thought with quiet determination, after killing Tian Shishi and her Alice Guild, I must find a way to obtain the Divine Tree book. He slurped and stood. Then he climbed onto the back of the spectral wolf and left, moving away with a composed pride. Tian Shishi, however, was cunning, harder to find than Song Fi. She had even issued a mission before, kill Qinfeng. He could use that as bait to draw her out. Still, he could not worry about that now. First he would go to the Magic Metropolis and find something to eat along the way. The scene shifted to the magic metropolis. Neon lights pulsed, and crowds hummed. Chi and Shishi flattered her followers in a syrupy voice. Baby, you are so good. She clutched two subordinates and trembled with feigned delight. After fighting fiercely with you, I sweetly fall asleep and enter the game. This feeling is wonderful. I cannot stay composed. One of her men said, Beloved Khan, your skills are unparalleled. She laughed and basked in the praise. Suddenly a message reached her. Dark Shadow reported that Qinfeng was dead, and that he would meet her in reality in the magic metropolis, promising to deliver Qinfeng's head for the remainder of the reward. Chi and Shishi flushed with excitement and fear at once. Meeting Dark Shadow in reality sounded dangerous, so she replied cautiously, No need to meet. Just send a picture. The other party hesitated and answered. He said he does not use a phone. He fears being tracked by the government. Joy flared in her chest. So Dark Shadow was also an enemy of the government. The government had been hunting them more fiercely of late. If she could pull Dark Shadow into the Alice Guild, those Daxia agents would become less of a threat. She lowered her voice and responded, Coordinate 67228331. Tell Dark Shadow I want to meet him in the game first. In her mind, a plan had already formed. Stage a play to test him and see whose side Dark Shadow truly occupied. Above them, unseen, Qinfeng and his spectral wolf watched silently. He had entered a permanent stealth state and listened as he observed. Chi and Shishi is indeed cunning, he murmured to the spectral wolf. Those coordinates corresponded to the Evil Spirit Academy, not far from his current position. He decided to re-enter the game and see what tricks she might attempt. Within moments, Qinfeng and the spectral wolf slipped back into the game world and hovered above the ruins of the magic metropolis, overlooking the Evil Spirit Academy. There, government forces announced through a public address, Black Peach A, we the government have locked onto your targets. We advise you to give up resisting and surrender immediately, otherwise we will use force. Chi and Shishi responded with a smug defiance. Tell Heavenly Walker to go back and tell all the Daxia agents, remember this, we are no longer the Black Peach Corps, we are now the Alice Guild. Then, in a deliberate provocation, she removed her top, flaunting her body and taunting the government soldiers. Our Alice Guild specializes in eliminating Daxia men like you. The Daxia agents, mortified, cried out in outrage, promising punishment under the law. Chi and Shishi, intoxicated with the moment, bit her lip and teased, You Daxia pigs, if you are brave, come on up. In her mind she promised rewards to anyone who played the part she desired. The performance would let her test loyalties, and tonight she intended to be merciless. Qinfeng watched Hanan with a hard surprised stare. It was him, Hanan, known as Heavenly Walker. The name carried weight, a notorious traitor who had sold intelligence to the Alice Guild, and had only been exposed and killed back in the 7th year of the Divine Artifact's descent. Hanan snorted coldly under his breath. Hump, Black Peach, you are stubborn. You will not walk away today. We must capture you. Qinfeng's lips twitched into a quiet sneer. The scene before him suddenly made sense. Chuan, Shishi and Hanan had been playing a long game. The whole confrontation was a setup. They had staged the drama to test Qinfeng's loyalties. If he helped Shishi, he would be branded an enemy of the government. If he refused, Shishi risked never meeting Dark Shadow in the flesh again. The plan was elegant, petty, and transparent. Without hesitation, Qinfeng descended into the crowd, amusement hidden behind his expression. He moved like a shadow, and in an instant he began to clear Hanan's group away. Numbers flashed in his mind as blows landed. 42,288 weakness damage. Shadow Knight blade struck for 41,111, then another hit for 4,567. The system's chimes followed, one after another, confirmations of kills and assassinations. You have killed player Heavenly Walker. Player Uniwei Yu. Player Yu. Player I Am Justice. Player Charging Warrior. Player Left-Hand Sniper. Player Lightning. Player Drifting Water Lamp. Player Big Bow. Player Eat Beef Tonight. You have assassinated player Spiritual Force Teenager. Shashi stood at the edge of the chaos, eyes wide with genuine surprise. What the she breathed. Then Qinfeng stepped up to her and offered a dry greeting. Hello Black Peach, I am Dark Shadow. The crowd blinked in confusion. Some mouths hung open. Shishi, however, saw him clearly and a bright involuntary excitement lit her face. Oh my god, she thought. He is so handsome. I like this kind of strong man. Tears of reluctant admiration pricked at her eyes, tempered immediately by a snort of disappointment. What a pity, she muttered privately. Such strength, and yet he is from Daxia. Daxia is not worthy. Two of Qinfeng's subordinates gaped at the damage figures and gushed in half voice. 40,000 plus damage? Is this the strength of a top global player? One of them tried to introduce himself. Hi Mr. Shadow, good to see you bro. He did not finish. Qinfeng coldly turned and cut him down with a flurry of strikes. 39,155, 38,144, 39,999, 39,123. His reply was a flat, unreadable expression. I do not understand what you mean. Perhaps you are cursing me. Shishi, flustered, protested that they were only saying hello. Qinfeng's voice sliced through the awkwardness. Oh, then I am sorry. To avoid misunderstandings, please speak Daxia here in the future. He made a brief, businesslike gesture. Let us begin trading. Shishi, hastily pulling her clothes back on, shot him a sarcastic look. Underneath, curiosity and something softer stirred. Dark Shadow was an odd man, unpredictable and dangerous, and she found herself drawn to him all the same. As if recalling some courtesy, Qinfeng added, I have something I cannot bring into the game. If you wish, I can show it to you in reality. She smiled with confidence. It is all right. I have seen your strength in the game. I believe you. The system announced a reward. You have received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Fang turned aside, intent on leaving, but Shishi stopped him with sudden purpose. She wanted an ally. You have strength. I have money. Can we cooperate long term? I have a new assassination target. If you are interested, come to my place tonight. She licked her lips and glanced at him meaningfully, voice low. Whatever you want I can provide. Qin Fang Sip's eyes narrowed. Who is the target? What is the reward? Shishi Sip's smile deepened into shadow. We will discuss it in person. The reward this time will be several times greater than last time. Tonight, at the city port, I will be waiting. The implication that her place might mean a yacht crossed Qin Fang's mind as he raised an eyebrow. As dusk settled over the town, Hanan and his men lay scattered on the ground, teeth bared in fury. Damn Dark Shadow. Hanan ground through clenched teeth. I knew he would betray the authorities, but I never expected this outcome. Shishi has truly allied with Dark Shadow. I will be richly rewarded for this. He barked orders to vent his anger. Those idiots in Jianghai City kept cooperating with Dark Shadow. We must force them to explain. He turned to Lin Jiangha. You lead everyone to gather lifespan first. There may be more actions later. Qingya bowed. Inside she ran cold calculations. Dark Shadow had indeed colluded with Shishi. If that was true, they were up against something deadly. Even if they died trying, they had to find a way to kill him. The thought made her face darken. That night, Qin Fang, dressed tightly, composed and deliberate, stepped into the banquet hall at the magic metropolis port. He approached the two guards with only his name. I am Dark Shadow. I have come to see Abechi. One guard recognized him at once. So you are Mr. Dark Shadow. Miss has been waiting for you. Please, come in. A voice transmitted the message, and Shishi heard it immediately. Dark Shadow is here. Prepare to set sail. The yacht eased away from the shore, cutting through the waves under a sky that had already forgotten the day's small betrayals. Shishi held a half-finished glass of red wine and smiled as she approached him. Mr. Dark Shadow, at last we meet, she said, lifting her glass. I did not expect you to be so mysterious in the flesh. Qin Fang replied without hesitating. Speak. Who do you want dead? Shishi leaned close and murmured, mockingly, oh my. Are you never romantic? She extended the glass toward him with a teasing tilt. Tonight is beautiful. The scene is beautiful. The person is beautiful. Let us put business aside for a moment. Come, drink with me on this spring night. Qin Fang took the glass and drained it in one long swallow. Shishi covered her mouth and laughed, delighted by her own success. Aha, that is right. Before he could recover, she pushed him back onto the sofa and slowly climbed on top of him. She wrapped her arms around him and whispered, breath warm against his ear. How does it feel, Dark Shadow? What are you thinking? He answered awkwardly. What? She only smiled and offered a lie. That wine is my private formula. She continued, voice low and coaxing. After you drink it, you will obey me. In the private theater of her eyes, Shishi watched desire bloom. Even Dark Shadow is only a man after all, she thought, triumphant. Fire rose in her chest. How can someone from Daxia be so strong? Her thoughts tumbled into feverish praise. The world narrowed to heat and breath. Do not worry, just enjoy. When we reach the peak, I will remove your hood and see your face. I am sure you are very handsome, but let us keep a little mystery a while longer. Her composure dissolved. Exclamations of rapture slipped past her lips. Qin Fang sweated with discomfort. He tried to play along, stiff and measured. Very well. I am ready. Then the situation changed. Qin Fang produced a device, and a strange, viscous substance. One the scene later called a mucus appeared and clung to Shishi. She cried out at once, breathless and half-pleasured. In the chaos, Qin Fang's hand found Shishi's protective necklace. He tugged gently, and with a small, almost clinical interest, read its data. The system displayed the item details like a calm footnote. Gold protective glass necklace. Common equipment. Constitution plus 10. HP plus 300. Equipment requirement level 7. Unique effect every 300 seconds creates 1 layer of damage immunity. Maximum 1 layer. Shock replaced her coquettish smile. You, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be killed by Dark Shadow? She stammered. Qin Fang Sip's voice remained flat. There is only one explanation. I am Dark Shadow. Shishi Sip's performance collapsed. Panic, then supplication followed. She clawed at the floor, lowering herself in an act of shame, calling him Daddy Qin Fang and begging forgiveness. Please pardon me. I will give you all my lifespan. I will be your slave. Abuse me as you wish. Qin Fang did not soften. He demanded cold and precise. Where are the 5 foreigners who came with you? She lifted her tear-streaked face and tried to bargain. Her voice warped into something grotesque, a panting mimicry that made her plea sound like a ritual chant. Qin Fang approached, pressed his device to her throat, and scanned. The system confirmed those 5 were not here. Her vitality had already been drained. A notification chimed through the interface. You have received 659 years of tradable lifespan. Qin Fang paused, briefly disappointed. He had hoped to catch them all at once. For now, he would use Shishi's phone to contact the bureau. Outside, the night on the sea was dark and quiet. A small boat slid across the waves while a distant voice announced that investigation forces had received a report of a massacre on a yacht. One of the victims was the daughter of the chairman of the Qian group. Soon, 5 pursuit boats surrounded the yacht. Hanan clenched his fists at the sight. He seethed at what he called the lawlessness of Dark Shadow, killing on a yacht, humiliating the dead. 2 investigators examined Shishi's body and reported anomalies, traces of burns in the victim's mouth, and an unusual DNA sample. The preliminary cause of death, they determined, was a broken cervical spine. Touching the corpse triggered another system message. Victim's last words. After touching the corpse, the killer's location can be determined for 5 minutes. Hanan's mouth hardened into a vow. Aiku Hanan, Heavenly Walker, will bring you to justice. In that instant, his eyes widened, something urgent and terrible tightened his expression. The hunt, he realized, would begin at once. He pulled out his pistol and scanned the scene with brutal vigilance. Be careful, Dark Shadow is right here. At 6 o'clock, he barked orders, full power. Without hesitation, Han Nan leveled his gun and fired. A single bullet flashed, another struck him squarely in the head. Han Nan crumpled to the deck. Panic erupted. Captain Shu, someone cried. Guns answered the alarm and volleys cracked through the night, as voices shouted, Dark Shadow, you have killed an investigator. Are you starting a war with the government? Qinfeng Sit's voice cut through the chaos, amplified and calm. Do not panic. I killed Chu Hanan because he sold internal information to Chu Shishi for profit. He was an internal spy. The evidence is on his phone. Investigate it at your leisure. Someone on the team seized Hanan's phone and scrolled. Team leader Lin, they announced. There are contact messages between Captain Chu and Chu Shishi. Faces went pale. Wait a minute. Chu Shishi is Disuk in the game. Lin demanded the phone be passed to her. Another teammate hesitated, but Lin snatched the device away. On the screen, compromising photos and a recorded voice of intimacy played. Lin's cheeks flushed as she stared in stunned silence. The pattern snapped into place for everyone who understood. Dark Shadow's staged murder in the game had been a lure for Chuan Shishi. In reality, he had bound her trust, finished her in the flesh, and then called the authorities. By drawing Chu Han Nan out, he had removed a double threat to the government in a single night. A teammate, still dazed, broke the silence. This man is terrifying, she said, brow creased. Relief followed. Luckily, he is not against the government. If he were, the consequences would be catastrophic. She turned to Qinfeng. Dark Shadow, thank you for your help. Then, contrite and shaken, she raised her gun and fired a shot into her own calf as an extreme apology for having shot at him earlier. Others rushed to assist, but she waved them off, tears in her eyes. Dark Shadow, I am returning this debt to you. Please continue to cooperate with the authorities. From his vantage point above, Qinfeng watched every gesture and thought, Wei Wu Ling Qing Yu. She even shot herself to avoid confronting me, as expected of someone destined to be a key figure in the magic metropolis. Elsewhere, the battlefield still burned, monsters swarmed, and a guild skirmish turned into chaos. A warrior cried, Xiao Yu, heal me. She grasped her magic wand and tried to answer, but her spell missed and struck a friend instead. The headless boss pressed forward. A sudden beam of light washed over the scene. The system resurrected the downed player and the man wailed, Ah, I died again. I did not see anyone nearby. It must be Dark Shadow. Why does he keep targeting me? Is he aware of my plans for revenge? A guildmate snapped back in exasperation. You idiot. Dark Shadow was not targeting you. The platinum level boss, the headless assassin, wiped out our whole team. Didn't you see the system notification? It was activated because your healing was misplaced. If the guild leader drags you into the team again, I will jump off the nearest cliff. Xiao Yu clutched her head and whimpered, It hurts. In their panic, a monstrous foot thundered down and the headless boss loomed above them. One by one, team members fled, abandoning those they could not save. Far from the water, in a luxurious suite, a red-haired noble slammed a plate of fruit to the floor in fury. You fools, she snarled into the phone. This was a golden chance to catch Dark Shadow. You are giving up too easily. She spat accusations at the government, blaming their restraint for the massacre of her Dongfang clan. The blood of the Dongfang clan will not be shed in vain. At any cost, we will capture Dark Shadow and demand retribution. A shadow moved silently behind her while she spoke, a dark presence that carried the weight of death. Even your father-in-law died at his hands. A voice whispered. Nantian, covered in blood, stepped forward, speaking softly but with cold determination. Mom, I have a plan to kill Dark Shadow. The red-haired woman raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Nantian, what plan? You are too young to enter the divine artifact game. You can even step inside. A sly, sinister smile spread across the boy Sip's face. I may not enter, but I can still use my brain. Dark Shadow likes to kill. Doesn't he? Then we will use people to bait him, lure them to Dad Sip's fireworks factory, and prepare everything in advance. From the corner, a girl bound and gagged lifted her head, listening intently. Nantian continued, When he kills them, we detonate the factory. Thousands of fireworks will become his tomb. The world will witness his death. Even if it fails, he will never know we tried. The woman laughed, impressed. It seems our teaching was not wasted. Did you hear that, mister? Even your son is more capable than you. On the other end of the line, a cautious voice instructed, This must remain a secret. Higher-ups still hope to recruit Dark Shadow. My elder and second brothers will never support this. I know, she replied calmly. I will handle it myself. Then she turned to Nantine. Why did you not hand over her lifespan? The boy lowered his head. Sorry, Mom. I lost control and accidentally killed her. Meanwhile, in the Divine Artifact game, in the ruins of Magic Metropolis, a crimson beam slashed across the battlefield. Players scattered, disappearing instantly. Those who remained cried in panic. Did you see that? They died out of nowhere. It must be Dark Shadow. The crimson beam swept forward, slaughtering indiscriminately. Run. Dark Shadow is insane. He steps killing everywhere. Elsewhere, Qinfeng stood calmly on the water, humming as he observed the waves. Not a bad place, he mused. Let Sets move the hideout here. The system alerted him. Is it consuming 1,315.2 years of lifespan to bring the Soul Purifier hideout base into the real world? Qinfeng, still gliding on the water, confirmed without hesitation. A circular mark appeared on the surface. Slowly, a magnificent castle rose from the waves, its walls gleaming under the moonlight. Moving the base is complete. Expressionless, Qinfeng entered the castle. Wang Mang immediately reported. Big boss, someone accused you of indiscriminately killing players. Qinfeng frowned. Huh? Wang Mang continued. I checked. You were offline. It wasn't Set You. Further investigation revealed a platinum-level boss attacking players named Headless Assassin. Its stealth is so advanced, no one can detect it. Can you take action? At a distance, countless players were being annihilated. Behind a rock, Anawan watched anxiously. What kind of boss is this? I used level 3 anti-stealth and still can see it. A blue-haired girl whispered, "Keep quiet. Don't alert the boss." She stepped cautiously from behind the rock, climbing higher for a better view. Anwin followed but slipped on a discarded banana peel, narrowly avoiding the crimson beam that struck 2 teammates instead. Enraged, he hurled an energy ball at the headless monster. "Come here, I'm not afraid of you." He rolled and dodged expertly, but the crimson beam hovered directly above him. He rolled again, then again, confusion and dizziness mounting. The monster didn't strike, slowly dissolving before him. Relieved but disoriented, Anwan barely registered the next strike, a stealth attack from above. The headless monster returned with a powerful slash, catching him completely off guard. In a flash, he vanished. The true form of the mysterious black figure revealed itself. Qinfang. He struck with precision, delivering a leg break stealth attack. Frowning, voice low and sharp, "Are you Hala?" The battlefield froze for a heartbeat, the players realizing the terrifying power of the man known as Dark Shadow. A few minutes before Qinfang's arrival, the scene had already begun to fray. A group of players pointed at Xiao Yu and accused her of activating the headless boss. She stammered through an explanation, tears in her voice. "I did not do it on purpose," she insisted. Shen Muming stepped between the arguing parties as tensions rose. A brown-shirted man muttered, "We do not dare take responsibility. We do not even know why we died." Another teammate added, voice tight, "Guild leader, my team will not take players like that." Wuming hushed them. "Keep your voices down. Do not lead the boss here," he warned, folding his arms. Then, with a practical but blunt decision, he addressed Xiao Yu directly. "It seems you are not suited for combat. From now on, you will be responsible for scouting hideouts. Find a gold-level hideout, and I will reward you with 3 years of lifespan. Find a platinum-level hideout, and I will reward you with 10 years. Inside, he felt a quiet disappointment. He had hoped her hidden class would reveal some treasure. Still, he announced a daily allowance as a makeshift solution. "I will give you 1 day of lifespan every day," he said. "Otherwise you will keep dying, and it will be a waste." Xiao Yu glanced at the system display and read aloud, "You have received 2 days of tradable lifespan, currently remaining 2 days, 13 hours, 22 minutes. "Thank you, guild leader," she whispered. A girl nearby ground her teeth in envy. "Giving her lifespan every day just lets her meet the guild leader every day," she muttered. Another player snorted. "This is her plan. Damn fox spirit. We should do the same." Wuming turned toward the voices and asked a name. "Your name is Hala, right?" For a moment the headless monster dissolved into nothingness, and a brittle calm returned. Then Qinfang appeared, stepping out as if from the shadows. Wuming and his companion gaped. Before anyone could react, Qinfang struck the head of the nearest player hard enough that everyone around flinched. Wuming, startled, pushed the offender aside. The crowd watched, frightened and fascinated. Xiao Yu, floating invulnerable, called out in relief, "Dark Shadow, save me, brother." Qinfang's gaze flickered, and he began to cast. In an instant countless beams of bluish light flashed across the ruins. The system chimed with crisp confirmations. "You have killed the headless assassin, Hala. You have killed Xiao Yu, Yao. You have received 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 20 evolution points. You have received 1,520 days of tradable lifespan." Qinfang exhaled softly and muttered, "Pa. Unlucky." He thrust his hand skyward and a titanic golden hand erupted in brilliant light. The greedy hand ability collected not only the default 15 to 20 days of lifespan, but also a cluster of lifespan orbs, untradable years siphoned from other players that the boss had not yet assimilated. The sight drew Anu and Wang Mong into the clearing. They raised hands eagerly. "Hello, big boss. If you do not need them, sell them to us," they pleaded. Qinfang scanned them with mild irritation. "These people are everywhere," he thought, then addressed them aloud. "You came at the right time. There is a place with good loot. If the price is reasonable, I will take you there." He singled out Wang Mang. "Wang Mang, follow me. And you others, you are not allowed." The group chimed in agreement. Okay. One woman protested, suspicious and loud. Why are women not allowed?" Qinfang pointed ahead and explained plainly. "Outside the northern gate ruins, there is a magic power tower. Passing through it yields good rewards, but the NPCs inside hate females. If there are women on the team, the difficulty increases tenfold." The woman pouted, offended and indignant. "Gender discrimination. Garbage NPCs. Wait until I level up, and I will slash them." She then turned to a different objective, and called to her friend. "Hey, let us explore that mountain over there. Kill a few monsters to relieve stress." Jin Li waved and said goodbye. Qinfang moved forward, and the system displayed a notification. "Dark Shadow has sent a team invitation." One of the men looked anxious. It was his first time teaming with the big boss. Wang Mang laughed off the nerves. "What is there to be nervous about? This is an opportunity to learn high-level techniques." The small team fell in step behind Qinfang, running to keep pace with a figure whose movements seemed to outrun them effortlessly. They wondered aloud what they might learn from a man whose agility and power exceeded their imagination, unaware, for the moment, of how often fortune and danger travel together in the wake of Dark Shadow. Qin Fang walked forward, his eyes scanning the system panel as he analyzed the loot. Over 20 items had dropped, but only 2 were suitable for an assassin. A green notification blinked, highlighting 1 the emerald white bone ring. Assassin-type weapon, attack 388, armor penetration 125, strength 39, agility 48, equipment requirement level 5. With a unique effect, dealing damage doubled his movement speed for 5 seconds and increased evasion by 30%. In his hand, Qin Fang wielded the fiery red sword. Its attack nearly 80% stronger than the Plague Blade's 216, with additional armor penetration, strength, and agility stats. He nodded appreciatively. Not bad. The system sent him a skill card simultaneously, Shadow Puppet, Platinum level. It allowed him to throw a Shadow Puppet condensed from dark elements, dealing single target damage within 20 meters with 600 dark elemental damage, and removing 1 random enhancement effect up to Platinum level. Cooldown 12 to 6.79 seconds, requirement level 14. Qin Fang whispered to himself, analyzing its potential. Single target damage is low, but the debuff removal is very useful. Let's evolve it to legendary. The system processed the evolution, consuming 56 evolution points and leaving him with 219. The legendary form increased damage progressively, 600, 800, 1200, 1500, while removing buffs up to legendary level. Cooldown dropped to as low as 3.78 seconds, and hitting a weakness returned 3 seconds of cooldown. Dark energy radiated around Qin Fang as he smiled. If I hit a weakness, the skill's cooldown is effectively 0.78 seconds for me. Suddenly he turned, eyes sharp. Where did Wang Mang and the others go? About 2 kilometers behind him, the exhausted group struggled to keep pace. The brown-haired man leaned against a rock, panting. Dark Shadow is too fast. Who can keep up? Another shouted from the ground. Captain, I can't hold on anymore. Wang Mang encouraged him, dragging him forward. They stopped in front of a towering ancient building, its peak hidden by clouds. Someone instructed, go inside. NPCs will give us challenges. They are despicable. Stronger players force higher prices. Use only 1% of your strength. Defeating a gold boss is enough. Qin Fang observed the weary team and felt a pang of helplessness. The gentle wind fluttered his black cloak as he stopped at the entrance. Wang Mang, still catching his breath, reassured the group, rest assured, we shall complete the mission. Qin Fang reminded them, passing the challenge grants good rewards. Report all conversations through the team channel. Do not let the NPC hear. Then he stepped inside. A smooth, mysterious voice welcomed them. Friends from Bluest Star, welcome. The descent of the divine artifact game must have been unnerving. This is the magic power tower. Pass the challenge, and you can trade with me. Tell me when you still are ready. The team hesitated. What kind of boss is this? Are there NPCs in this game? They whispered. Qin Fang's calm voice cut through. Just follow my instructions. It sits simple. A long-haired teammate bombarded him with questions. How long is the fight? How many stages? Boss skills? Mechanisms? Weakness? Movement? Instant kill? Targeting? Qin Fang ignored the flurry of questions. This is the stable old dog, he thought. He lost 2 teammates in a previous encounter. He sets extremely careful. With quiet resolve, Qin Fang said, I am ready. Let's start. The long-haired person tried to interject, but Qin Fang ignored him. Suddenly a black whirlwind coalesced, forming the obsidian stone puppet, level 20, gold grade. The long-haired teammate panicked. Level 20. Our highest is level 11. Qin Fang remained composed. It's okay. Wang Mang, go up. Wang Mang obeyed, charging forward as his shield lit up. The obsidian puppet roared in pain, striking him back violently. The battle had begun. Seeing the battle unfold, Qin Fang's 2 underlings tensed, worried for him. Calmly, Qin Fang reassured them, don't worry about me. The archer took careful aim, precise and steady, while the brown-haired swordsman accepted the order without hesitation. Understood, he said, drawing his bow and releasing a straight deadly arrow at the monster. Immediately, the long-haired swordsman brought his blade down with force, widening the gap between the monster's head, bending it into a strange, ominous shape. Dark energy surged from the creature, thick and oppressive. Qin Fang's eyes narrowed. The boss has gone berserk. I'll handle it. Everyone, avoid that black puddle of oil. Wang Ming's 2 underlings quickly sidestepped the danger. That was close, Qin Fang thought. Then he unleashed a skill, Shadow Receipt, and the monster staggered under the attack. Weakness hit for 4,500, successfully removing the berserk state. Observing the scene, Wang Ming remarked, Big brother, did you take off your equipment? That damage doesn't fit your identity at all. The long-haired swordsman nodded in agreement. You acted perfectly, big brother, keeping yourself at the weakest level the entire time. This NPC must think you're a noob. Haha. Curious. Another teammate asked. Big brother, the stronger the player, the higher the NPC prices. How did you know this information? Qin Fang explained calmly. The divine artifact game hides secrets in the ruins. If you explore carefully, your accumulated knowledge grows. That's how you learn. The group fell silent, absorbing the lesson. Suddenly, a fireball ignited at the center of the monster's head, glowing ominously. Qin Fang immediately warned, pay attention. The boss is about to spit fire clockwise. Dodge it. The black flaming head threatened death in 3 seconds. The underlings scattered, but Wang Ming noticed one running the wrong direction. Old dog, you're going the wrong way, he shouted. Qin Fang quickly assessed the situation. There's no time to dodge. Wang Mang, turn on invincibility to cover him. Wang Mang reacted instantly, raising his shield to protect the long-haired teammate. Qin Fang continued, commanding with precision. Good. When the fire ends, unleash your highest damage skills. Go all out. Together, Wang Mang and the long-haired swordsman struck the decisive blows. The monster fell. Damage numbers flashed 2,489, 2413. Finally, the system notified them Obsidian Stone Puppet LV-20. Defeated, Qin Fang did not relax. He knew the boss's true challenge lay in its berserk state below 70% health. Removing that state reduced its power to a mere silver boss's strength. At that moment, the mysterious NPC reappeared, laughing loudly. Blue Star players, congratulations, you are the first group to pass my challenge. A pile of glowing magic books hovered above him. He continued, instructing, now if you pay with lifespan, you can exchange it for the Divine Tree book. The NPC raised his hand, and glowing runes materialized above his hood, forming a single name, Viclay. The party's swordsman froze, his gaze not on the name but on something far more unusual, the man's hands. He counted again, 6 fingers. Viclay's eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing within them. In the next instant, a bolt of thunder crashed down from the heavens, striking the swordsman with devastating force. The system displayed the result, 99,000 damage points, before his body dissolved into drifting lifespan orbs. Wang Mang stumbled backward, voice trembling as he demanded to know why the NPC had attacked so suddenly. Xinfang, calm as ever, gave the explanation. It was the result of a taboo bound to this NPC. In Viclay's case, the taboo was his fingers. If anyone mentioned them, it granted him permission to strike first, without breaking the sacred rule. The rules of this world were absolute. NPCs could never initiate combat on their own. It was a line they simply could not cross. When Wang Mang asked whether they could defeat this strange figure, Xinfang shook his head. Not yet. Moments later, the system interface flickered, revealing a chilling truth. These NPCs were not mere lines of code. They were beings from other timelines, entities who had achieved divinity, now bound by ancient laws, and sent to roam the Blue Star in disguise, harvesting the lifespan of players. Viclay's gaze swept across the group with arrogant disdain. Choose your divine skill book, offer your lifespan and leave, he said, gesturing toward a collection of tomes that shimmered with divine energy. Wang Mang's eyes widened as he browsed through them. Some books granted the power to create food, water, and other necessities in the real world, a promise of absolute survival security should disaster ever strike. The archer, however, was drawn elsewhere. His attention locked on a divine mechanical maid, his excitement barely contained as he studied its shimmering design. Xinfang stepped forward and offered 9,000 days of tradable lifespan. In exchange, he obtained the complete set of the 9 Jianghai City Divine Books, a reward that fulfilled both practical needs and advanced his progress toward the Tower of Divine Authority's reputation rewards. Once the transaction was complete, Xinfang fixed his gaze on Viclay. I want to challenge the highest difficulty, he declared. Viclay Sip's expression shifted from mild amusement to quiet intrigue. With what I just witnessed, you wouldn't survive the first tier, he replied. Yet you dare aim for the peak. He explained that the highest difficulty was divided into 5 levels, the final one guarded by the same golden grade obsidian skull-splitting golem, but with its attack, health, defense, and cooldown speed amplified by 500%. The number silenced the group. Wang Mang and the archer exchanged uneasy glances. They had already struggled against its base form. With quintuple the power, the fight promised to be nothing short of brutal. Viclay's final warning was simple and cruel. Should Xinfang fall during the challenge, his dropped lifespan would belong to Viclay. Xinfang merely nodded. His acceptance was silent, firm. Viclay raised his hand once more, and magic surged outward. The shattered golem began to reform, golden plates gleaming with ominous light. Xinfang knew Viclay's creations well. 500% was far from his limit. In another battle, he had seen the NPC amplify his constructs by 2,000%. That was precisely what Xinfang wanted to test. With a smooth motion, he loosed a poison dart. The black flame's gift effect ignited instantly, weakening the golem's defenses and elemental resistances by 7%. The emerald bone blade in his grip pulsed with life, flooding his body with a 100% speed boost for 5 seconds. Flames erupted from the golem, but before they could reach him, Xinfang vanished. The creature hesitated, scanning its surroundings in confusion. Then in the blink of an eye, Xinfang reappeared, right above its head. His dagger plunged deep into the creature's skull, triggering the emerald bone feather's special effect. A deafening roar tore through the chamber as agony rippled across the golem's massive frame. But Xinfang was gone again, his speed surging once more. Wang Mang and the archer stood frozen, their eyes darting through the empty air where he had been. At first, they thought he had turned invisible, assuming his skill cooldowns were impossibly short, but soon they realized the truth. It wasn't invisibility at all. His speed had surpassed perception itself, bending the eye's ability to follow his movements, making it seem as if he had vanished completely. Xinfang's eyes gleamed as he activated Blessed Liberation, preparing for his next strike, Throat Slash. With a blur of motion, he executed Shadow Dash, his blade slicing through the air with surgical precision. The hit landed with such force that it inflicted over 100,000 points of damage in a single blow. The strike reactivated Black Flame's gift, stacking its effect until the golem's defense and elemental resistances were reduced by an astonishing 64%. Even so, the boss's HP bar barely moved. Xinfang wasn't discouraged. He understood why. The ancient Godstone tablet was amplifying the stacking limit of Black Flame's gift beyond its normal threshold. Without it, Shadow Dash would have capped at around 18,000 damage per strike. Wang Mang stared in disbelief. One attack had carved away a third of the boss's health. And for the first time, the archer managed to see Xinfang's strike, not with awe, but with the quiet realization that he was witnessing something far beyond human limits. It looked like a shadow slash, but something was different. The version Wang Mang knew had only 3 strikes, never this continuous, lightning-fast storm of motion. From the sidelines, Viclay watched in silence, unease flickering behind his calm demeanor. The game on Blue Star had only just begun, yet this player's strength, his precision and the sheer control he displayed spoke of a skill level that should have been impossible so early. Shinfong, however, wasn't thinking about any of that. It was time to activate Throat Slash's full effect, each second delivering 200% of the previous attack's damage. Blood streamed from the golem's wounds. Its HP plunged as its roars turned to strangled gasps, then silence. The towering body collapsed, scattering into drifting lifespan orbs that shimmered before fading into the air. A message flashed across Shinfong's SIST interface. Achievement completed, 5th level difficulty, Divine Authority Tower. Reward 15 reputation points. Bonus, plus 75 reputation points, first solo world clear. Then came the global broadcast. Player Shinfong's shadow has cleared the maximum difficulty of the Divine Authority Tower, the first in history. Across Blue Star, confusion spread like wildfire. Most players had never even seen such a tower within their city ruins. Once again, Shadow had moved several steps ahead of the world. Vicley's composure broke, his face twisted with frustration. To him, this was nothing short of a scam. He cursed himself under his breath for not charging 10,000, no, even 100,000 days of lifespan for each Divine Authority book. With a snarl, he conjured a sphere of brilliant light. "Get out, I never want to see you again," he barked, his voice echoing through the fading chamber. The radiance swelled, forcing Wang Mang and the archer to shield their eyes. They thought the NPC was about to annihilate them, but Shinfong didn't flinch. The light struck, and suddenly they were standing outside the tower. No pain, no death, just disorientation. Realization dawned quickly. Vicley couldn't set actually harm them. Shinfong reminded the others calmly, "NPCs can set attack unless provoked." Then with his usual composure he added, "Objective complete. I stemp, logging off to eat." Wang Mang thanked him for leading the way and asked to join him again if another rare opportunity arose. Shinfong gave a small nod. The archer waved goodbye. When Shinfong awoke in the real world, he was back inside his hideout. The system immediately began extracting the 9 divine gift books, consuming 90 days of tradable lifespan. Without hesitation, he spent another 106 years on luxury furniture, fine daily necessities, premium cooking ingredients, and a multi-purpose mechanical maid. Moments later, a maid with soft dog ears materialized before him. She bowed gracefully, her voice polite yet warm as she assured him she could manage the entire household and attend to anything he required. Sinking into the comfort of his new luxury sofa, Shinfong ordered her to clean the hideout. The maid moved with mechanical precision, sweeping the floor with effortless rhythm before announcing she would next prepare a lavish meal. But far away, in Shanghai City, reality was far less peaceful. Authorities were in chaos after a third female body had been discovered within a week. Like the previous victims, her limbs were severed, and her eyes were missing, clear signs the same killer was at work. The lead investigator reported grimly that the murderer displayed deep knowledge of police procedures, disposing of the corpses just beyond the reach of forensic tracking systems. His superior pressed for updates, demanding to know how long until the forensic team received its next upgrade, insisting they couldn't afford further delays. Then, one officer hesitated before speaking up. The superior turned sharply. "What is it?" The officer explained, voice low but firm. Shadow's login and logout times aligned almost perfectly with the murders. It wasn't solid proof, but it was enough to raise suspicion. He added that rumors were spreading online, claims that Shadow was the killer, and that the authorities were protecting him out of fear. The superior SIP's tone hardened. "We don't SIP to let personal grudges interfere," he said coldly. "Even if he humiliated you before Anu, Shia, you still treat this case with objectivity. You still have full technological support around the clock. Find the truth." As the superior turned away, Shoei stood motionless, staring at the floor. Rage simmered behind his eyes. Back inside the game, Shinfong materialized before the crumbling remains of a once great castle in the ruins of Demon City. The sight stirred faint recognition. It was the Academy of Evil Spirits, a platinum-tier hideout famed for its unbreakable defensive barrier, even though it lacked concealment. The system confirmed he had just spent 2.74 years of lifespan to establish his new guild, Shadow. His plan was simple but strategic. Claim this hideout under the guild's name to create a sanctuary, a teleportation hub that would allow instant travel between Magic City and Shanghai. Activating invisibility, Shinfong slipped inside with quiet precision. He descended to the 3rd underground level, the deepest accessible floor. No monsters, no traps. The silence itself was proof. Someone powerful had cleared this place before. Then the stillness broke. A sharp, desperate voice echoed through the corridor. A woman was cornered, several men closing in around her with cruel intent. From behind the wall, Shinfong's eyes narrowed, cold light flickering within them. "What's this happening here?" he muttered under his breath, his tone sharp as a blade. The woman's voice trembled as she pleaded for them to stay back. The narrow bridge offered no escape. Behind her, a molten river surged, the heat so intense it felt like breathing fire. The orange-haired man grinned, his tone cruel and mocking. "Don't stet worry," he said. "We stet we're not going to kill you at least, not yet." His smile widened as he explained that Madame Dongfang wanted her alive, so that her son could show her some love. He demanded she reveal her real-world location, warning that if she didn't, they would hunt her down in-game and kill her again and again, until her lifespan was drained to nothing. Suicide, he added, wouldn't save her. Their guild, Shirel, already had members stationed at her respawn point. Leaning in with feigned friendliness, he offered a deal. Since she had killed Madame Dongfang twice, costing her 30 years of lifespan, she could simply hand over those 30 years and play with the 3 of them for a while. Her voice quivered as she asked what exactly they meant. Their grins turned lecherous. One of them tugged his trousers down while the orange-haired man smirked. "This is our kind of game," he said darkly. Her face went pale, eyes darting. She hesitated, then softly asked if they would let her go afterward. He gave his word, smiling. "Start with me," he said, as the bald man declared he would be next. She took a shaky step forward. Her body trembled, but then her expression hardened. A flicker of cold resolve burned in her eyes. In one swift motion, she drew a poison dart and fired. But before it could land, the blindfolded man slammed down his cauldron skill. Golden cauldron earthquake, crushing her against the stone floor. The impact shook the entire bridge. He barked at her to behave, while the orange-haired man approached, his tongue sliding across his lips. "Open your mouth," he sneered. "Last chance." That was when everything changed. The fear vanished from her face, replaced by chilling confidence. In a single devastating motion, she unleashed a skill that cleaved both the bald man and the orange-haired one clean in half. The blindfolded man froze in disbelief, then a paper talisman snaked around his neck. With a sharp crack, his head burst like an overripe melon. From the shadows, Shinfang watched, recognizing her class instantly, Chainblade. But she wasn't done. Her eyes burned with hatred as she crushed the orange-haired man's remains into nothing but lifespan orbs. Shinfang's gaze sharpened. The weapon she held, the blade of the underworld, confirmed it. Standing amidst the carnage, her voice was low and venomous. "Dongfang Ming, I will kill you." Shadow, Shinfang's in-game identity, knew her. Her name was Shane. Like him, she possessed a hidden profession, an assassin-type class capable of terrifying feats. In his past life, she had become the 10th strongest powerhouse in the entire world, a legend both feared and admired. But her brilliance had ended in tragedy. Once her real identity was exposed, the present demon himself had hunted her down and killed her in reality, even as she was being hunted in-game. Her fall had devastated the Guild of Shadow, and even Shinfang had struggled to accept her death. Yet here she stood, alive, defiant, breathing inside the sanctuary. What puzzled him was the name she kept repeating under her breath. Dongfang Yui. Why? As Shinfang approached, Shane's gaze snapped toward him, sharp and suspicious. She immediately assumed he was with her enemies. "Who sent you? How many of you are there?" she demanded. Without waiting for an answer, her talisman chain shot forward with deadly precision, aiming to bind him before he could even speak. Shadow raised a hand, attempting to calm her. "Wait, I said not." "Talk less," she interrupted coldly. "Focus, or you still die." Her chains lashed out again, lightning fast. But before they could strike, Shinfang's form dissolved into smoke. He reappeared an instant later, right in front of her. His eyes gleamed with quiet challenge. If she wanted to fight, he'd oblige. Shane froze for half a heartbeat, startled by his speed, but pride refused to let her falter. She leapt backward, her chains slicing through the air again before she vanished into invisibility. For a moment, Shadow stood still, the battlefield silent, then a soft, mocking laugh escaped his lips. "Invisibility? In front of me?" he murmured. "Bold, but foolish." And with that, he too disappeared. His stealth level was so refined that the space between them fell into utter stillness. Two assassins locked in a deadly dance, unseen by all but the shadows themselves. Moments later, Shane reappeared, scanning the bridge with growing unease. Her Hellblade granted her level 4 stealth detection, yet she couldn't sense him at all. A cold realization crept through her mind. Could it really be him, the shadow ranked first on the world leaderboard, the one whose power eclipsed every other player's? Before she could finish the thought, he materialized right in front of her. She gasped, staggering back as his sharp grin cut through the silence. "You better figure out how to deal with me quickly," he said softly, "because if you can this will end badly for you." But Shane wasn't one to surrender. She leapt across the stone bridge, her chains slicing through the air with violent precision. Each strike faster than the last, each miss fueling her disbelief. How could both her invisibility and stealth detection fail against him? Frustration broke through her composure. With a snarl, she invoked her trump card, Chasing Soul, Spirit of the Ghost Path. The talisman she wielded came alive. The chains hissed like serpents, moving with a will of their own, striking faster, harder, and more dangerously than ever. This skill could pursue even unseen targets. It ignored stealth entirely. For the first time, Shadow felt genuine caution. That ability was dangerous, even to him. He moved in a circle, deliberately baiting her. As she struck, convinced she had caught him, he vanished, only to reappear a split second later. The chains recoiled violently, snapping backward and coiling around Shane herself. They wound around her body like venomous snakes, pinning her arms, tightening against her clothing as she struggled in shock. Shadow walked toward her calmly, his steps slow and deliberate, his eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. "Now," he said, voice low and measured, "perhaps your ears are finally open." He introduced himself plainly. "I System Shadow, and I have nothing to do with any Dongfang Yui. If I wanted you dead, you already be lying here without a breath left." Shane flushed with fury and humiliation. "Let me go," she shouted, thrashing against her own chains. Shadow ignored her outburst. "Who is Dongfang Yui?" he asked instead. Her trembling voice faltered. From her repeated outbursts, he'd already guessed the name must belong to someone tied to the Dongfang family, the same one that dominated Shanghai City. After a long silence, Shane spoke. Her tone trembled between rage and grief. "Dongfang Yui. She married into the Chu family. That's the only reason she survived when the Dongfangs fell. If not for that marriage, she have died with them." She paused, her eyes darkening. "If you stir an enemy of the Dongfangs, then we share the same path." Shadow said nothing. He simply released her. The chains slackened and fell away. She stumbled to the ground, clutching her wrists. We can speak of cooperation later, he said, evenly. But first, tell me the truth. Why do you want her dead? Shane hesitated, then clenched her talisman chain tightly. Her hands shook. When she spoke again, her voice cracked under the weight of memory. Before all this, she whispered, before this cursed world descended, Dongfang Yui was driving drunk. She caused the crash that killed my mother. Her words grew sharper, faster, fueled by pain. We went to court. My father fought for justice. But the Chu family buried everything, with bribes, with power, with fear. They framed someone else. When my father found proof, real proof, they found him dead in the river. They called it suicide. They called it suicide. Her voice trembled into a shout. It wasn't suicide. They murdered him. And when I demanded justice, the Chu guards beat me until I nearly died. Her knees buckled. I lost everything. My family, my name, my life. I was going to end it. But then this game came. This damned realm descended. And my first mission, the very first carved into my quest log, was kill Dongfang Yui. Tears streamed down her face. But death here isn't set permanent. Unless your lifespan is gone, you come back. Even when I killed her once, she returned. She used her wealth to buy assassins to hunt me every day. I couldn't even breathe without fear. Her voice broke into sobs. Please, Shadow, help me. Revenge is all I have left. It's the only reason I Sep's still alive. Shadow Sep's response came cold and final. No. The word cut sharper than any blade. Shane stared at him, stunned. This vengeance, he said, is instead mine to take. If you want her dead, you still have to do it with your own hands. Desperation overtook her. I still give you everything, she cried. My equipment, my body, my lifespan. I still be your slave. Just help me. Shadow Sep's eyes didn't waver. I don't heal for others, he said quietly. But I help you grow strong enough to do it yourself. The rest will depend on your resolve. Her sobs quieted. Her breathing steadied. Slowly she lifted her head. At that moment, the system interface flickered before her eyes. Invitation received. Guild Shadow. She blinked, stunned. The guild had only one member, him. Was this truly happening? Her hand trembled as she accepted. Her name appeared on the roster, Ghost. For the first time since she had lost everything, a faint spark of hope returned. Shadow accepted her friend request. His voice was calm but resolute. There's one more step, he said. Career advancement. If you want my support, you still need to succeed. Only then will I stand behind your revenge. Fail, and you still bury it forever. Shane wiped her tears. Her body shook, but her eyes burned with new fire. Revenge would be hers. But first, she would prove herself worthy of Shadow's help. Shadow stood in silence within the secret sanctuary, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his new weapon, the blade of the underworld. The steel pulsed faintly, alive with a dark radiance. He could feel its hunger, its boundless potential. Just like Shane, he thought, rough, unrefined, but capable of growing into something unstoppable. Her defiance, her fury, her will to live despite everything, they reminded him of himself long ago. She lacked polish, but her heart was unyielding. If she matured properly, if her rage turned into purpose, she could one day become more than an ally. She could become a warrior capable of standing beside him, even in the battles he knew he could not face alone. The vision around him shifted. Shadow's footsteps echoed down the dark corridors of the Evil Spirit Academy, leading him into its suffocating depths. Ahead stood an enormous door carved with symbols of blood and decay. When he pushed it open, a vast library stretched before him, walls lined with books that spiraled upward into the gloom. But this was no library for reading. Floating in the dim air above was the guardian of this place, Stana, the transmuted witch, a level 15 golden grade boss. Her gown of black frills moved like smoke. 3 twisted heads adorned her shoulders, each twitching independently, whispering incoherent incantations. Without hesitation, Shadow struck first. His dagger flashed through the air, cutting deep into one of her skulls. Just as he remembered, only one head was active in the first phase. Once its health dropped, all 3 would awaken, shifting to elemental forms, invulnerable to physical damage. He couldn't rely on brute strength. Precision was key. He activated Shadow Blade. His forest bone dagger flared with emerald light, his speed instantly doubling. He vanished into a blur, weaving through darkness and reappearing in flashes of green light. Each strike landed with surgical accuracy. Each shadow he left behind moved faster than the human eye could track. His blade hit so rapidly it sounded like a machine gun of steel. And then, with an explosion of black light, the first head burst apart. Phase 2 began. The remaining 3 heads awakened with a chorus of screeches. Fire, water, and lightning exploded outward, scorching the air and tearing through the library. Pillars shattered, shelves erupted into flame. Shadow was already moving. He danced between death itself, dodging, striking, vanishing, reappearing behind them. Each time he found an opening, his blade sank into a weak point, stacking black flame's gift again and again. The red head fell first, howling as it disintegrated. The blue head followed, its own magic overloading and detonating in a flash of frozen fire. The final white head, trembling under the weight of its failing defenses, tried to flee, but Shadow was faster. He appeared before it, one final strike, cleaving through its cursed core. The head exploded in a storm of violet light. The dungeon trembled. Dust fell from the ceiling as a thunderous system message echoed through the halls. You have slain Stana, transmuted witch golden grade. Rewards, plus 50, 000 EXP. Shadow didn't flinch. He been expecting it. From the witch's ashes, a glowing key floated into his hand. Item obtained, key to Evil Spirit Academy Platinum level stronghold. A new notification pulsed across his screen. Profession advancement available. Without hesitation, he accepted. His assassin class surged from tier 1 to tier 2. His stats spiked dramatically, but the true reward was something else. The world dimmed around him as the system whispered its message. Passive skill unlocked. Stealth eternal. Attacking no longer breaks stealth. For the first time, Shadow could fight while remaining invisible. He grinned. The darkness seemed to cling to him, alive and loyal. His form shimmered, half shadow, half man. His stealth had evolved into something absolute. No strike could reveal him now. No foe could see him unless he allowed it. His attributes hadn't just doubled, they had tripled. He could feel it in every breath, every heartbeat. Now if he didn't want to be defeated, he simply wouldn't be. Holding the platinum key, Shadow understood the treasure he had just earned. This wasn't merely power, it was transformation. The scene cut sharply, rewinding to moments earlier on the outskirts of the Evil Spirit Academy. Shane was running for her life again. Her breaths came fast and ragged, her voice sharp with fury as she shouted at her pursuers. How many times do you plan to try this? Haven't set you had enough. The open field shook under heavy footsteps. The same 3 men who had once cornered her now approached with cruel laughter, joined by new reinforcements from the Surehall Guild. The blonde one sneered. You should Sif stayed down last time. We brought a friend this round. The hulking giant beside him cracked his knuckles, laughing. This time, Isep not holding back. He stomped forward, activating Earth Smash. The ground quaked, a violent tremor sending dust and debris into the air. Shane braced herself, fury burning through her exhaustion. With trembling hands, she activated her sacred talisman skill, preparing for a desperate counterstrike. But before she could act, a blinding flashbang burst in front of her, light and concussive force colliding like thunder. The explosion disoriented her instantly. Vision white, ears ringing, her health dropped as system damage numbers flashed. The bullies laughed, their voices dripping with cruelty. Still standing? You have to learn your place this time. The blonde one stepped closer, smirking. Let Sets educate her properly. Even through the pain, Shane's spirit didn't break. Her hand fumbled through her inventory and closed around a small vial, a recovery elixir glowing faintly blue. She lifted it toward her lips. But the blonde man lunged. His palm struck her hand with brutal force. The vial shattered, shards scattering as he wrenched it from her grip. You won't need that where you're going, he said with a grin, lifting his weapon for the next strike. The molten horizon behind them shimmered. None of them noticed the faint shadow stretching across the ground, silent as a whisper, moving closer with lethal intent. Glancing at the shattered vial, Shadow's grin widened. The liquid glowed faintly green, its description flickering across his interface. Poison. He had been ready to sacrifice years of her life rather than die by their hands. To her tormentors, that only made her defiance more enticing. The blonde man stepped closer, glee twisting across his face. Half your life for one more try, huh? Brave. But useless. Then it happened. A system notification appeared before Shane's tear-filled eyes, glowing bright in the air. System notification. Platinum level Sanctuary, Evil Spirit Academy, is now under the control of Guild Shadow. Intruder status detected. Cleansing protocol initiated. The words froze them all. Before any of the men could react, the sanctuary came alive. Bolts of lightning erupted from the air, divine arcs of judgment slicing through the chamber. Thunder roared as radiant energy tore through the intruders. They screamed, their bodies convulsed violently before disintegrating into ash. Lifespan orbs scattered like shattered glass across the ground. When the storm faded, the system's voice returned, calm and cold. Cleansing complete. Shane collapsed to her knees, breath shaking. Her mind reeled at the realization. The Evil Spirit Academy wasn't just a dungeon, it was a platinum-level sanctuary, and now it belonged to Shadow. Far below, deep in the sanctuary's core, Qinfeng stood examining his newly acquired loot. From the remains of Stana, the transmuted witch, he had secured a jade-tier item, a Rant Witch's Ring. Its stats shimmered in the air. Usable by all classes, level 14+. Plus 22 to all attributes. Plus 30% cooldown speed. Unique effect, expands area of effect radius by 25% and amplifies AoE damage by 10%. A rare find, powerful, flexible, and efficient. But that wasn't all. He had also obtained a platinum-grade skill, Virulent Poison Trap. Designed for assassins and hunters, the trap could cloak itself with level 5 stealth and remain active for a full hour. It had a cooldown of just 4.65 seconds and could be deployed 3 times simultaneously. Qinfeng evaluated both with a sharp, calculating gaze, 2 assassin-compatible items in a single drop, rare beyond measure. The Arant Ring drew his attention most. Its synergy with his instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade, both wide-range techniques, promised a massive boost in his combat potential. His lips curved slightly. Perfect. He checked his status 363 evolution points. Finally enough. He spent 340 without hesitation. Skill upgraded, Backstab Enhancement Legendary Tier. The transformation was immediate. Rear attack damage rose from 75% to a full 100%, but that wasn't the real breakthrough. The legendary passive rewrote the very rules of his combat. Legendary effect. While in stealth, every strike counts as a backstab. A chill of exhilaration coursed through him. His lethality had ascended to a realm few could comprehend. Every shadowed strike would now pierce with maximum efficiency. Every movement doubled as an execution. He could vanish, attack, and remain unseen, death incarnate. For the first time, even Qinfeng felt that faint, dangerous thrill. He was evolving beyond what even he had envisioned. Just then, Little Black's voice chimed through the guild channel. Boss, you still want to see this? I found something other ruins, not far from Shanghai City. It seeps strange. The stones here, they sep got murals, just like the ones in the beginner seps village. Qinfeng frowned. Why didn't Sep you go inside? A pause. We tried. Cleared every mob on the way, but a teleportation orb appeared at the end. When we touched it, it rejected us. Said only a sea-fated person Sip could pass. I think that means you. He thought for a moment, then nodded. Wait for me. Prepare your tradable lifespan. I still bring new equipment. The shrine teleportation network made travel instant now. One command and a shimmer of light enveloped him. At the outskirts of Shanghai's ruins, Little Black sat perched on her white llama, watching the sunset reflect off the temple stones. The llama lazily chewed grass, unconcerned. Then, without a sound, Qinfeng appeared behind her. She nearly jumped off the saddle. Can you not sneak up like that every time? He smirked faintly. Old habits. I shall try to warn you next time. Try harder, she muttered, pointing down the cliffside. That sips the entrance. Qinfeng followed her gaze. The cliff below led to a dark cave marked with glowing runes, the supposed gateway. How did you even find this place? He asked. Little Black chuckled. Long story, I was trying to catch my llama. Well, I thought it was a sheep at first. While I was playing around with it, a silver boss appeared out of nowhere, scared me so badly I slipped, fell off the cliff, and landed in a tree. When I looked up, there it was, the entrance. Qinfeng gave a quiet laugh. Of course, you still trip over a miracle before finding it. Hey, she protested. You still jealous of my luck? She climbed off her llama, guiding him carefully down the rocky slope. Watch your step, the fall step's nasty. He landed with ease, silent as ever. And Wang Meng? Oh, she said cheerfully. He tried the same jump you just did. And he missed, died on impact. Qinfeng stared at her for a long moment. Of course he did. Little Black giggled, pointing toward the temple sep's dimly glowing gate. Come on, Shadow. Let's see if you stepper really this defeated person sep the system sep's waiting for. And together, they stepped into the unknown. Together, Qinfeng and Little Black entered the cave, their footsteps echoing softly along the dim corridor. The faint blue light of runes illuminated their path as she explained that they had already cleared the labyrinth of monsters ahead, but Qinfeng's expression remained stern. From now on, he warned, you can set afford careless deaths. If your non-tradable lifespan ever hits 0, there won't set be a resurrection. You still vanish for good. Little Black smiled, confident and carefree as always. I know, don't sit worry. I sit not planning on dying anytime soon. She hesitated, then added, actually, Shane told me something earlier. Her sly grin deepened. She raised a finger. Inside the city ruins, there are monsters that absorbed non-tradable lifespan. We lure them into a hidden area, kill them, and preserve the lifespan orbs that drop. Whenever we sit running low, we go back there to restore ourselves. Qinfeng froze for a moment, then his eyes widened in quiet recognition. That was Anu Sip's method, wasn't it? She blinked in surprise. How did you know? Soon after, they reached a wide chamber at the heart of the cave. A glowing teleportation orb floated ahead, its energy humming like a living thing. Little Black stepped forward, placing her hand against it. A sharp chime rang out. Access denied. You are not the fated one. She turned back, frustrated but unsurprised. It steps like we thought. This temple sip's connected to the beginner sip's village somehow. You try. Qinfeng studied the orb in silence. For a long moment he didn't move. Then he reached out. The instant his fingertips brushed its surface, light exploded, flooding the chamber. When Little Black blinked the glare away, he was gone, and so was the orb. Her breath caught. So it's true, she whispered. He really is, the fated one. When Qinfeng opened his eyes, he was standing in a vast frozen cavern. The air stung his lungs. Frost spread across the ground like living veins of ice. His communicator blinked, signal blocked. No contact, no escape. The system step's voice echoed in his ears. New mission, protect the ice-tide crystal. At the cavern's center, an enormous crystal shimmered in pale blue light. Qinfeng's memory stirred. He knew this place, the cave of the ice tide. The crystal was both weapon and curse. If struck, it would unleash a freezing wave that annihilated everything nearby. Yet waves of monsters would soon come, all seeking to destroy it. If the crystal fell, the mission, and his chance to claim the reward would vanish with it. Failure was not an option. He reached into his inventory and withdrew the virulent poison trap. Death meant nothing to him, but losing this mission was unacceptable. Without hesitation, he poured his remaining evolution points into the skill, stopping only when 17 remained. Skill evolved, Platinum Epic Grade. Stealth, Level 8. Instant poison damage, 1-200. Slow duration, 8s. Continuous damage, cento per cento attack power per second. Trap limit, increased to 9. He quickly deployed 3 traps at the cave entrances. The errant witch's ring flared, amplifying their range by 25%. Any creature that entered would be caught the instant it crossed the threshold. Moments later, glowing eyes flickered in the darkness. A monstrous horde surged from the tunnels, snarling and stampeding toward the crystal. The first line crossed the barrier, and the traps ignited. Venomous thorns burst upward, tearing through the front ranks. Poison spread like wildfire, burning the air with a sickly green glow. Damage plus 103, 728, plus 99, 846, plus 112, 202. The cavern filled with shrieks and crumbling stone, but Qinfeng stood unmoving, his focus razor sharp. Then, a faint whistle. His instinct screamed. He turned just as an arrow streaked through the air. In a single motion, he summoned a shadow barrier, deflecting the projectile with a metallic crack. Archers. So this wasn't just a beast horde, someone was directing them. He narrowed his eyes into the storm of movement, sensing human tactics woven into the chaos. This was no accident. Meanwhile, outside the ruins of Magic City, another drama unfolded. Dongfang Yui, her golden hair immaculate, her posture regal, stood in a lavish hall across from the orange-haired man from Sure Hall. Her voice was ice. So used to giving up on hunting ghost spirit, now that she sips joined Shadow Sips Guild. The man sighed, shoulders tense. We can set touch her anymore, not with him protecting her. Find someone else. Yui Sip's eyes flashed, her hand tightened around her ornate golden staff. You speak of Shadow, like he sips a god, you forget your place. Do you have any idea who I am? The man didn't respond. He stepped hurt enough. Her voice rose, venomous and mocking. You stir a peasant, she spat. A disposable pawn. I could erase you from the real world with a single command. Your name, your data, your... She didn't finish. The man's fist crashed into her face. The impact sent her sprawling across the marble floor, blood spattering her lips. He drew his dagger, his fury boiling over. I stemp done listening to you, he snarled. You think your title makes you untouchable? I stemp sick of your arrogance. Sick of being called a peasant. She tried to crawl away, but he was already on her. Blow after blow fell, savage and merciless. Even if I can beat Shadow, he roared, I can at least end you. Each strike grew heavier, more violent, until the last one shattered her body completely. With a final scream, Dongfang Yui's form broke apart into glowing lifespan orbs, scattering across the polished floor. The last traces of her arrogance dissolving into light. Dongfang Yui's eyes snapped open, back in the real world inside the glittering halls of the Chu family residence. Her golden-cased phone trembled in her grip, knuckles whitening as sheer fury coursed through her. The humiliation was unbearable. Those wretched peasants from the Shura Hall Guild had dared to kill her. Her voice rose in a trembling mix of outrage and disbelief. Mobilize the men, all of them. I want every last one of those insects captured. Her husband blinked, startled by her sudden fury. You mean Shurl, the same group you hired to deal with Ghost Spirit? The question only fueled her anger. Yes, she hissed. Ghost Spirit has joined Shadow. The cowards pulled out because they fear him. He tried to calm her, his tone measured. The plan SIP's already in motion. The Black Dragon Hall of Magic City is moving as we speak. Shadow 1 SIP escaped this time. The Chu family SIP's honor will be restored. For a heartbeat, Yui froze, then a smile crept across her face. Twisted, cruel, feverish. Good, she whispered. Then we still kill 2 birds, Shadow and those traitors from Shurl. I'll see the ground soaked in their blood. Her husband said nothing. The room fell silent, save for the soft hum of the city lights outside, and the quiet trembling of the woman whose hatred now burned brighter than reason itself. Meanwhile, far below the surface, deep within the cave of the ice tide, Qinfeng's short blade flashed like lightning. It buried itself in the eye of a bow-wielding monster. The creature crumpled, lifeless. He moved with surgical rhythm. Each kill reset the cooldown of his shadow blade, letting him carve through the horde in one unbroken storm of motion. Yet even with his precision, the ice-tide crystal at the center of the cavern trembled, spider-webbed with cracks. Its hum grew frantic, threatening to shatter. Then the system's voice echoed through the frozen air. Mission complete. Guard task. Success. Claim your reward. For a split second, Qinfeng froze, eyes narrowing. Already? The next instant, the crystal shattered, splintering into fragments of radiant frost. From its remains rose a golden treasure chest, etched in divine markings. An epic chest. His pulse quickened. The last one he'd opened had granted him graceful release, a skill that reshaped his entire combat style. What would this one hold? He stepped forward, hand outstretched. The chest opened with a slow metallic groan. Golden light burst forth, flooding the cavern with divine brilliance. From that light, a woman emerged, her form graceful, her eyes closed, her hair flowing like molten gold. Qinfeng's breath caught. He remembered her, the same spectral figure who had appeared beside a chest before. When she spoke, her words were in an ancient tongue, the language of the old gods. Yet he understood every word. The eye of judgment embedded within him translated her meaning directly into thought. You have passed the second trial, she said. You are the chosen heir, the bearer of the mantle of judgment. Her body shimmered and began to transform. The light around her twisted and coalesced, reshaping her divine form. Qinfeng watched in silence as her third eye opened upon her forehead, glowing with celestial power. The pressure of her aura was immense, divine, suffocating, pure. I am Asa thus, she declared, her voice reverberating like a sacred hymn. From this day forward I shall follow you, Qinfeng, and witness your rise as the true god of judgment. She extended her hand toward him. In her palm materialized a bell, small, intricate, and forged from shimmering light. Item acquired, Asfa's summoning bell, divine relic. Forged by Asa thus herself, the bell radiated the power of order. With this, she said, you may call upon me at levels 25, 35, and 50. Each summoning shall open a ruin, a divine trial beyond mortal comprehension. Complete all 3, and I shall reside in your sanctuary, granting you the ability to refine and ascend your skills. Qinfeng's grip tightened around the bell, feeling its weight, divine, heavy, real. A rare smile curved his lips. This was beyond fortune. The temple he had just conquered was level 15, far beyond anything a single player should have survived. And Little Black somehow had stumbled upon both the previous temple and this one. Her luck defied logic itself. Asa thus stepped closer, the divine glow softening as she met his eyes. Before I depart, I grant you one gift, she said. You may choose a skill to elevate freely, to match your current level. The air thickened with power. Qinfeng's focus sharpened. He understood the meaning instantly. A skill's true might came from two pillars: its quality and its level requirement. Quality could be raised infinitely, with enough lifespan, but the level defined everything else: its scaling, its stats, its destructive limit. He knew exactly what to choose. He raised his hand and pointed to his most prized ability: graceful release. Asa thus smiled faintly. A wise choice. She reached out, pressing her lips lightly to the back of his hand. A brilliant light engulfed him. His body trembled as energy surged through every nerve, every cell. Skill upgraded. Graceful release. Level 10, level 16 mythic. Weak point attack correction. 300%, 410%. The power coursing through him was intoxicating, like wielding the wrath of the heavens. When the light faded, Asathus's form began to dissolve, her golden aura unraveling into wisps of divine mist. Her voice lingered, soft yet commanding, echoing like the farewell of an ancient god. I look forward to our next meeting, my heir of judgment. A blue portal opened before him, its light swirling like liquid frost. Without hesitation, Qinfeng stepped through, vanishing into the void, his heart burning with the knowledge that what awaited him next would reshape not just his path, but the destiny of the entire world. Qinfeng was about to step through the portal when he felt it, an unfamiliar pulse emanating from the treasure chest behind him. He hesitated, then turned back. The golden light had dimmed, but something still shimmered deep within. Reaching in, his fingers brushed against cold metal. When he pulled it free, his eyes lit with intrigue. It was a pair of assassin-class leg armor, the epic tier Baffich's equivalent exchange agreement. Level requirement, 15. But its description was what made it truly extraordinary. Unique effect, art of equivalent exchange. Sacrifice any epic grade item or skill book to instantly receive another of equal grade and type, tailored to your class. Cooldown, 1 hour. Qinfeng exhaled slowly. Equivalent exchange, he murmured. This wasn't just rare, it was priceless. The potential was limitless. With a single trade, he could convert useless loot into perfect synergy gear, over and over again. His grin was small but sharp. The haul from this trial was beyond imagination. As he stepped toward the portal, he reminded himself of one thing: he owed Little Black. Her accidental discovery of the ruins had brought him all of this. Outside the cavern, Little Black waited patiently at the cave entrance. Her white llama lazily chewed grass beside her, unfazed by time or tension. When the portal finally shimmered and Qinfeng emerged, she jumped to her feet, relief flashing across her face. "You stir safe," she blurted out. "You were gone forever. I thought maybe..." He cut her off with a faint smirk. "Still alive? You didn't set go level while waiting?" She shook her head. "I wanted to guard the exit. If someone tried to ambush you, I set stall them." Her voice carried no hesitation, no complaint. For a moment, Qinfeng studied her quietly. Loyalty like that was rare. "Then you deserve something in return." From his inventory, he withdrew a skill book, one he'd picked up during the raid but hadn't used. He handed it to her. She looked down and froze. Skill book, Magic Shield Platinum, level 13. Her eyes went wide, mouth falling open. This is yours," Qinfeng said simply. Tears of gratitude welled up. She bowed deeply. "Thank you. I swear I shall make the most of it." She mounted her small llama, clutching the book to her chest. "Boss, I owe you one. I still get stronger." He waved her off, amused. "Then prove it." Grinning, she spurred the llama forward, galloping into the sunset, her laughter echoing faintly through the ruins. As her figure vanished, Qinfeng's body began to fade. He logged out, hunger gnawing at him. Time to return to the real world. Far away, in the ruins of Shanghai City, another story unfolded. Inside the silver-grade sanctuary of the Knights Templar Guild, banners fluttered proudly above the assembled members. Their guild leader, beaming with pride, stood before them on the dais. Today, he proclaimed, the Knights Templar Guild claims its first sanctuary. A cheer erupted through the hall, shouts of triumph echoing off the stone walls. He continued, "It may not be grand, but it is ours. No longer will we fear being ambushed while resting or leveling. We have safety now, and we have someone to thank for it." He gestured toward a young woman near the front. "Xiao, step forward." The guild burst into applause as Xiao approached the stage, her staff trembling slightly in her hands. Tears glimmered in her eyes. She began her speech softly but with conviction. "I want to thank my master for guiding me, my friends for helping me, and even those who mocked me, because their words made me stronger." Her voice quivered. "And to my parents, I wish you could see me now. I shall keep growing until I make you proud." The hall erupted with cheers. The guild leader smiled warmly, clapping her on the shoulder. "Tell us, Xiao, how did you find this sanctuary?" Xiao hesitated, cheeks flushing. "Honestly, it was strange. I dreamed of a warrior, someone powerful, who led me here. It felt so real I decided to follow the dream, and well, here we are." Laughter rippled through the room. The leader tried to stay composed, but even he chuckled. "A dream, huh? Well, I say your dreams serve you well. Did you dream again last night?" Her eyes brightened. "Yes, this time I dreamed of a sanctuary far larger than this one. I think it might be platinum grade." The hall burst into laughter again. Members joked and clapped, teasing her. "Then let's all sleep early. Maybe we still dream of palaces next." Feigning seriousness, the leader nodded solemnly. "Indeed, if her dreams find us sanctuaries, they sit priceless." The laughter softened into applause. "As reward," he said, smiling, "Yusef earned 1 year of tradable lifespan." He handed her the shimmering orb and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Let Xiaosip's devotion be our example. With faith and unity, the Knights Templar will thrive, no matter how dark this world becomes. The hall thundered with cheers once more. Xiao stood radiant, smiling through tears. I shall keep searching, she promised. I shall find another sanctuary for us. Several hours later, the laughter was gone. Xia moved alone through the Jianghai ruins, clutching her staff tightly. Her eyes darted across the ruined cityscape. The place from my dream, it should be here, she whispered. But nothing matched. No sanctuary, no glow, just silence. Unbeknownst to her, several of her guildmates had followed from afar. She really came all the way here, one muttered. If she sits telling the truth about that platinum sanctuary, then we'll claim it for ourselves, another finished. They watched as she entered a decrepit stone building, its walls draped in shadow. Inside, the tunnel sloped downward, the air growing colder, heavier. Her footsteps echoed like heartbeats in the dark. The deeper she went, the stronger her unease became. The dream's details matched too closely. The chill, the scent, even the flicker of distant blue light. And then, she felt it. Someone was following her. Her breath quickened. She stopped, closing her eyes to steady herself. I stemp a life priest, she whispered. Hidden class. I can heal. I can protect myself. She exhaled, opened her eyes, and froze. Before her stood a monstrous figure, grotesque and wrong. Its mouth gaped far too wide, flesh tearing at the edges. From within that maw, another pair of eyes stared out. Xiao's scream tore through the tunnel, echoing off the stone walls. But the monster did not strike. Not yet, it only smiled. Instead of striking Xiao, the monster hurled her aside with brutal force. She hit the wall hard, pain flaring through her ribs, but she barely had time to react before she heard the screams. The creature had turned its hunger elsewhere, toward the women from her guild who had secretly followed her into the ruins. The moment they saw it, panic swept through them. The stench of decay filled the air, its monstrous form twisting in the dim light, eyes glistening wetly beneath its torn flesh. Kill it, one of them shrieked, her voice breaking with fear. Kill it before it gets close. But their trembling hands betrayed them. Their fear was stronger than their courage. Before they could form ranks, the monster lunged. Tentacles whipped out from its body, snaring one of the women by the throat. She screamed, struggling, but the creature's maw opened unnaturally wide, and a mass of black tendrils forced its way into her mouth. Her eyes rolled back. Her body went rigid as the monster drained her lifespan in seconds. When it was done, it dropped her lifeless corpse to the ground like discarded cloth. The others broke instantly. Run, someone screamed. And they did. Every shred of loyalty shattered under pure survival instinct. They turned and fled, stumbling over each other, their cries echoing through the tunnel. But the creature didn't stop. It moved with terrifying speed, dragging its pulsing limbs behind it, hunting with unrelenting precision. Xiao stirred at the sound of their screams. Her pulse quickened. Slowly she turned, and her heart nearly stopped. The monster was feeding, its tentacles piercing the bodies of her guildmates, draining their very essence. The faint shimmer of lifespan orbs drifted from their corpses, fading into the gloom. Her breath caught, her vision blurred. Quietly, she began to crawl away, every motion silent, desperate not to be seen. Her trembling feet carried her down a spiral staircase carved into the stone. The steps were slick with condensation. Halfway down, she tripped, her body tumbling forward. Her skull cracked against the floor. Stars burst across her vision. But when she lifted her head, her pain vanished beneath a single thought. There, in front of her, stood the door, the same one from her dream. For a long moment, she couldn't breathe. It was real. The platinum-grade hideout she had spoken of actually existed. Her heart thundered as she reached for her communicator, sending a trembling message to her guildmaster. Isep found it. The hideout is real. The leader's reply came almost instantly, disbelief coloring his tone. Stay where you are. Isep bringing reinforcements. He ordered her to join his party to track her location. She accepted without hesitation, her nerves settling for the first time since she entered. But the relief didn't cease to last. From the depths of the darkness came a sound, a low, wet dragging noise. Her head turned slowly, and her blood ran cold. The monster was there, grinning, its warped face stretched into that same grotesque smile. Terror clawed at her chest, but she clenched her jaw. No, she whispered to herself, not again. She straightened, gripping her staff tightly. I sipped him a life priest. I sipped him not helpless anymore. She raised her weapon. Come on then. With a burst of green light, she activated her strongest spell, venomous vines. The vines lashed out, wrapping around the monster's body and sinking deep into its flesh. 502 GP. The creature screamed as the poison took hold. A flicker of hope sparked in Xiaosip's eyes. It's Sep's working, she gasped. It's Sep's working, she gasped. Wasting no time, she raised her staff again, corrupting poison mist. A dense green fog billowed outward, filling the chamber with deadly toxins. The monster staggered, hissing, its skin blistering under the venom. For the first time, victory seemed possible. But then she realized her mistake. The fog wasn't set dissipating. It was spreading, filling every inch of the enclosed chamber. The air turned thick, suffocating. Her lungs burned as she coughed violently, stumbling back. No, stop, she gasped, trying to fan the air with her hands. Panic set in. She couldn't hold her breath much longer. Her vision blurred, her chest heaved. Then she remembered the antidote spell. With trembling fingers, she lifted her staff and chanted the incantation. Antidote. A soft white light spread across the room. The poisonous mist slowly dissipated. She fell to her knees, breathing in fresh air, trembling with relief. But then she froze. The monster was still standing. It hadn't yet died, it had merely waited. And now it smiled again. Its head tilted unnaturally, eyes glowing with hunger. It began to move toward her. Her name echoed faintly from the system. Xiaoyu. Her hand shook, tears welled in her eyes. No, she whispered. In her panic, she gasped for breath, and inhaled the last traces of her own poison. Her body convulsed, the system's cold voice followed. Player Xiaoyu Ya has committed suicide. Her form shattered into orbs of light. Moments later, Xiao respawned in the guild's silver sanctuary, her body intact but her mind disoriented. The guild leader's voice came through the party chat. Xiao, why are you back already? What happened? Her voice trembled. The monster, it killed me. Inside the ruins. There was a pause, then his confused reply. That step's impossible. We stiff already slain the soul-sucking hag in that area. It was only silver grade. Xiao's lips curved into a small, tired smile. I didn't set survive, she said softly. I ended it myself before it could take everything. Silence filled the channel. Then the leader's voice returned, filled with admiration. You stir a genius, Xiao. You thought faster than any of us could have. Gratitude warmed her chest. Thank you, leader. I shall rejoin you soon. She logged off the chat, a quiet satisfaction curling across her face. The three women who had mocked her, the ones who'd followed her out of jealousy, were gone, permanently. Their arrogance had been their undoing. This is what happens when you underestimate me, she whispered, her smirk faint but sharp. Because Qin Xiaoyu was no fool. Moments later, she arrived at the entrance of the hideout and pointed toward the massive stone door. She told the guildmaster that the platinum-grade hideout lay just beyond it. Pride gleamed in her voice. The guild leader smiled and patted her on the back before turning to his men. His tone shifted, becoming sharp and commanding. He ordered a squad to sweep the surrounding area and make sure no one interfered. Datu responded with confidence, swearing they would eliminate anyone who dared approach, even if that intruder was Shadow himself. The guild leader's anticipation grew. Raising his axe toward the stone door, he shouted, his men roaring in unison behind him. Their cries echoed through the ruins as they prepared to claim the sanctuary for themselves. But their triumphant shouts faltered when one man at the front suddenly cried out. The door wouldn't open. Confusion rippled through the ranks. The leader's expression darkened, then shifted as realization struck him. He remembered that every hideout had its own guardian. Narrowing his eyes, he smirked. The stone door itself, that was the guardian. To test his theory, he ordered a warrior to strike it. The man swung his axe, and a number appeared above the door. 320 hit points. The theory was confirmed. Cheers erupted as the guild praised their master's insight. This hideout is practically a gift, the leader declared proudly. Bring it down. Obediently, they attacked in unison. Blades and axes crashed against the door, sparks and dust bursting into the air. Far away, a notification window appeared before another player. King Fongsip's expression hardened instantly. The message glowed before him. Alert, the land of purified souls is under attack. He checked the status readout. The entrance's durability was dropping, 99.3%, still holding firm under its magical barrier at 100%. Teleportation to the sanctuary was blocked. Only the war teleport remained available, one use for the day. Without hesitation, King Fong mounted his wolf and set off. He reasoned that with the attacker's strength, it would take them months, perhaps even a year, to break through the gate. Still, he wanted to see with his own eyes who had dared to touch his sanctuary. When he reached the outskirts, he halted, his eyes darkened. Two men were chasing a woman across the broken landscape, shouting threats and promising to cut her down if she didn't stop. A burly fighter armed with a spiked mace blocked her path. He grinned cruelly and demanded to know where she thought she was going. Before she could even answer, he swung his weapon, striking her brutally and sending her body crashing into the ground. As she struggled to breathe, a purple-haired man stepped forward and raised his hand. Sacred chains, he shouted. From the sky, radiant chains of energy shot downward, pinning the woman's wrists and knees to the dirt. Her scream tore through the ruins. One of the men sneered down at her. This territory belongs to the Knights Templar Guild. He spat. If you think you can trespass here, you stare wrong. This is the price you pay. The woman gasped, her face twisted in pain. I wasn't set trespassing, she cried. I was only passing through. But it was clear they didn't care. They wanted an excuse to rob her. From the shadows, King Fong's eyes narrowed. He recognized her instantly. Yang She, a colleague from his old company. She had once been kind to him, even warned him of danger before. His suspicions crystallized. The ones attacking his sanctuary were none other than the Knights Templar Guild. The purple-haired man turned to his comrades, arrogance dripping from every word. If we say she sits trespassing, then she is, he said with a grin. And by the usual rules, I get her first. Another laughed, then I step second. Their laughter was cut short. A blur of movement flashed through the night, swift, silent, deadly. In the next instant, three heads hit the ground. Their bodies followed, collapsing in lifeless heaps. Yang She stared in shock, her breath caught in her throat. From the shadows emerged a figure cloaked in darkness, his eyes burning with cold intensity. Her voice trembled. Shadow, she whispered. But no, this presence was different. It was something far more terrifying. The stranger, Shadow, or something like him, moved without mercy. Every last member of the Knights Templar Guild fell where they stood. Then he turned toward her. Yang She flinched, expecting death, but instead he extended his hand. A crimson aura erupted, blood flower bloom. The technique blossomed violently, devouring the lifespans of the fallen. Their souls disintegrated into motes of light, absorbed into him until nothing remained. As the last spark faded, he turned back. For a brief frozen heartbeat, their eyes met. Her breath hitched. She knew that face. Those eyes. It was Fong. King Fong, hidden beneath the mask of shadow. Her chest tightened, disbelief and realization colliding, but before she could speak, blue flames erupted around him. In an instant his body was engulfed, then he was gone, only drifting sparks left in his place. Yang Xia stood motionless, her heart pounding. Was it truly him? The resemblance was undeniable. The eyes, the expression, the aura, it had to be, and yet her mind refused to accept it. She shook her head hard, whispering to herself that it must have been a trick, a coincidence. After all, hadn't she seen Fong's foolish sister join the Night Sanctuary branch of the Templar Guild? The thought haunted her as the last of the blue embers faded into the night. If Fong were truly shadow, would he ever allow his own blood to be enslaved by them? Impossible, or so she forced herself to believe. Outside, tension rippled through the Sanctuary of Pure Souls. Inside its vast halls, the surviving members of the Knights Templar Guild stood in uneasy silence behind their furious leader. His voice lashed through the air like a whip. "Idiots. Robbing travelers on the main road, do you have a death wish?" he shouted, his boot slamming into one of them and sending the man sprawling across the floor. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to pay for your stupidity. But beneath the rage, there was something else, relief. Relief that it had been Shadow who had delivered judgment. Because they all remembered, once, long ago, Shadow had saved them from the Headless One. Since that day, his name had become legend among them. To the guild, Shadow wasn't just a hunter anymore. He was an ideal, strength, justice, a symbol of defiance against corruption. Their leader had even told them to follow his example. And now, here he was. But as words of reverence began to spill from their trembling lips, Shadow's expression darkened. His presence filled the chamber like a storm. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, but so cold it made their blood run thin. "The hideout you attacked," he said, "is not a ruin. It's Sep's mine." The leader froze, his face drained of color. The entire guild seemed to stop breathing. Shadow's eyes glowed faintly, yellow lightning flickering within them as his anger broke through. The leader stumbled for words, desperate to defend himself. But rumors say your hideout sits in Magic City, and a person can only claim one hideout in Forsaken by the Gods. Isn't set that the rule?" A nervous voice broke in, the purple-haired brat among them. "It steps true, unless a guild is formed, then the guild itself can own one too." Shadow said nothing, but the silence confirmed it. He had a personal hideout in Magic City. And this one, the Sanctuary of Pure Souls, belonged to his guild. The realization spread through the survivors like fire through dry grass. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Others dropped to their knees, trembling. Among them, Fong's sister broke down completely. Her sobs echoed through the stone hall. To her, this was a nightmare. She had never once seen her brother appear within this place. How could it possibly belong to him? The guild leader's legs gave out. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed to his knees, bowing low until his forehead struck the floor. "We didn't know," he cried, his voice trembling. "Shadow, we swear we didn't know. Please forgive us. Tell us what we can do to make this right." Shadow didn't move. His face was calm, unreadable, terrifyingly still. He pulled up his status window, eyes glinting with cold calculation. "Steph already drained the durability of my hideout set's door," he said quietly. "Repairing it will cost me a fortune." He closed the window, meeting the leader Sip's eyes. "If you want to settle this," Shadow said, "the price is 500 years of tradable lifespan." The words hit like a hammer. The air itself seemed to freeze. The leader's eyes rolled back. His body went limp and crumpled to the floor. "Leader," several members shouted, rushing to his side. They shook him, begging him to wake. "Please, Lord Shadow, show mercy." He Seps fainted already. He didn't mean it. But Shadow's gaze did not soften. His aura loomed over them like a blade suspended by a thread. Then his eyes shifted toward the purple-haired brat. His voice was low but deadly. "Do you even know how much it cost to repair that door?" The boy's mouth opened, but no sound came. The weight of that question pressed against his throat like a vice. "Shut your mouth," Shadow said, his tone cutting sharper than steel. The brat froze, pale and trembling. On the ground, the guild leader stirred weakly, half-conscious and drenched in cold sweat. His thoughts spun in chaos. Why me? Why does misfortune follow me everywhere? He wanted to curse the heavens, to scream. Instead, rage twisted his expression. In a sudden outburst, he lunged forward, seizing his younger sister by the neck. "This is your fault," he shouted, his voice breaking. "Your foolish dream dragged us here. Do you want to destroy the guild with your nonsense?" His grip tightened, trembling with fury and despair. But then, something in her changed. The timid, naive girl vanished. In her place stood someone else, calm, resolute. Her eyes hardened, and when she spoke, her tone carried a quiet strength. "It steps true," she said softly. "I dragged everyone down. I am the one to blame. If punishment is needed, let it fall on me alone." Her voice wavered, but she continued, louder now. "I still do whatever it takes to make things right. Cow, horse, or pig. I still give every lifespan I earn until the debt is paid. I still endure pain. I still endure humiliation. From this moment forward, I am yours to command. Just spare the others." Her vow echoed through the silent chamber. For a moment, the guild members looked at her differently, some with pity, others with admiration. Perhaps for the first time they saw sincerity in her. But Shadow's expression didn't change, his cold gaze fixed not on her, but on the leader. When he spoke again, his words were calm, but they cut like a blade through the stillness. Chun. The man stiffened at the sound of his name. Yes? Shadowstep's eyes narrowed. Do you truly believe, he asked slowly, each word deliberate, that this girl is worth 500 years of lifespan? The question landed like a hammer blow. Chunsit's mind cleared instantly, stripped of all confusion by sheer intimidation. His lips twisted with bitter realization. Worth, he spat. She sits useless. She sits Uzwe's been useless. Without hesitation, his hand lashed across her face. The sharp crack echoed through the hall, sending her sprawling to the floor. She gasped, clutching her cheek, her skin swelling beneath the blow. No one moved to defend her. You menace, Chun roared, pointing at her trembling form. It was you who dragged us into Shadowsit's hideout with your ridiculous dream, and now you dare to act like some kind of saint, pretending to sacrifice yourself? You just wanted to curry his favor. His rage only grew, his words spilling out like venom. Becoming Shadowsip's servant would be a chance any of us would kill for. But you're not even worthy of being considered. The girl lay there motionless, tears streaking down her face, her hope collapsing beneath the weight of his words. For a fleeting moment, she had believed her desperate plea might earn her even a flicker of recognition from Shadow, but she had gambled and lost. Again, she was nothing. Shadow didn't move. His gaze stayed fixed, his silence heavier than any roar. The pressure of his presence pressed down on everyone like judgment itself. Chun, still shaking from fear and humiliation, turned back to him. He pressed his forehead to the cold stone floor. Lord Shadow, please, he begged, voice quivering. Our guild is small, we can't possibly gather 500 years of lifespan. I beg you, show mercy. There must be a middle ground. For a long moment, Shadow said nothing. He stood half-veiled in the faint glow of the hideout's system lights, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, his tone was calm. Not loud, not cruel, but each word carried the weight of finality. I am not as ruthless as the world whispers, Shadow said, his gaze locking on Chun. I will not demand more than necessary. The room went silent. Every eye turned toward him, waiting. Instead of 500, Shadow continued evenly. You will hand over 100 years of tradable lifespan immediately. As for the remaining 400... He paused, his gaze sharpened, lightning flickering faintly in his pupils. You will gather every member of your guild who bears the killer status. Each of their lives will count as 1 year, 400 of them sacrificed to settle the debt. Do this, and I will erase my own killer status in the process. The air thickened, the guild members gasped, their disbelief echoing around the chamber. The demand was monstrous, and yet beneath its brutality, it made perfect sense. Shadow wasn't just punishing them, he was using their sin to cleanse his own, turning their bloodstains into his absolution. Chun's shoulders sagged in relief. It was harsh, but not impossible. Yes, of course, he said quickly. Our guild has over 2,000 members. To lose 400 killers, it is heavy, but we can endure it. He looked up, nodding furiously. And the 100 years, I can pay that right now. Without hesitation, he opened his interface and transferred the lifespan. A faint glow shimmered between them, then vanished into Shadow's hand. Chun immediately barked orders, his voice trembling. Move! Gather every killer in the guild. Now Lord Shadow must not be kept waiting. The others scrambled into motion, their footsteps echoing down the stone halls. Shadow, meanwhile, turned his attention back to the system window hovering before him. His expression softened slightly as he navigated to the repair log. Repair cost, 7 days. That was all. A faint smile touched his lips. What others saw as an insurmountable debt was nothing more than 7 days of his own lifespan. With a flick of his finger, he confirmed the restoration. The system chimed softly. 7 days deducted, hideout fully restored. Outside, chaos reigned. Shadow moved like a storm through the wilderness, cutting down every corrupted adventurer who dared cross his path. Each kill scattered glowing orbs of lifespan across the ground, embers flickering in the darkness after a wildfire. A chilling notification appeared before him. 400 slayers have fallen. Waves of energy surged around him, experience, power, and stolen years of life, merging into his own. Another window flashed. Killer level reduced 4-3. To the guild SIP's leader, it was terrifying. To Shadow, it was liberation. As the records updated, a grim truth emerged. Every one of those slain had been hiding crimes of their own. Thieves, traitors, liars, assassins. A festering rot, cleansed in Shadow's merciless purge. For Chun, that realization brought only bitter relief. Better that Shadow's fury had burned them out, than let their corruption destroy the guild from within. But Shadow was not finished. He turned back toward the sanctuary of pure souls, his presence filling the air like thunder before a storm. From this moment forward, Shadow said, his voice calm but laced with steel, this sanctuary will be guarded by my guild. No one will breach it. Chun blinked, momentarily stunned. Shadow's eyes glowed faintly, yellow sparks flickering in the dark. Your rule breakers will learn discipline, he continued. They will guard the sanctuary in shifts. If it falls under attack again... He stepped closer, his voice dropped, quiet but heavy with promise. I will come for you personally, Chun. The words hit harder than any threat could. It wasn't a warning, it was a vow. Chun's breath hitched, his chest tightening. He bowed low, his forehead touching the ground once more. He understood completely. Shadow had bound them, not with chains of metal but with fear, duty, and debt. From that moment on, the Knights Templar Guild was no longer free. They were guardians, servants of the sanctuary, and prisoners of Shadowsit's will. Before the tension could fade, a sharp chime pierced the air. A system notification flared before Shadow's eyes, its words cold and precise. Warning: Shadowsit's hideout is under attack. Location: Evil Spirits Academy. Attacker, Yuna. Barrier durability, 99.8% and falling. Another prompt followed immediately. Word transmission available, usable once every 24 hours. Activate. Shadow frowned. The phrasing was odd. Word transmission, it sounded limitless, but the meaning was clear. It was a teleport, a one-way jump. Without hesitation, he accepted. His body dissolved into streaks of blue flame, vanishing from the sanctuary in an instant. Behind him, silence lingered before the Knights Templar leader finally exhaled in shuddering relief. It didn't last. A heavy-set guild member turned to him, his voice trembling. We Setcher supposed to guard the sanctuary for Shadow, right? Reality came crashing down again. The leadership's jaw clenched. He turned toward the so-called dumb sister, his expression hard. This is what you dreamed of, isn't? Set it, then guard it. If anything happens, it sits on your head. Abandon your post, and you still lose your lifespan. Her eyes widened, but no protest left her lips. She had been trapped, just like the rest. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Evil Spirits Academy, chaos reigned. The attackers, each marked with the insignia of a dragon carved into their foreheads, hammered relentlessly against the shimmering barrier that shielded the hideout. Its durability had already plummeted to 51%. Nearby adventurers stood at a distance, whispering among themselves. Are they insane? One murmured, provoking Shadow of all people? Their voices trembled with disbelief, but the mercenaries didn't stop. The banner of Black Dragon Hall flew above them, their greed burning brighter than fear. Shadow appeared silently on the outskirts, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the scene. Black Dragon Hall, he couldn't recall crossing paths with them. Why here? Why now? At the front, a burly warrior raised his arms, shouting over the roar of the assault. Pour it all into one strike. Dragon break. Dark miasma spiraled above their heads, gathering into a swirling mass of corrupted energy that pulsed like a living storm. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed it. The explosion shattered the air, the ground trembled violently as dust erupted skyward, turning daylight to dusk. When the shockwave settled, the barrier's durability had dropped again, 13%, but it still held. Keep pushing, someone yelled. Another mercenary laughed, greed thick in his tone. 100 years of lifespan for this job, easy money. Shadow's gaze hardened. So that's it, hired hands. They weren't fighting for vengeance or pride, just pay. The only one who'd harbor a grudge this deep was Dongfang Yui. Before Shadow could move, the air split with a thunderous roar. The ground quaked beneath heavy rhythmic footsteps. The mercenaries turned, weapons raised, as a massive silhouette lumbered into view. A dragon, but not one of majesty or terror. Its body was oddly shaped, its features almost comical, yet the pressure rolling off its scaled form silenced the battlefield. Even absurd creatures could kill. Shadowsip's lips curved faintly. The dragon stomped, its movements exaggerated and bizarre, twirling and shaking as if mocking them with a grotesque dance. Each step sent tremors rippling through the ruins, toppling walls and unsteadying even seasoned warriors. Then, the sky itself darkened. A colossal shadow tore through the clouds. For a heartbeat, the mercenaries thought it was a massive skull falling from the heavens, but no, its jagged form revealed the truth. A meteorite. It screamed through the air, engulfed in fire. The impact hit like a warhead. The explosion shattered the ground, sending mercenaries flying like ragdolls. Buildings cracked, dust surged upward like a storm cloud, and the earth roared in agony. When the smoke finally thinned, the guild leader of Black Dragon Hall stumbled to his feet. His armor was scorched, his vision blurred, but he was alive. He blinked at his health bar in disbelief. Only 3,000 points of damage. With his massive HP pool, that was nothing. He smirked. Pathetic, he sneered. I can handle this. The sentence ended with a sound like a whisper of steel. His head separated cleanly from his neck before he even realized it. His body collapsed, bursting into shimmering orbs of lifespan that scattered across the ground like dying stars. A voice rang through the smoke, cold, precise, and female. The guild leader is dead. The mercenaries froze. Their blood ran cold. None had seen the strike. None even knew where it had come from. Then, a figure stepped forward through the haze. A woman, elegant, robed in deep violet mage's attire. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed her sharp eyes. Her expression was grim. Such precision, she murmured. It can only be Shadow. She advanced cautiously, scanning the broken battlefield, but there was nothing, no sound, no shape. Shadow stood directly before her, cloaked in perfect invisibility. The mercenaries began to understand the horror. His stealth wasn't bound by time or distance. He could stay unseen indefinitely, watching, waiting, hunting. Shadowsip's eyes narrowed. He recognized her. Saying, her in-game name, 10 miles of distant green mountains. A member of the Sky Vault Guild. Her profession, a rare and deadly one, soul painter. Unlike ordinary wizards who chanted spells, soul painters crafted magic through brush and ink. Their power was art, alive and ever-changing. The dragon and the meteorite had been her work. They were masters of defense, specialists in long drawn-out battles where they could reshape the very battlefield with their art. But Shadow knew their fatal flaw, solo encounters. Soul painters needed time to draw, and against an assassin like him, time was death. Still, Sang didn't flinch. Her voice rang clear across the ruins. Shadow, she called. I know you steer here. Show yourself. I need to speak with you. Her companions froze, hearts pounding, weapons trembling. Then it came, a voice, calm and sharp as a blade, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. Shadow had answered. But his body remained unseen. Zhang wasted no time. My profession is soul painter, she began, her tone clear and composed. To advance, I need rare materials found only within the Evil Spirits Academy. I know this hideout belongs to you, and I stamp willing to compensate you. Name your price. Shadow's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's how it had happened. In his past life, the Evil Spirits Academy had ended up in the hands of the Skyvault Guild, and this woman before him, Shang, must have been the one who discovered it during her profession advancement quest. But this time, he had intercepted her. He remembered her story well. Shang was the granddaughter of Old Yang, the guild master of Skyvault. Once a legendary hardcore gamer and later a famous streamer, Old Yang had returned to the gaming world even at 73 when God Forsaken descended. Under his command, Skyvault had re-emerged as a powerhouse. He had built the guild around his beloved granddaughter, spoiling her after the loss of her father and shaping her into its heart. Under their combined leadership, Skyvault captured the Evil Spirits Academy and rose to become one of the top 10 guilds of the Zit Empire. Shadow had admired them once. In his past life, he'd even watched Shang's streams, 10 miles of distant green mountains. The memory made his chest tighten faintly. But he pushed the thought away. Sentiment had no place here. With a flick of his hand, the ground trembled, the earth split open, and a massive stone door rose before Shang's party, revealing the hidden entrance to the Evil Spirits Academy. Gasps rippled through her team. The world shifted, the view flickering to the interior. Within the grand hall, Shadow sat upon his throne, the air thick with darkness. His crimson eyes locked onto the woman who had once been his favorite streamer. "Why meet me directly, Shang?" he asked coolly. The soul painter straightened her back, unflinching. "Because I must. My profession depends on the materials inside this place. They are vital for my advancement. You once sold this hideout to the officials 2,000 days ago. I'm here to make a similar offer now. Sell it to me, and I'll pay whatever price you demand." Her words carried strength, bold, confident, and unwavering. Shadow's expression didn't shift. He studied her calmly. The offer was generous, but he knew very few guilds could raise the amount of lifespan required for such a purchase. Still, that audacity was exactly what he'd expect from Old Man Yang's bloodline. After a long silence, he shook his head. "The Evil Spirits Academy isn't set for sale." Shang Isit's brow furrowed slightly, but Shadow continued, his tone softening. "However, I still grant you guest access to the ground floor. That should be enough for your advancement." It was an unexpected kindness, and far more than most players would have ever received. But Shang was instead done. She shifted her stance, eyes gleaming with determination. "Then let me rent it," she pressed. "The first floor for 3 years. I still pay 500 years of tradable lifespan as rent." Shadow Sep's gaze flickered with mild surprise. "You Step pay that much for something I Sep already offered freely?" That was when it clicked. This wasn't just about access. Skyvault wasn't after resources. They were after connection. This was politics in its purest MMO form. They were buying a bond, a direct tie to him, the player whose very name shook the world. Seeing Sip's expression didn't Stet waver. "To prove my sincerity," she added, "I Set wipe out the guild that attacked your hideout earlier. I Set erase them completely." Shadow studied her closely. "You Stet move against another guild so openly. Shouldn't Set you consult your grandfather first?" Her lips curled into a faint smirk, surprised that he even knew of Old Yang. "Grandfather trusts my judgment. And besides," she said confidently, erasing a small guild one sit caused much of a stir. Her resolve was impressive, almost reckless. For someone so young, Shang carried herself like a true guild leader. At last, Shadow gave a small nod. "Very well," he said. The deal was struck. Shang's face lit up with unrestrained joy. She almost bounced where she stood, her oversized mage hat tilting askew as she signed the contract. A bright system notification chimed. 500 years of tradable lifespan acquired. Shadow set clear conditions. Skyvault could use the ground floor freely, even damage it if necessary, but they were strictly forbidden from harming the hideout's core structure. Shang grinned, declaring victory with the same bright energy that had once captivated millions on her streams. "Pleasure doing business, Lord Shadow," she said with a playful salute before disappearing into the portal. The moment she was gone, Shadow exhaled softly, his composure finally cracking. His face burned red. "Meeting my favorite streamer face to face, it feels unreal." She was even livelier than he remembered, sharper, brighter, but he forced the warmth away, returning to his cold, calculated focus. He had no time for awe. The cooldown for equivalent exchange had ended. It was time to gamble. Opening his system interface, Shadow selected the option. The rules were simple. Sacrifice one item to gain another of equal rarity for his class. He placed his intelligence training book into the exchange window. A shimmer of light enveloped the screen. When it cleared, a weapon hovered before him, an emerald-grade crimson blade. Shadow Sit's breath caught. It was beautiful, sleek, curved, glowing with a blood-red aura that pulsed like a living heart. The weapon's Sep's core effect was devastating. The lower the enemy's HP, the stronger its blood power grows, up to plus 200% damage when the target's HP falls below 30%. Even more terrifying, every strike restored health equal to 200% of the damage dealt, and if his HP was already full, the surplus converted into a protective shield. Shadow Sip's eyes widened. This is broken. Then he saw the final line of text. Hidden ability, Limit Break. When fully charged, unleash a single target strike of catastrophic power. He didn't hesitate. Using his evolution points, he pushed the Crimson Blade's rank higher from Emerald to Legendary. A crimson roar echoed through the hall as the weapon pulsed with newfound power, surging with an additional plus 9,000 blood element attack per strike. Even after the upgrade, he still had 555 evolution points remaining. Without pause, he invested 500 points into his mythic stealth skill. The system responded immediately, his stealth aura deepening until his very presence seemed to fade out of existence. When the interface dimmed, Shadow stood silent in the darkness, his new blade humming faintly at his side. The transformation was complete. In that moment, the world had no idea, but the balance of power in Forsaken by the Gods had just shifted forever. After consuming the 500 evolution points, Shadow's mythic stealth skill evolved into something terrifying. Its cooldown dropped to a single second, barely more than a blink, allowing him to vanish almost continuously. The darkness itself seemed to embrace him, amplifying his stealth level even further. A passive effect granted him a permanent +3 stealth level boost, while his break spell strike now inflicted an additional 300 flat damage. But the most horrifying change was in its cost. His lifespan consumption while in stealth had been reduced by 90%, effectively meaning he could now remain invisible indefinitely. Standing at level 17, Shadow began equipping his newly acquired Emerald tier gear. He activated the ASP Veil of Emerald Glass, a shimmering cloak that refracted light around him, increasing his headshot accuracy by an absurd 133% for 30 seconds. He slipped on a pair of fragile white gloves, sacrificing 12% of his maximum health in exchange for a 30% boost to base attack, while also raising his physical defense to 75 and elemental resistance to 60. The translucent phantom socks came next, sliding silently over his feet. They added 2 additional levels to his stealth, raised movement speed by 27%, and for 3 precious seconds allowed him to phase through solid matter. Their cooldown was 27 seconds, a perfect number, he thought. Lastly, he wore an odd resistance charm, a trinket that shifted its properties based on his emotional state, sometimes defensive, sometimes offensive, sometimes both, completely unpredictable, but powerful. When he finally looked at himself, he grimaced. Altogether, his gleaming emerald gear made him look less like an assassin and more like a neon breakdancer about to perform under club lights. With a sigh, he toggled his appearance concealment, reverting to his familiar black silhouette, the living embodiment of shadow and death. The story shifted out of the digital realm and into reality. A jeep rumbled along the cracked roads leading to the suburbs of Magic City, its tires crunching over gravel before stopping in front of a sprawling mansion. 4 figures stepped out. The first was a burly man covered in scars, grumbling under his breath about not being allowed to sit inside. The second was a goofy-looking man in black-rimmed glasses, his demeanor so harmless it almost felt fake. The third was a serious-faced man whose patience seemed already near its breaking point. And the fourth, a small, silent girl, whose mere presence carried a chilling, unnatural weight. They gazed up at the mansion, muttering among themselves about its owner. "Arrogant woman," the scarred man growled. "She thinks we sip her beneath her because we sip her broke." The serious man clicked his tongue, restless. "Forget it. Let Seps find another buyer." A nearby soldier standing guard smirked faintly, his expression unreadable. "You'll regret saying that," he muttered under his breath. Moments later, Dongfang Yui herself appeared. Her steps were sharp and deliberate, her expression cold as winter steel. Beside her walked a young man with a psychotic grin, his eyes twitching with barely contained madness. Without so much as a greeting or even the pretense of negotiation, she spoke. "Convert your lifespan into orbs," she ordered, her voice slicing through the air. "Drop them on the ground." The demand hung heavy in the silence that followed. The scarred man blinked, then scoffed, his tone dripping with disbelief. "You want us to give up our lifespan without payment? You Stev lost your mind." Her eyes turned colder, sharper. "Hand over your lifespan," she repeated, "or die here." At her signal, soldiers poured out from the mansion, rifles raised, surrounding the 4 strangers. The air thickened with tension. That was when the goofy man dropped his mask. His smile vanished, his posture shifted. And then he moved. Faster than the eye could follow, he tore through the nearest soldiers, ripping their bodies apart like paper. Blood splattered the courtyard tiles. The soldiers screamed, realizing too late what they were dealing with. He wasn't set harmless. He wasn't set even human. He was a hidden class user, a bug manipulator. From the cracks in the pavement, from the shadows underfoot, a swarm of insects exploded outward. They were like living weapons, each one pulsing with strange energy, their chitin glinting as if they wore armor of their own. The swarm descended upon the soldiers. Screams filled the air as the bugs tore through armor and flesh, devouring men alive. The balance shifted in an instant. What had begun as a shakedown turned into a slaughter. The 4 strangers no longer looked like victims. They were predators. Their eyes burned with greed, fixed now on Dongfang Yui herself. Amid the chaos, the small quiet girl twitched violently, her body convulsed, her eyes rolling back as her expression twisted into something wrong, something broken. An aura of dark, chaotic energy bled into the air around her. The ground itself seemed to recoil from her presence. The mansion Sip's courtyard became a battlefield. The burly man, now grinning wildly, drunk on bloodlust, raised a massive platinum-grade shield, strapping it to his forearm. Bullets hammered against it like hail, but none could pierce its surface. The metallic thunder of impacts echoed across the yard like firecrackers on steel. With a roar, he charged. Soldiers tried to reload, fumbling with shaking hands. It was too late. The man swung his colossal shield in a brutal horizontal arc, sending soldiers flying like ragdolls. Bones cracked, bodies crumpled, blood spattered the stone in wide crimson arcs. They tried to stand. They couldn't set. Beside him, the bespectacled blonde man moved with deadly flair, like a circus performer turned executioner. Each of his fingers crackled with light. He snapped his index finger, and a beam of searing energy shot out, cutting through helmets and skulls like butter. A middle finger flick released a bullet of compressed air that shattered rib cages. Each digit, each motion, fired a different caliber of destruction. The soldiers didn't even have time to scream properly. The blonde twirled his hands like pistols, laughing as the courtyard filled with corpses. His secret was revealed: another hidden class user, a finger gunner, each finger wired to a different form of weaponized mana. The Dongfang soldiers faltered, their morale collapsing. "Call for reinforcements," one shouted. "We need." His voice cut off with a sharp crack, as his skull burst open from a silent shot. The courtyard fell into chaos once more, a storm of screams, gunfire, and the scent of blood. And amid it all, the eerie, twitching girl at the back tilted her head slowly toward the mansion. A faint, broken smile crept across her lips. Something unholy was about to awaken. Before their desperate shouts for reinforcements could even echo across the courtyard, a ripple in the shadows silenced them. A black hooded girl appeared as if she had stepped out of the air itself, her movements silent, her killing intent colder than death. One by one, throats opened beneath her blade before screams could form. Blood misted the air in whisper-thin arcs. She was a phantom, her strikes perfect, her presence non-existent. The messenger fell last, his body crumpling before his hand even reached the radio. Now she turned her attention toward Dongfang Yui, the lady of the mansion. Her steps made no sound. Her blade gleamed faintly beneath the moonlight, her invisible form closing the distance. Death hovered inches away. But before her strike could land, a boot the size of her head smashed into her face. The impact cracked bone and hurled her across the courtyard. She hit the ground hard, skidding through dirt and debris. Her invisibility flickered and broke, revealing a pale, furious face twisted in disbelief. Standing over her was a giant. A man wrapped in thick bandages from the neck down, his massive frame towering like a living fortress. His eyes were narrow, unflinching, and his presence radiated violence kept barely in check. Turning toward Dongfang Yui, his deep, gravelly voice rumbled. "They sipped stealth class. Don't underestimate them." Dongfang Yui's lips curled in disdain, her eyes glinted with cruelty. "Capture them alive," she ordered sharply. "I want their lifespan drained slowly. Every last drop goes to my son." The bodyguard gave a small nod, unmoved by her tone. His gaze swept across the battlefield with cool precision. Beneath the chaos, he analyzed their strength with terrifying calm. Inwardly, he estimated their odds, 50% chance of success, at best. Even so, he stepped forward. Each step was deliberate, steady, unhurried. His sheer confidence bent the air around him. The burly shield-bearer tightened his grip instinctively, his instincts screaming that this man was no ordinary guard. The bodyguard met his gaze. His voice was low but carried the weight of command. "That one-hit kill equipment of yours," he said evenly, nodding toward the shield. "It's not just for defense, is it? You scavengers, always chasing the rich, taking from those who worked harder than you. Pathetic." He flexed his arms slowly, the sound of creaking muscle audible beneath the bandages. "But if you actually trained, if you actually earned your power, then maybe you be worth killing properly." The four misfits exchanged uncertain glances. Moments ago, they had been tearing through soldiers like weeds. Now all of that momentum drained away. The man before them wasn't a guard. He was a monster, the kind that broke worlds and smiled doing it. Then, in a tone like a whip cracking through the night, the giant growled, "Arrogant brats." The insult snapped something inside the bug controller. His body convulsed, twisting grotesquely. A scream tore from his throat as his skin split into wings and mandibles. In the blink of an eye, his form dissolved into a storm of buzzing insects. The swarm surged forward, a black wave of chitin and teeth. But the bodyguard didn't flinch. With inhuman reflexes, he pivoted and caught the swarm mid-charge. His legs clamped shut like an iron vise, snaring the bug controller's central body. The swarm writhed and shrieked, wings slicing the air in a frenzy, but his grip only tightened. Then came the impact. The giant slammed him down with enough force to crater the ground. The body hit once, then flipped completely over from the momentum, crashing again. The others froze, speechless. That speed, nearly 200 kilometers per hour in swarm form, was impossible for any human eye to track, yet this man had caught him. As the bug controller's limbs twitched and stilled, a heavy, unnatural stench filled the air. A thick purple mist began to pour from the bodyguard's frame, curling around him in slow, deliberate waves. The misfits gagged, their lungs burned. It wasn't just poison, it was him. The realization hit all at once. His hidden class, Poison Gas Master. The mist wasn't a skill, it was part of his body. Every exhale, every movement, every breath turned the battlefield into a suffocating trap. Within that haze, he could sense everything. The way the grass bent, the air moved, even how their hearts raced. They weren't fighting a man. They were caught in the domain of a predator. The bodyguard's eyes gleamed faintly through the fog. His bandaged mouth shifted, cracking upward in what might have been a grin. The misfits realized too late that they hadn't been battling Dongfang Yui's protector. They had been playing in a monster's killing field. The tension snapped like wire. The bodyguard's massive form exploded upward, launching himself high into the air, propelled not by magic, but by a violent burst of compressed toxic gas. For a split second, the night was filled with the thunder of propulsion, raw, guttural, and horrifying. The giant spread his legs midair, building pressure between them until the ground below him shuddered. Then, release. A devastating shock burst tore through the air. The concussive force struck the burly man's platinum-grade shield head-on. Metal shrieked, twisted, then shattered like cheap glass. The explosion hurled the shield-bearer backward, his body folding as bones snapped under the impact. He hit the ground limp. The weapon he trusted most lay in pieces beside him. The gunman shouted in panic, his hands glowing as energy gathered at his fingertips. "Get back, I still handle this freak." He unleashed a storm of lasers, beams streaking through the sky in blinding arcs. The bodyguard twisted through the barrage, unnatural, fluid, his movements guided by the rhythm of the poison mist itself. Each dodge came with a burst of gas, propelling him unpredictably through the air. To the gunman, it looked reckless. He smirked coldly. "Flying into the air against a gunner, you just signed your own death sentence." He steadied his aim, confidence surging. But then he saw it. The giant's body contracted midair, muscles swelling beneath the bandages, the air pressure thickened around him like a storm about to break. And then, with terrifying calm, he released it. The shockwave ripped outward in a concussive blast, a combination of gas, sound, and sheer force. The sonic boom tore through the courtyard, rattling windows, shattering stone. The gunman's glasses exploded off his face, blood poured from his ears. His scream cut short as his vocal cords ruptured under the force. He collapsed. Dead. The bodyguard landed lightly on his feet, the ground beneath him cracking from the pressure. From behind the bandages, a low, muffled voice rumbled. "Pathetic. That was just a low-level release." His gaze swept across the surviving intruders, eyes gleaming behind the haze. "Humans," he muttered darkly, "so fragile." And with that, the monster began to walk forward again, slowly, steadily, each step promising that the massacre wasn't over yet. The battlefield had gone eerily silent, only the faint crackle of fire and the hiss of settling dust broke the stillness. Then the bodyguard's eyes shifted, sharp, predatory. He spotted him, the black-haired man with goggles, creeping toward the shattered gate, hoping to slip away unnoticed. Before the fugitive could even take another step, the giant was upon him. In a blur of movement, the bodyguard appeared directly in front of him, one massive hand snapping around his skull like a vice. He forced the trembling man to look up, their eyes locking, one filled with terror, the other with unshakable calm. The man stammered incoherently, words spilling out in pleas. "Wait, please, Dronzer, kill me, Dronzer." The bandaged titan cut him off, his voice low and chillingly steady. "Relax," he said, "killing you isn't necessary today." The goggled man froze. The bodyguard tilted his head slightly, his tone almost conversational. "Two of your comrades are already dead. 2 of you are still alive. That fulfills her quota." His gaze flicked toward the mansion. 50% alive, as ordered. And the story shifted. Forsaken by the gods. At the ruins of Magic City, atop the leaning magic tower, the sky pulsed with an eerie violet glow. A massive purple magic circle spiraled above, its runes swirling and rearranging in patterns, too complex for mortal minds to grasp. And at the tower steps gate, Shadow stood silently. Invisible, waiting. His crimson eyes scanned the entrance. The guardian beast that was supposed to defend it, gone. The gate stood ajar. Someone sits already here. He stepped through the threshold soundlessly, and the tower unfolded before him, a labyrinthine expanse of twisting shelves and ancient stairways. The interior stretched upward like a cathedral built of tomes and shadows. Magical traps hummed faintly in the air, dormant but deadly. Shadow Sip's instincts sharpened. He remembered the legends. This was where the Princess of Despair had been sealed, once a human princess, twisted into an abomination by the curse of the White Dragon. The ransacked corridors told their own story, others had already broken through. Then, something flickered in the corner of his vision. A single book, pulsing with violet light. Shadow's eyes narrowed, his lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. The trigger. He reached out, pulling the book free from the shelf. The instant his fingers brushed its surface, the tower came alive, runes igniting across the walls. A teleportation circle erupted beneath him, engulfing him in blue light. When the glow faded, Shadow stood atop the tower Sip's peak. And chaos awaited. The battlefield was carnage. Dozens, no, hundreds of adventurers from a massive guild clashed against the Princess of Despair. The monster's shrill screams rattled the night, her corrupted beauty twisted into horror, tentacles lashed out, crushing players by the dozen. Shadow Sip's gaze swept across the scene. So many made it through the labyrinth, he thought grimly, and they're all dying. Bodies piled high, yet for every player who fell, 2 more surged forward. Death meant nothing here. They were respawning. Over and over again. A sharp, commanding voice cut through the storm. "Rear guard, push forward. Dronzer, hesitate. If you die, respawn and return through the portal." The authority in that voice was unmistakable. Shadow Sip's attention snapped toward its source. There she was. Huang, leader of Heavy Industries, the corporate titan turned guild commander. Even here, she carried the same aura of dominance she had wielded in the real world. Heavy Industries had adapted faster than anyone when God-Forsaken had merged with reality. Using their vast lifespan reserves, they had converted their employees into a private military force, a guild built on money and manpower. The Heavy Industry Union. Shadow watched as Huang raised her staff. A shimmering blue portal opened behind her, linking the battlefield to a distant resurrection point. Seconds later, fallen players began sprinting through it, alive again, weapons drawn, screaming battle cries as they threw themselves back into the grinder. Her hidden class, Shadow realized. Illusionist. That portal wasn't ordinary teleportation. It was Gateway Mirage, one of the most dangerous support abilities in the game. By connecting the spawn zone to the boss chamber, she had turned death itself into a tactic. Unless that portal was destroyed, this guild would be endless. Shadow Sip's eyes, however, weren't stead on her. They were locked on the monster. The Princess of Despair towered above the chaos, her twisted form a grotesque reflection of the woman she once was. Her tentacles whipped through the air, dragging players into the dark, siphoning their lifespans directly into her own writhing form. Every kill she made restored her vitality instantly, and unlike other monsters, her victims left nothing behind. No bodies. No loot. No hope. Shadowset's expression hardened. He remembered this fight. If allowed to gorge herself, the princess would evolve mid-battle, ascending to Emerald Tier, a catastrophe that would annihilate every player within reach, including Huang Sip's entire guild. His decision was instant. He stepped forward and leapt from the cliffside, landing with a shockwave that cracked the stone beneath his boots. His presence rippled through the field like thunder. Players froze. Even the princess hesitated, her crimson eyes darting toward the new arrival. A black silhouette walked through the dust, and the battlefield fell silent. Shadow's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan, up front. The guild members stared in disbelief as he continued coldly. In return, I still slay the princess, but every assassin class item she drops belongs to me, no exceptions. The entire guild froze. Huang herself faltered, her composure cracking for the first time, her lips parted, words dying in her throat as she looked at the figure before her. The Shadow. The name that had become a myth, the assassin who toppled guilds, who erased bosses others couldn't even wound, the one every player feared, and every strategist wanted to recruit. Shadow leaned closer, his voice dropping to a razor edge. Your current strategy will fail. She still evolve before dawn. When she does, she still devour your guild sip's lifespan in one breath. His crimson gaze pierced through her. You need me, he said, more than I need you. The words hung in the air, heavy as a death sentence. And Huang knew, he was right. Before Huang could answer, a voice broke through the chaos. One of her adventurers, a young man with a crimson-marked cloak, stormed forward, face red with anger. Who do you think you are? He shouted. You barge in here, act like some savior, and tell us our guild can set win. You think Heavy Industries needs your charity? His words rang out across the battlefield, the clamor of combat stilled, heads turning toward him in disbelief. Shadow didn't move, his crimson eyes narrowed just slightly, a gleam of quiet danger flickering within them. The temperature seemed to drop. The adventurer, emboldened by the silence, pressed on. 1,000 years of lifespan? For what? Empty words? You stir just another assassin chasing glory. If you stir got nothing better to offer, shut your mouth and get out of. He didn't finish the sentence. Shadow's hand shot out like a whip, clamping around the man's chest plate. In a single motion, he hurled him toward the glowing blue portal that connected the battlefield to the respawn point. Gasps erupted. And then Shadow Sip's fingers twitched. The portal collapsed, half a second too soon. A sickening tear split the air. Half the man's body vanished into the teleportation field. The other half hit the ground, twitching. For an instant, both halves tried to scream, then silence. Huang froze. Her face went pale as her son's mangled remains fell before her feet. She had known the boy's arrogance might provoke Shadow, but not like this. Struggling for composure, she forced herself to meet Shadow Sip's gaze. If your intent was only to teach him a lesson, she said, voice trembling despite her effort, you didn't have to destroy the portal. Shadow's head tilted slightly. His smirk was unseen behind the mask, but his tone carried the blade's edge of amusement. You still understand soon enough, he said. That portal was a weakness. It had to go. He turned slightly, the wind stirring his cloak. My offer still stands. 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. I still kill the princess and end this. Every assassin class item she drops belongs to me. Before she could respond, his form shimmered and vanished. From the tower's shadowed heights, Shadow descended, his body flickering in and out of the visible spectrum as his thoughts sharpened. They're blind, he thought. They think this is just another boss, but the princess is already evolving. He landed lightly among the rubble, summoning his wolf with a sharp whistle. The great beast emerged from the mist, its fur rippling like liquid shadow. Mounting it in one smooth motion, Shadow urged the wolf forward through the chaos. Then his eyes caught something, a faint pulsating light atop the leaning tower. A promotion signal. His instincts flared like lightning. She's absorbing too much lifespan. One more surge, and she'll ascend to Emerald Tier. Shadow Sip's gaze hardened. If that happened, he wouldn't return to save the guild. He would return to harvest it. The lifespan of a fallen Emerald Tier monster was worth more than any alliance. Before that thought could settle, a voice cut into his mind. Shadow, can you hear me? It was Ling. Her voice trembled through the psychic channel, carrying strain and exhaustion. I found her, the Dongfang lady. She Sip's hiding in a mansion in the mountains outside the city. I almost didn't make it out alive. Shadow Sip's expression sharpened. You engaged her bodyguard? Yes. Ling Sip's voice cracked. He Sip's a monster, fast, inhumanly strong. He fights with his back, and his whole body leaks poisonous gas. I couldn't get near him without my health plummeting. Shadow Sip's eyes narrowed. So the quiet girl from earlier was Ling in disguise. He dismounted, his cloak fluttering as he spoke, his tone cutting and precise. Calm yourself. Meet me at the bone graveyard. The bone graveyard stretched endlessly before them, the air thick with rot and fog. Pale bones jutted from the ground like the spines of dead gods. Ling stood beside an ancient monument, clutching her blade. Her face was pale, haunted. The man sits power, she whispered. He sits called the source of plague, isn't he? His mist 10 meters wide. It senses movement, even heartbeat vibrations. My stealth was useless. Shadow nodded grimly. Yes, that sip's the source of Plague class. Its mist acts as both weapon and radar. It neutralizes invisibility and cloaking entirely. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. His regeneration is near infinite. Ling Sip's grip trembled. Then, he sits unbeatable. Shadow Sip's voice was steady, cold. No power is absolute. He stepped closer, his eyes reflecting the dim green glow of the graveyard fog. The plague strengthens the body, but it corrodes the mind. The longer he sustains it, the more unstable he becomes. That Sip's his flaw. Ling stared at him, disbelief and hope warring in her eyes. Shadow Sip's gaze softened slightly, and he added, "And you, Ling, you have what it takes to exploit it." Her breath caught. "The blade of the underworld," he continued. "Your hidden class is close to its next evolution. When it ascends to Tier 2, it will awaken the essence of the underworld demon itself." A pulse of energy rippled behind her. The faint silhouette of a green demon rose from her shadow, its fanged grin both menacing and proud. Ling gasped. "So that Sips your true potential," Shadow finished. He turned away, his tone dropping to that of a teacher instructing a disciple. "If you want revenge, you need to reach Tier 2, fast. That Sips your only path to counter his kind." Ling frowned, her voice trembling. "How do you know my class, my evolution path? How could you possibly?" Shadow didn't instead answer. Instead, he vaulted onto a cracked stone pillar, his silhouette framed against the sickly moonlight. His voice carried through the graveyard like a sermon to the damned. "This world is vast," he said, "and it doesn't forgive the weak. Grinding without thought is running in circles. Every level, every point, every strike, you plan it, you cultivate it, you earn it." He pointed toward the far edge of the graveyard where skeletal beasts prowled between the mist. "This place is perfect for you. The monsters here are elites, triple the health, defense, and aggression of anything you said faced. They still tear you apart if you fight carelessly." He looked back at her, his crimson eyes fierce. "Good. That Sips how you evolve." He drew his blade and vanished. A heartbeat later, lines of light carved the air around her, precise, deadly, elegant. Each strike seemed to teach something: control, precision, patience. When he reappeared, he stood behind her, one hand resting firmly on her shoulder. "No holding back," he said quietly. "If you want vengeance, fight like it Sips all you have left." His eyes, dark and burning with an old, unhealed rage, met hers. For a heartbeat, Ling felt it. That same grief, that same consuming fury, buried beneath his calm exterior. And then he was gone. Only silence remained. Ling let out a shuddering breath, unsure whether the chill in her bones came from fear or the shadow of the abyss that had forged him. Far across the ruins of Magic City, Little Black lounged beside her exhausted mount, chewing on a blade of grass. She squinted at a battered map, groaning. "I strip mined this entire zone and my stomach sits about to mutiny." Then her eyes caught it, something strange glinting under a pile of rubble. A red fruit, glossy and pulsing faintly like a living heart. She picked it up, curiosity overruling caution. One bite. Sweet, cool, addictive. The system chimed. Special item consumed. Black plum of vitality. Plus EXP gained. Her eyes widened. Wait? What? And in the distance something ancient stirred. Her eyes went wide. Food that gave experience. Little Black crouched, scanning the ground. A dotted trail of the same glossy red fruits stretched into the undergrowth, each one faintly pulsing with that same eerie addictive glow. "Jackpot," she muttered, already following the trail. All traces of dignity vanished. She popped one plum after another into her mouth, chewing greedily as her EXP bar climbed in neat little increments. Each bite tasted like cool nectar and sin. By the fifth fruit, she was talking to them under her breath. "What are you?" she mumbled, as if the fruit might answer. Then her bracelet buzzed. Captain Anicep's voice came through, sharp and urgent. "Little Black, get to the corrupted coast, now. Manocep's been captured by a boss. Over 500 years of lifespan on him, he's Sep's bait. If we don't set move fast, that thing will drain him dry." Little Black froze, glancing at her map. She was already within reach of the coastline. "Copy," she said. "I settle hold position." "Stay put," Anna snapped. "We see her coming to you." "Sure thing," Little Black replied, and stuffed another plum into her mouth. If she had to wait, she might as well level, right? Between bites she grumbled. "Manel's a spectacular idiot. If his family didn't have connections, nobody would party with him." Then guilt pricked at her chest, only to be smothered by another mouthful of sweetness. The fruit was too good, the X-Ticks too tempting. The trail led her up a ridge and out toward the corrupted coast, where the air stank of rust, brine, and something faintly rotten. Then she saw it. A hulking shape crouched in the distance, an abomination of mouths stacked upon mouths, chattering and gnashing with wet, sticky clicks. She froze mid-chew, half a plum still dangling from her lips. "Main boss," she whispered, ducking behind a thicket of salt-twisted reeds. The creature twitched. Hundreds of teeth rippled across its skin like wind over tall grass. Beyond it, she saw Manel, limp, pale, motionless. A few soldiers lay scattered around him like broken dolls. The sweetness in her mouth turned to ash. The Soul Eater loomed in the murky depths of the coast, one grotesque hand clutching a half-eaten monster, while the other stirred something inside a colossal earthen cauldron. The sight made her stomach twist. A level 20 monster, devouring another monster. It was unnatural. The creature tore its prey apart and dropped the remains into the pot, where flesh and bone churned in a grotesque stew. Little Black Sit's breath caught. "What are you doing?" Then she saw it. The cauldron wasn't for feeding, it was crafting. The beast was molding the corpses into small, round monster spheres, its hands kneading flesh and bone like clay. The realization made her skin crawl. The Soul Eater wasn't eating, it was creating. Captain Anna and Mang appeared silently beside her, crouching low. Anna Sipsa's whisper was sharp, clipped. Report. Why are you hiding here? Did you spot Manel, the boss? Still chewing absently on another fruit, Little Black pointed with her free hand. Yeah, boss is over there, kinda disgusting though. It's Sips, eating its own kind. Her captains froze, the color drained from their faces. That wasn't possible, not unless… It's emerald grade, Anna breathed. Her voice trembled with awe and horror. The three of them stared as the creature shifted. It heaved its grotesque bulk upright, then sat again, body trembling violently as if straining. A wet, horrible sound filled the air. Something small rolled out from beneath it, perfectly round, glowing faintly with a sinister purple light. Anna's expression twisted, caught between fascination and revulsion. It's beautiful, she whispered, before her brain caught up to the moment. She turned to Little Black, who was still munching, and her eyes went wide with horror. Wait, those fruits you've been eating. Little Black blinked. Then realization hit like lightning. The fruits. The sweetness. The purple sheen. They weren't fruit at all. They were this monster Sip's droppings. The world tilted. Her face went pale, then green. Her hands shook violently as the plum fell from her mouth. No, 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 no. Her scream tore through the silence, raw and strangled. She gagged, clutching her throat, as if she could rip the filth from her stomach. No amount of EXP, she shrieked, retching. No amount. Anna hissed, shut up, you idiot. Too late. The Soul Eater's massive head snapped toward them, its dozens of mouths split into jagged grins. And then it laughed. The sound was a chorus of choking giggles and wet slaps, vibrating through the air until the ground itself trembled. It had heard her. The creature roared. A wave of invisible force rippled outward, a sonic quake that split the rocks beneath their feet. Anna and Mang staggered back, clutching their heads as something unseen invaded their minds. The monster's aura wasn't just power, it was corruption. Their pupils dilated, their breathing turned ragged. Then came the hunger. Both captains convulsed, bodies jerking as if pulled by puppet strings, their eyes shone with manic hunger as they turned toward the bubbling cauldron. Stop. Little Black screamed, but they didn't hear. They lunged forward, shoving their hands into the pot, shoveling the monster's stew into their mouths. The sound was wet and frantic. Stop it, she screamed again, tears streaming down her face. But it was no use. The corruption had devoured their reason. Even Manel stirred from his stupor, his eyes blank, his face slack. Without hesitation he joined them, scooping handfuls of filth into his mouth, chewing with mechanical hunger. Little Black watched in horror as her captains, hunters she had respected, ate like beasts. Their bodies swelled grotesquely, skin stretching, veins blackening. The Soul Eater Sip's trap. It fed them, fattening its prey before the feast. The abomination's many hands reached out. One seized Manel by the torso. Dozens of mouths opened along its arm, their teeth writhing like maggots. Then it swallowed him whole. The sound of it broke something inside her. Her stomach churned violently, the ground tilted beneath her feet. The monster didn't kill instantly, it bred its food. It grew them, fed them filth, let them ripen, then devoured them at their fattest. The reality shattered her. Tears blurred her vision. Please, she whispered, voice cracking. Someone please help us. Her scream carried into the night, desperate and broken. Shadow, she cried, please save us. Far away, in the blackened fields near the ruins of Magic City, Shadow was mid-hunt cutting through monsters like mist. Then, her voice sliced through his mind. The system transmission pulsed across his vision, her panic bleeding through every word. Shadow froze, his blade halted mid-swing. Little Black, he murmured, eyes narrowing. The world around him seemed to still. Then the system message flashed again, glowing crimson. Emergency transmission detected. Corrupted coast level 20. Emerald threat confirmed. Shadow Sep's expression hardened. Emerald grade, he whispered. Already? The wind stirred his cloak. He sheathed his blade slowly, his voice low and dangerous. Hold on, he said softly, to the distant trembling echo of her voice. I sept him coming. And in the next instant, he was gone. Shadow listened in silence as Little Black relayed the details, her voice trembling over the transmission. They had run into an emerald-level boss, a soul devourer, one of the corrupted servants of the ancient gluttony god. Both captains were already on the verge of being consumed. Shadow froze mid-step, his eyes narrowing to slits. A servant of gluttony. That wasn't just another monster, it was part of the ancient bloodline he had been hunting for months. A thunderclap echoed across the beach as Shadow appeared, his cloak billowing, his aura rolling like a storm front. Little Black gasped. You stir already here. He didn't answer, his gaze swept across the battlefield, cold, calculating, predatory. The ground was slick with filth, corpses half melted into the sand, the stench was unbearable. And then he saw it. The Soul Devourer, a massive pulsating bulk of mouths and tendrils, sat at the heart of the devastation. Its body churned and split as it swallowed, its grotesque form slick with the remains of its own kind. Little Black pointed with a shaking hand. That sepsed it. The captains, they were eaten, and it seps, the seps getting ready to… Her voice faltered. The beast convulsed, its swollen gut rippled, and then with a wet, gut-wrenching sound, Manel was spat out onto the ground, half digested, still faintly twitching. Even the Soul Devourer had rejected him. Shadow Sip's eyes narrowed. A servant of gluttony, yes, but not a god. A failed creation, a parasite feeding blindly on lifespans. It hypnotized its victims into endless hunger, forcing them to devour filth until their bodies ruptured from within. He stepped forward, voice low and cutting. So this is Gluttony Sep's servant, he said coldly. Perfect, I Steph been looking for you. Little Black stammered behind him, face bright red. I think I survived because I ate its some. Shadow didn't set turn. I know. Her face went crimson. Can we please never talk about this again? Agreed, he replied dryly. Now get back. In one smooth motion, Shadow snatched up the foul, half-melted mass that had once been Manel. With perfect precision, he hurled it straight into the soul devourer's distended gut. The impact detonated like a cannon strike. The beast shrieked, its many mouths screaming in dissonance as it convulsed violently. A second later, it vomited. Two limp forms burst free, slick but breathing, Captain Mang and Captain Anna. Alive. The soul devourer staggered, reeling from its own sickness. Shadow moved. His eyes glowed crimson, his aura snapping like thunder. He activated his gift of liberation. Power surged from him like a shockwave, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Then he struck. Each slash of his dagger tore through the creature Sip's mass, carving chunks of its body away. Damage numbers flared in the air. 52,000. 64,500. 58,200. Shadow's attacks blurred into streaks of black and crimson. His shadow slash multiplied his reach, each movement weaving into the next like the rhythm of a storm. The boss howled. His ultimate gauge filled to capacity. Shadow gripped the crimson dagger, channeling all his power into one final strike. End of gluttony, he whispered. He slashed downward. The dagger exploded in blood-red light. The air split open. The blade cut through the monster and into the earth beneath it. 1,014,820. Critical damage. The soul devourer split apart from head to stomach, its hundreds of mouths screaming in one final deafening wail before dissolving into mist. Silence fell. Then, world announcement. Shadow has achieved the world's first kill of the Emerald Grade Gluttony boss. Plus 30 global reputation points. Little Black stood frozen, her mouth hanging open. You hit for over 1 million. Shadow wiped the blade clean, saying nothing. Across the world, adventurers gaped at the broadcast. Some cheered, others cursed in envy. But none denied it. Shadow had ascended beyond human. The system flooded him with notifications. Plus 50, 000 EXP. Plus 60 evolution points. Total 696 evolution points. 5 pieces of equipment dropped. 6 new skill tomes. But then, something rarer. A message he hadn't seen in years. Bloodline acquired, soul devour. Would you like to activate it? His grin was slow, feral. Activate. The world pulsed. Power flooded him, rewriting his very core. Every point of strength converted into triple special attack. Every point of physique became 50 health, 5 defense, and nearly 30% more speed in movement and casting. His mental stats tripled in elemental power and resistance. New skills ignited within him. Soul Devour passive, consume lesser skills to permanently increase power. Appetite plus 200%, resistance all plus 20%. Crimson Jaw active, absorb enemy projectiles, convert damage into health, cooldown 27 seconds. The synergy was obscene. He realized instantly, this was a broken system. With Devour, he could feed on other skills, stacking attribute conversions infinitely, compounding his power until it surpassed logic itself. Among the loot sat a Poison Blade skill tome, low tier, unimpressive. He devoured it. Skill consumed, Poison Blade's attributes converted 3.3 attack per strength. Still not enough. He poured in 242 evolution points. The tome glowed green, then burst into gold. Skill upgraded, Legendary Poison Blade. New conversion rate, sync attack per strength. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Now the path was clear: devour and evolve, consume endlessly, grow without limit. The Soul Devourer had fallen, and Shadow had stolen its bloodline. Unstoppable was no longer an ambition. It was becoming reality. As the corrupted wind howled across the coast, Shadow stood among the ruins, silent, watching the mist fade where the monster had died. Behind him, Little Black whispered weakly, "You stir not human, are you?" Shadow didn't answer. His gaze lingered on the horizon where new lights began to stir, signals of others drawn by the world announcement. A faint smirk touched his lips. "They shall come," he murmured, hungry for fame, for bloodlines, for me. He turned toward the dark sea, crimson eyes gleaming. "Let them."